Are you ready?
It's gonna be a hot girl disco summer. I'm never doing that again. I apologize. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Here, let's fix it. Something cool. Are we live? Is this thing on? Welcome in, Disco Ball Nation. First and foremost, I want to thank God for his grace, for giving me the strength, the platform, and opportunity to be here with you guys today. None of this would be possible without him, guiding me every step of the way. I also want to thank my wife, my rock, for her unconditional love, patience, and support. Without her, I couldn't do this, and we couldn't do this event. To the incredible fantasy football community, thank you for giving me this platform. What started as a passion for this game has turned into something way bigger, a chance to do something good and great together. This event is inspired by my late father's battle with cancer. And this event is about more than fantasy football. It's about raising awareness and funds for hospice and palliative care, supporting families through some of the hardest and most impossible times of their lives, and standing alongside those who are battling cancer. These services bring dignity, comfort, and peace when people need it the most. Over the next 24 hours, you'll hear amazing fantasy football takes from some of the biggest names in the industry. You'll also hear heartfelt, emotional stories that remind us why this fight matters. It is never easy to say goodbye to somebody you love, especially while watching cancers taking them away piece by piece. But together, through this event, we can make that journey a little bit easier for families who need it the most. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And let's make a difference together. And speaking of making a difference together, I want to introduce our first special guest, and that is Debro. And I also want to introduce you guys to one of the most incredible, wonderful human beings, James SEO. Without James SEO, this event wasn't possible last year, and this event definitely wouldn't be possible this year. So James has a few words that he wants to share with you guys and say to you guys before we get things kicked off here. Head over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel if you are watching. Smash a like, subscribe, and then let's have fun. James, what's up, buddy?
Hey, thanks for having me, man. This has just been wonderful. I guess just to kind of get things started here, I just want to say just to you, Debro, but everyone who's joined us, this has just been absolutely incredible journey. But just to kind of start out, I do like to thank all the sponsors. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. All the guests, right? Starting with Debro, all the guys that are for our stream. Can't thank you enough. Your support means the world, not just to, but to me, it's just unbelievable. To all the viewers be joining for the next 24 hours. It's just awesome. Again, this community, how it supports it, it's just been incredible. Okay. Just want to also kind of say, we've lost, key players, our friends. I'm going to start off with, Mike Tagliari. Believe it or not, he was actually my very first, I guess. He's always been good to me. The way he grinded, he showed me what to do. Taking me step by step, I can be better. Secondly, Anthony Servino, another powerhouse in this industry. Unfortunately, we lost him as well. So I just wanted to kind of mention those names. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to Disco. This makes, this part happens because of you. You are a very big, I'm not saying you're big as in you're big, but you're a big part of this community, right? Your positivity, right? Right? That's what draws this together. So just keep on grinding. And I couldn't be happier. And I want to do more, but I'm trying my best So I'll stop babbling. Okay, Disco. I'm lucky to have my father still, but your dad is looking upon, man. He's very, very proud of you. Okay. So
Thank
let's
you, buddy.
get this stream.
I appreciate that. I think the only thing that would have made that speech better, and it was a very heartfelt and good speech, is better internet connection and service. God damn, James, we got it. We got to get you some of that 5G stuff. That was laggy AF. Guys, I want to introduce our first special guest. And when I met D-Bro last year at the Fantasy Football Expo, he was the first person I introduced this concept and this topic to. And right away, D-Bro, without hesitation, he said, "Yes, I'm in." And then he shared his story with me. So, D-Bro, if you want to share your story as to why this event is important to you, I believe you're muted, but please share your story as to why this event's important to you and why you wanted to be the first guest on today, because it's such an honor to have you on. You're somebody who, I look up to, not physically, but like theoretically and conceptually, you're somebody who I admire and somebody who I've looked up to and admired the entire time. So thank you for being part of this event twice in a row, and thank you for offering to be the first special guest. So tell us your deal, tell us your story, talk to us, brother.
Yeah, too kind, man. I had myself muted because I don't know if y'all can hear because opportune timing. My neighbors decided to start doing his yard, and so I got a leaf blower outside of my window. So I wanted to make sure people didn't hear that and ruin James's wonderful speech or your intro here. But so apologies if anybody hears yard work next to me. But dude, too kind, amazing words from both you and James to open this. And yeah, man, like when you presented this concept, I've told you I'm in it every single year you do this. And for everybody that's not aware, before full-time writing in this industry and stuff like that, I was a nurse at St. Jude for over 15 years. And once upon a time, I was in nurse practitioner school to do palliative care. And if nobody's ever experienced palliative care, kudos. I mean, then you probably haven't had anybody sick or lost anybody in your life. But anybody that has walked hand in hand with palliative care through some of the toughest moments of your life and your loved ones' lives, it's rough, but it gives you peace, it gives you solace, and it gives you direction where people can be dealing with some of the hardest moments they'll ever face in their life, possibly. And it's something near and dear to my heart because I was on the other side of this for over 15 years, where I was holding hands and I was helping people through those tough moments. And this is something that, I mean, I'm going to tear up doing this, but this is something that really hits close to home for me, both in what this stands for. And honestly, it's one of those things that people don't talk about or they really don't know about until you reach some point in your life where you need this. And for some of when people walk that road and stuff, it's difficult, obviously, but the direction that these types of services can give to people and what it can mean and how it can shape those last moments that you share with a loved one can make all the difference in the world, man. And so I feel honored. I mean, you're puffing me up way too much at the top of this, man. I mean, to be honest, I feel honored to be a part of this and to help raise money for this cause because it's very, very close to my heart. It means a ton to me. So thank y'all for having me.
Pleasure's all mine, man. Thank you for. I think the thing that drew me to you, and that made me, one of your biggest fans early and often is your humility, but also your ability to open up and share your story in a way that impacts a lot of people and empowers a lot of people. You've empowered me, and you've allowed me to use my platform to do better just by, liberating yourself from those situations, those fears that people are too often scared to share. So thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for being part of this. And thank you for helping me draft our first lineup here. And we are going to, once again, guys, it is a draft-a-thon. There's fantasy football. So we are going to cry. We are going to argue. We are going to express and feel every emotion within these next 24 hours. Most importantly, gratitude to George Toriani. He said first donation on stream to break the ice. Let's go BDE. Great effort for a great cause. You're the best. Good luck to you all. Thank you guys for hopping on to help support the 24-hour stream. Thank you so much for your donation. Please, guys, Try not to donate. If you guys want to donate to the cause, try not to donate here on YouTube, because YouTube takes 30%, and I also don't get the money until 21st next month. That's why we have a GoFundMe. Please go to the GoFundMe and make your contributions and donations there. Thank you for your generosity, and I'll be sure to donate the $100 that you just donated on behalf of you to the charity and to the cause. We have 287 people watching us on X. Please come over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel. Come, subscribe, like the video, have the video up, because as this video gets monetized, we'll also be writing up a check based off of the monetization we get when we get our monetization check next month. So come to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel. Every proceed, every cent that we receive here is going to go towards that cause. Everything that we receive on the GoFundMe is going to go to that cause. And we have a lot of awesome things to raffle off. We have a lot of great donations. Thank you guys in the chat. Ask your fantasy football questions, and Debro is going to help draft. So we're at the 107 PPR format. We got CMC, Nico Collins, Amon Ra, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., Ashton Genty. Can you see the board?
Yeah, I got it, baby. So who do you want here? I lean CMC, but you tell me, Disco, where you lean.
It's Brian Thomas Jr. no matter what for me.
Okay, let's go. I told you we were going to disagree on this, and we wanted to draft a team because some of our takes are divergent. So I feel like it would be a really good fight.
Hell yeah. So, like, let me tell the folks what we're doing and where we're doing it. And we're going to shout out Drafters, who's one of the key sponsors for 2 years in a row. This is not a mock draft. This is a real money draft with real money implications. It's $2.5 million in total prizes. $500,000 goes to first. It's total points format. Most points win. Best ball weekly score from weeks 1 to 17. 12 teams draft. There's a fast and slow. It's a $20 entry. You get to max out with 150 lineups. Now, where Drafters has graciously assisted us for 2 years in a row, if you sign up today on Drafters Fantasy using promo code DISCO to double your first initial deposit from $25 to $100, when you enter this tournament, Drafters will donate $25 Canadian, 20 USD to the GoFundMe just for participating and drafting with us here on Drafters. Once again, there's several ways you can donate. That is one of the key features. I also want to shout out Drafters for donating 5 tickets to the Drafters main for you guys to draft and potentially win life-changing amounts of money. It's best ball format, so you don't have to do anything. I also want to thank Drafters for donating 10 Drafters mini. I want to thank Blocker for donating another 5 Drafters mains to the community to be raffled and shuffled. I don't know what's going on with James here. Yeah, yikes. So shout out to Drafters for being absolutely incredible. We do have several great sponsors, and we will be giving away a copy of Madden 2026 thanks to Better Vision. So if the only way to enter all these giveaways, guys, is to donate and donate and donate on the GoFundMe. If you have anything that you could donate, doesn't matter if it's $1, doesn't matter if it's 100, like George just did here. Thank you. That's very generous, George. Please donate on the GoFundMe directly. Here's the link once again here in this chat. And thank you guys once again. And by the way, special shout out to Bull Rush for wearing their shirt. Without them, this event would not be possible. All right, we're on the clock, D-Bro. Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, Devon Achane, Ladd McConkey, Jonathan Taylor, Bucky Irving, Garrett Wilson, T. Higgins, and it looks like Trey McBride's gone. 15 seconds. It's all you, baby.
Let's embrace the I want to go to volatility. I'm going to go off the board here. Let's go Bucky Irving. I'm not going to pay for this year's Devon H. I'm not going to pay for last year's Devon Achane. I'll pay for this year's Devon Achane.
I love that. I don't have a lot of Bucky Irving. I feel like his price is significant.
I felt like you weren't.
Yeah, but I respect the hell out of it. You didn't want Brian Thomas Jr. there. That's my wide receiver 1. I don't want this guy here. But hey, it's compromise. It's friendship. And together, I feel like we can build a wonderful powerhouse of a lineup here. So I'm glad that you put that together. So, all right, chat is popping. Shout out to Dynasty Fantasy Football Helper. By the way, guys, we have a website. It's bigdraftenergy.com. You guys get to see all of the key sponsors of this event. Shout out to 32 beat writers. Shout out to Bull Rush, because without Bull Rush, this event wouldn't be possible. They literally sent me to Canton, Ohio, to the Fantasy Football Expo to network for this event. They'll be on at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Shout out to World Fantasy Rank. If you want to see where you rank in fantasy football, go to World Fantasy Rank. Just enter your sleeper ID and see where you rank amongst all other fantasy football competitors. Right now, I'm second in the planet. Mind you, there's only 69 people there, but I'm still second in the planet. So it means I'm good. I know what I'm talking about, I think. There's also Better Vision. Shout out to Brett Lanier. He'll be joining us as well. He's donated several massive items here. We're going to be raffling off a retro now, Brian Robinson Jr. Washington Commanders jersey. We have a Jonathan Vilma University of Miami helmet. These are all going to be raffle items that you guys could either donate to get in on the donation. We're probably going to do a couple like highest donations of the hours. Gets this. A shout out to Sleazebomb. Drafters, obviously a major key sponsor. Greg Kellogg and the Sports Affiliation, major key sponsors and huge donations. So far, our biggest donation has come from Gregory Kellogg and the Sports Affiliation. So shout out to them. And the Fantasy Football Expo itself is donating 2 tickets to next year's event. All right, we're on the clock. Josh Allen, Kyron Williams. I see your boy here. I'm going to let you make this pick.
We'll go George Kittle. I know you expected me to sit here and say Mike Evans, but last premium tight end, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I was hoping you would say Kenneth Walker. I think that's somebody you and I both agree on, but I like this.
I thought about it. But I figure we could balance it, go a little hero RB here, see how it shakes out.
Yeah. I like this start. Brian Thomas Jr., Bucky Irving, George Kittle. It's a very unique start, and I don't mind reaching on George Kittle because I think you're going to get the return on investment there.
Oh, absolutely.
This guy who drafted Chase Brown here at the 1 to 12, and then Trey McBride. I love the Trey McBride click. I'm willing to click Trey McBride there, but I'm already thinking Chase Brown is way too high with the current ADP of the 206 right now. He's going off the board as the 16th to 18th player in fantasy, and the price literally just keeps going up, and I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I know he was efficient. I know he was wonderful last year, but when you look at his production, 12 touchdowns, and the second least amount of rushing attempts and run attempts. He was just behind Breece Hall, who was RB16 in terms of fantasy receptions. I try my hardest not to bet on rushing touchdown productions. I try to see at the outlying, factors, yards per attempt, bottom 10, touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, bottom 10, receiving opportunities, not even a top 16. It was very touchdown dependent, and betting on touchdown dependency year in and year out is a very, very easy way for you to fail and obviously lose your fantasy football leagues. So the price keeps going up on Chase Brown. It's like this year's Kyron Williams. I look at the yards per carry for Kyron Williams as well last year, and it's not much better than that mess that was in Las Vegas. That was a historically bad rush offense. Where are you at with this, Debro?
I'm probably at or below consensus on Chase Brown. Part of this is, look, I think last year was a perfect run out. And this isn't so much like I hate Chase Brown. It's just that he wasn't incredibly efficient last year with his opportunities. I know he's going to get a ton of passing game work, so I can't drop him too much. But the other part about this, man, is Taj Brooks is real. Like, if we wouldn't have had such a big, deep running back class, Taj Brooks would have gone higher. My comp for him in the pre-draft process was Dameon Pierce. And for everybody that hates Dameon Pierce now, remember Dameon Pierce's rookie season. Dude's got talent. It just hasn't worked out since. So yeah, like I'm with you on Chase Brown. Oh, dude, this is an auto click for Tedero McMillan. Come on.
All right. I'm okay with Tedero McMillan.
Let's go.
Yeah, we got Tedero McMillan. We got a couple good backstack options. Shout out to Drafters Fantasy. In here, you didn't have
let's go, man.
They donated $100 here to the GoFundMe. They said to here on YouTube. They said amazing event for a great cause. Thank you, Disco. We'll be donating to the GoFundMe as well. Very gracious of you, Drafters. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have done for me. When you guys know me and my product and what I do, it's synonymous with Drafters Fantasy, and it'll continue to be synonymous with Drafters Fantasy because you guys are just great people. You guys are just really, really good people, top-notch people. Thank you so much for your generosity, your donation. Thank you so much for your friendship and your continued support. I will never, ever forget what you guys have done for me. You guys bet on me when I had one subscriber, and that was my wife. I mean, by no means are we where we want to be, but I think we're closer to being established than not established, and none of this is possible without you you guys. So thank you, drafters, from the bottom of my heart. Really genuinely appreciate you guys, not just for the donation, but just the continued support and friendship that you guys provide on a daily basis. Thank you. Thank
Disco,
you.
by the way, what was your goal for this?
5,000.
Okay, because I'm counting up. I'm looking at the GoFundMe right now. I'm counting up donations in the chat right now. 1,500, if my math serves me right, in the first not even hour.
Yeah.
You love to see it, dude. Keep
Yeah.
rolling it in, man.
Yeah.
Like, this is awesome.
Thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys for doing this. Remember, guys, we are talking football, and there's going to be a lot of football pushbacks and debates. I remember last year at like 6 a.m. I'm telling Anthony Juris, shout out to Anthony Juris. I'm telling him, shut up and let me speak. Like, really, but like we're also like sharing stories and crying. It's going to be a roller coaster of emotions, but ultimately what it comes down to is us coming together, giving some of the best fantasy football advice, preparing people for the fantasy football drafts, and really trying to make an impact and help a family during impossible scenarios and situations. And thank you for continuing to highlight this and being part of this. And I think the coolest thing about this entire thing is you're going to see content creators who are the biggest content creators on the planet. You're going to see some content creators who are up and coming. And you're going to see these guys come together and just have a great fantasy football discussion. And it's a great opportunity for every interaction and human emotion to be shared and stories to be shared. Like, I wouldn't have known this about Debro. I would have known that Scott Fish had a heart attack last year. No, not last year, but last year he told me, when he kicked off the show with us. And he will be with us at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So 10 a.m. for Andrew Erickson and Pat Fitzmaurice, 9 a.m. tomorrow for Sal Leto and for Scott Fish.
Oh, God, you letting Sal on here?
Yeah, I love
Baby
that.
Gap tees and all? Oh,
I love that. All right, we're up. Calvin Ridley, DK Metcalf, Ricky.
Here's all, baby. Let's build out a Purdy stack. Let's go.
All right, and we're going hero running back right now with Bucky Irving. So far, Debro, and I have Bucky Irving, Brian Thomas Jr., Teteroa McMillan, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle. So we are definitely going to be targeting Brock Purdy for that back stack. We don't have anybody from we got Mossy in here. Shout out to Mossy. He's in here with us in this draft. But I feel good about this lineup because for starters, this is a unique combination I do not have. And we do need to be worrisome about, week 14 at the wide receiver position, especially if we get another elite. But so far, this is a very unique roster construction and start. So, yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, Debro, thanks for the Taj Brooks shout out.
Okay. Taj Brooks Truther, man. We got to unite.
Yeah, baby.
The hive is here. Buzz, buzz.
And again, Chase Brown, ADP, way too high.
Yeah, but like for what it's worth, last year when I had Chase Brown ranked as a top 10 running back, a lot of people gave me crap. Shocker, he finished as a top 10 running back. But a lot of people gave me crap about it, and it was because he was going to return on investment. What did you say? Who did you say was going to be better than Chase Brown last year in fantasy games?
I like to forget about last year and kind of move on to 2025.
Like blaming this man live on air.
Yeah, but I don't miss 2 years in a row with my team. So all the people who are drafting Chase Brown, believe me, you better back it up. But thank you. I just want to say I appreciate you, Debro. Thank you very much.
Honestly, in a best ball format like this on drafters, I think everybody and their mother is pushing up guys like Taj Brooks, guys like Chase Brown, but who becomes a forgotten factor that could spike in round 20 for 1 to 2 weeks, and somebody who I'm more inclined to get exposure on to stand out against 150,000 other lineups is Samaje Perine. He knows the offense. He knows the role. He's going to be in there as a reliable third down pass blocking running back. Obviously, Chase Brown, based off of all the coach speak index stuff, has improved as a pass blocker, but he's still not what Samaje Perine is as a pass blocker and then a third down check down back as well. So you're going to get some spike weeks from Samaje Perine in a role that he's very comfortable with. I want RJ Harvey here, nobody else.
Please. And I feel like we're going to get sniped just because we said it, but I'm thinking the exact same thing. Did he get sniped? I told you. And Tony Pollard, though, for me.
Tony Pasta over your guy Caleb. Caleb's not going to come back to us.
I know that. I'm in Tony P, baby.
All right. Don't you think that Tony P's production last year was inefficient and just based off of an absurd amount of volume?
I mean, a lot of volume, but I don't think he was necessarily inefficient. I mean, if anything, I could make you the case that he came back and bounce back with the efficiency. Because if you
Oh,
look at
I was one of the biggest Pollard stands last year for what it's worth. I was very very happy with it.
Then why are you out on him this year? They got an improved quarterback, improved offensive line, and Tajay Spears is already dinged up, dude.
Yeah.
So are you worried about Julius Chestnut?
No, I actually love Khalil Mullings. He's one of my favorite taxi squad holds in general right now.
So are we IDPing here? Is he going to switch back to linebacker? Where are we going with that?
Due to so talented and so athletic, like I'm not worried. Like Khalil Mullings, he even looked good in some of his preseason snaps. Explosive, physical, one cut and go. It's exactly what they want in this offense right here. I'm not worried about Mullings. I'm not worried about Spears. I'm just worried about the inefficiency and the game.
So 18th in explosive run rate, 6th in yards after contact per attempt last year amongst all running backs with at least 100 carries. That's not good enough for you, Disco?
No.
Are you snubbing your nose at that? Top 20 in both?
At his current value.
Tough scene.
At his current value, 66th overall. Let me reach around. Pause. Let me reach a couple of picks.
Disco. Disco.
A couple picks ahead for like a Patrick Mahomes. Let me get a Caleb Johnson. Let me get a Matthew Golden. Wait. All those guys.
Did you just give praise to Caleb Johnson?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my! Is this a kidnap situation? Like, do I need to send authorities to your house? You said something pro Caleb Johnson. I don't even know how to react right now.
Publicly, I have addressed this, that I concede.
I know.
That Caleb Johnson and your argument for Caleb Johnson is a very strong one, and there's a lot of credence and merit to what you're saying. Don't make me regret it, Derek. Don't make me.
I'm definitely trying to.
I know. I just might. I have been doing drafting a lot more Caleb Johnson. He's coming up here, and I'm very interested. Drafters, yes, sir, Mossy. All right, Caleb Johnson's available.
Who are the wide receivers that we got?
Juwan Jennings, Addison, Keon Coleman, Shakir Pittman, Jaden Reed, Josh Downs.
Let's go with Addison. I want to take, I know he's going to be suspended, but like I want to balance the bye weeks, and if he's the late season guy, and the other thing, I'm firmly aware. I think it's a lock. Minnesota, like if you check all the socials and stuff like that, Adam Thielen's heading to Mini. So I'm factoring all of that in, but Addison's been a huge touchdown maker, man. Like he's led their team in end zone targets. I think over the last 2 years have been like extremely involved in that. So as a wide receiver 4 and covering some bye week sins, I'm totally fine with it.
And if you look at like his nuclear, and like when we talk nuclear, we're talking about guys who go 30 or over. Like his ability to go 30 or over and spike is very important, especially in this range in these drafters tournaments, because that's the difference between like somebody who's going to be a flex play or wide receiver 3 to a guy who's going to be a top 10, top 5 wide receiver on weeks that you could really, really need it. So I love that stagger play. I understand that we're paying a premium for somebody who's going to be suspended for 3 weeks, but it's 3 weeks.
Disco, I'm also bearing the lead here because now I can force you to draft JJ McCarthy now as a stack mate. So now I'm just, it's all aces. It's all aces. He's not frozen, people. He's not frozen. Just want to throw that.
Okay, so like here's mine, right? Every time I have somebody who wants to come on and be like, I'll draft with you, I anticipate this is gonna happen. But like the fact that you are rubbing it in my face, like, geez, Louise.
Maybe we should draft the Minnesota starting quarterback. It's Aaron. Oh no, it's not Aaron Rodgers. It's not. Right.
But I mean, Jalen Warren might be a nice pick here on the way back, just so I can get. Don't do that. Let's blow past 5K. I'll be on later today. Chill, talk fantasy football and the cause. Hell yeah, Hoff. Hell yeah.
Let's go, baby.
I love the pushback that we had last time. It was unexpected that you would come on to the show, and you came on and you came spitting fire, and I hope that the fire that I was spitting was matching that energy, because that was really, really fun, man. Everyone should get to the FF Expo 26 so you can meet Debro and Disco. More so to meet Debro, like
meet you, bro. Shoot,
I'm a nobody, man. You are like the world's kindest human being, and I'm so grateful that like I had no idea what the hell George's was, and you're just like let's.
Oh, that was an electric night, Disco. You were in your prime, my man.
You said. Man, Hutchinson Brown, he'll be on tonight at like midnight or 1 a.m., which is okay. We're on the clock. But I'll tell my Hutchinson Brown story. I'm so impressed by that
Um,
young man.
All right, so where we're at, we don't have any quarterbacks. Thoughts on Fields
Fields.
here?
Yeah,
Thoughts on him?
I love that pick. Rushing
Okay,
upside, give it to me.
cool.
He's my QB8 this year, so I love
Yeah,
that pick.
it's all rushing and upside, and plus like late stacking and stuff like that. Like you don't
Yeah.
need to take G-Dub. Like we can go the Reynolds route. We can go Mason Taylor, which would fit perfectly with the premium tight end too. So just go in 2 tight ends here.
So I made this point prior, like a couple of weeks ago, that the New York Jets, we don't know who their wide receiver 2 is, right? Obviously, it could be Mason
Well,
Taylor.
I mean, I know who it is. It's Mason Taylor.
Yeah, it could be Mason Taylor, it could be Brees Hall. I need to ask you where you're at with Brees Hall, by the way. So let's parking lot that. But
Dude,
like you got Josh
Purdy.
Reynolds, Alan Lazard, a bunch of guys. Sleaze has been saying that like this Smith guy, and we're not going to say Malachi Corley because he burnt a bunch of people last year.
No Malachi.
You warned everybody. I remember that.
Tried.
So we're not going to say that name. But this Smith guy, I think it's a Yena Smith or Arian Smith, so something like that.
Yeah.
He's got some money. He's got some giddy up. He's got some explosive play upside. So if we're building a late stack and late correlation, I want to target that guy in round 20. I think that's a good opportunity for the back stack for sure.
Yeah, he'd be the field stretcher. He's got speed for days. Unfortunately, the dude is like the guy out of the replacements. He can't catch for anything, but he definitely could give you 2 spike weeks just based off of like shot plays alone, though. No doubt.
When you say that, I think of Jalen Hyatt immediately.
I mean, it's I'm not saying you're wrong in that comparison.
By the way, that was our intro last year. Was the jail song where they were all in jail and they were singing. At first, I was afraid.
Dude, I love that movie. The movie's so underrated. It's so many good people. I don't think people understand. John Favreau is in that movie. For everybody out there, like John Favreau is in the movie. He's the linebacker, the policeman. It's like insane in the movie, and it's like go back and you watch that, and you're like, "Oh my stars!"
Give me the ball. Give me the ball.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
All right, so we could target down Charbonnet, Shaheed, or we could just reach on Purdy and complete our stack here. What do you think?
I don't want to screw around with it. Let's just go Purdy.
Okay.
If we push him, some fool's gonna take him unstacked. You know how this goes.
Always, for sure. This is a weird draft for me, but I like how it's going because.
Well, and the other thing is too. I mean, we could be done at quarterback if we chose to be. At this point, considering where we're at. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Like, I mean, we're again like in best ball. I know it's kind of a overplayed statement, but it's real. Like draft like you're right. Like if both these guys stay healthy, they smash. They're both top 12 quarterbacks. Then I mean we're off to the races. James, thoughts on the 49ers offense, man? Where are you at with Purdy and Pearsall this year?
Oh, let's start with Pearsall. I've been screaming Pearsall all year.
Oh, you love to see it. You do. You love to see it.
When you look at him, it's not just where he was drafted, right? It's just how he runs his routes and all the improvements that he's made. In terms of Purdy hate, I don't get it. Look at all the quarterbacks that the San Francisco has gone through. Doesn't matter where he was drafted. The kid came on, he played, right? And long story short, I think 49ers, people are a little bit too down on them. Personally, with their easy schedule, I won't be surprised if they make the playoffs. Are they going to get past first? Probably not. But personally speaking, I'm taking that Purdy and Pearsall Kittle stack. I think it's just a stack that people are not talking about. And, when Ayuk comes back, I'm not sure he's going to be able to make that huge noise that we're used to seeing from Ayuk. But I think maybe towards the end of the season, we'll probably see it. But I do love Purdy, Kittle, Pearsall stack. It's one of my hidden, combos that you can say.
I love it. I love it, man. And I was surprised. Tell me this if this is early, because he's been the talk of all fantasy lately. Disco, Bill going in the 7th round. I mean, feels aggressive, and I'll say this because, but also for all the Bill haters out there, he's resting with the starters today. People, Chris Rodriguez is playing. This is notable. Jaden Higgins, baby.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. I'm glad we're
no brainer. I saw you had him at the top of the queue, and I was like, yes. We're drafting Higgins. Let's go. But dude, tell me your thoughts about Bill, because all people are out here hating on some Bill. It's just pushing back on hype. Like, oh no, it's Rodriguez, bro. Rodriguez was on this team last year. No shame against him. I love the player, but Washington buried him on the depth chart last year. He barely played, and you think they're trading away B-Rob and doing all of this because of Chris Rodriguez?
This is how I feel about Bill. I don't know if you're looking at the screen right now.
Oh, yeah,
so I also learned why they called him Bill. That's kind of concerning, but nevertheless, I was one of the first stands who posted about Bill shortly after the draft, early May, where I said Ja'Cory Cross-Merit is this year's Bucky Irving, and I think that
I got some receipts from May too, man. The Bill Hive is we were buzzing early, baby.
Oh, I mean, like, you look at my exposure in round 20, I have 19 shares with a 239 overall ADP. Right now, his ADP is skyrocketed above 160, and I'm okay picking him there because if I'm going to compare you to Bucky Irving, that means that I'm betting on you to take over at the end of the season. And he didn't take over at the end of the season. He's already taken over before the season's even started. Brian Robinson Jr. is no longer a factor. It's a great 1A, 1B punch with him and Austin Eckler. I love the one step and go in that outside zone scheme that Cliff Kingsbury is so famous for. And I love the 1-2 combination. And if anybody's argument is Chris Rodriguez, I got two things to say to you, and I almost channeled my inner Degeneration X response.
I thought I heard some Canadian come out there too. I got two things to say to you.
I got two things to say to you there, Boyle. But yeah, it's silly. It is absolutely silly for you to give Chris Rodriguez any merit. He's been in the NFL for 2 years. He's done the same thing the last 2 years. He's shown flashes in the preseason and during the regular season. People are like, why did I blow my fab on this guy? So we know what he is. We know what he has been. Ja'Cory Cross-Merit is one of the most explosive players on one of the most explosive offenses. It's a no-brainer. I love him as a day one flex, day one RB2 option. And I'm not comfortable picking him at this current inflation in best ball, but I can understand the rationale behind doing it. I just have a lot of exposure to him when he was completely free, so I have an advantage over everybody else. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to Knifey Spoonie with the super chat. He said, start stream with two of the goats. Check your donos. Well, let's check our donos.
Check them.
All right, we're going to refresh this. We are at $1,418 raised so far. Adrian Fidesz with a $69 donation. I love that.
Nice.
Sean Wilson, $25. Anonymous, $25. Pete Terranova, love you, buddy. He just donated $138. Hutchinson, guys, honestly, anything and everything counts. Thank you so much for your generosity. You guys are absolutely incredible, man. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. We do have a question here from Willie, but we'll make our pick first here. We need a running back. Scam scoutable.
Yeah. I heard what you were putting down there too, by the way.
Yeah. I'm glad that didn't go over your head. Your reflexes are incredibly fast. D-Bro, thoughts on AJ Barner, Seahawks fan here, and I think he's criminally underrated.
I mean, I don't know about criminally underrated. Like I'll say this. I think he's going to play in 12 personnel. I don't think it's crazy to say that he's in a handful of could possibly step into being one of the best blocking tight ends in the NFL this year. But I don't see the receiving upside. That's why they drafted Elijah Arroyo, and he's the guy with the sauce, man. So I like Barner. Look, I'm not tossing Barner shade. Thor, I know you're listening to me somewhere. Something's burning when I bring up AJ Barner. But with Elijah Arroyo, I think he's the guy to garner because he's the guy that's going to play wide. He's the guy that's going to be involved in the passing game and has the huge upside in that offense. Barner is going to be a much better NFL player than ever fantasy option. And there's no shade against that because the dude's a dog.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I just want to take a moment. And I hope that answers your question. Really, shout out to you. I know you're going to have all the tall boys tonight and probably be falling off of your bar stool.
Oh, yay.
I'm excited. That's my fellow Canadian there. He's good people. And I want to shout out another spectacular human, another fellow Canadian, one of my good friends, Liam McKinnon. He built the website for this event. It's at bigdraftenergy.com, highlighting all the sponsors, highlighting all the entire event. And he did it pro bono. And I know it was a lot of work, and I know I was very demanding. But I want to say that none of this is possible without you, brother. And thank you so much for your generosity to do this. And he's another person who was impacted by hospice and palliative care. And I'm sorry if I'm sharing your story publicly, but at a young age, he lost his mother to cancer. So this story, this situation, cancer, hospice care, it affects everybody and anybody. And if you have not been affected, like I hope and I pray that you never go through it, but I also hope that your empathy is big enough to head over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel, be part of the conversation, and want to do something and donate something to help out any and every way possible. D-Bro, help me out here. Tootin, Demario Douglas, those are my two.
Tootin.
Yeah.
We got to catch up at running back some.
Yeah, we do.
We're looking pretty good. How many wide receivers we got so far, Disco?
We got 5.
We got 5. Okay. And yeah, so we just need to be thoughtful about no more week 14 or 6 buys for wide receivers and kind of spread the bye weeks because I am a bye week bro.
Good call on that.
But I mean, we've layered bye weeks perfectly with running back so far. So I feel like this is the time, like around this next turn, we go back to the wide receiver realm.
Okay. So
I see your boy there. We can't pick him. He's a week 14.
Yeah.
I see your boy.
I wanted him.
Darn. Good darn.
Good
it's
catch.
like somebody thought about that. Darn.
Good catch. 49ers are winning the NFC West. You're welcome. Okay, Hoff.
We'll see. We'll see, Hoff. Hoff is a 49er stand. So, I mean, I don't hate it. It just depends on the defense, man.
Slee says 10-3, third place on pickleball tournament. His balls are now pickled, guys. Tourney baby on the way home to shower up. And I'm in. Sounds good. You got the link, brother. Whenever you want. Shout out to Slee's Bum, guys. If you're not subscribed, fix your life. He's one of the greatest humans on the planet. And
shout out to
I think he's pretty good at fantasy football too. What's up, James?
Yeah, so just wanted to also tell everyone, whether you're donating $1, $200, $500, we definitely appreciate everything that's coming in. So for your donation, we will have 2 signed jerseys. We will also have 2 rookie cards already graded that we're going to raffle off. So please keep the donations coming and just appreciate everyone joining us. Out.
Appreciate that, James. What about Bryce, D-Bro? Because Dobbs is gone.
Did Dobbs go?
Yeah, so we got Ayuk, Trey Harris, Hollywood, Kyle Williams, Pat Bryant is somebody who I like.
At this point in the draft, why don't we take a shot on Trey Harris just because the injury upside? Because I feel like wide receiver is drying up super fast, man.
I don't disagree. It would have been nice to complete that Bryce Young stack.
We could, though. We could push him. I mean, because we have Ted. He might make it around the turn, though.
Yeah. So, I mean, we did settle that we're comfortable going with 2 quarterbacks here, and it wasn't a priority. I do like that you attack Trey Harris here. I like that his value keeps on being pushed down and down and down and down.
Dude, if Keenan Allen gets hurt or QJ gets hurt, it's immediately we're wheels back up and he's starting in 3 wide sets. So,
absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, as much as he's dipped and as much as I've dropped him in ranks, it takes literally one injury and there goes Bryce. Yep. And I'm sure they took Bryce unstacked because, that's how it goes a lot of times. Watch.
I mean,
I promise you.
We have Tet, so that's his QB2. I mean, he has built good correlation around Buffalo. I will give him that. And he looks like he knows what he's doing. So it's just a QB2, his contingency plan. It's not a bad contingency plan. He fell by 10 spots.
Yeah, he fell 10 spots. Pull up wide receiver again because I kind of feel like – so we're at how many wide receivers right now, Disco?
6.
All right. I got one more guy down here that I'm curious if he makes it around. I don't want to shout his name. I'm going to put it in our private chat if he makes it around here.
Sounds good. You're aware that I love how aware you are about how much we get sniped in these drafts. So
I mean, dude, and a lot of people like tune into this, so they hop into these drafts as soon as you kick it live. So I mean, like you see it happen too many times if you stream long enough. So.
All right, I just responded in the private chat.
Okay,
I don't hate that call. All right, okay. So we got.
I'd say we probably like shoot for him in like round 17, go above ADP. But yeah, I agree with you on that.
I got you. Okay, our stacks overrated. This is from Greg Kellogg, guys. First valid
No.
Sports Writer Association Hall of Famer. He says, "Are stacks overrated? Do they
Nope.
cost you in more games than they benefit you?"
A lot of sharper people than myself have done a lot of in-depth work on this. Stacks are not overrated. They're not overrated in DFS. They're not overrated in best ball. You can see it year over year over year, and the numbers hold it up. Now, I'm not telling people to, stack your quarterback with 4 wide receivers and stuff. Are we on the clock? No. That's before.
We are now.
Okay, now we are. Who you feeling here, Disco?
Pat
Bryant. Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or I'm okay with Najee Harris. I would prefer Najee Harris here.
Really?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
he's still gonna get involved in the running game whenever he comes back, and I think
that's fine.
He's gonna have some spike week upside with touchdown equity, and I'm okay with betting on that. I do love Pat Bryant, but if Pat Bryant doesn't come back to us, I'm okay taking.
Well, the other thing is, like, how often is he hitting our lineup too? Considering he's our wide receiver, 7?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I want a running back with upside, and I think the discount
That's
we're
fine.
getting for Najee Harris is incredible. I think
and he could be the bridge to Tootin. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
He could be the bridge to one of these guys with early season production.
And he doesn't overlap on any of the bye weeks, and we know
That's
that
It's a good call.
We know that team is going to run the ball early and often because that's what a Greg Roman offense does. Hey, Sleaze, good to see you. I'll take it from an initial Bill hater. It's easy, Bill, over Rodriguez. Hey, man, Joe Carlton and I, shout out to him. We had a big clash over Ja'Cory Krosky-Mayer, and I'm glad that he's come around. Disco and Debro were the only reasons I started drafted JCM over a month ago. Glad I listened to these sharp fellas. I appreciate you, man. Make sure you get some Efton Chisholm in your lineups because Chisholm is Chisholm.
I knew you had to get it in at least once, right? At least once. So, James, how much have you heard about Efton Chisholm over the last few months from Disco? I think we've all heard it.
No comment.
The high road.
Hey, Chisholm is Chisholm. I actually got interviewed by Johnny Tuma. Shout out to him. He'll be on later on.
You need a tank top or a shirt of that. You realize that at this point, right? Disco?
Oh yeah, that and Travion Henderson. I was like the original Travion Henderson stand. This is like pre-draft, early draft.
Oh, so you're just gonna wear Patriots shirts all the time? Is that?
I already do. I'm a diehard.
I know. I was fixing to say.
Yeah. Or I should get like a University of Texas. But I got interviewed about like being the original Efton and Chisholm, like the founder of the Efton Chisholm fan base. I tried to tell Debro about him early, and I know you were familiar with his work, and you liked his work, but you thought I was like, it's a white player that often fits in the Josh McDaniels scheme, and you're like Lan Larson, and I don't know who Lan Larson is. I look him up. This guy looks like a porn star. Yeah. All right. Wandell, Rashad White, or we can take our second tight end with Mason Taylor here and complete correlation.
Let's take Mason.
Good call. And then I got Sleaze in here, but I need to add a camera slot. So I think we did it here. Perfect.
Damn, Sleaze, you still got the sun from the pickleball court on you, buddy.
What's good, boys?
Been out there hoofing it, man. How many rounds did you have on the pickleball court?
We went 10-3. We played good.
Good Lord.
Pretty good. I'm tired.
Man's putting in work.
Trying to get in shape, man.
I think I did a good job editing this. Sleaze, why don't you introduce yourself to the folks who are tuning in? We have 1,206 people watching us on both X and YouTube. Holy shit. If all of you guys came over to the YouTube side, we will crush our $5,000 donation marker just by you guys watching us on YouTube. Just an FYI.
Where's the link? I need to send it to my wife and mom here.
For what, the GoFundMe?
Yeah.
Check out my timeline, Sleaze. I just retweeted it.
All right. And I also just put in the private chat. Yeah. So if all of you guys came here, it costs you nothing to subscribe, costs you nothing to watch, costs you nothing to like the video. If all of you guys, the 1,200 plus people on X, came to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel and watched the stream, even if you guys did it for an hour, 2 hours, we would be well over our goal of $5,000. You guys did it for an hour, 2 hours. Oh shit! Somebody's got me up. All right, let's catch up with the chat. By the way, guys, this is Sleaze Bomb. He's my business partner. That's my friend.
Oh, my bad, catching up.
You're good. That's my partner and my brother. You can catch him on Sleaze Bomb at YouTube. His balls are pickled, and we're about to make a pick here. So I think we're done at tight end. I think we're done at quarterback, running back, or wide receiver. The guys who I'm looking at here is Keaton Mitchell. I would love.
Is my dude still out there? We talked about in the private chat, or did he go?
He's definitely out there. I'll pull him up for you. Okay, we're done at wide receiver now. I believe. No, we got 7, so we still have room. So I think we could go to 28882 here.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And the reason I wanted to take Coker here is only because I still feel pretty good about all the running back options that are available to us in those final few rounds, man. I feel like it's not too picked over, whereas like wide receivers, like you get to the point where you're really having to do some mental gymnastics and backflips to like talk yourself into some of them.
Yeah. Cam Scatterbo runs so hard into contact. Hope he learns a bit of patience or he's going to be wrecked in a few years. Scam Scatterbo. 4 tutties last year in limited work behind Fam.
It's Barner. Yeah.
Rio says, what's Rashee Rice's price tag in Dynasty? Sleaze. James, Debro, what do you guys think?
Plus like a
1.5 plus a second.
You're saying a top 5 pick and a second?
Yeah, he's still a heavy price.
Okay. Wow.
I mean, I'd say like a first and a third. We're not far apart. I think it depends. He's one of those guys that's going to depend on your league. You probably see some varying prices on him. I don't disagree on it.
Hoff says porn stars have feelings too.
Everybody's got feelings.
Everybody's got feelings. Chisholm hits before Kyle Williams does. I like that a lot, Joe.
Wow.
That is spicy. I like that.
The quiet shade on Kyle Williams. Jeez.
It's my shade on Kyle.
Here comes 200 from the Sleaze family. Donate up, boys.
Let's go.
Thank you, Sleaze. I appreciate you, man. James, how far should you drop former Buckeyes because they went to that school down south?
Wow. Speaking of Ohio State shade, jeez,
that hurts. Bro,
we're on a show together, James. What's
that
good, man?
hurts.
That's a go. That's a go blue. Stand.
Yeah, no kidding. I respect Greg too much for me to respond. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna take it.
You are the ultimate Canadian taking the high road. All right, what you like here, D-Bro?
What do we need? Wide receiver or running back? Where do you want to go?
We have room for 1 more wide receiver, 3 more running backs. Our options at running back are Woody Marks, Rojo, Sean Tucker, Giddens, your guy, my guy, Colin Manung guy.
We can go. I mean, running back's still fine. Let's push it. Let's go wide receiver for this one.
Malik Washington, Jalen Noel. I know you want
Jalen Noel, baby.
No, it's Noel.
And it's Noel.
Noel.
It's Noel.
No, is it Noel?
It is Noel. It's like the bag. Which universe? Marvel. Noel. Null is how you say it. Noel.
But it's spelled Noel.
I know.
Are you a Marvel guy, D-Bro?
I'm just telling you. Like,
this is a guy who just knows a lot of French Canadians, and we're offended by the enunciation of what we call, Santa here.
I'm just the messenger. Okay? I'm just the messenger. I'm not telling you like it's how it should be. I'm just telling you.
Null isn't as bad as what Sleaze does with Achan's last name. Just doesn't make any sense. Seth Wall says it's Achan.
A cane?
Yeah, he said Achan. It's not even close. Hi, sister. Hello, Nat.
Hello.
All right,
Please,
Seth
you
Wall
got a question or something you threw in there? Sorry.
I said, are you a Marvel guy?
Yes, sir.
I'm a Marvel guy too. I like that. Yep.
I don't think you're a guy unless you're a Marvel guy. Grade this trade PPR league 10-man. Okay, 10-man PPR, 3 wide receivers. Seth Wallace, 1 flex league. I got Nico, Kenneth Walker. That's a great start there. Olave, Swift. I gave Bijan, Devonta Smith.
What do you mean?
I have Bijan, Devonta Smith. Okay. I should probably look at the. Can you phrase that where I'm not gonna just rephrase it, please? Could I ask a question about my draft? I draft in 10 minutes. Absolutely, Doctor. In here. I have 101 in a 14-man half PPR super flex. Is the pick Josh Allen or Jamar?
It's Josh Allen.
Quarterback. Josh Allen.
Super flex. Don't screw around. Go with your
Josh Allen.
Yeah. Don't get cute with it.
Yeah. No. I was telling my kids about this stream with my daughter. Okay, we got to add another camera slot. Sleaze, do you mind reading that one?
I was telling my kids about the stream. My daughter said, tell your friend he's a really good guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. What you're doing is bigger than fantasy football. I agree. Make sure you guys donate, even if it's $1, man. It goes a long ways.
Does.
Welcome to the stream, Jeremy. I'm going to fix the camera slots, but we're on the clock right now. We need a running back, D,
We
bro.
need a running back. Your guy, my guy.
Comment on guy. I love it. All right, hold on. Jeremy, welcome to the stream. I'm just going to slide you up here so people can see your face while I create another.
Pope? What's up?
Yellow.
Beautiful, sexy
How are you?
human. Replacing Disco here, man. We got some sex appeal on the show here.
Jeez, I just kicked him right off his own stream.
No.
at
I'm going to
that.
go off. So you
Oh,
guys
no,
can
God,
kinda-
there he is.
We're
Oh, God.
Right when I get here, James. All right,
Listen,
Like Beetlejuice,
I
if you say his name too many times, he pops back up.
I just got to do this on the fly, and I'll continue to do this on the fly. Jeremy, welcome to the show. Thank you for wanting to pop on and help support a great cause. Talk ball, want to draft with us, and just give your insight as to why this is important to you, or if you're even familiar with the concept. Knifey, I appreciate you on that comment, man. 5,000 gold. Let's hit it, says the guys. Updog, shout out to Updog. He'll be on for the second year straight during the graveyard shift from 3 a.m. to hopefully forever, because I don't really have anybody during that time span. If you guys are not familiar with his work, he is one of the most successful, greatest best ball drafters on the planet. Finishing second in this tournament, not once but twice, and he's just brilliant and as sharp as all can be. Have Sleaze say Kelsey. Oh, Kels. Any names to look for on the way back? Thinking in the Taylor, Jacobs, Kyron, JSN type area. Not Kyron, that's for sure, but I'm okay with any of the other names you just gave. What about you guys?
Okay, so I'll go first on this one because I'm working on almost finalizing the playoff run as well. So if you take a look at Jacobs, he's going to have a very, very juicy year. However, if you take a look at his playoff schedule, it's something that I've been saying. He's going to face two very tough run defense. And if you take a look at Jacobs' passing receptions targets, it's been coming down in the last 2 years. So if you are drafting Jacob, please, he's a trade high candidate before the playoffs.
Wow.
I love that.
Interesting.
I love that.
Because they play Chicago, Baltimore, Minnesota.
D-Bro, check private chat.
Oh, dude, the two of my favorite things. Let's just live in the moment, baby. Let's go Brashard Smith, lean into PPR.
All right. I hate that I know you so freaking well.
Yeah.
I know your two favorite guys.
Pope, you tell me thoughts, man. What are your I got to get you up in here, man. Like what are your thoughts on Brashard Smith this year?
I mean, I don't dislike it. In that situation, I'd probably go Brashard Smith over Jarquez Hunter. I think that the Rams backfield will be messier in this situation. I mean, the Chiefs could be messy, but I feel like Brashard Smith's the only one that really brings a significant passing upside outside of Kareem Hunt. But like we've seen, Kareem Hunt's kind of at the tail end there. I could easily see where they're going to lean into Brashard Smith. He's kind of that guy that Andy Reid likes, the manufactured touches. We've seen it with Jerick McKinnon, especially in a best ball format. Like that's easy gold that late in a draft. Then Jarquez Hunter feels like the grinder a little bit in that backfield. Than if Kyron went down, it's going to be both him and Corum. I think they'll still use Corum. So yeah, I like Smith. I think it's interesting. I wouldn't count long-term dynasty value to him. I don't know if he's really going to be secured there, but I do think that he could find a role here alongside Pacheco enough to be semi-viable on a weekly basis, but likely more of a best ball play or injury.
Yeah, three spike weeks with Patty Mahomes. I'm here for it.
So I mean,
I agree. I would say Hunter would have if the injury goes down, I think Hunter will outproduce Corum and have a better, season outcome redraft wise. I would think Brashard Smith definitely best ball. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the numbers here that were pretty telling about. I'm just pulling it up because there's a lot to.
Don't start hating on Kyron with the practice.
I'm not hating on Kyron. Right?
Where are you thinking? We're almost in the clock. Where are you thinking? This last. There we go. Last pick. All right, let's go. I'm down. The fact that he is still available in the final round of best ball drafts is kind of crazy to me. I mean, I'm being honest. Like I just keep drafting him, dude.
So when I look at the Rams rushing offense and the Rams rushing situation, efficiency is what stands out the most. And the easiest way to tell that somebody was touchdown efficient, but not efficient in any other statistical category, is by looking at the yards per carry metric. And last year, the Rams were at 3.9 yards per carry, which was second worst in the NFL. If you're looking at his receiving rate, he was one of the bottoms in the NFL. There's 32 teams. He was ranked 37th on his pass catching efficiency and explosive metric. So when I'm looking at Kyron Williams, you see in all the coach speak indexes, Jarquez Hunter is there to make this offense explosive and to continue to make this offense explosive. Do I think that he's going to replace Kyron Williams? I think it would be a disservice to fantasy football fans to think that he's going to replace him and even claim that he's going to replace him, because ultimately they just paid the man. But in round 20, the upside is there, especially to spell Kyron Williams and to have those explosive, efficient metrics bumped up, because there's a reason why they brought him in. So I love Jarquez Hunter as a round 20 click, and I love the lineup we built here, D-Bro. It's a pretty shit. That's a close up.
Too much of me. Too much of me.
No. Get me off the screen.
So let's look at our lineup. Let's break it down. Chat, I want you guys to grade it. We went with a 2-8-8-2 roster construction. This was 100% a 50-50 build, a 50-50 split between D-Bro and I. I enjoyed drafting this.
So we win the millie. We're splitting that 50-50.
So
hell yeah, man.
Cover the taxes and Canadian disco.
Yeah, I mean, and then I got you, baby. I got you. So we go 2-8-8-2 here, right? Justin Fields, Brock Purdy. We got Bucky Irving as our hero running back. We then took Tony Pollard, Scam Scatabo, Bashal Tootin, Najee Harris, your guy, my guy, Kalman guy, Brashard Smith, Jarquez Hunter. And I love that we have a lot of rookie talent here, because this is one of the greatest rookie classes we've seen in a really long time at the running back position. And we saw what a bunch of the later rookie wide receivers were able to do in fantasy football last year. So I love that we built this. A lot of guys with a lot of upside. We just need one or two to hit. And I think Najee Harris will find the end zone. My wide receiver one, no matter what, it was Brian Thomas Jr. It's a non-negotiable for me. I need Brian Thomas Jr. in almost any and every fantasy football lineup. He's my guy I projected for wide receiver one this year. Tedero McMillan. We got Ricky Pearsall correlated with Brock Purdy. We got Jordan Addison, Jaden Higgins, Trey Harris, Jalen Coker, and we got Jalen Noel. So I love that we invested in Noel. I love that we invested in two rooms with two wide receivers where you typically don't see a lot of offenses invest. Just because we don't have correlation with their quarterbacks doesn't mean we can't invest in the high upside in a high passing, high implied point total situation. So I love that. We got more correlation here with George Kittle to go along with Brock Purdy, and then Mason Taylor finishing off a correlation piece with Justin Fields. Panel, what do you guys grade this? We'll start with you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think you got a nice mix of the upside swings balanced with what should be fairly productive players. I think it's a little heavy on the rookies. A little bit of unsurety in that back half of that wide receiver room, but huge opportunity there with Pearsall, right? And Higgins potentially. I'm a little bit more of the Kirk side of that passing attack at the moment, but I really like Tet where you got him. I think Tet paired with Brian Thomas Jr. is a really good opportunity. You have huge opportunity, like we just talked about there at the back half of that running back room with Brashard Smith and Jarquez Hunter in the best ball format. I think taking shots like this in this roster is really good in a large form best ball format, just because the safe plays aren't going to win this tournament. Like, you're not going to get the Jacoby Myers, Khalil Shakirs. Like, yes, they're great weekly assets for rosters, but like in this format, like you can easily pass up on them for some of these other types of players. I think Addison's going to have a pretty big year. I think McMillan's going to have a big year. And if Pearsall is really that guy in that passing attack, he should have a big year with all the injuries and question marks around that offense. So I'm in on it. I like it. I still like Trey Harris too as a sneaky guy who's fallen pretty far. I'm actually in a best ball for Polly's playoff as well right now, and Harris is available still. And I think we're in like 19th or 18th round. And I'm like, ooh, I hope he falls, because like just in general, like the upside, he's going to be a big play guy. He's going to be hard to count on weekly, but pairing between him and Kendra Lambert-Smith, like that's their go-to deep balls. Like Keenan Allen doesn't hurt Trey Harris as much as he hurts Ladd McConkey because of the way the offense is going to run. He's going to take both from both, but like you're not going to see Keenan Allen go run a 50-yard bomb. That's still going to be Trey Harris and Lambert Smith. And then depending on Johnston when he comes back. So I like this. I think it's a good roster, a lot of upside. The only one I'm not in on is the Bucky Irving pick. I just don't believe totally in Bucky Irving. I think that you're still going to see a lot of Rashad White. So I think it's good in best ball. I think he's just a little overpriced. I think we're getting him kind of at a ceiling. But I do feel like it's pretty safe. Like I think he's going to finish right in that territory. Just kind of like I could see where he's a little bit less than like running back 8. I don't know exactly where he went here, but.
So here at Big Draft Energy, what we do is we always grade it, right? And we kind of do like that useless grade at the end of your Yahoo draft or mock draft, where like the higher you grade, usually the worse your team does. So A+ being a great draft, F being an F. What would you grade mine and D-Bro's draft here? And we're just gonna go across the panel and finish off with D-Bro's takes.
I will say, do I give out pluses like in high school? C+?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
with
say B-. I'll go. I think it's good. I think that there isn't a safe option in here that I love, but I will. I do like it. I think there's a lot of upside. I don't know. There's got to have a lot of cards fall right to win it, but I think it's a decent roster.
I love that. Sleaze, what do you grade it, buddy?
First of all, before we jump in, shout out Mama Sleaze. Love you. Thank you for the donation. I know you're watching. You didn't have to do that. Go out of your way. It means the world.
Love it.
Was that Debo's? We were looking at the 2882. I thought that was yours.
No, that's both of ours.
We
That's
drafted the team together.
That's one of the better drafts. That's a high upside team. That's an A- roster, 2882. You have every position covered, very balanced. And I like the rookie upside swing a lot in best ball.
I love that. By the way, if anybody can contact Jim Coventry and let him know that we're waiting for him, that would be great because he's supposed to be on at 1 p.m. I hope everything's okay with him. James, what do you grade it, buddy? You're muted.
I got that draft at B. I kind of wanted to see a little bit more upside with the running backs, but I think you've drafted I'm pretty high on Cam. So if he comes around, I think the running back room might be covered. But I love your wide receiver, just like Jeremy. It's what I've been preaching, right? I still think Bucky is just going way too high. Same with Chase Brown. So I give it a solid B. And then when the panel's done, I'd just like to say something, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure. By the way, thank you, Mrs. Fevold. You didn't have to, but you did. Thank you. Sleaze, you didn't have to, but you did. If somebody's playing music in the background, can you please turn it off? Because it's very, very, very loud. Thank you. All right. D-Bro.
I went the wrong direction.
D-Bro, what do you grade it?
My wife's just rocking out.
Hey, man, you got to on a Saturday.
It's a Saturday.
I mean, I give it an A- B+. Like I thought, I really liked our draft. I would have. I think it's very high variance team, but very solid. Like we built across all of it, but leaning into a lot of the rookies. I mean, again, going down to this, man, like with this type of field size, you got to draft like you think you're right, and you got to lean into the risk and stuff like that. So I'll lean A-. But the other part about this is with this team and stuff too, we gave ourselves a lot of outs with stacking partners and stuff. So would you feel better if this team maybe had 3 quarterbacks or 3 tight ends? Possibly, but that's not going to win all of it. You know what I mean? You're going to beat this type of field size. You're going to have to get a crap ton right. That's just best ball in general. And I'll push back on the Bucky Irving stuff just a little bit.
I love Bucky.
I mean,
he's top 3 upside.
I keep saying it. We were all comfortable and fine, and everybody was talking about last year. Tell me how this situation is different than Devon Achane. Tell me. Split backfield, uber efficient. Last year when he was the lead back, he was the RB6, and he was doing this playing 50% of the snaps. If that number goes up into the low 60s this year, he was the RB6 last year, and everybody's forecasting Baker to take a step back. Unless you're forecasting the Buccaneers offense to be way worse, if we're all forecasting Baker to take a step back with regression, with passing touchdowns, where the hell y'all think these touchdowns are going to go? They're either not going to score them or they're going to go to the ground game. So it's like, if that happens for Bucky, he's got top 3 upside this year. If he takes more of that backfield away from Rachaad White.
He's one of my favorite picks. It's crazy. If people are out on Bucky, I love him.
I just don't understand how we can square people pumping up Devon Achane last year, but this is the exact same case, but everybody's kind of hesitant on Bucky Irving.
Christian Wirfs avoided the pup too.
Keyword on the everybody, Derek. All right.
Just saying,
I was not pumping Devon Achane, and I was not pucking Bucky Irving. Okay. I don't know. I think that there's still Rachaad White involved in that backfield. I don't think that they get to 60-40. I also expect more Sean Tucker. Like, they're talking up Sean Tucker like he's, finally where they want him.
I think that's Coach
So,
C.
like,
they're not going to crap.
It is a little bit. I don't think it's enough to, like, threaten Bucky Irving to all of a sudden be like running back 20. Like, I'm not that crazy. I just don't know if you get him. I think he's going to be borderline running back 1. I think you see enough touches from Sean Tucker. I do think you see the whole offense regress a little bit. I do think you see then also Rachaad White still involved enough to be a pain in the butt. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't think it's a full, like, I'm not avoiding Bucky Irving, like, but I just am avoiding him in the case of, like, I think he's a little bit too high.
Sorry
There's other players.
Jeremy, sorry to interrupt, and please keep cooking. But I need you to queue up to the Drafters NFL Best Ball Championship main event right now. I just queued up. We're at 2 out of 12, so we're going to keep this Draft-A-Thon thing going. We are queued up for the next lobby, guys. Sorry for the interruption there, Jeremy. But
no, you're good.
And
I'm talking about the top one. How am I going about?
The 20 NFL Best Ball Championship main event. Make sure you join Fast Draft as well.
Let me jump in real quick here. You don't think they're gonna they phased Rachaad White out? You don't think they're gonna kind of use him as trade bait this year?
They didn't really totally phase him out.
Is a better kind of running back in my opinion. He's more of a
actually in the second half of the season, he saw more touches per game than he did in the first half. Rachaad White did.
Did he really?
He saw less passing attempts. It was more Bucky Irving, but he saw more carries. It was only like a couple touches. But he was basically the same. They just kind of flip-flopped roles. They kind of used Rachaad White more as like the grinder.
Rachaad White saw a little more. Had 9 carries in the last 3 games.
But in the back half of the season. So if you use directly in the half of it if you want to say the last 3 weeks, but in the back half of the second half of the season. So you split the season down the middle. They were basically the exact same workload.
Trent, we just queued up for the Drafters main. If you could do that, guys, let me take a moment to introduce this very, very special guest. This is Trent Hoare. He is the Hoare. He's the sponsor and the founder and the sorry, our lobby just filled, Trent. So you're going to help me draft my lineup here, but we'll get you in the next one. He is the founder. He is the main sponsor of this event. He is the person who invested in sending me to the Fantasy Football Expo to go to the Fantasy Football Expo and network for this event, for this fundraiser. This is the man, one of the most generous and kindest human beings that you could ever meet on the planet. His name is Trent. He is the founder of Bull Rush Sports. And before we go into what Trent's involvement is here, we're just going to play a little video about Bull Rush, our key sponsors and main sponsors of this event. Trent, thank you for coming on. Let me just play this real quick for the fan jam.
What's up, folks? Big Draft Energy here from Football Heaven, Canton, Ohio, and I'm here with Bull Rush. And football is back, and it's better than ever. We got 20 weeks of pure chaos. It's going to be a huge 100K NFL Survivor Tournament. Make sure you guys sign up today on bullrush.com. Get on the action. Let's get weird. What's up?
All right, Trent, welcome to the show. We are in a draft, but I want you to take the time and the moment to talk about your brand. Debro, I know that you need to jet, so if you need to step out, brother, thank you so much for everything that you do. Okay, you're good to stay. Okay.
Yeah,
Trent,
I'm good. I'm good. Give Trent his flowers, baby.
Yeah, hell yeah. So Trent, thank you so much. Shout out to Bull Rush. Shout out to our main key sponsors of this event. Without you guys, this event literally would not be possible. It is absolutely incredible for you to come on. If you want to share your screen to show the folks what we're doing and talk about Bull Rush and introduce Bull Rush by all means, but the floor is yours. And everybody in the chat, put W Trent or W Bull Rush. Spam that, please and thank you, because these guys are absolutely incredible. Shout out to the Fantasy Football Advantage for a $49.99 super chat. Please, guys, save your donations for the GoFundMe, please. But thank you. Very, very generous donation from you as well. Trent, floor is yours, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Thanks for having me on. Apologies again for being late. For some reason, I had it marked as 2 p.m. Eastern time. And so we were actually at the Science Museum in Fort Lauderdale, racing back when you texted. We literally just got home when you texted. But, thanks for having me on. Love the show. Looking forward to drafting, hopefully, with you guys if I can get into the next one. But for those that don't know what Bull Rush is, what Bull Rush does is we blend fantasy sports and sports betting into what I like to call fantasy betting. It's very similar to opening up a traditional sports book. The biggest difference is you're not betting real money, you're betting virtual money. So imagine like a poker tournament, you either join a free or paid entry competition. We give you a virtual bankroll. You then go place real bets with that virtual bankroll, money lines, totals, over-unders, player props, single pick slips, parlays. And then you compete against other competitors with your virtual money, and whoever has the largest bankroll at the end wins the prize, the cash prize at the end of the competition. And so the big thing that we have going on this season is our NFL Survivor competition. That is 20 rounds. Rounds 1 through 19 follow the NFL regular season, and then round 20 is for the entire NFL playoffs. You need to be in the top 80% each week to continue progressing. So your bankroll has to be in the top 80%. Otherwise, you're eliminated and you're out of that competition. And then the cash prize. So round 20 has $95,000 worth of prizes with 50 grand going to the winner. And then rounds 10 through 19 each have weekly prizes of $1,000 with $500 going to the winner. So it's pretty competitive. Apologies, I just had a dog walk in.
You're good.
It's pretty competitive. And it's one of those fun things. We think it's going to be the next big thing. In the industry, you have straight fantasy, you have, companies like Underdog that do over-unders, but nobody is really taking that, the elements of fantasy football and sports betting and combining them the way we did. And so we saw a gap in the market for participants, and we wanted to, fill that gap with this type of competition.
Well, I appreciate you for starters coming on, because I know that you thought you were on that too. So thank you for coming on so soon and making sure that you prioritize coming on here. Secondly, I know that this concept is very cool and very unique, and I'm very excited to dominate and win the 100K in this. And I challenge anybody to put their picks against mine and Sleaze's picks, because we're the guys, and we know our
Come
stuff.
and get it.
Yeah, come and get it, baby. If you guys want to sign up, make sure you guys sign up on Bull Rush. The link is in the description. Use the guys FF to get $5 off. Trent, thank you so much for sponsoring this event, being the key sponsor. Thank you so much for sending me to Canton to network for this event, and also to meet this beautiful gentleman who just hopped on the stream, Mr. Jim Coventry, a man who needs no introduction, but nevertheless, I will still ask you to introduce yourself to all the folks here, because we are talking ball while we're doing a live draft, but I feel like it's more important that people get to know these legends, these very special people in the organization who go above and beyond to support events like this. And Jim, you're one of the main guys who without a doubt just said, let me help whenever, however I can. So thank you so much for popping in. Please introduce yourself to the folks who have not had the privilege to familiarize themselves with your work.
Thanks. I'm thrilled to be a part of this. It means the world to be invited to be on this and to share. I'm Jim Coventry from RotoWire. You catch me at Jim Coventry NFL on the X. You can hear me on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio on the weekends. That's probably enough about me.
I don't think we can ever talk enough about you. You're absolutely brilliant. Will you be queuing up and drafting with us?
So I do have an XM show at the top of the hour, but if there's a draft that's outside of that, let me know and I can do it.
Not a problem. I mean, what I could do right now is I could queue up for a second draft because I am going to be up for 24 hours. I need to make sure I just draft fantasy football like it's Crank. I don't know if you guys watched the movie Crank, but that's going to be my energy and my joltage and my adrenaline to keep myself awake for these 24 hours. Thank you so much for coming on. Now, I do want to start a discussion, right? Because I feel like we have so many minds here. What's up, James?
Sorry, before discussion, I just got to step out a bit, but I just want to say hello to the legend, one of my favorite guys, Mr. Coventry. So good to have you on here, man. Just nice to meet Trent. We said hello at the Expo, man. Really, really appreciate what you've done, man. But just before I go, part of the giveaway is a top 2 stacks. I don't know if you guys can see it.
I want to see him.
Okay, top 2 stacks. This is for you, Sleaze. It's not Dart and Neighbors.
Dart and Neighbors and Dynasty.
Right here, buddy. Joe Burrow and Chase. Top stack. That's part of the giveaway, folks. But you guys have your discussion. I am honored. I'll see you guys in a bit.
I love you, buddy. Thank you so much for all that you do and all that you guys continue to do. And I think we're giving away an entry, Trent, if I'm not mistaken, to the Bull Rush tournament. So we'll figure that out shortly. And we're also giving away I'm on the clock again. I'm going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. here. 3 players with week 8 buys. We are off to a good start. We are selling right now. All right, and then I might as well just take Devontae Adams and just really screw myself here, right? Or Kyron Williams. But we'll take Jalen Hurts and pivot. Okay, so here's the deal, guys. It's one of my favorite topics of discussion, one of my favorite debate items here. I've been very adamant on the side that I've been bullish on, and I know a lot of people have been stands on the other side. It's the age-old debate: who is the tight end 1 this year in fantasy football? Is it Brock Bowers? Is it Trey McBride? Is it George Kittle coming out of nowhere and choke slamming the top 2 like he's the big show? Who is your tight end 1 and why? Please, whoever wants to go first and make your point, by all means, go for that as well. And I'm going to queue up in another drafters main right now. So if you guys want to queue up and draft with us so I can get this cranking out, it is a draft-a-thon. And once again, guys, drafters is going to donate $20 USD, which is 25 Canadian, which is where I reside, for everybody who signs up today using promo code DISCO to double their first deposit between $25 to $50 and enters a draft. So once again, guys, this is why it's a draft-a-thon, because we can draft and donate simultaneously. So I'm entering in another one. We're in the drafters main. We're at 5 out of 12. Trent, if you want to hop into that one, please do so.
Drafters main.
Do you want us to take this around the horn, Disco, starting with Jim? Our thoughts on tight end?
Whoever is just the most passionate about this, just go. Jim,
What's up, Jim?
Yeah, hey, Derek, good to see you again. So
You
look,
too,
real
brother.
easy. The Cardinals went to a 2 tight end base starting in week 5 last year. They fixed their offense. From that time on, Bowers was outscored by McBride the rest of the way. And then from their week 10 and 11 buys between the two of them, McBride outscored Bowers by 2 PPR points per game. That whole Cardinals offense is predicated around getting McBride open. There's nobody added to that offense. McBride was better for most of the year last year. And I know for the season, it was about 1 point a game. It's been McBride. It's going to be McBride. Now, somehow if Kittle, because of the receiver injuries, somehow if the receivers are out and he goes up from that 94 targets to 120, look out.
I love that. D-Bro, Cook.
Oh, baby. It's McBride. It has been McBride. It's still McBride. Everything that Jim laid out here. This is just simple for me. If the touchdowns happen this year with the volume and the fact that he is the true number 1 option in that passing offense, this is easy McBride. And I think we're going to flip over the cards at the end of the season and wonder why we weren't drafting Trey McBride in the first round like we did with Kelsey in the previous years. So totally here for it. And for everybody that's continued to do these drafts, just going to throw out a nugget right now that happened in the preseason right now. RJ Harvey, not J.K. Dobbins, starting running back with the first team today. So, not saying that R.J. Harvey's ADP needs to go any higher. Just going to say, if you want to draft the real starting running back for the Denver, that's it, baby. But I'm going to hop off with all these takes here, too. Got to get to the fam on the Saturday. Disco, love you, brother. Bless everybody here doing this. Fantastic, fantastic cause that everybody's involved in here. Shout out to everybody on this panel. I mean, it's wonderful, fantastic work that we're all doing here, trying to raise money for a wonderful cause, for helping people in honestly what could be some of the toughest moments of their lives. So please donate where you can. If you can, GoFundMe link, not in YouTube. I understand it's easier, it's more convenient there. Pull up the GoFundMe link, go to my timeline, go to Disco's timeline, as well as the comments on this stream. Appreciate everybody here. I love y'all. I'm out. Disco, I'll hop back in the chat. I might hop on late tonight if I can, but peace. Everybody have
Thank
a
you for
wonderful
everything
weekend.
that you've done for me, brother. I love you, man. Thank you so much.
Love you too, brother.
Peace. Oh shit. We'll do this and then we'll do this. All right, Jeremy, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, tight end for me, I'm still leaning Bowers slightly. I get the bullishness to Trey McBride. The usage was a positive in the back half of the season. Kyler Murray doesn't like to throw the football deep. That's a plus for Trey McBride. But I do really think that this offense wants to get Marvin Harrison more involved. So I'm a little bit on the other side of it, to where I do think that we see a little bit more Marvin Harrison, a little bit more of the James Connors, the Trey Bensons, and McBride still gets his very muchly worth the top 2 tight end pick. I just think that the passing attack didn't get that much better for the Raiders. I know we want to talk about the fun story in Jack Besh. I know Deontay Thornton's a fun conversation, but really, truthfully, their still main passing attack weapon is going to be Brock Bowers, who only gets even better now that they do have a threat with Ashton Genty out of the backfield. They have a true run game, which they didn't have last year. I think that helps that Geno Smith is going to be serviceable enough to get Brock Bowers the football. I do think that when it comes to it all said and done, Brock Bowers is a better athlete as far as after the catch and creating on his own. McBride's a little bit more of kind of, he gets what he's got. He can run the seam routes, gets a little bit deeper down the field, but the creation of it, I do think that we have a little bit better of an athlete in Brock Bowers. So I'm leaning to him as the guy when it's just kind of very splitting hairs. I can go either direction. I just think that Bowers is more of the critical focus of that passing attack. Long term still, where I think Harrison is going to kind of take a little bit of a step. I know that I'm not in the uniformity of that take there, but I do think that Bowers deserves to still be like the tight end 1 for this season.
I'm gonna have to take a moment right now because like I've been praying for this start for so freaking long, and I finally got it. We got Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors start. Holy shit! I gotta land this plane. Listen. I've done over 670 best ball drafts since February, and I've been trying to get this start, and every time I've been sniped by the community. I am so grateful that this is the day that I get to get my start with my wide receiver 1 and my wide receiver 6 in the same draft. I apologize. That was a phenomenal take. Thank you for cooking. I need to stop pulling that camera up. It's a lot
distracted me, and I just got auto-picked, Jordan. Gosh, dang.
Who'd you take?
No, I got auto-picked on Jacoby Myers, and now I just panicked Caleb Johnson. It's over. It's all right.
No, you're okay. You're okay. I mean, a lot's going on. I got 2 drafts. We're navigating the stream.
Yeah. You're good. I was totally not paying attention. It's my own fault.
It's fine. Disco finally got Neighbors and BTJ. Blocka knows. Shout out to Blocka. Rick, am I crazy to say Kittle, if he has a healthy season, he has the best opportunity? I wouldn't call you crazy. I think there's a world. It's a good omen. 100% it's a good omen. Trent, do you have a take or an opinion between Brock Bowers and Trey McBride?
Yeah, I do. But first and foremost, it's amazing how much people know about football. I was at the event at the Fantasy Football Expo with all you guys, and I'm just in awe with how much knowledge everybody has, the stats that they can just riddle off left and right. But yeah, I would take McBride 100%. You know, I think he'll be over 100 receptions on the year, easily over 1,100 yards again. I think he's honestly the easy choice if you're able to go grab him.
I love that. Sleaze, you're up. Buttercup, you better.
Oh, you know it. Save the best for last.
Daddy's going to drop the hammer.
So what you have to look at last year, and I have Brock Bowers at tight end 3 behind Kittle, and I have McBride at 1. But what you have to look at is last year, the Raiders' run game. If you look at Disco's tweet he put out this morning, it was absolutely anemic. Their rush attempts were the lowest in the NFL. They became 3rd in Brock. They played in garbage time. Brock Bowers got to eat. Now you bring in Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. They like to run the ball 60%. It's going to be of a different look, and I just auto-picked Jared Goff. God.
It happened to me too, Sleaze.
Yes,
I feel your pain.
And Trey McBride is not going to
Myers.
get 2 touchdowns this year again. let's be serious. That's an anomaly.
Do you see
I
what
think
this
he
guy at the
outscored me by
111?
20 plus.
The guy at the 109, he's got neighbors and 7 running backs. Tell me you're selling without telling me you're selling. This guy's just drafted every running back on the board. I like your take, Sleaze. I'm gonna land the plane here, even though I'm multi-drafting, and this is the crank that I'm talking about. All right, we need a Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors. We need a
Jared Goff.
Hey, Sleaze.
Lamar Jackson. Okay, cool.
You just won the whole draft right there, Sleaze. You and me are best friends now.
Keon Coleman was my breakout guy, bro.
So to add to what Sleaze said earlier, and I'm going to put myself on the stage here, it was the perfect storm for Brock Bowers, and I'm sorry to break it to you, but it's not happening again. The 2024 Raiders were dumpster fire. Rushing yards, they had 204 yards less than the second worst team. They averaged a league low of 3.6 yards per carry, tied for second worst in rushing attempts for 380. They were bottom 5 when it came to rushing touchdowns and fumbles lost. Rushing first downs, they were the worst team with 78. It was historically bad. This forced an obscene 153 targets to Brock Bowers, which was the most amongst tight ends. To put that in perspective, it was 1 target less than Garrett Wilson and Justin Jefferson, who were tied for 4th in targets. We're on the clock again. We'll go James Cook here, and then we'll pull this back up. So yeah, 1 less than who was the 4th most targets, which was Garrett Wilson, Justin Jefferson. 1 more than CeeDee Lamb, who had 152. He was ranked 5th in targets, but the kicker is, if you look at the fantasy points data statistic, 36% of 36 targets of his came when they were down by double digits in the 4th quarter. That's 23% of his targets. Now you insert Pete Carroll, who has a run-heavy scheme and successful run-heavy scheme with the 6th overall pick in Ashton Jency. Expect of a massive shift where the 1,357 rushing yards could jump to 30 to 40% if you just factor in the 6 yards per carry that Ashton Jency's had last year. And I don't think, you bringing in guys like the 2 rookies that you mentioned, Besh and Thornton, added with Jacoby Myers, takes just pressure off of Brock Bowers. It takes targets. Those 153 targets, it's going to dip. It was the perfect storm. It was a historical season, but it's not going to repeat because you cannot have any sustainability as a franchise who wants to compete in one of the toughest divisions and anticipate that that's going to continue. And it's just a recipe for disaster. Whereas with Trey McBride, you have the continuity in his 3rd or 4th year with Kyler Murray. He's been an ascending talent since he's been in there. And like Debro alluded to, if he averaged 19.2 fantasy points per game, that puts him at wide receiver 3 territory. That puts him at RB5 territory. That puts him at QB10 territory. He's going off the board at the 306 right now. And this isn't just one of the best tight ends that you could possibly get this year. This is one of the best values in fantasy football, period. So, yeah, I mean, in round 3, 306, give me him as much as humanly possible. I'll reach in round 2 and get him every single time. Anybody else who wants to talk on this discussion? Because that was fun.
Oh no, I'm McBride all the way.
Okay, so Jeremy, you are the lone Brock Bowers truther.
Yeah, I don't know. I still just think that McBride isn't necessarily going to be the focal point he was last year. I still think and lean to the fact that they want Marvin Harrison to be that. I think that all said and done, I think the scheme will look a little different this year. I think Harrison's going to take a little bit of a step. I think you're going to see a little more trust from Kyler Murray. So to me, Marvin Harrison is more of a threat than this run game that Pete Carroll was still averaging in the middle for obviously different offensive coordinators, but like Pete Carroll's offenses for passing offenses were near the tail half of his career. He was 17th in 2020, 15th in 2022, and 17th in 2023. So they were still throwing the football an average amount of the time. In what is today's day and age, which is a little bit more to that, I do think that you're still going to see enough passing attempts. And Bowers is more efficient per touch and can create more per touch than Trey McBride can. So that's where I'm at of like, yes, you may see a slight downtick on it, but defenses aren't going to be able to just key in on him, much like what has been the ability for Trey McBride because you had Harrison on the outside and the run game. So I still just think that they're neck and neck. I would argue that Trey McBride's the better value 100% because you can get him a slightly later than Brock Bowers. But I do think that all said and done, I think Bowers will end up being a repeat tight end 1. personally.
I love it. So I'm just going to take a
Is this
moment.
guy throwing the draft at the 9 on purpose?
I
Have you
mean, I
seen
might
this?
ask. I generally, yeah, I might ask drafters to just like chalk this away, because if you guys are not looking right now, when you get these anomaly drafts where people are going Malik Neighbors, Ashton Genty, Kenneth Walker, Kyron Williams, DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, Jordan Mason, they kind of screw up the draft for the rest of us. But nevertheless, we shall pivot and we shall try to take advantage of it.
How many running backs can even start?
Oh, his team's dead. But this is a
three
troll draft.
max. Three
max.
Yeah, 3 max.
Yeah, so it's two. Is it 2 with a flex?
Yeah, 2 in the flex.
I'm not too familiar with the drafters format.
Yeah, so it's 3 wide receivers plus 1 flex. It's PPR format, and it's total points format. There's no playoffs whatsoever. This draft is going much better. I like this draft a lot. And we got Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers out of value. Oof, this is the winning lineup, folks. Jeez. Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors, Lamar Jackson, James Cook, Ricky Pearsall, Zay Flowers. Hell yeah. We are drafting. We're competing against 154,000 other lineups, and we're talking ball with the best of the best. Oh, I just did it again with my big old head. Now, is there anybody else who wants to touch on that debate, or can we move on to the next topic? Because I do have another topic that's near and dear to my heart.
Just super quick. It's hard to argue with Jeremy because the whole fantasy football community believes what Jeremy believes. Every draft, except the ones I'm in, Bowers goes first. So Jeremy's got 99.9% of the people in his corner.
Yeah, for sure. And expecting history to repeat itself, especially when you're not considering all the so the only way that we could see Brock Bowers repeat what he did is not going to be based off of volume, because the volume alone has been disproven. It's not going to happen. It's not a possibility. The only way we could see it happen is if we see a significant uptick in touchdown efficiency, and that is well within the realm of outcomes, but it's hard to bet on that, because touchdown dependency is one of those things that either bites you in the butt and it doesn't. I mean, once again, like Debro said, like for the longest time, we were saying George Kittle is not good at scoring touchdowns, but George Kittle now is a touchdown scoring machine, right? So that's something that you need to consider and something that you need to factor. And I also agree with Jeremy's point. If you look at the targets in the end zone last year, Marvin Harrison Jr. had 18, Trey McBride only had 9. So that's where the opportunities for Marvin Harrison really lie. And that's just a different, to go off track. People were okay drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. in the first round last year, and like he had a decent production. You were just bought in on the hype, and now you don't want to draft him in round 4. Make it make sense. This is one of the better values in fantasy football. You definitely want him. The target share is good as long as they pre-snap motion him more than once in a season, and we get a little bit of creativity out of the offense. We're going to be all right as a stand there for our guy. So next topic, right? Lamar Jackson in 2020.
Real quick, sorry, 1 second.
Yeah,
I have one factor to that too. Something to look at too is your targets. So for example, I just got a thing. Make sure it's time. It's 9 o'clock. Okay. So one factor, the target share there. Okay. So FTN data. So first read targets. Okay. Trey McBride saw, let's see here, of the team was 15%. So he was a focal point in the offense, where Brock Bowers did only have 13. So you could argue to your side, I'm taking away from my side, but was also still, despite being featured, we'll say, with the high target share in Brock Bowers, he wasn't actually always as high of a first read as, say, Trey McBride was in that offense. So I can see your side. That's all I'm saying.
I think to counter your point, if you look at the target equity for the Las Vegas offense last year, when they started trailing, that's when it became second and long, or second and Brock, or third and long, third and Brock, fourth and long, fourth and Brock, because of how anemic and inefficient that rushing offense and attack was. So I think the splits, if you look at like the grander picture on total splits, yeah, it makes sense that the targets weren't there. But in the fourth quarter, he was one of the most targeted players, period, in the NFL. He was the second most targeted. So there's a lot of opportunity that went his way and that continued to go his way, and that's just not going to be there. And a lot of his production came in garbage time, because that was one garbage organization and garbage program. But you guys, cool if we change gears and talk about something else. Jim, I know you had one point.
Real quick, let me hammer one last point.
You're
You
good.
have to remember, everybody out there, the Arizona offense completely changed in week 5. Greg Dortch had been on the field regularly in those first 2 weeks. They were going with 3 receiver sets. When they moved Elijah Higgins and Tip Ryman into tight end, it was designed to free up McBride. So all the numbers you take, if you take them before week 5, it was not the same offense, and that's not the offense they're going to go back to. They're going back to the second half of the season offense this year.
I love that. I love that. That's the insight that we want, and that's the insight that's going to help everybody who's watching, all 1,500 plus of you on X. That's what's going to help you guys. We got 24 hours of straight knowledge of some of the best and greatest in the industry. Head over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel, smash a like, subscribe. It takes 2 seconds to connect your Gmail account to the YouTube app. Costs you nothing, helps us a lot. You guys ready for the next topic? And Jim, I'm going to let you go first. I'm going to put you on the spot because you're the GOAT, and I want to make sure that we get you on this, right? So my pushback this year is, if you look at Lamar Jackson, obviously he was the QB1 last year, but in 2023, he had almost 100 less fantasy points. The reason why I believe Lamar Jackson was so good in fantasy football last year was because, like the Raiders had a very anemic rushing attack. They had one of the worst defenses they've ever had that we're not accustomed to seeing in Baltimore historically, right? They gave up the second most points when you're looking at just total points to opposing wide receivers, the third most points to quarterbacks. They gave up a significant amount of production. This offseason, they addressed that by bringing in Mike Green, pass rusher from Marshall. They also brought in Malachi Starks, a fantastic safety who frees up their strong safety. What's his name? His name is evading me. Kyle Hamilton from Notre Dame. He's now going to be able to roam and really wreak havoc. They also brought in Jair Alexander to be on the opposite side of Marlon Humphreys, and they brought in Chidobe Awuzie just to be as a plug-in DB who can address all the other situations. I believe we're going to see a defense that goes from bottom 5 to top 5 this year, right? With that being said, how does that impact Lamar Jackson's production? And is it a mistake to draft Lamar Jackson as a QB1 in late round 2 and early round 3 value? Because I believe it is, because last year's production was based off of really, really historically bad defense, and you cannot replicate it based off of the advantages. Jim, you're up. And God, I set that question up so well.
You did set it up extremely well. So we have to understand what the Ravens did. There were a couple different iterations of their offense last year. When they started out week 1, Isaiah Likely, remember that big 9-catch, 119-yard touchdown game? Well, when he got those yards, I go, they keep doing that, their season's done. And people are like, are you nuts? Isaiah Likely, like, he's the player of the year. I go, forget it. They need Patrick Ricard on the field. Well, they figured that out in week 3. They got Ricard on the field. Then the running game got better because Henry struggled those first 2 games. But that wasn't it. That was part of it. Then in week 11, they completely got the cheat code. The cheat code was they put Lamar Jackson in shotgun, Henry on his hip. They call it the pistol formation. Once they did that, defenses had no answer because you couldn't put enough bodies in the boxes. You had to go after the run and if you chased after Henry, the Steelers learned this. Lamar tucks the ball and takes it 20 yards. If you go after Lamar, gets it off to Henry, there is no answer. You cannot stop those two. But here was the kicker. This is why the passing game was so efficient. Lamar has a career high 8.8 yards per attempt. Why? Because, like I said, defenses had to pack down to stop the run. That was what they had to stop. That meant Bateman over the top, Andrews over the top. It was big play after big play. And I don't think any defense in the league will have any answers for that this year because it is such a combination. Nobody can stop them.
So you think he can put up the same production he did last year, to summarize?
Because they could literally score on most drives. I'm saying this could be a record-setting offense this year. And you're right, the defense will be better. But when they're on the field, the big plays are going to keep coming because the way defenses have to play them. So it doesn't even matter. It's like they are going to score at will.
So my pushback to that, Jim, and before we get to the other 3 members on the panel, is wouldn't we see a situation where a defense is closing out games in the fourth quarter where we see limitation of fourth quarter production from all the assets like we saw with the defending Super Bowl champions of the Philadelphia Eagles?
If they get to that point, they'll already have 35 points on the board. So,
yep.
It was like the Eagles. It was like the Eagles 2 years ago. The Eagles did not play offense in the fourth quarters of their game 2 years ago. Well, guess what? They still throttled everybody.
You know what I like about guys like Jim? He'll give a response and it's like a duh response, but like in a very respectful manner. Like, listen, dumbass, no shit. You should have thought about it. They're going to put up 35 points by that point. You're still getting insane fantasy production. Don't I feel stupid? All right, who's next? Sleaze, Trent, Jeremy. Which one wants to go on this one? Will Lamar Jackson repeat the production he put up last year and continue to be an ascending talent?
I'm almost on the clock, so someone else go. Because I don't want to auto pick again.
I'll take it away. Lamar is my QB1 this year, and I love Jim's point as well too. With they're going to score points.
Frozen in time. Take a picture.
I mean, frozen in time. I mean, look at their weapons they have. DeAndre Hopkins, Rashad Bateman's underrated. Offensive line could use a little help. Yeah, it's like middle of the pack. You're still going to have Henry pounding the rock. Their defense definitely got better to give them more opportunities. And I think Lamar Jackson is going to be that guy that's pissed off that he should have won the MVP last year, and he comes back with a vengeance. And he should have won the MVP last year.
I love it. And I also love this comment from Angie saying the amazing voice of Jim Coventry on the airwaves on a Saturday morning talking fantasy. You know, it's not amazing. Sleaze's smoker cough. Jesus Christ. Who's next? Trent, Jeremy, you guys up?
Yeah, sure. I can go. Right. I would say anything I say, take with a grain of salt. The last few years in fantasy, as I've started businesses, have drastically went down as I've had less time to focus and do the research. So anybody listening, listen to somebody else. But yeah, I mean, overall, you know, take this from my perspective of like, yeah, I think Lamar Jackson could easily be a QB1 or Josh Allen. I think they go hand in hand. But I've always personally been burned when I try to draft a QB too early on in my drafts. If I try to pull them in the first couple rounds, I end up losing out on better players for the value if I would have just waited till, you know, 4th or 5th round and grab somebody, because, you know, there's so many good quarterbacks in the league now. Yeah, there might be, you know, 1 or 2 franchise ones, but if you can't get that guy, then just pick, you know, wide receivers, running backs, and then come back and get a QB later, you know, in later rounds.
Honestly, that was the perfect assist for the next question. We got Jeremy's response first. Jeremy, are you on the clock again? Are you panicking?
No, I'm not. I should be good. I heard a chime.
Okay,
I'm
panicking. I'm on the clock.
Go ahead, Sleaze. Sorry.
I mean, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen do score 100 more points than any positional player. Just to throw that out there.
But if you can't get them, like, you know, so many people try to go grab them early, and if you're later and you're around, you know, that's my only saying. Like,
I mean, there's several other upside players and several
QB too.
Strategies that you could look at. But yes, let's hold on. What do
I got burned by Patrick Mahomes a few times. By going and grabbing him versus some other, you know, wide receiver or running back.
I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I think Jim kind of hit it on the head there too, of just like the way the offense is built and the way it's structured. It's a sustainable structure. It is kind of explosive plays esque here in that second half that we saw, and that's where Rashad Bateman really kind of took off. But Rashad Bateman, don't forget, was a first-round pick out of Minnesota, a very talented player that injuries derailed. So it's not like we're talking about some 7th-round flyer that can run go routes and was like, okay, cool, big hit. Like, he's a solid player. Isaiah Likely, as much as Jim said that he wasn't a huge part of that offense, and that's when they switched and changed it, like, he's still a player that can be that part of that offense. Like, Mark Andrews is still a deep threat. All those guys can get deep down the field. Zay Flowers still operates in the short to intermediate area. And much to what Jim said, last year, according to FTN data, like, Derrick Henry faced 52% of his snaps from a stacked box. Okay, so that's extra players in the box. That was, let's see here, 39th, so worst. So that would be what, eighth most, behind guys like Mixon, Harris, Alvin Kamara, guys that didn't really have good offenses. So they had to stack the box to try to prevent Lamar and Henry wreaking havoc on them. So that opens up the passing game, and Lamar's already proven he can pass. Like, that whole narrative's gone. Like that was the narrative from the beginning. He just tossed 41 passing touchdowns, and there's a good chance he's close to that again. Like, it's the touchdowns that are going to drive him. It's not going to necessarily be the old Lamar Jackson of the rushing yards are booing him. It's going to be the fact that these big plays are going to be there and he can hit them. And he's proven it last year consistently throughout the year. It wasn't like boom weeks. Like, he continued to have that production on a weekly basis. So I'm in on it. I still think I have Josh at 1. I think that the Bills offense got better. I think Coleman's going to take a step, but I'm not going to argue you hard set and hard pressed to say that it's 100% not going to happen for Lamar Jackson.
I respect that. Those guys, excellent pushback. I love the pushback. And I did allude earlier that Trent set up the perfect response and just counter question to this incredible debate and conversation we're having. If you guys are not taking elite quarterback, and let's just all agree that the elite quarterback territory stops at Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels, right? I feel like Joe Burrow is at a very inflated price point, but that's a different conversation. Who is the quarterback right now that is at the best value in fantasy football that people who are listening, the almost 2,000 people on both X and YouTube listening, who is the quarterback that people should be drafting right now to give them the best return on investment? Jim, you're nodding your head. You're smiling. It feels like you got something good to say, and let the folks know. Please talk to us. Give us this information. We're hungry.
Man, I cannot get enough Dak Prescott on my rosters this year. That defense is going to be a problem. Overshown is nowhere close to back. Trevon Diggs is not probably playing for a while. We haven't seen Micah Parsons in practice. Even if they're there, the defense is still going to be bad. But here's the thing. Dallas retooled their offensive line. It's not great. It's not what it was. No Zach Martin. Tyron Smith's been gone a couple of years. It's good enough. But here's the thing. They're not going to run the ball with a sustained attack. They've got pieces. But the passing game, Dak Prescott now has George Pickens. And remember, Michael Gallup was there a few years ago, 1,100 yards. Dak's a great downfield passer, but Pickens opens up everything. And Dak can make those contested throws, and Pickens can get a lot of single coverage because CeeDee Lamb is the one who draws the coverage. Jake Ferguson over the middle. Ferguson had 3 70-yard games in 7 games of Dak last year. Dak loves his tight end, but because they're going to have to throw, Dak in his last 3 healthy seasons, he's been the quarterback 2, the quarterback 3, and the quarterback 7. You're getting him about quarterback 9 in drafts now. And I'm saying, look, injuries can happen. Dak is crushing.
I love that take. I love that response. I love everything about what you just said, except for the fact that if you look at Dr. Jesse Morse, MD, who does a lot of fancy stuff, he'll tell you that the player with the likelihood of re-aggravation and re-injury is Dak Prescott. But once again, we always draft for the nut outcome of playing for the ceiling, because if you're trying to play it safe, that doesn't win fantasy football championships. So I love that. And to add to your point, I mean, look at Brandon Cooks as a wide receiver too. He was pretty good with Dak in that regime and that offense when Amari Cooper was there as well. So George Pickens certainly opens things up. Who's next? Who has the next response? Great response, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go because I agree with Jim a little bit on Dak, but my biggest return is Jordan Love right now. Like, Jordan Love is going as a late quarterback 2 right now, and we're just 2 years removed from him being quarterback 5. This offense got better. Matthew Golden opens up the Christian Watson effect that we've been missing, because you're going to have that 4.2 speed. All indications say that camp is going really well for Matthew Golden right now. Good hands. He's coming off of one of the teams that he had one of the lowest. He was top 3rd in the league with only a 3.5% turnover worthy throw rate on that team. They struggled from a lot of drops. They had a lot of injuries. Don't forget, Jordan Love got hurt in week 1 in that game in Brazil there, and was really never the same the entirety of the year. He was top 10 in explosive throw rate, according to FTN. Also had 45% of his passing yards come on those types of big plays, where you're just adding another big play element in Matthew Golden, and you have a plethora of options between Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed. I know Watson's hurt at the moment, but Devontae Wicks, like Romeo Dubes, Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave, Josh Jacobs, Emmanuel Wilson. If Marshawn Lloyd gets healthy, like, this is an offense that was very, very good. And last year they were not. Jordan Love was a big part of that. And they did see a little bit more of the run game because Love was missing so much time. Like, this offense isn't the same as it was last year. They did what they had to by necessity. This is a team that wants to throw the football. That's why they draft lots of receivers. That's why that Jordan Love is the perfect fit to it. It is a gunslinger mentality, a guy that is going to easily, like, quarterback 18 is absurd to me. It's wild of how quick the fantasy team world just flipped on him. Like, Dak at 9, like, yeah, it's a good spot, and like you can kind of see like some people are like in on it, but like it surprised to me that like they're just like, yeah, forget Jordan Love, one bad year and it's just toast, you know. So I really think that when you're really looking at value, there's a chance he's QB 5 or 6 and you're getting him at 18, you know. Like, I think Dak can get there as well, much like Jim said, but I just feel like I could really wait and get Jordan Love. You could even equally say like CJ Stroud a little bit in that territory too. Like, there's a lot of options, so you could really wait. And like, if you miss on Love, it's like, darn, but you could fall back on like CJ Stroud, even Trevor Lawrence. Like, there's a ton of late round quarterbacks this year that like have real boom potential paired in good offenses.
I love that. I also love the fact that despite being hurt, Jordan Love was top 5 in every explosive offensive passing metric that you can quantify that region in. And to also pair to that, if you're looking at the QB 18 value that you're alluding to, this is the territory where a passing quarterback can give you significant return on investment. So I love that you said Jordan Love. I'm very highly exposed to Jordan Love. And this, we were just joined, guys, by a new person on the panel. This is one of my favorite fantasy football minds, one of my favorite fantasy football personalities, and just one of my favorite people in general. Shout out to Gina Noble, aka the Queen of Fantasy Football. She won the crown last year in the Queen's Classic. She was the runner up in the Scott Fish, I believe, a couple of years ago. Just a
I didn't make it quite this far.
well, you still went relatively far there. Nevertheless, she is one of the sharpest fantasy football minds, and it doesn't matter about gender because she could draft with the best of them, and that's why she's here on this channel. Shout out to you, Gina. Thank you for coming on here. Thank you for being part of this event. And since you're on here, we're going to throw you into the fire. Who is the best value quarterback that you could get this year in fantasy football?
Oh God.
I did it again. I'm so sorry, Jeremy.
The best value quarterback, you know.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
Dak Prescott and Love
I'm gonna get a little crazy, and so Bryce Young is actually a target of mine. Late value, like, I believe I'm all in on Bryce Young this year, and I like absolutely will wait to grab him as my QB2, and I usually get him like at a value. So I'm gonna say he's my value.
I love that, Gina, and thank you we put you on the spot, and you did not.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, A, I'm blushing. B, I was like, now my armpits are sweating. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome. That's literally me for 24 hours. Welcome to the club. So I'm gonna say my guy because I don't want anybody to steal it, and I've been going last all day, and you guys have been absolutely brilliant, and I'm really digging at the bottom of the barrel. It's Patrick Mahomes, and it's not even close. This is the greatest value in fantasy football history ever, going off the board as player number 82 in most fantasy football drafts. If you look last year, and like I played offensive line in the past. If you're not familiar with me, I'm 6'8", 320 pounds. I always start my analysis with the offensive line and the blocking. So if we're looking at his 2024 season, it was patchwork. It was garbage. He was hit the most in the NFL. He was hurried at a top 3 rate. He was pressured at a top 3 rate. He didn't have time to connect on those deep ball efficient passes that we love from Patrick Mahomes. And I know everybody's counter argument is he's supposed to be this off rhythm throwing savant, but nobody in the history of Everdom has ever been able to throw on a rope running while he's getting beat by the blind side. 93% of his pressures came from the blind side, despite being blitzed the 16th most. So that means teams were sending 4 down linemen and getting home. Their best replacement for their left tackle situation last year was a left guard, and that did not work. Teams were sending 4, they were getting home, they were applying pressure on the franchise. We saw a historically low efficiency and connection marker for Patrick Mahomes last year on deep ball explosives, which was passing yards of 15 to 25 yards or more. He only had 13 of those. Despite that, he was still top 10 in every quarterback passing metric. Insert this year's first pick, Josh Simmons, who, in my opinion, had he not got hurt early on in the college season, was the best tackle in this year's rookie class. He looked like he was really good. He looked like he was dominant last night. If we just improve those numbers, right, he's not getting hit 93% of the time by his blindside pressure. We're talking about the best value ever. And Xavier Worthy is another one of those guys who also cannot stop drafting. And you just need to continue to get these values. Patrick Mahomes is going to be my QB1 this year. He's going to continue to be my QB1 this year. Last year, I had a lot of misses. I missed on Zamir White. This is not a miss. This one's common sense. Any pushback on this one, Jim, before you got to go?
You know what? I am sorry. I have somebody with technical issues for XM, but can I say goodbye before I go out? Because I'm on the radio like in 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do want to thank everybody for coming out and hanging out. This is an important fundraiser. Big Heart Energy 24-hour charity draft-a-thon. Everybody, make sure that you're donating, you're drafting, and you're supporting this great cause. Thank you, everybody, for having me on. This was a blast, and can't wait till next year.
See you, buddy.
It's a pleasure, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Thanks.
Bye, buddy. What a beautiful man. What a beautiful person. What a beautiful soul. All right. Anybody push back with that? Or does anybody have a so we got Trent and Sleaze with your value plays. So let's get whichever. Oh, before we do that, let's introduce my booth buddy, my good friend, the sweetest human being on the planet. Shout out to Rachel, aka Tootsie Pop. Please introduce yourself to the folks in case they're not familiar with who you are, your work, and all the work you do, because I adore you. You're one of the greatest human beings. Last year, we were booth buddies where our booths at the Fantasy Football Expo were right next to each other. So I got to really know you and just I adore the human you are.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Disco. This is a great event. I'm Rachel Tootsie Pop. I'm over at Tootsie Pop 6 on Twitter. I founded Unwind FF, which is at Unwind FF on Twitter, which is a community of women who love fantasy football. And Gina's a member, one of our amazing members over at Unwind. We meet on Zoom every couple of weeks. We do best ball drafts. We talk about anything and everything relating to fantasy football, life, what have you. And it's just a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you once again. This is 2 years in a row where you're supporting, and it's an honor to finally have you on here and to be able to draft with you. And we will queue up soon. I'm just wrapping up this draft, and I love what I built. We'll point it out. Trent, what you got for us, brother? Who is the best value pick at quarterback this year?
So I was going to say, give me a second. I got a draft.
No, you're good. I love this.
All right. I was going to say Prescott, but since Jim took that one, I will take another one. I'll go with Caleb Williams from the Chicago Bears. I think obviously he had a rocky, rookie season, but preseason he's improving quite a bit so far. And I think with DJ Moore out there, I think he'll have a nice target to go hit. And so if we're picking late, Q1s late, I think he is a huge sleeper that could have a lot of upside potential. I love. In the reality, I'd pick Prescott. I just said him because Jim had already stolen Prescott.
I mean, here's the thing: if somebody said Patrick Mahomes, I would have stuck with Patrick Mahomes because at the end of the day, it's a great call. So if you believe in your heart of hearts that it's Dak Prescott, I love that as well. Sleaze, what you got for us?
I just want the Bears to win.
I mean,
man,
I think they're going to go far this year.
Way to leave me all the options, guys. I agree with all three of them and girls. I would take Dak. I would take Love. I'm going to ride with the Queen here. I've been on the Bryce Young hype train all year long. He's did ADP value quarterback 22. He's a top 5 quarterback down the stretch. Got benched in week 3, and this is what Dave Canales does. He's the quarterback whisperer for a reason. He saved Geno. He saved Baker. He's about to save Bryce Young. They have a top 10 offensive line. They have the number 2 easiest schedule, number 5 versus the corners. They're going to be playing from behind with a terrible defense, and Bryce Young is one of the best values in fantasy football, period.
I love when you get animated and you start cooking. I love this. All right, guys, we have a very fantastic question, and I love the idea of having these two people here.
What's up, Rachel, by the way?
Yeah,
my wife was going to say hi. She's going to come up here in the fantasy league. Thank you for the invite.
Yes, hi to her. I conned her to join a best ball league. That's what I do. I con people.
I love that. And right now, you guys have another opportunity to get some people to join. Knifey Spoony with a great question here. He says, before Gina and or Rachel leave, and they just got here, but they're going to answer this hopefully. Can they please give me some advice on how I can make fantasy football less scary for my daughters and wife? They are starting to be interested, but it's a steep learning curve. I love that question. And I love that you two are here to really answer that, because you guys are the epitome of bridging that gap between the discomfort and enjoying fantasy football. So which one of you want to go first?
I'll start.
All right.
All right. So first of all, when I started playing fantasy football, I legit was like, this is the worst idea ever, because I didn't even watch football. Yep, I know, audible gasp. It was my husband's idea and one of my friends, and I don't like to lose, so I don't set myself up for failure. So I'm like, no, this isn't gonna work. So I was like, all right, fine, I'll try this. There's so much information available. There's so many amazing analysts. There's so much stuff that you can find that when you jump into it, you don't have to know anything about football. I won that first league, by the way, knowing nothing. So, and I was playing as people who knew what they were doing. So, you have to keep it simple. The easiest thing to do is to not overanalyze everything. I've been successful just through literally keeping things simple. But there's a lot of information. So maybe like pick one or two favorite people that seem to give good advice. They do pretty well. They have a good reputation. Follow what they're saying, and then just keep things really simple. It's not scary, although I have more anxiety than any person on planet Earth, and I play this game with so much passion. But it doesn't have to be scary. So you do not have to have that knowledge. When you jump in, I mean, even just reading the little bios and little summaries that like Sleeper gives you is helpful. Looking at things like matchups for the week, like, hey, this guy might be like Mike Evans. He's one of those players who's the guy that he plays against that. See, I don't even know this information.
Marshawn Lattimore.
Yes. Like, never play Evans against him if you can help it and you have somebody else. It's like little things like that you learn along the way. And people think you're crazy. Like, why would you take Mike Evans out of your roster? Well, guess what? I won a week by doing that last year. So it's just little things and there's so much available now. So you just have to like think of it as fun. Don't take it so seriously. Don't do what I did and take it like super serious. And it's like my husband and I, it's a hobby of ours. It gives us something to talk about all the time. We love it. We play it together. My daughter's getting involved now. So yeah, it becomes like this whole family thing, and it's a lot of fun. So hopefully that answers the question or gives some sort of insight.
All right. So hold on. I hope this works, and I hope you guys can see that. This is Knifey Spoonie's daughter watching you on the screen right now. This is what it's all about. Knifey, thank you for that text. Thank you for that question. And Tootsie Pop, you're up next. Jeremy, you just let me know when you got to go. All right, brother. Please don't like if you got a jet and you got other commitments.
Yeah, we can let Rachel go, and then I'll say my goodbyes.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think the number one thing is to make it fun. So if you have a favorite football team, get your guys. I mean, don't stress about ADP in your first foray into fantasy football. My first year, I knew nothing. I joined a work league. I drafted Adam Thielen in the first round. I'm homer pick. Don't need to stress about doing everything correctly or whatever the experts say. Make it fun so you have guys you can root for throughout the season. So get your guys. So the people that you want to watch play. Just jump in and do it is the main thing. Don't it can be scary if you overthink it too much, and yeah, just keep it simple, like Gina said. Just jump in and do it. Don't be afraid. Get in a league with people, like a family league or a friends league, with people that you know, because the main thing about fantasy football for me is community. So I'm jumping in new leagues every year. I try to keep my numbers down, but I'm saying yes because I want to play with more people and connect and engage with more people, and this community is amazing. So get in a league with people that are fun and engaging, and just and then you can have that fun trash talk and keep it competitive, because women love to win too. So whatever you can do. My first year, I knew nothing, like I said, with my work leagues, and I found Kate and Michelle Majuk, and that was the podcast I leaned on to learn about fantasy football. So yeah, find a podcast. Liz Loza has some great content out there. So I would strongly encourage look into the female analysts. There's a lot of Stefania Bell has a lot of good content out there. Gina's putting great TikToks out that shows the fun of fantasy football. Everything, all the spectrum. You have the stats and analysts that will give you all the stats, but there's also the fun of fantasy football. Gina's stuff is a lot of fun with her daughter and just making fantasy football
fun. No content.
And that is content, I mean, fantasy football is meant to be fun. It's meant to be entertainment, the game within the game. So just whatever you can do to make it fun, and just jump in and do it.
I love this response from Knifey, and I love both of your responses. So well said by the both of you. I appreciate your advice, and I can't wait to trash talk my kids this season and have them roast me when they kick my butt. If you guys are not familiar with Knifey Spoonie, he was, when we first started and we had 2 subscribers, my wife and Knifey Spoonie, he was the first guest on the show. So shout out to Knifey Spoonie, and thank you guys so much for answering that question. If I may say one more thing, my wife is really good at fantasy football, and it's because she uses the Big Draft Energy Fantasy Football Strategy Guide. Shameless plug, I apologize. She uses the BDE strategy draft guide, and you can get that on the guy's Patreon. Always got to plug the Patreon. It's a partnership between my partner and myself, Sleazebomb, and it's a great feature, and it's a good way to help you dominate your fantasy football leagues and win this upcoming season. We always got a promo. All right, Jeremy, brother, I know you got it.
You always got to push the promos, right?
I mean,
should I push mine too then? No.
Please, no, seriously, good for you being on here.
I kind of want to add to that for Knifey Spoonie there. I think that it's scary to them on a basis of afraid to be wrong or lose, or just like there's a lot of information in football. My wife watches it and has no idea. But it doesn't mean you can't be good at fantasy football. Like Rachel and Gina said, like, you don't even have to be good. It's all about fun. That's all it comes down to. And just get into it and get your hands dirty and try it. Find a couple people. If you listen to everybody and anybody, you can get clouded, and there's way too much information out there. You have to keep it simple. Something like Jeff Radcliffe preached to me from day one, like, we're here to make them better. And if you find the right subscriptions and you find the right people who aren't telling you just draft this player, do this, do that, that can be hard. But if you actually take the time, just take some time, find the right people that you like to follow, go with their advice, and just learn how to play the game. It's not a hard game. It seems hard and scary at first because there's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of players, lots of names, stuff that's hard to remember. But at the day's end, it's ultimately just scoring fantasy points. And there's so much information out there, like Gina and Rachel said, that like it doesn't have to be scary. You can just find some people, follow it, get a draft guide, whether it's Disco's, whether it's FTN's, whether it's Gina's, whether it's Rachel's, whether it's Sleaze's, whether it's Trent's, although I know he said he doesn't have one, but maybe Trent will start one after this. Either way, just find somebody you like, follow along. There's plenty of it, and none of us bite. None of us are that scary. What I mean? We're never going to look down. I'm sure there's people that look down and throw some shade at people, but like, we're here. The main reason for us, especially like at FTN, like, we're here to make you better. Like, I don't care. My fantasy teams sometimes go neglected because I'm helping you guys. There's plenty of start sit shows on a weekly basis. There's so much information out there that it's scary in the beginning, but it's not all about numbers, which I think scares a lot of people. Like, it is about numbers at the day's end, but it's also about watching football and just loving the game of football. So just try it, small leagues, simple settings, don't get crazy. And just keep it simple, like Gina said from the beginning. And I think you can grow to love it, and then you'll get deeper, and then you'll be crazy like some of us out here who played like 30 dynasty leagues and have no life. And then you go to Devi, and then you have real no life, and then it just keeps going, But either way,
I love that.
I do have to get out of here. So please, I do want to say thank you.
Yeah, before you go, we have 2,000 people watching both on X and YouTube right now. Please let them know what FTN is, and please let them know how they could support you and your content, because you are one of the sharpest, greatest fantasy analysts that I know. And it was a pleasure meeting you last year at the Fantasy Football Expo. And please let everybody know how they could support you, FTN, and the work that you continue to do.
Yeah, that was a great picture. My 5'8" to your 6'8". Yeah, wasn't expecting that one, but either way, FTN. It's a great website subscription. We got Radcliffe, we got Aaron Schatz for DVOA. We have Tyler Orginski joined us this year for rankings. Really good weekly rankings. We have everything you need, any type of fantasy sport that you play, they have over there. We're running some promos. You can use mine, Pope, if you would like. If you like me, that's plus. Save you 10% off some of the subscriptions. We got draft guides, we got cheat sheets and everything. Powered, like I said, Radcliffe, Tyler Ginsky. I do some rankings over there. I concentrate mostly for them with rookie scouting reports and stuff like that for dynasty stuff, watching film, making it into a report. I also started Beyond the Chalk. That's my own little subscription thing on Substack. It's free if you want to join. Got some articles and stuff going out there. I'll have some more going on. So follow me on Twitter at PopesFFH. I'll get you to everything you need. And yeah, definitely. I appreciate you having me on and willing to. You got me into drafting best ball, which is a plus because I don't ever do that. So if you can convince me to do that, it's a big thing. So much like Rachel does, you did the same because me and best ball, we keep our separate ways. I stay my lanes.
Well, what's your name on
as
Drafters?
the kids say?
What's your name here on Drafters? Because I do want to look at your lineup. But you could leave.
It's Pope's FFH. You can roast it. It's crap. I think I auto picked like 3 of those because I was busy talking about God knows some fantasy player.
Did I.
Much like I said, I'm here for you, the listeners and the watchers. I don't ever, fantasy is a tough thing.
I appreciate all that you do for us, brother. Thank you once again for your generosity, for your support, and for all the work that you did here and being part of this, man. You are the man. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
Alrighty. Take care, guys. Have a good weekend.
You as well.
You too, Jamie.
So while we were doing that entire panel situation, I had multiple drafts and I managed to get, and I'm just going to point this out and then we can queue up for another draft. I just want to point this out. I managed to get out of, and I've done 670, and my dogs are excited too. I've done 670 of these best ball drafts now. This is the first time I got the Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors start, and I'm very emotional and happy about it. And it is a great moment that I got this start. I managed to get Lamar Jackson, Cam Ward, Geno Smith, James Cook, David Montgomery, Scam Scatterbo. Yes, I said Scam. Ramondre Stevenson, Tajay Spears, Isaac Garendo, Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors, Ricky Pearsall, Zay Flowers, Rashid Shaheed, Jaden Higgins, Adonai Mitchell, Jack Beck, Sam Laporta, because I'm the original Laporta supporter, Jatavian Sanders, and we got Jawan Johnson. I like this draft. I like this draft a lot. Speaking of drafting, let's go look at the lobby. Is everybody on the panel prepared to do a draft?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to wait for this lobby to fill, and we're looking at the $20 best ball draft. I think it just filled. Let me okay. Did it just fill? No, it's still at 11 out of 12. So once that clears up, it's the very top one. We're going to click on it. It's 0 out of 12 right now. So you're going to click on it. You're going to click join fast draft and then click join one more time. And then you'll see the $20 come out of your account. Make sure you guys do that now, please.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You're in, Rach?
I think so. Where do I click to go to
Grab
it?
something to drink. I'll be right back.
So when it fills, then they'll give you an option to go. So here, I'll just show you this image right here.
So it looks like I joined, but yeah, so it won't give me a place to go until that's filled,
it definitely
until it fills.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see your money at the top right here. So hold on. I'm just going to change up the camera real quick. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Disco, lock in. All right, here. So if you look at the top right, you'll see the money that you had before, and you'll see that the money has gone down by $20. And then you just click on the event here at the top, and then I should probably refresh this. But yeah, you click on this event right here, the $20 best ball, join fast. It says still 0 out of 12, which can't be right.
It's 5 out of 12 on my.
Okay, it says so. It's just looks weird for me. Let me just look at my phone. Yeah, 6 out of 12 right now. And if you click on it, it should give you an option to unregister. You don't want to click on unregister, but that's how you know you're in the fast draft. You guys all done. You guys
it
all
says unregister. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And you guys are all in the fast draft option?
Yes.
Yes.
Trent, you in here with us?
Yep. I joined that one. I think I'm in the same one this time. Last time I missed it by like one spot.
It's all good. It's all good.
So I normally don't do best ball. I got a question for you though. I normally don't do best ball drafts. Like, what is your strategy here? Like, can you give me some advice as we're sitting on this call to help beat you this time?
Absolutely. So the strategy, particularly here on Drafters Fantasy, because it's points per reception, and you have 3 wide receivers and potentially a 4th one in as a flex. is to prioritize an elite wide receiver in round 1, as much as like the tiers may fall for, and I'm not talking about physical tiers, but as much as like the tiers may fall and you still have a running back at the highest tier potentially in round 1, you want to leave with who your bet is as somebody who could give you wide receiver 1 return on investment, because historically, even though running backs are great assets and put up a lot of points, it's always a wide receiver drafted in round 1 that puts you in the money, if not wins the contest. What you do with rounds 2, 3, and so on is to just build off of that wide receiver that you made your stake and your bet on at the beginning of the draft. So you could go running back round 2 if one should fall, but you always want to bet on your premium elite wide receiver in round 1, unless you get like a Bijan Robinson falling at a 112. And that never happens unless you get like a Jahmyr Gibbs falling to a 112. That also never happens as well. So we got a draft, we got a lobby. Are you guys in the lobby right now?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm 8. Number 8.
Okay, so Gina, you're at the 104. I'm at the 102. My guy, NFL DFS picks, he's at the 101. Bull Rush, that is you.
Come on, baby.
By the way, if you guys don't see, I got my Bull Rush shirt on right here. Bull Rush is at the 103. Gina at the 104. My guy, Boner, aka Bones, he's one of our greatest supporter. He wanted to make his name Bones, but it turned out to be Boner, and it's been a running joke, and we're going to continue to do it because we don't care. Sleazeball at the 106. We're all back to back to back. I love this. Tootsie Pop at the 108, next to our guy Mossy. And I think that's all the people we know in this draft. Shout out to everybody here in this lobby. Once again, guys, this is not a mock draft. This is a real money draft with real money implications. How much real money are we talking about? $2.5 million in total prizes. $500,000 goes to first. It's total points format. Most points wins. Best ball weekly score from weeks 1 to 17. I'm on the clock. Gina, are you in the lobby?
I don't know where I am. I see things going. I'm like, I think I'm in here.
Okay, like, do you see the draft board like
this
this?
is what I see.
Yes.
Yeah, you're at the 104, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the bottom of the screen, it should. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
How do I get into where I pick?
Okay, so
at the top left, it'll say.
So no, she's doing it on her phone. So if you go to the bottom of the screen, you could click players.
Yeah.
Roster.
I've got the players. So then when it's my turn, do I
just click on them, and then where it's gray right now and it says draft, it'll turn green for you to draft them. Okay.
Okay.
Good. So,
Hi, Mrs. Sleazebomb.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, Nat.
I'm so excited to be on your team, but oh man, I'm at a place where I'm like, I don't even know these people. What am I going to do?
You're doing great.
I'm having super fun, and I'm learning a lot. So I'm really glad that I get to be a part of it. I'm super excited. And
I'm glad you're part of it. And
5, so I'm like, yes, now I know a little bit more on doing what I'm doing because it's not that great.
Learning.
You just have to dive in and try it. You only learn as you do it to get more reps.
I am, and it's wonderful. So I'm so glad I get to be a part of it. And it was so nice to meet all you guys.
Well, I love you, Nat. Tell her I love her. And like, I'm giving advice here as to what to do. And I literally just did the counterpoint of my advice. I said, take a premium elite wide receiver in round 1 at the 102. I accidentally panic picked Bijan Robinson trying to navigate everything. So this is going to be a weird draft for me. It's potentially a donation. But I gave advice, and I'm already in like 18-hour form, and we've already been 2 hours and 20 minutes in. So don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about clearly.
How much coffee do you have
He's
sitting next to you?
sabotaging us.
I know. I was going to say, like, was your advice to steer us away of your plan?
Collusion.
Yeah, and I mean, like,
collusion.
I'm going to be so jealous if this bad notes at the 110 gets both Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors right here. And like every time I'm not at the back end of the draft. Oh, okay. Thanks. Gifford just drafted Brian Thomas Jr. So yes, I got my start. Shout out to everybody here in the chat. The chat's going. Mercy saying, let's go. I love this. I love you. That's my little brother, by the way.
Is it Superflex? Or
no, this is single quarterback. So it's 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and 1 flex. And there's 20 rounds, and it's best ball format. And you do your best ball stuff, so you're very familiar with how best ball goes.
Yes.
So it's really, 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 really good. And I'm enjoying this draft. I'm enjoying the stream so far.
What do I want to do?
These first 2.5 hours have flown by. So let's look at everybody's start. NFL DFS pick starts with Jamar Chase no matter what. If you guys follow my content last year, I said it doesn't matter if it's the 101 or the 108, drafting Jamar Chase no matter what, because he never fell past the 108. So don't hold that against me. I started with Bijan Robinson, even though I said go elite wide receiver. Bull Rush, that's Trent. He goes with CeeDee Lamb. Gina goes with Justin Jefferson. Bones goes with Jameer. I go again on my own, Jameer Gibbs. Sleaze goes with Nico Collins. Tootsie Pop goes with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brock Bowers. I like that start. And Apollo likes that start too, Gina. And then Mossy goes CMC, Drake London. That I haven't seen. Puka's been falling to round 2, which is wild to me. Puka's my wide receiver 3 this year. Do you guys feel like Puka's going to be fine?
Crazy.
Do you guys feel like Puka's going to be fine? And you could go first. Do you feel like he's going to be fine and people are overreacting right now? Or do you feel like the panic is necessary? How do you project Puka in this entire Stafford situation? Are you panicking about the Stafford back injury?
I don't know. I have been kind of staying away from Puka just a little. Maybe that's crazy, but I don't like to take too many risks. Also, though, Puka, he's probably going to be a little QB proof, but I don't know. I've just kind of been staying away from him myself. But also, he hasn't really been there in the drafts I've been in to take him. That's not going to work.
You just took Mike Evans in the second round. I love that.
Panicked. You told me to go wide receivers. And
I love that.
30 seconds.
You made your stand and you made your bet. I love that bet. Good for you.
Oh my God, I'm back up.
Trent, how do you feel about Puka this year? Any panics? Any worries?
No comment on that one. I'll be honest, I don't follow him too much, so I don't have good stats on him.
Did you just plead the fifth on a 24-hour charity stream? That's not a thing in Canada, but you're acting all like shy and coy, like you don't know what you're starting. And here we don't know what you're talking about, but here we got Mercy saying, love Trent's draft so far. Hell yeah. CeeDee Lamb, Devon Achane, this value for Devon Achane is going to feed families for years to come. and T. Higgins. I would just caution you to watch the week 10 bye weeks.
I'll put it out there, though. If I win this pool, I'll put the entire prize money into the next Bull Rush competition.
I love that. That's great.
It'll just feed the prize money on our competitions.
And if you guys don't see the shirt on my chest right now, I am representing Bull Rush. If you guys don't see the poster behind me, I am representing Bull Rush because they are our key sponsor, and I'm very grateful for you guys sponsoring this event and sending me to Canton and continuing our friendship. And speaking of friendship, shout out to the beautiful and wonderful Wendy Early. We love you, Wendy. We appreciate you. So, Rachel and then Sleaze, are you guys panicking about Puka Nacua with his current quarterback situation? Matthew Stafford, if you guys are not familiar and you're listening in, one of the almost 2,000 people watching us both simultaneously on YouTube and X. Holy crap. Thank you, guys. Head over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel. Smash a like and a subscribe. If all of you were to come over here, it would really help the charity because all proceeds from the watch time hours monetized on YouTube will be donated to the GoFundMe as well. So please, guys, if you guys want to make a difference, come over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel, like, subscribe. It's free. It costs you nothing. And just download the app. It takes 2 seconds. So, Rachel, how do you feel about Matthew Stafford and the Puka Nacua situation? A lot of people are pushing him. He should be a first-round value. But because of the Matthew Stafford back injury, people have been fading him. Where are you at with Puka Nacua this year?
I am not fading him, as you see, and I took Devontae Adams. I'm not fading either of those two. They are QB proof. They're going to have a great season, and Stafford is going to be okay at some point, and he is really good at quarterback throwing. So I'm not too worried.
I love the confidence. I love the bet. I'm making the exact same bet as you. Sleaze, where are you at with Puka? Where's the panic meter at? Are we at like DEFCON 5? Like what are we doing here?
It's not really a panic meter for me. I mean, Stafford's a tough son of a gun, man. He'll play through the injuries. This is the Rams' kind of Super Bowl window with him right now. I just prefer drafting Devontae Adams at value over Puka in the first round. I think Devontae Adams, one of the best technicians I've ever seen play wide receiver, and I think he's going to absolutely feast with Puka being out there. I think it's going to be – that's why the Rams are my Super Bowl pick, and I'm a Niner fan.
Yeah, betting on your divisional rival, you'll never see me doing that for the Buffalo Bills. And if anybody in here is a Buffalo Bills fan, go Pats. Go Pats. That's all I'm going to say. We're not going to get toxic because this is for charity. Speaking of charity, let's pull up the GoFundMe. We'll give you guys a refresher on where we're at the GoFundMe. And then we're going to click share here because that's how you're supposed to copy the link from the GoFundMe. Stupid. $1,739. We also have almost $250 donated here. Smash that like button. I agree. Here's the link to the GoFundMe, guys. Anything and everything helps. All proceeds are going to local hospice and palliative care. If you're not familiar with how hospice and palliative care works, essentially, if somebody's dying, especially on their way out and they're terminally sick with cancer, like my father was, what happens is there's either a facility where people can go and attend and live in hospice care where there's people, care workers who are there taking care of the people, giving them the comfort and the respect and the dignity on their way out during an impossible time and moment. And there's also hospice and palliative care workers who go to people's homes and assist people on their way out, like they did with my father, who was terminally ill with cancer. It is a very touchy subject. It's a very touchy point. It's something that not a lot of people are talking about. If you can't afford to donate, please hit the link to the GoFundMe. Also go to bigdraftenergy.com. You see all of our sponsors, what this is all about, all the work that we've put in to get this done. It is a really, really big, important event. That's why we're doing this for 24 hours. And that's why you see all these beautiful, amazing faces, some of the greatest faces in fantasy football coming on here to talk about this. Is there anything else that you guys want to add about hospice and palliative care, like personal stories? Trent, do you have
Hey, puppy.
There's a puppy. Trent, do you have a personal story that you'd like to share about the importance of hospice care or anything like that?
Yeah. Oh, Gina's puppy.
Unfortunately, I've had two family members pass that needed hospice. So my uncle passed of colon cancer about 10 years ago. And for the last month of his life, thankfully hospice came in, to his home and helped take care of him because my aunt just couldn't be around there, 24 hours a day. She had to work to obviously pay for bills and things, which when you're sick at the end of your life get really, really expensive. And so, an outlet like that really, really helps and really helps just have somebody there with you the entire time. And then unfortunately, my grandpa passed away last year. 94 years old though, had Alzheimer's, and hospice came in for the same reason. My grandma just couldn't, do it for, the 24 hours a day. So she needed help and they were always there to help her. So it's unfortunate, at the end of your life, but it's good that there's organizations out there like that really help see you through it and help, more importantly, see the family through it. Because I think that's one of the big things that people overlook. It's not just about the individual person that is having obviously the issues and the impact, but it's the family around them. They always need people there to be supportive of them. So it's a great organization. Glad to help sponsor this event, and hopefully we can raise a bunch of money.
First and foremost, my condolences. Very sorry for your loss. I can empathize. And secondly, thank you for sharing your story and being so open and public about it, because ultimately we could talk fantasy football, we could talk ball until we're blue in the face, but we are here for one reason, and that's to help make a significant difference. It's a really, really big and important cause that helps a lot of people. And it's not just the people on the way out, like Trent alluded to. It's to give peace and solace to the families who are going through some of the most impossible circumstances, unimaginable circumstances. And even if you haven't gone through it, just take a moment to empathize on those moments and those situations, because we're all going to have to deal with it eventually, unfortunately, right? So empathize with these people. Obviously, it's something that's not big enough, but it is something that is still important and near and dear. If you guys could just empathize, take a moment to click on the GoFundMe link. All proceeds go directly towards the CHPCA, which is the Canadian Hospice and Palliative Care Association. Donate what you can. Doesn't matter if you're a millionaire. It doesn't matter if you can donate $2. Anything and everything helps. If we all took a moment to chip in together, this would make a significant difference in this cause. And thanks again for sharing your story. Let's catch up with the chat. And Dunn, who knows Ann Dunn? It says, hi peeps, Rachel and Gina. Who's Ann Dunn?
She's part of Unwind. She is a savvy drafter herself. She's in every single draft out there. She should hop in one of these today, hopefully. She's just really a lot of fun and loves drafting, and a really ninja in the draft room.
A ninja in the draft room is quite the compliment. That is a great compliment. Shout out to you, and thank you for swinging by. Did Sleaze Auto? I honestly, while I was going through my
the dog.
Yeah, I was going through my
60 early.
Yeah, I was going through my entire tangent. I'm like, did he just take CJ Stroud right there? Yikes. Talk about donations. God bless you. James S. Yeah, hold on. Do I have this? D for donation. Great. Let's catch up with the chat. Beautiful cause. God rest their souls. Amen. Well said, buddy. Rita says, as a nurse, I find people wait too long for hospice assessment. Gonna make our pick here. I know I shouldn't be making my pick here, but also want to make sure that I'm drafting well. As a nurse, this is Rita. As a nurse, I find people wait too long for a hospice assessment. Ask for one early. Your family doesn't have be on death's door. Amen. Well said, Rita. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for coming in. And yeah, good advice, Rita. 100%. Wendy. Ann is a killer. Okay. Thank you, Rita. Ann is blushing. Yeah, and we would love to get you in on one of these drafts. Sign up on Drafters Fantasy using promo code DISCO to double your first deposit from $25 to $100. And the moment you enter your first draft, Drafters will donate 20 USD, which is 25 Canadian. We're Canadian, to the cause based off of you joining and drafting and being part of this movement and using promo code DISCO. Thank you. God bless you, Ann. Rita as well. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much for
Thanks,
being
Rita.
part of this event. You guys are wonderful. And thank you guys for promoting this event to your shared community.
It's my turn. Okay.
You had to take Jerry Judy, Kareem, huh? You had to take Jerry Judy right there?
You guys, can I just say, I feel like my ability to draft should be completely revoked after taking Mike Evans in the second. Disco threw me off so bad with the whole wide receiver thing that I legitimately panicked. I mean, now it could be amazing. It could be. Mike's going to have a great year, but
he's been a top 10 wide receiver the last 2 years. He's a phenomenal
pick.
pick.
When's the last time you've seen Mike Evans taken in the second?
Yeah,
what is happening?
Like sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, like
at the end of the day, get your guy. He has top 10 upside. And
I don't know if he was my guy, but he was my guy there.
Well, I mean, look at it this way, Gina. If you're drafting against 154,000 other lineups,
I'm different.
How many people have a Justin Jefferson and Mike Evans start? No, but I'm being honest. This is just good advice. If you're getting unique with your start and you're getting different with your start and you're getting unique combinations that nobody else has, you give yourself an advantage. You just got to land the plane and make sure you get
kind of like CJ Stroud in the 5th round.
No, yeah, yours is donation. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But you want to make sure that you start being contrarian and also try to prioritize correlation, right? So you got Justin Jefferson. That means JJ McCarthy as a stack option is great. You got Mike Evans. That means a stack option for with Baker Mayfield would be great. You do have early Jaden Daniels here, and I'm not saying you took him like early or anything like that.
I did take him early,
but that kind of limits you on your next quarterback and when you're going to invest that draft capital. So I would look at like another good stacking option would be Calvin Ridley with the rookie Cam Ward, or even Jerry Judy with whoever you think one of the 5 quarterbacks are. So yeah, no, you're drafting well. This is a good lineup, and there's a good balance of talent everywhere. I would recommend just one more tight end, one more quarterback, and let's see who you pick here. Travis Etienne. I love that click. Love it so much.
I don't do best ball a whole lot. I do a couple. So the whole animal of best ball is like very different than what I'm used to drafting. Also, a 30-second clock. The most anxiety you could put in my body, the most. Like I'm very thoughtful with my picks. I need time. I don't do impulse picks. And when I do impulse picks, you see what happened.
How long do you normally have for your draft? Like, isn't it like 30 to 60 seconds normal?
Oh my God.
No, I do like slow draft.
Oh.
Well, for what it's worth, there is a slow draft option for like when you do your next draft, where it's 8 hours per pick. So I always have a ton of slow drafts.
Me again. Oh my God. See, like panicking. Wait, so you're saying I should do I do Baker now?
If you want to.
Early?
if you
Not
want
with-
to,
not with
I would
Jaden
personally
Burnett.
go Shaheed or Christian or even Jaden Higgins. Shaheed or Jaden Higgins are your two best options here.
Oh my God, I'm running out of time. Oh my God.
Great
You
pick.
got, you
Great
got
pick.
this. You got this.
Sleaze
Evan
is
Ingram makes it back.
I actually was looking at Evan Ingram too because I really like him this year.
Oh,
But
yeah.
and I would have totally gone against what was just recommended, and I look like a jerk.
no. Well, I don't think you'd look like a jerk. Once again, it's all about like draft capital. Honestly, you would have sniped Boner looking in hindsight, and I'm glad that you didn't. And I'm glad Boner got his stack here. So no
This is-
sniping.
Sniper, no sniping.
Yeah, no, I didn't try to protect Bones there. I had no idea that was happening. But I'm just trying to give you a best upside here. Two-Face Joker says, I have the number one overall pick. Bucky Irving is my keeper, 14th round. Does that make my
no matter what?
Does that make my decision easier to go Chase over Robinson and aim for something like Williams and Jigba in round 2? Which Williams would he be picking in round 2?
Jameson?
14 men.
Okay, Ren.
Kyron, I wouldn't recommend in round 2. That's for sure. I'll tell you that for free. Jameson, I definitely wouldn't recommend there. JSN for sure. I have the number one overall pick. Bucky Irving is my keeper, 14th round. Does that make my decision easier to go Chase over Bijan Robinson and aim for something like? Yeah, I would say going Chase, getting that elite upside play at wide receiver 100%. Is definitely the bet. Anybody else have a different opinion here?
If Chase isn't the first off the board, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, no disagreements. Look, is that a cat?
Look at that.
This is Grayson. He's checking out. I had a little snack here. He's checking it out if he wants it. No, you don't, honey.
Wendy says it's all fun, Gina. That's amazing.
Our ideas of fun are different, Wendy.
well, she'll be on later. I wish she was on right now. But yeah, she'll be on.
Wendy is the most calm, cool, and collected person I've ever met in my entire life. Like she just doesn't get. Like I'm over here like sweaty armpits, and she would be laughing.
And there goes Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, 18 picks early. Love to see it. That's literally it. If you get some solid picks, you can make big difference. Hell yeah. It's just about getting the right combination, right? And just ask yourself, why not you? Where there's 150,000 other possibilities in lineups, why not you? So what we're going to do, guys, between now and 3 p.m. Eastern time, so 20-minute window, if you have donated, you will enter between now and 3 p.m. If you have donated between the beginning and 3 p.m. Eastern time, if you have donated, you will enter into the duck race that we're going to do to give away your entry into the $100,000 Survivor tournament on Bull Rush. We're going to, if you have donated from the beginning, and it doesn't matter what you donate from the beginning of the stream, or if you've donated towards the end of 3 p.m., you will enter into a duck race, which is a very fair and fun way to get you into your opportunity to win a chance to enter the best Bull Rush tournament, the 100K Survivor Pool tournament. It's really exciting. It's really fantastic.
I'm literally going to draft him.
Marvin Mims?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to draft him too.
I'm literally talking. I'm talking about. This is how I know that this is a fantasy football stream.
Too early.
I'm trying to talk up your company, and you're here like he's killing me.
I literally had it queued up, like ready to go. Like I don't have a backup.
Burden's a good pick. Mooney's a good pick. Palmer's a good pick. They're all good picks.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
Conor
I did not
Murray,
mean to interrupt. I saw it coming and like I X'd out.
I'm just off the rails. So I'm all in off the rails.
What do you mean? You're doing so
I don't know.
good.
I just feel like went quarterback too early, went second quarterback too early, went Mike Evans about 3 rounds too early.
But like
we're fine. We're fine. We're good. This is going to be the winner.
I'm okay with that. And even if you don't win, there's still a big probability that you could place in the money, and that's just as important, right? So just keep drafting and betting like you're right. You never know like what's going to work out. Just because I know theory and historically what's worked in this tournament doesn't mean that is not subject to change on a yearly basis, because it has changed on a yearly basis, just minor nuances. So everything you're doing is still really good. There's
There
nothing
you go,
wrong with it.
Andrew. I just took Caleb Williams.
Oh.
Yeah, sticking with my pick earlier.
Stand on
Late
business,
round.
baby. I like it. There you go.
I love that. That's great. You got Caleb and you got Burden, and
I'm
you
all
got
in
Mahomes.
on Palmer this year.
You like Joshua Palmer too?
Huh?
Well, a lot of people like Joshua Palmer. You look at the opportunity that he has. 28% of the targets went into one-on-one coverage in the red zone last year for the Buffalo Bills, and that went to Keon Coleman. Joshua Palmer is interchangeable with Keon Coleman and the direct backup if anything happens to Keon Coleman. So the touchdown upside's there. I think he's a great spike week click.
Yeah. No, he's my he's like my mid to late round guy.
No. Shoot. No.
I think you got this.
Did I have
Well, you are having an internal battle right there, and I'm just very curious as to what's going on, Rachel. What
well, like the app was freezing on me, and so yeah, like it was gray on JJ McCarthy. I still got him, so good. But yeah.
Okay. As long as you're good. Disco,
Talk to us, Rachel. Do we need to send help?
It's like I was having a stroke here.
No. Disco saves himself by saying he has been top 10 wide receiver in the last 10 years. Ask Disco how many times he's drafted Evan. 0.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that.
I was waiting for you to say it, James. Steve Schaub says, how's it going? It's going great, Steve. Steve didn't know this, but when he booked, he was one of the first people to book and schedule his time, and it's tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. I could be wrong. I don't have the schedule in front of me. Sal Leto and Scott Fish are both joining him on his time slot, so that's going to be really fun for you, Steve. And I'm not going to be able to speak words, and if I am speaking words, it won't be English. But I'm very grateful that you're going to be the person there to hold down the fort and help me land the plane. So thank you, Steve. Thanks for joining. Hell yeah, Steve's one of the most beautiful people, man. A great guy inside and out, and just a very sharp best ball drafter. Of course, been out most of the day, but we'll keep checking back in, and I can't wait to be on tomorrow at 9 a.m. There we go. Can't wait to have you, brother. James is giving props.
Oh, you sniped me, Mossy. Mossy sniped me. Okay.
Rocky's excited. Bo Nix, Ingram got to be my most stack, says Bones. Makes sense. It's a great stack. Chase an option. Nobody's keeping him. I'm in a 12-man PPR league. Elites, top RBs are scarce after the first round. Plus, it makes sense. That's typically in redraft. Donated 49 American dollars because the 49ers will win the NFC West. Cheers. I love that for you. Thank you so much for donating.
Okay, I'm making this pick because I'm a glutton for punishment. But it's best ball.
Hey, this is the best value. I love that pick. This is the best value.
It's gonna be his year.
It's a phenomenal value. I love it.
His year, one
of these times.
If you believe it, it'll come true.
Trent is
manifesting good thought.
Is struggling here with his. Okay, we're gonna go here. We need to attack running back, and we need to go early and often. Just running back all day. This is a scary draft. I think we went too heavy at wide receiver. Oh my God, we have every wide receiver in this draft because we took Bijan Robinson at the 101.
You did take a lot of wide receivers.
I like seeing Disco draft some Keon Coleman, baby. Get on board.
I got Keon Coleman. Oh, I do have Keon Coleman. Yay. Hi, Wendy, Angie, Rita. Hey, friends. What's up, Foxworth? Is that another one of your peeps?
Yes, Brittany is another ninja in the best ball draft rooms. She should hop in one of these today too.
So I met my wife at a gym, right? And this is why I love the fact that you're saying ninja. I asked my wife like what her goals were when I was a personal trainer, and she said, I want to be a ninja. Like I want to be able to pull myself up. I want to be a ninja. So every time you say ninja, I always get so excited. And she now needs to join your community like ASAP.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Oh. Yeah, we'll make that happen, Rachel, for sure. Sorry, guys. I am sure you are very good. This is a very, very sharp lobby. Liking your draft. Tootsie Pop says James Frazier. That's another one of your community members. Let's pull up Tootsie Pop's draft. So far, she has Joe Burrow, JJ McCarthy,
panicking
Chuba.
on the clock right now.
I'm panicking right now. I don't even know. Is he playing this season?
He'll
tell. I can tell.
He'll play.
I don't even know. I like Sleeper because I can read all the little, I don't have time to read the little summaries.
Honestly, the desktop version is also super helpful because it's just. But are you on
All
a desk?
there.
Yeah,
I'm on my desktop. I don't know how to multitask like that. I'm the least techie person you'll ever meet.
I'm literally a modern day Neanderthal. I'm a modern day Neanderthal. I have 2 monitors, but that's because I do this Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time every day, all the time. 2 monitors definitely helps for sure. Aaron Jones, Jordan Mason, Ramondre Stevenson. I love what you did here with this running back room. This is one of the better tactics, Rachel. Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. We know it's going to be a top 10 rushing offense. You don't have to pick one. Even though it limits your ceiling, your floor is sky high by investing in both of these running backs. I love that strategy for you. Ramondre Stevenson, Austin Eckler, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Devontae Adams, George Pickens, Rashad Bateman, Brock Bowers, Jake Ferguson. So my recommendation is you're definitely done at quarterback. You're definitely done at tight end. You need to attack wide receiver early and often now. Just my recommendation, but I love what you're building there. It looks really, really, really good. The Fox, Jamie. Hello, Fox. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Not a homer pick for Rachel. What, JJ McCarthy? That's definitely
and Aaron Jones, Jordan Mason, and I just did Adam Thielen. So we'll just go.
I mean, that could be a good back stack because he could be on his way there. So I love that. I just need a moment to pull up the schedule.
I think I would cry if Adam Thielen comes back to the Vikings. Or I know I will cry. I will cry.
Like tears of joy?
Yes, tears of joy. Yes, exactly. He's our hometown hero.
A lot of people want him there.
And to retire as a Vikings, which I'm sure he'll do regardless of the one day, but it'd be nice to do a full year or 2.
All right, let's pull up the schedule. I don't remember off the top of my head who's our 3 p.m.ers. I believe it's Bob Harris. I could be wrong. I believe it's Bob Harris and Greg Kellogg. Greg Kellogg, Bob Harris, and Johnny Tuma from the player profiler.
Nice. You got all the heavy hitters.
Oh, I mean, like we got some heavy hitters on the screen right now too. Like we got Gina Noble, Trent, we got Rachel Sleaze. This has been fun, guys. It's such a blessing to be joined by you guys and to be supported by you and your friendship. And we talk about a legend, and a legend shall appear. Greg is loading in from the Matrix, and he's got the fedora. He's got the fedora.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Wonderful. Okay, guys, if you're not familiar, Greg, not just the
oh my god,
the biggest...
I'm out of the thing. How do I get back into my thing?
Just close the app, reopen at the top left. You'll see that it'll say how many picks away you are.
I got it. Oh, sorry, I just panicked.
No, you're okay. That's what I'm here for. I had to be the calm presence in the room, and I'm glad I did that.
You were very calming.
You need to draft running back here.
If you guys are not familiar with Greg is a first ballot Sports Writers Association Hall of Famer. He is our biggest donor. He is my mentor and somebody who I admire and look up to more than anybody else on this planet. I love this man. I love that I was able to break bread with him at the Fantasy Football Expo this year. It is the man who is literally behind the scenes of everything that's going on here, and one of the greatest human beings I've had the privilege of knowing. This is the great Gregory Kellogg. We are in the presence of fantasy football greatness. The only thing that sucks about Greg is he likes Michigan.
Hey, I got to say one thing, Disco. I got to say one thing.
What's up?
You forgot. I'm also the GOAT.
Yeah, you are the GOAT. You are the GOAT.
That was actually a gift at the expo. Somebody gave that to me, and I'm never letting anybody live that down. I'm wearing that forever.
It's like
I love that. I love that.
Giggling or googling, Fox. I love that.
Camp news around Keon is basically that he's a mutant this year, totally locked in. I love that.
I like Keon Coleman this year. I do like Keon Coleman this year. He's got a great quarterback. That always helps.
You look at implied totals, Buffalo's anticipated to score the most points in the NFL this year. You want to invest in all the pass catchers.
Well, that's Detroit. Come on.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Detroit's going to be really bad this year. They're going to fall off of a cliff.
It is Michigan like that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like that.
Gina was saying how to get women started. And I know that Tootsie Pop, Rachel, sorry, I like the Tootsie Pop. I got to use that.
Yes.
They say keep it simple, but they said some other things too. Make it fun. And every draft I'm in, and I've been doing this since 1986, every draft I'm in, I take one Lion and one Wolverine minimum. That way I can cheer for the team even if they suck, because they're teams that I like. So that's how I keep it fun.
I love that. And I also love the fact that we have just eclipsed $2,000 on our GoFundMe. Thank you, everybody, for the donations. Once again, guys, even though we're here talking ball, even though this is all about fantasy football, this is about what the fantasy football community is capable of doing and doing together. We are raising funds for hospice and palliative care to help families during impossible circumstances, scenarios, and situations have a little bit of an easier time to overcome it. And once again, guys, if you donate within the next 8 minutes, and it doesn't matter how much you donate, we will enter you into the duck race. And the duck race, Trent, why don't you let the folks know what they win in this duck race, because I need to lock in for this.
Real quick, how many people have donated though so far?
Give me a minute. So I got the fundraiser here. Let me see all. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 anonymouses. That word did not come out the right way. Anonymouses. There you go. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 minus 3 anonymouses. So 15.
All right. If we get one more person to donate, I'll do 2 entries into the Survivor competition. But they have to donate before you do the duck race.
All right. One more donation, guys. 7 minutes. Anything and everything helps. He'll give away 2 entries into a $100,000 tournament that is going to be. Why did I just take John Smith? What the hell's wrong with me?
I got you talking.
No, you're good.
I'll take the blame for that one.
$100,000 tournament. Once again, guys, Bull Rush and Trent are the key sponsors of this event. I have the shirt on. I got them in the background. They're the people who sent me to the Fantasy Football Hall of Fame in a Mercedes-Benz for the Fantasy Football Expo. Mind you, it was on a discount.
You picked the Mercedes.
It was on a discount. Seriously, it was discounted. It was super cheap. I swear to God, it was really cheap. I promise you. Like, it was a great discount. I was shocked.
It was a sweet car.
Hell yeah. The fact that I was able to get in and out was hilarious. Greg enjoyed it. I know Sleaze enjoyed it too.
I got to tell you, the expo is great. First of all, everyone on this panel was at the expo.
Yep.
Gina, in my top right corner, is Queen. She won the Queen's Classic this year, and she was actually photographed with a crown and scepter on a throne. And I think she also had a big belt too, didn't you, Gina?
Yes,
didn't
I did.
You have a big belt too?
Snack provided the big.
Okay. Trent, I met outside when they were shooting a commercial for Bull Rush with Disco. So I'm looking forward to talking to you more next year, Trent. Rachel, I just love Tootsie Pop. Rachel's
I love you.
One of my favorite people. And Sleaze's wife tried to get me killed. Swear to God, this December marks my 49th anniversary with my wife that I married. She was my high school sweetheart, and Sleaze's wife comes up behind me and takes a picture with me with her head on my shoulder right next to me. Now, she's a lovely woman. Don't get me wrong. But when you've been married as long as I have, young women taking pictures with old husbands is not the best look. It's just not a good look for me. So, Sleaze, I appreciate that. But the best picture I took out of the whole weekend, I had Sleaze on one side and Disco on the other, BDE, Big Draft Energy, Andrew. And my wife took a look at that picture and said, "Who the hell is that?" I'm 6 foot tall and 235 pounds. And I've lost weight, but I'm still a big guy. He makes me look like a dwarf. I mean, literally makes me look like a dwarf.
My shoulder
He's
in the
a
picture.
foot taller than I am. Well, 8 inches, but the picture is a great picture. But you got to go to the expo. You can eat with these people. You can talk to these people. You can get any advice that you want. And I have never yet met anybody that's in the Hall of Fame or just creates content that won't give you their advice for free at the expo.
Absolutely.
They love to
That's
talk
amazing.
football.
Absolutely.
It was my first year there, and I'll say everybody was super welcoming, and everybody invites you in, and we'll go have a beer with you. We'll strike up a conversation. So for those that might never have been or on the fence about going, it's definitely worth it. Everybody's super nice. Make sure you go.
Absolutely.
I do want to rate one point, Disco. If you're an American and you donate through the GoFundMe automatically converts it to Canadian dollars, and you get a tremendous advantage to the hospice care because they get Canadian dollars. And when I made my donation, it was 188 Canadian extra just because of the exchange rate. So
all right.
do it. I mean, it's a great cause.
Well, we just added not
Bobby!
just another phenomenal legend in the game and another phenomenally human being.
Yes, that's you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest just people, fantasy football people, somebody who I've been at the Expo the last 2 years, but I have not had the opportunity to shake his hand and introduce myself yet. And that's going to be a priority for me next year, but I do admire his work. We have one of the greatest people on the planet, fantasy football analysts aside, Mr. Bob Harris. Welcome to the show. In case people have been living under a rock, please introduce yourself to the audience. Let them know what you do, where they can support you, where they can find you, please, and thank you.
I'm Bob Harris. I'm at Football Diehard on the social medias, and you find me at Football Guys, and you can hear me on Sirius XM, Fantasy Sports Radio, and sometimes NFL Radio, where I'm looking forward, Rachel, to talking about our guy Adam Thielen returning home.
Amazing. Welcome to the panel. Welcome
Thank
to the
you. By the way, let me just say, like we've been in the vicinity, right? And there's nods and hellos, but yes, never have we had a chance to speak.
I will correct that next year. Bob Harris taught me everything I ever knew about fantasy football. He and I would talk till 3 a.m. We would talk nightly till 3 a.m. And this is Bob Harris. He never once complained. He always took my calls. The questions were stupid. I knew nothing. And yet he never complained. And then years later, he used to send out his flash update using a fax machine on his computer. I used to kick him off the fax machine offline. He never told me till years later that and he still took my calls. Nicest guy in the industry. He really is.
Back to the days of single phone lines, trying to balance your internet, your fax, and your telephoning. It was difficult.
All right, so I'm trying to navigate right now, and that's a beautiful story about your friendships, because the way Bob kind of mentored you, you've definitely mentored me, Greg, minus your love for the University of Michigan. With that being said, we had a call to action to get people to donate, because this is ultimately a fundraiser where all proceeds go to hospice and palliative care. And you guys answered in such a way. We had No Cap Mac here with a donation. Thank you again, No Cap Mac, for your donation. We had somebody else here for Foxworth, I believe, donated. Several of you donated here. Thank you so much, Foxworth, right here. Thank you guys so much for your donation. Our call to action was, if you guys donate prior to 3 p.m. Eastern time, if we got one more donor, that we were going to do a duck race for 2 entries into the Bull Rush 100K contest. And all you guys have to do, if you do win, and even if you don't win, but you guys right here in this link right here, we got the website. You just got to create an account and reach out to myself or Trent on X and tell us what your name is with the account that you made on Bull Rush to enter this tournament. And thank you guys once again for your donations. We are setting up the names for all the donors so we could get the duck race going and give the top 2 placements in the duck race their flowers and their entries into this 100K survivor pool tournament. Before we do that, because obviously we got work going on in the back. We just got another donation. Wow. Since we got work going on in the background, and shout out to Mrs. Disco for doing all the extra work, because none of this is possible without her. She is everything. I want to go into a panel style discussion group conversation where we want your fantasy football takes, but we also want to know, what you feel about these certain scenarios and certain narratives. And I am really good at creating and painting these narratives. I'm not good at navigating this whole like big screen to little screen situation, but bear with me. So let me set the stage. Last year, nobody and their mother expected the Minnesota Vikings to do anything with Sam Darnold. The expectations for the Minnesota Vikings' success was at an all-time low during this time and period last year. We got news that J.J. McCarthy was going to be hurt and miss the entire season. Everybody wrote them off with Sam Darnold. Fast forward a year later, the situation and circumstances for the Minnesota Vikings are at an all-time high. Why are my words not wording? They are at an all-time high. And we cannot go without saying that J.J. McCarthy's situation and the offense built around him, the defense that's built around him, especially the coaching with Kevin O'Connell, it couldn't be better. There's nobody stepping into a better situation in football, and I can't remember a better quarterback stepping into a better situation. The standards are at an all-time high for J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings this year. What happens if they don't meet that criteria and the standards that people have set of them just winning the division outright, making the playoffs as like no matter what? What happens if they don't meet that criteria? And is there a world where they don't meet that criteria? Bob, why don't you honor us with a response while we do the background work here for the initial response while we do the background work here for the Duck Race?
Let me make sure my fiance is not listening, the Vikings fan of the house. There is a universe where it's possible that they don't, and if they don't, they'll reload and try again next year. There are some issues, but I don't think I think the most likely outcome is they do advance into the postseason. I think they'll get something out of McCarthy. You said it all. The offensive ecosystem, Kevin O'Connell in the pass-heavy offense, Justin Jefferson. There is some attrition to open the season with that receiving core, but they do have a stronger rushing attack this year with Jordan Mason added to the mix. Sounds like it's going to be a little more closer to 50-50 than it is with Aaron Jones handling the true feature role, and I think they can get something done with that. They also have a fantastic defense thanks to Brian Flores and the aggressive play calling he does on that side of the ball. So I do expect him to be successful. It may not be as much offense, or the offense may not deliver as we want as fantasy investors necessarily, but Justin Jefferson will deliver as we expect, assuming he's on the field, and that's the thing that matters most. And they will straddle their way into the postseason, and once you're there, all kinds of goodness can happen.
I love that. Tootsie Pop, I know you love your Minnesota Vikings.
I do.
So here's your opportunity to show your homerisms and your homerisms. Those are not words, but they're going to be today. Tell us your idea and concept of what would happen in Minnesota, since you're on home base, if JJ McCarthy and this year's Minnesota Vikings don't live up to the expectations, or if that's just impossible.
Kevin O'Connell is quarterback whisperer. What he did with Kirk Cousins and then Sam Darnold, and even with Joshua Dobbs and Nick Mullins for a couple of games, he's going to do that with JJ McCarthy. And it was to McCarthy's advantage last year to sit out and to observe. And so it's his first year playing, but he's not a typical rookie quarterback. So he knows how the Vikings play. He's got that connection with Kevin O'Connell, and they have the weapons with Justin Jefferson, Addison Naylor, depending on the suspension and injury. If they bring Adam Thielen, I'm going to cry happy tears. That would be game changer. That will bring them right to the playoffs. They have TJ Hawkinson. Last year he came back from injury, but this year he's full go. They have Aaron Jones, who also receives, and Jordan Mason with the running back room. The challenge is going to be the NFC North division. That is where the challenge is, because the other three teams are no joke. So that is where their challenge is going to be. It's not going to be within their own team. It's what kind of edge can they have against their division mates?
I love that response. Liv, just get everybody on the list, honestly, except for Trent, because it's his giveaway, if you could do that. Greg, what do you think, man? I know you're a diehard JJ McCarthy truther because go blue.
Here we go.
But please talk to us.
Well, like Rachel said, the NFC North is the toughest division in football this year. They have three legitimate Super Bowl contenders in Green Bay, Detroit, and Minnesota. Detroit's defense is going to be much better with Aiden Hutchinson back, and they've improved the defense. I I love JJ. I really do. I think having Addison out for 3 weeks is going to hurt him a little bit because he's got a chemistry with Jordan Addison already. But I do like the running game. I don't think it ties up to Detroit. Detroit will win the division, but I think we will legitimately send 2 teams to the playoffs, potentially 3. We could get both wild cards out of that division.
So who are the 3 that you're expecting to make the playoffs from that division? Just
they're tough. They've got tough schedules. If you look at Detroit's schedule, because they went 15-2 last year, it's a very tough schedule. And it would not surprise me if Detroit drops down to 12 or 13 wins this year just because of their schedule. But I still think that these 3 teams are all legitimate contenders. I don't think Chicago is yet. But I do think Chicago's on the right track.
Can I just
I love JJ this year.
I know you do. Bob, who's your favorite NFL team? Like, are you a homer?
No, I hate them all equally.
Okay.
I try to be really objective, and so I like players more than I like teams, and so I just keep it at that.
I respect that. I love that. We got a Minnesota Vikings fan, we got a Detroit Lions fan, we got a Chicago Bears fan, and I have the Green Bay Packers projected to go to the Super Bowl. So let's talk to another divisional rival. Trent, how do you feel about the Minnesota Vikings situation scenario? And thank you guys so much for, like, in showbiz, we call this filling. You guys are doing a wonderful job filling here and helping me out. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take the opposite side. Just as you mentioned, I'm a Bears fan, so I think Bears are actually going to have a really good season this year. I think Williams is going to step it up in his second year, and unfortunately for the Vikings, I think that means that they're probably not going to make the playoffs. What that means for them, we'll see. But I'll take the under, and I don't think they'll make the playoffs this year.
I respect it. I respect it a lot. All right, before we go to Gina, and Gina, we'll go to you, but we have the duck race set up. We have all 17 names in the duck race. So we're ready to get to quacking and then get back to drafting. So Gina, please take it away.
This is a very technical question for me. I don't usually get this deep on. I think it'll be fine. I mean, I think all the weapons are there. I think we need to give JJ some time. I mean, he came into it, he got injured, and then, I mean, give the kid a chance. But if anybody's set up for success, I think, this is his year. But I do think, like Tootsie Pop said, I think it's good that he had a year. While inconvenient to be injured, very convenient for a rookie quarterback to come in and just be able to absorb in all of the information needed. So whether they'll make the playoffs or not, who knows? And also I'm with Bob Harris. While I like the Lions, I like players more than teams. So I love that. But yeah, I think he'll be fine. I'm cheering for him.
I love that. So we got the duck race queued up, and Sleeves, we'll get your take while the duck race is going because you're familiar with the duck race distractions that happen. You've seen them all the time.
You want your duck to be at the end, baby.
You definitely
I've got to ask a quick question of Trent before you do the duck race. Trent, I absolutely do not gamble. So if I win your $100,000 thing, I require, if you can, that the winnings go to a charity. And I would like to right now say that if I win this duck race or if I join your contest, will you commit to donating the winnings to the hospice care link that Disco is supporting this year?
1, yes, of course, we can do that. But 2, we're not gambling. We're a game of skill. Again, you're not betting real money. You're betting it's virtual money, but it is skill based. And I was actually on a podcast the other day when I made this argument of, I think the way we structure it is actually more skilled than fantasy football. And I know you guys probably wouldn't agree with me, but it's so much more granular because not only are you can do player props and money lines and all of that, but you can say how much are you going to wager, in any given week of your virtual bankroll. And so it gets a lot more granular than just, hey, I'm going to start this person. It's like, all right, I'm going to start this person. Plus, I'm going to bet this amount of money on that person. But yeah, we can certainly donate it. I appreciate that. I know Andrew probably appreciates that as well. So I'm rooting for you now.
Hi, JC. Good to see you, buddy. So sorry, what was that, Trent?
I was asking which duck he is, which I can't see it on the screen.
Batman duck.
It looks like I'm on top.
Yeah, you're the Batman
He
duck.
made me the
Duck,
black
and now
duck.
it's gone. Now what do I have? A chef's hat or something? I would just like to say for the record, I have the worst luck in duck races, so I will not be winning.
Well, you have to have bad luck in something, Gina, because you dominate fantasy football league. So,
judging by my last draft, I'm not sure that's going to be a domination.
Looking at this duck race, I got to say, I am Batman.
I'm Batman. I love that so much. I love that so much. So if you are watching or if you guys are listening to us audibly, we have 2,400 people watching us both simultaneously on YouTube and X. Holy smokes. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. If you guys really want to support the charity, head over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel. We'll be here all day. Literally. Not kidding. Not an exaggeration. So the way this works is it's 69 seconds. You guys know the deal. Whoever finishes first and second in this tournament will have their entries paid for by Bull Rush, by Trent, and this is one of the donations. The next time we do a duck race, it'll be for a copy of Madden 2026, and to enter, you need to be a donor. The way this works is whoever finishes first and second, they get their entries paid for and comped, and the only way to enter, once again, to repeat, guys, is if you donate on the GoFundMe. If you guys want to donate, please do not do it on YouTube in a super chat or any sort of format, because one, it takes 31 days for the payment to process. Two, YouTube taxes 30% of your donation. So just remember that. If you want to donate, click the link in the GoFundMe. The link's in the description, or go to bigdraftenergy.com. Without further ado, guys, 69 seconds. Congratulations to first and second place. Let's enjoy the duck race while Sleaze talks about JJ McCarthy.
Oh my gosh, nothing like following behind everybody 5 times in a row. You make me go last.
But I know that you could wrap it up, and you're helping me with this entire endeavor.
I'll wrap it up for you. Bob, by the way, it was amazing. Thank you for signing the jersey. We didn't get to talk that long at the expo. I hope next time we can.
Great scene.
There is an absolute reason that the Minnesota Vikings let a top 10 quarterback go in Sam Darnold last year, because they know what they have in JJ McCarthy. The only thing that will be missing for the Vikings if they don't win it this year is Harrison Smith is not going to get that ring, and he's going to be gone. They will reload. They will come back. I do think they're a bubble team. I don't know if I think they're a full playoff team yet. I think you're going to see a slow start with the Vikings with the offensive line when they game from the Colts. I think you're going to see Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones use a little more at the beginning of the season, and then he'll get his groove once they get Addison back from the
15 seconds, please.
Oh, I just pulled ahead.
But JJ McCarthy is going to have a good year at value.
Losing. Look at me.
Oh, Big Bones, Big Bones energy. Big Bones energy.
Kellogg's the best. Big Bones.
Superman. Bones is first.
Yeah, second.
Bones and Adrian. So Adrian Fidesz cannot play and compete because he's Canadian. So
sorry,
Bones.
We're working on that.
Bones and Gregory Kellogg, first and second place, have won their entries covered. George has pledged his donation.
No, Fiddy's got second. Disco Fiddy's got second.
He's Canadian, so he can't participate.
Yeah, we're trying to work on Canada right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, regulation prevents us from operating in Canada. But the lawyers are actively working on that, and hopefully by mid-season they'll be able to give the go-ahead that we're able to do it.
So here's the website, guys. Here's bullrush.com. No, that's not the website. I apologize. That's literally the name of the lists. It's a lot to do this as we go. Give me a second. Let me click this, open this, copy. God, I think I'm doing a good job. I almost put it in the private chat. I think I'm doing a good job here. I think I'm doing a great job. All right, so congratulations to Bones. Shout out to you, and congratulations to Greg Kellogg. Greg, just click this link right here, guys. Create your Bull Rush account. Contact Trent on X. It's right there. First name, last name. That's how you find him. Or contact me, and we'll get you guys your free entry into that. He says that was crazy. I was all the way off the screen and came out of nowhere.
Being in the back is the move, dude.
I mean, look, Superman and Batman won the freaking duck race. For what it's worth, if that's not a great moment, and I'm a big nerd.
It's rigged.
Yeah, if that's not a great moment, I don't know what is. Thank you so much, Trent, for all that you do and all that you continue to do for not just Big Draft Energy, but for Hospice and Palliative Care. Please let the folks know how they could support this incredible concept of Bull Rush and the work that you do. And please, for all the new viewers, because there's about 1,000 more new viewers than there was last time. Oh, that's Gina. This is a great close up. It's better than it being me. For the new 1,000 people who are not familiar with Bull Rush and what you guys do, please give them a description on how they can join in on the fun of what you guys do. And once again, guys, these guys are the key sponsors of the event. They paid for my travels to go to Canton, Ohio for the Fantasy Football Expo to network for this exact 24-hour draft-a-thon charity. So Trent and Bull Rush, we are very gracious. We are very grateful for your involvement and for your investment. You didn't know me. You didn't have to support me or this event, and yet you chose to because you have a huge, massive heart, and you got what we call here in the industry big heart energy. So thank you so much for being you and doing what you do, brother. Please, the floor is yours. Let them know how they can support you, your work, and obviously Bull Rush most importantly.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Before we jump into that, Greg and the other winner, I just need your username. So send that to Andrew or myself, or drop in the chat. I'll get you added to the competition. But yeah, so what Bull Rush is we blend fantasy sports and sports betting into what I like to call fantasy betting. It's the first of its kind, but similar to a poker tournament, you join either free or paid entry competition. We then give you a virtual bankroll to go place picks with. So money lines, player props, over-unders, totals, point spreads, etc. You can do single picks or you can do parlays. And then you're basically competing for the largest bankroll. You compete for a set duration. Whoever has the largest bankroll at the end of the competition, whether it's a 1 day or 1 week or season long, ultimately goes and wins the real cash prize. And so the big one that we're having for the NFL season is our version of the NFL Survivor, where it's 20 rounds 1 through 19 are 1 week each, following the NFL season. And then round 20 is for the entire playoffs. And then you just have to be in the top 80% bankrolls each week to keep progressing. Cash prizes in round 20, there is $95,000 of prizes with 50 grand going to the winner. And then in rounds 10 through 19, there's $1,000 each week with 500 going to first place each week. And so I was talking with somebody else the other day on this. A lot of us play fantasy football, and half of us end up having a really bad season about halfway through the season. And this is a good opportunity with what we're doing to prolong that season or really stay engaged towards the end. Even if your fantasy team's not doing well, this is an opportunity to stay engaged and potentially win a bunch of money.
I love that. I love that. Thank you so much, Trent, for all that you do and all that you continue to do. I know that you got a jet. If anybody else has to jet, by all means, go for it. Sleaze is just taking a break in between, and I love that he's doing that. But yeah, please, once again, guys, if you have to jet, just let me know. We're not going to keep you guys here against your will. Trent, thanks again, buddy.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, no, I got to run. My wife has been watching the kids for the last 2 hours. Again, I thought I was joining it too, and I hopped on earlier than anticipated. So again, thanks for having me on. This is a great cause. For all those that are listening, if you have not yet donated to support it, please go do so. It really hits close to home with some of us, and it's important for everybody. So go donate.
Thanks again, Trent. Appreciate you guys. And here's the donation link. See you, buddy. Here's the donation link right here, the GoFundMe link. But what a wonderful person, what a wonderful human, an incredible sponsor. Super grateful for all that he's done. He never met me. He wasn't really familiar with my work, and still, when he heard about the cause, he couldn't help but just jump in and go like face in head first and just support and go above and beyond. And what a wonderful person. If you guys could support their inaugural 100K contest, that would be incredible. Thanks again to Trent. Now we got to look at the drafts that we had. And Bob, I would love for you to you, Greg, we're gonna grade the drafts. Gina's looking like she's acting all shy and coy, like she's capable.
Be nice, of Bob. Be nice.
Like she's capable of drafting
Evans pick in the second round.
Like there's no way you're capable of drafting a bad lineup. All right, so this is Gina's build. Do I need to zoom in? Can you guys see the screen?
Zoom.
I don't think you should zoom in if they can't.
Definitely
see it,
zoom.
fine.
Okay, here's the zoom in. So she goes with a 2-5-10-3 build. It's if you're not familiar, it's best ball format, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 flex. It's total points format in best ball, and it's PPR scoring. She goes Jaden Daniel, Baker Mayfield. By the way, first place wins $500,000. No big deal. Omarion Hampton, Travis Etienne, Ollie Gordon, Jalen Wright, Justice Hill. I don't know. This is nice so far. Justin Jefferson, Mike Evans, Calvin Ridley, Jerry Jeudy, Jaden Higgins, Joshua Palmer, Hollywood Brown, Xavier Legette, Isaac Tesla, and Jack Beck. I love that. This is great. Sam Laporta, Kyle Pitts, Pat Farm with phenomenal draft from me. So, Bob, what do you think about this draft?
Well, I don't know much, but I do know this about Gina Noble. She doesn't mess around. She plays fantasy, takes it very seriously, likes to be known as the queen, dominate drafts, crush the opposition. She did a pretty good draft here. I'm not going to lie. Running backs, like I feel like Omarion Hampton might be overpriced, but he might have that running back one upside. So if you're taking a shot there, I'm fine with that. Derek Brown is right. Mike Evans will be monstrous this year. I love the receiving core. For the most part, I think the receiving core is going to be what fuels or fires, and Sam Laporta won't hurt either. Great draft. Love the quarterbacks. Like everything about it, Gina. Well done.
So what would you grade it? So here we kind of give that Yahoo grade at the end of the draft, so Big Draft Energy, where it's like the higher you grade it, kind of like the worse you do, because we don't know what we're talking about here at Big Draft Energy. So what would you grade it? Like school grades, A+ being like 100% you love it, F being fail, or here we have this where we say D for donation, like you donated to the drafters pool.
I'll go with a B just because the running backs, like she needs some of those ambiguous backfields to work out, but don't we all? I mean, that's the name of the game. If that happens, she's going to be it's going to be amazing. That receiving core, like Jerry Jeudy, if Joe Flacco turns him into the next Amari Cooper, who knows what'll happen? I hope you can play all those guys in the flex or something, because you're going to need them if your running backs don't turn up.
Yeah.
I love the upside at wide receiver. It screams spike weeks, and that's what wins these tournaments. I'm going to give this a B+.
Get my guy Disco on board with Jerry Jeudy, Bob. Tell him.
Not happening.
It's Joe Flacco. I mean, I'm not on board with Jerry Jeudy. Well, look at the volume he got down the stretch with Jameis Winston last year and what he was able to do. And think back 2 years ago to the entire run, the 5-game run. Like, I'm not saying Joe Flacco is going to be that comeback player of the year player that we saw, but like what, 5 straight 300-yard games. David Njoku was dominant over that. Was a top 5 tight end. Amari Cooper was nearly impossible to stop. I think Jerry Jeudy could get some of that done. And where we're drafting him right now, he's easily going to be able to outperform that as long as Joe Flacco's on the field. And that's the question. If it's one game, it'll be a great game. If it's 5 games, we'll probably be happier. I mean, the longer Flacco's on the field, the better all those pieces are going to be for us.
I love this comment by Derek Brown. He says, "Good Lord, the Canadian on that Yahoo pronunciation." I apologize, man. It is what it is.
You have no apologies for Derek Brown. Derek Brown owes you an apology. No, I'm just kidding.
Greg, what do you grade this?
I'm going to give it a B as well, but unlike Bob, I really don't like the running backs even a little bit. I do like that she doubled up Gordon and Wright to make sure she got. I don't expect Achane to play all year. He's already hurt. We don't know what he's going to miss, but so I like that she got Gordon and Wright. That way she can't go wrong on getting that. But that said, she waited till the 3rd round to get her first running back, and that's going to kill her. She doesn't. I would go hero running back. I would go hero running back. I would have taken a running back in one of the first 2 picks.
She did. But Omari Hampton's her hero. I mean, she needs him to come.
Yeah,
through.
But he's a 28th pick. He's not
still a hero. Still a top viable potential. A running back too, for sure.
You're not thinking that Najee's going to steal much. I do. I think Najee's going to steal a lot more than you think.
No.
I love.
We'll see.
I love that we're here for charity, but the arguments are always so fantastic.
But I do think Travis Etienne is going to be better than most experts think this year. I think because I think that Jacksonville offense is going to be better than most people think this year. So I do like that. I like the fact that she got 3 tight ends, because tight ends are so hit or miss. And unlike some people, I'm not sold on the Bowers and all these guys being top 2-round picks. When we had Kelsey going in the first round, it was because he was scoring 60 points more than the second best tight end. You don't have that anymore. You got 6 tight ends that are going to score within 20, 25 points of each other for the year. So you don't have to draft a tight end early. So I do like her tight end room, and I love her wide receiver room. I really do. That's easily going to be the strength of this team. But I'm more of a running back guy because I started when everybody was doing stud running back with 3 in the first 5 rounds. So I do think the running backs hurt her. Otherwise, she'd get an A. The tight ends and the wide receivers, I think, give her an A. I like the quarterbacks. I probably would have done one less wide receiver and gone with the third quarterback just because it's best ball.
But even if she's
I'm a little worried about Baker because of Wirtz. The left tackle worries me for Baker Mayfield.
He avoided the pup though. Wirtz did.
Yeah, he did avoid the pup, but we don't know how bad it is. It's just they don't expect him to be out 6 weeks. That's all that means.
So Debro over on X, and I don't understand. Debro, come to YouTube. He says, "I love you, Barbert." He says, "Still can build hero RB builds in the second or third rounds of drafts."
Correct.
He also says, "Doesn't have to be you going with RB in round 1 to be a hero build." 100%. If you're looking at by the book,
but it's got to be in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be anywhere. You have to have a stud running back.
Yeah, you're calling Omarion Hampton a stud, and there's no evidence of that right now. Hassan Haskins looked as good as Hampton did in the preseason. Of course, Hassan Haskins is a Wolverine, so he should look as good as Hampton does.
Greg is coming with the fire.
Weird argument, Greg.
That wasn't a shout out to Michigan at all.
Just a little bit.
Greg. So I normally am a running back girl all the way. So let me just stand up for my draft here. So prior to you getting on the feed, Disco was trying to give us some advice, and in this format was saying that wide receivers are king in this best ball format. So I typically would not have probably gone Jefferson there. I probably would have taken the best running back off the board, followed probably by a second running back because I am a hero running back drafter.
Would that have been Gibbs or Saquon?
I probably would have gone Barkley.
Okay.
See, now I'd have really taken exception with that one. I like Gibbs this year, but Barkley I'm avoiding altogether because of the curse of 370. And I know what people say about the curse, but it's true. Just look at every running back that's gotten 370 touches over the last 20 years. Just look at them and see what they've done the following year. I do like Jefferson. Jefferson is my wide receiver 1 this year. So I do like that pick. I would have just gone with, maybe a JT in the second round.
Well, Mike Evans was sort of a panic pick for me because I don't ever take Mike Evans in the second. So that was just an absolute did I just do that moment. But hey, could totally be amazing. But anyway, just to give
now watch, Gina's going to prove me wrong with this draft.
She's going to
dominate.
She's the queen.
You watch.
I love her draft, but I also love this comment. This is probably the comment of the day so far. He says, "I think Najee is going to have a hard time seeing the field." Wow.
That's because of the eye injury. He's making a pun.
Okay.
I have a
B-.
question. I have a quick question, Disco. Gina, where did you finish in your Kings Queens Classic drafts last year? And Greg, where did you finish?
I did. I don't think I made the playoffs in mine. To be honest, I don't think I did.
Okay.
And Gina is the queen.
I have a queen crown.
Where's your crown? Where's your crown?
But
this is time to wear
I
it.
am the GOAT. The ring says it, Bob.
Well, my crown says something too.
It does.
So
It absolutely does, Gina.
Debro says it's an A+ from him.
Last year, when you drafted in the Queen's Classic, did you draft a rookie running back as your top back?
No. Who I had Kyron Williams actually, who I have this year too. He was my top running back. Who the heck did I go? I don't even remember who I picked in the first round.
So Debro says
Jamar Chase. I had Chase.
That's because I spoke to you and I said Jamar Chase no matter what, right, Gina? Right?
Absolutely. And I stacked him. I had Chase and Burrow. I mean, that team was like the dream.
It was a great conversation, and I'm so grateful that you listened. But you didn't need my advice. I had nothing to do with it. Debro says a B+ for me, only if paying up for Jaden. I'd want to stack him, but not a must. Only thing splitting hairs for me for an A. Makes perfect sense. Sleaze, what do you grade Gina's draft? And then we're gonna look at Rachel's lineup, then we're gonna look at your lineup, Sleaze, and then we're gonna look at my lineup, and we're gonna grade them all. Sleaze, what do you say here? And then we're gonna get the grade from Rachel as well, and then we're gonna look at Rachel's team.
So, I don't want to bash on the queen. I don't know how much best ball she does, but the strategy behind it is wrong in a couple ways. You don't want to go 2 elite quarterbacks. You went way late on running backs. I do like the Ollie Jalen Wright play. I love the wide receiver room top 5 down, or top 7 down as well. Joshua Palmer and Brown can smash, but I think your running back room is just going to kill you weekly. Like in a bad way, really bad way. I don't like that at all.
Okay, so
you could have been a little nicer about it.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Omarion Hampton should be a dominant running back in a run-heavy offense, an offense that's going to run regular and early and regular.
They've alluded to a timeshare there all year long.
I mean, once again, like No Cap said earlier, he's going to have trouble seeing the field. Next, Travis Etienne should be the RB1 in that room. If he gives you significant top 15 upside for 10 out of the 15 weeks, you're laughing. If anything happens to Devon Achane, you have both Ollie Gordon and Jalen Wright. There's incredible upside. And if Baltimore is in shootout scenarios, you have Justice Hill in a PPR team. I love what you built here because everybody's looking at the floor, and the floor says one thing. But if you're getting Baker Mayfield, 15 picks past ADP, and you're correlating with Mike Evans, and you're making a bet that Mike Evans is going to give you top 2 round return on investment at the wide receiver position, I think this draft is dominant. I think it's incredible. It has really, really good upside, and I see nothing wrong with it because it's unique out of 150,000 plus lineups. And I'm not just saying that because you're the queen. I'm just saying that this is a really, really good draft, and I love the way the roster construction was built. Rachel, how do you feel about this draft? What do you grade it?
I would give her a B+. RB1, Hampton's going to slide in there. RB2, week to week will vary. ETN, maybe Jalen Wright, and so that would just be a little. But like every best ball lineup has a weakness. You're going to find weakness in anybody. So maybe running back is her weakness. But look at her wide receivers. Her 3 starting wide receivers, she's got that locked in, no doubt. I mean, Justin Jefferson, Evans, Ridley's the one.
She even has a flex there.
Yeah, so she's got that locked in. And then she's got a lot of options at tight end with Laporta and Freiermuth. I'm not big on Pitts myself, but you're right. One of these years he's got to hit, right? One of these years. And I love Daniels and Mayfield a lot. So yeah, maybe the RB2 would be like the weakness, but she's got an RB1 there, so she's fine.
I love that draft for her. I really do.
Hey,
all right,
I would like to ask the panel a question, Disco, because you mentioned stacking Jaden McDaniels. Who do you stack him with, McLaurin or Debo or somebody else?
Well, I mean, so I was actually having this conversation with Sleaze yesterday after the show because I was trying to look at like all the things I like about Efton Chisholm. And one of the things that stood out the most about Efton Chisholm, especially as being one of the original Efton Chisholm truthers, is the fact that he had the 5th fastest 3-cone drill, and just ahead of him was Jalen Lane. So Jalen Lane is an excellent round 20 flyer at the wide receiver position. You could also get Ben Sinnott, who everybody thought was going to step in, but Zach Ertz is another correlation piece. I would personally go with Deebo Samuel. I think Deebo Samuel is an excellent value. I would try to prioritize that stack. But even in Austin Eckler, if you get like a micro stack with a pass catching running back, there's a lot of upside there too. And I think that's the only thing that would have taken this from a B+ for me to an A. So that's my only piece of advice, correlation and more correlation, right? But if you draft a naked quarterback, it's important that that naked quarterback has rushing upside, and Jaden Daniels has that and then some. So I love the build. I love everything that she did. And then she has correlation with Baker Mayfield, and she has correlation with Mike Evans. So that's beautiful.
The crown. The crown is here.
I just, in case you guys didn't remember.
You need a spot. You need a spotlight that. You need a spotlight that. We got to see the crown.
I love that. She needs a spotlight. My bad. Working on it. All right.
Hey, that crown is not light either. That's a heavy crown.
Oh,
that's a nice crown.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a bruise on my head. I mean, I'm willing to do whatever it is to be queen, but it was after doing my little video and 47 takes later, I had a little bruise. But
I love that. All right, let's look at Tootsie Pop's lineup. Bob, we'll get you to look at this one first, boss. She goes with a 2-6-10-2 build. Joe Burrow, 10 picks past ADP, and JJ McCarthy, 7 picks past ADP. She goes Chubba Bubba, the Canadian treasure, Chuba Hubbard, Aaron Jones, and Jordan Mason. I love that you double stack this running back room. It is really, really nice. And you're got a little micro stack with JJ McCarthy to go along with that. I think in basketball format, Ramondre Stevenson's an excellent pick. I don't like that you reached, though. Austin Eckler, your guy, my guy, it's Kyle Monungai. You got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Devontae Adams, George Pickens. You took the Bateman with Rashad Bateman, Adam Thielen, De'Ami Brown, Ray McLeod, Olamide Zaccheaus. That's a deep dart. I like that. Tyler Lockett, Calvin Austin. You got Brock Bowers, and you got Jake Ferguson. What do you think about this lineup, Bob?
I like it an awful lot. It's a Vikings heavy. I'm not surprised, but many Bob Harris approved players. Yes, I see Devontae Adams on the list. I see a league winner. It's I'm cuckoo for him. A lot of players I really like. I love Adam Thielen this year at cost. I hope he actually doesn't get traded to the Vikings. I think his value is more in Carolina, where he's demonstrated that chemistry with Bryce Young. I like her pairing up the Vikings backfield. I'm going to go ahead and give this a B+, just stronger backfield than Gina's, a little lighter in the receiving room, but she's going to have get a little more work out of that. And Brock Bowers, by the way, I'm kind of not keen on paying a historic premium. I don't want to pay for the best season ever by a player, but talking to people in Vegas, I'm starting to come around a little bit on Brock Bowers. I mean, I think the outcomes, even if he can't match last year's totals, are pretty damn good.
Oh, well, we had a biblical debate earlier, Bob, with Jim Coventry, Debro, myself, and a couple other folks, and Jeremy Sleaze. We had a really, really epic debate about who the real tight end one is. God, that was good talk. All right, thank you, Bob.
You want the answer to that?
Oh yeah, please.
I got a question for Bob. How high are you on Devontae Adams?
Very high. I think he could finish ahead of Puka Nacua this year.
That's what I like to hear.
I mean, just because you like to hear it doesn't mean it's going to happen. Okay.
No, it doesn't. But I think it's well within the range of possible outcomes. Also, it's George Kittle. We all know the tight end one. He was tight end one last year on points per game basis. If he stays on the field with that receiving core depleted somewhat in San Francisco, he's going to be a dominant force. But I only say number one because I like the price better. I would rather get George Kittle in round 3 or 4 than I want to pay round 1 or 2 for Bowers and McBride.
Depleted somewhat is an incredible understatement for what it's worth.
I'm Devontae Adams all the way. It's good.
We have 2,600 people watching us both simultaneously on YouTube and X. If you guys could take a step away from Twitter and Elon's fun place, his hideaway, his little weird spot, come over to YouTube. It really helps us out a heck of a lot. Subscribe to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel. This is a 24-hour charity draft-a-thon for what it's worth. I love the analysis on the team, Bob. Thank you for that. Sleaze, you keep going last. We'll let you go next here, buddy. What do you think about Tootsie Pop's team?
I really like her team. I like the build of 2-6-10-2. I think you covered the running backs very well. I always love the Vikings tap. Anytime I draft Aaron Jones, I feel like I have to get Jordan Mason because he's such a risky pick. JJ McCarthy at value, pass value. Joe Burrow, pass value. Perfect. I'm a little lower on Amon-Ra, but you made up for it with Devontae Adams. I love Devontae Adams this year, and I like him over Puka as well at value. Calvin Austin, home run hitter. Zaccheaus playing. De'Ami Brown, Ray McLeod, Tyler Lockett. All the 6 splash pieces could carry you over. This team could cash very easily.
I love
give
that.
It a B+, A-.
I love that. Gina, before you got to run, can you give a grade and a breakdown on this roster, please?
I'm giving everybody an A+ because I just can't I don't want to be mean to anybody. No. So actually, she sniped me on a few picks. Obviously, Amon-Ra is my favorite ever. So, I always, Joe Burrow is always that guy who everybody sort of panic picks those first couple of running backs, and then Joe Burrow always ends up being a great value. So, after you picked Joe Burrow, I was like, oh, I should have waited. I could have gotten Joe. So, love Joe Burrow. Yeah, running backs way better than mine. I think Austin Eckler could be sneaky good this year. Obviously love Amon Ra. Scroll down for me a little bit, like so I can see the bottom half of her. Can you scroll that, Disco?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh. George Pickens, also seen lots of comments about George Pickens. He was in my queue, and I think you grabbed him like right before because you were just like, I think a couple before me. The bait man, I'm out on the bait man, although great best ball guy. So maybe I'm in best ball. And then Zacchaeus. So I have this like uncanny ability to pick the most random players in football and make them fantasy worthy. And Zacchaeus was that guy for me last year. I call it the Noble effect. I just like have this intuition that I pull these randos that are not sexy. They're the least sexy players out there. But in fantasy, sometimes you got to roll with not sexy, especially when injuries happen, bye weeks happen. Zacchaeus, man, he was like showing his stuff the other day in the preseason game. And I was over there like, I'm going to add him over here and add him over here. So he was in my queue. Love him, especially for best ball. And then, I mean, come on, you got Brock. So I like it. I like it a lot.
So what would you grade it? A+?
A++.
I love that. Gina, thank you so much for your time. If you have to jet, we completely understand.
Grandbaby is cranky and she's gonna start crying here in a minute. So I will hit the road, but this was a lot of fun. Everybody make sure that you donate. Awesome. I love this so much. Thank you for inviting me to be on. And I mean, what a group to be on with, like amazing. That was a surprise to me. So you guys enjoy the rest of your time on and good luck with, I hope you guys raise a ton of money.
Thank you, Gina. I appreciate you, girl. You're the best.
You. Bye.
All right. Greg, what do you got for us? What do you think of this roster?
I'm not as nice as Gina. I'm giving it an A-. I think it's the best lineup I've seen so far. I love the two. Again, best ball, I want 3 quarterbacks and I want 3 tight ends. And I don't think you need 10 wide receivers. But bottom line is I love Burrow and McCarthy. I think McCarthy's going to be a top 12 quarterback at the end of the year just because of his receivers and that offense. If Sam Darnold can do what he did, J.J. McCarthy is a better passer. He's more accurate. And he runs more and better than a lot of people know. If you didn't watch Michigan play, this kid is a player. He really is. I love him. Chuba Hubbard is going to be a good running back this year. He was a good running back last year. So, and Aaron Jones or Jordan Moss on a weekly basis is going to put up RB1 points. So you don't know which one. You got both of them. That's good. The other 3, they're going to be hit or miss, but I do like the receiving capability of Austin Eckler and the fact that Austin Eckler actually appeared on one of the TSA podcasts. So I love that guy just because of that. How many players actually come on a little podcast like what we have? So, a Detroit fan, I'm going to stick up for Amon Ra. But I also like Devontae Adams and George Pickens. I think that threesome is solid. And you're going to get the hit or miss from the other guys enough to cover up. Although in Pittsburgh, I do think it's going to be Roman Wilson as the wide receiver 2 and not Austin. I think Austin will be the 3. I do like the tight ends. I would just like a 3rd one. And it was Bowers she got in the 2nd round. Bowers isn't falling in the 2nd round of any draft except Superflex this year. So I think she got great value there. A-, solid draft, Rachel.
Shocker. The wide receiver 2 in Pittsburgh is a Go Blue guy. Shocker. What a shock. Gina, I love this. Sorry, not Gina. Rachel, I love this draft for so many reasons, but the principles that you used, especially if you're going to go, with wide receivers early and often and staggering elite ones, you push the running back position, but then you attack the running back position when you did. And you got some really good high upside names. I feel like Chuba Hubbard, my Canadian treasure, is incredibly underrated. And I love the value that you got here. It's a very well-balanced, very, very well-structured lineup. If you invest elite capital, which you did in Joe Burrow and in Brock Bowers, theoretically, your bet is that those guys are going to be your starting quarterback for the most part. So you only want one backup in these best ball tournaments. So I love the discipline that you had there as well. I love the draft for you. I'm going to give this a B+ as well. It's very, very good work. All right, let's look at Sleaze. Is Sleaze back? Sleaze is not with us. So let's look at my lineup, and then we'll get back to panel style. And honestly, I have no idea what I did here. I don't remember who I drafted and what I drafted. This is a cluster. This is not why they call me Big Draft Energy. This is a terrible draft. I apologize in advance. We go with Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, Russell Wilson, and Jalen Milroe. Great pick, Disco. Bijan Robinson, Tank Bigsby, Bashal Tootin, Ray Davis, Najee Harris, Will Shipley, DJ Giddens, Marvin Harrison Jr. So we got some correlation, thank God. Cortland Sutton, Devonta Smith, Chris Olave, Keon Coleman, Josh Downs, Jaden Reed, Trey McBride, more correlation, and Jonnu Smith. I needed a third tight end if Jonnu Smith was my second tight end. So much wrong with this lineup. Bob, just tell me I'm the worst. Please.
So I committed to giving everyone B's in this. So Rachel got the B+, Gina got the B. You're getting a B-, because I'm giving everyone B's.
D for donation.
I'm no D's. I am going to make a donation on your behalf because you need help after I've seen this team. B- is generous, yet at the same time, I can see some positives here. All the stacking of the Arizona Cardinals, if it all plays out, you're going to be quite successful. I do love Cortland Sutton at cost. I think Devontae Smith at cost. Look, I've been arguing that, there's going to be some return to the passing volume this year in Philadelphia. I don't know if that was what they were down 140 attempts last year. Like if they gain back half of that, guys like Devontae Smith and AJ Brown are going to be fantastic. And also, if something happens to AJ Brown, Devontae Smith contingent upside is huge. Josh Downs is going to be very busy. The running backs, scroll back up a little bit. Just go. You can't go wrong with Bijan. So that alone salvages your grade and keeps it in the B range. I do like some of the flyers you took, Bashal Tootin being one of them. I think down the stretch might pay off. So that's it. B-.
All right, Bones, we got you, buddy. We'll roast your lineup right after this, okay? Rachel, what do you think of my draft?
I'm going to go with a B. I'm not sure what you did with your quarterback room.
I'm not sure either. Like I'm doing too much up here, and I'm not drafting. But we will lock in for the next draft. I promise you that.
But I do like the running back room for best ball because you got some sneaky ones. Ray Davis can get some goal line carries. Will Shipley could get some carries. DJ Giddens, if Jonathan Taylor goes down, you got some sneaky plays there. You got some big players on the wide receiver room. I love that a lot. And then your tight ends were what again?
Trey McBride and Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, just your quarterback. I don't know what you were doing, but the rest of it, yeah, B, solid B.
Rick saying Milroe might be Disco's best quarterback. Sleaze, I know what you're going to say about this lineup. It's D for donation. So, Greg, go ahead and rip me apart, buddy.
Well, I'm with Bob. It's a B-, but only because I think you missed opportunities. I love the Bijan pick. I think Tank Bigsby, if Etienne does step back, Bigsby's going to be huge. He's already shown he can get the job done when he gets the opportunity. I don't think you needed Tootin, although he shows promise. I just don't think this is going to be his year, just because of where he sits on the depth chart. He's third. He's the third running back for that team at best. I do think Najee's going to get a lot more play than people are giving him credit for. This kid is he's Hassan Haskins on steroids, and we know that his coach loved Hassan Haskins in college. So he likes that powerful back that can get the 2 or 3 yards. So Jim Harbaugh is going to play Najee Harris. You're going to see him there. I think your wide receivers are decent. They're better than decent. I think they're good with a lot of upside. I think Keon Coleman could surprise this year. I love Josh Downs. Right now I'm going back and forth between Josh Downs or Michael Pittman, but one of those guys with Daniel Jones at quarterback is going to be much more efficient than they were last year. So I think Daniel Jones is going to get a lot more out of the passing game in Indy than people think. So I think you're going to see really good returns on your wide receivers. Again, I like to have the 3 tight ends just because if McBride has a bad game, I would rather have Jonnu Smith plus 1 to choose from than just Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith was great last year, but I don't know what to expect from him this year.
Yeah, I'm not expecting much. Jonnu Smith is somebody I never click. I'm actually like the number 1 Jonnu Smith hater, even when he was still in Miami. People were drafting him in round 12. That was a panic pick. I was panicking. I was trying to manage too much stuff. So yeah, let's look at Bones lineup real quick, and then I got to zoom out. Jeez, Louise,
skipped over my grade. All right, that's fine. Yeah, no.
Okay, fine. No, you're back. You had your share of.
Please just tell him D-.
It's a D- for donation. This is riding heavy on Kyler Murray.
I'm with you.
Daniel Jones may lose the job. Russell Wilson's time is limited. I don't think Jalen Monroe is going to see the field this year unless Sam Darnold gets hurt. Running back room, though, for the hero running back, it turned out not that bad. I love the receiver room. The quarterback room is going to be killer. But I hope Dan is listening. Dan, do you hear all this Keon Coleman hype, man? I just want you to soak that in. These are legends that are telling you this, man.
All right. So,
before you go further, I got to ask Bob Harris something because I really want his opinion. How long does Russell Wilson have that job before Jackson Dart takes over?
At least until the Giants have a losing record. I mean, I don't know that they're if it was me, I would put them right in, but it's not me. I would say if they're getting wins, they're going the primary objective in New York is for Brian Daboll and Joe Shane to keep their jobs. If they're getting wins, they're sticking with Russell Wilson. If they're not getting wins, they're going to make the switch. That's simple.
Now, some would say if you look at the Giants' schedule, their first 6 out of 8 games are against playoff contending teams. And last year, they were 0-12 against playoff contending teams. Can we see Jackson Dart inserted into the lineup earlier than week 4 or 5 after they go on a 3-game losing streak with their first 3 opponents being Washington, KC, and Dallas?
I mean, I think it's possible. I think Russell Wilson is going to be more than serviceable, and he's not going to be the reasons they're losing if they lose games, but that doesn't mean they won't yank him if they are losing. It's just going to depend on the vibe.
I love that. And Dan's response is 23% Keon Coleman. All right, Bob, I have a fantastic question for you since you alluded to this earlier. I'm a big believer in especially when you look at like the historical statistical analysis that Philadelphia ran the ball more than any other team ever in the history of the NFL ever last year, right? And despite that, Jalen Hurts was still, a top 7 quarterback. He still has the tush push. They have not banned that yet. And like you alluded to earlier, we're anticipating an increase in the passing volume, whether it be 10% to 30%, especially because we know that when you look at the historical data of running backs who led the league in carries and touches and opportunities the league before, which Saquon Barkley was, typically the year after, their performances fall off of a cliff and unfortunately sometimes even get hurt. So where are you at with this entire passing offense, including Jalen Hurts, in terms of your rankings? What can people expect, especially for people who have been hating on Jalen Hurts? And I'm not pointing any fingers or putting anybody on the main camera as to who hates on Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles. The magic fingers are back.
I think expecting something closer to 2022, 306 completions instead of the 248. I don't think he'll get closer to the 350 because Saquon Barkley's still there for at least for some period. So I'm going to just say that there is going to be some positive regression to passing attack, and that's good news for all the pieces. But we're drafting Jalen Hurts not because he's a passer, because he's a prolific rushing touchdown scorer, and I'm fine with that. But touchdowns are they're the least sticky stat, and in his case, they've been very sticky. It's been like multiple years of this, and I think that's obviously part of their plan. But I think right now I have Joe Burrow ahead of him. This year, I'd rather take Joe Burrow coming off a strong finish and getting a fast start this year, something he hasn't gotten. He hasn't gotten into full camp.
Bob is my guy. Bob is my guy.
Yeah, I try to tee Bob up to give me an assist, and not once has he helped me out at all with his take. What about you? Greg, where are you at with Jalen Hurts? Are we anticipating regression?
He's going to have to throw more because I'm telling you, curse of 370 is real. and
Aye.
Saquon is either going to
Curses are not real.
It is real, Bob. It is.
Well, no, it's not.
He's got 3 curses. Saquon's dealing with 3 curses.
I know.
real,
He's also
curses are
got
not.
the Madden curse. And
This is how Greg and I spoke many hours on the telephone with me trying to reel in his nonsense. And
Yeah.
not succeeding.
Bottom line is, you go back to 2010, 15 running backs have had 370 touches, not carries. Back when Aaron Schatz talked about this, it was carries. Nobody's getting 370 carries now. You got to think, Saquon had almost 400 touches last year when you take in the playoffs as well. That's a lot of hits. That's a
not
ton
about
of
it,
hits.
but it has happened before. Let's say really good backs and really good offenses might be able to pull it off. Eric Dickerson would like you to know that it's possible to happen, and I don't think most of the backs that this happened.
But Derrick Henry had it twice in his career, and both times he dropped at least 25%. One time he missed half the season with injury.
It's a fair
That's
statistical
Derrick
argument.
Henry.
It's a fair statistical argument. As soon as you throw the word curse in there, I quit listening to you, Greg.
Well, that's right. That's what bothers people is I use the term curse.
Yes,
but I use the
100%
term
that.
curse because Aaron Schatz did, and he's the guy that first
That's fine, but let's not
came up with
let's
it.
be
And
realistic.
I
It's
do
just
it
like-
out of tribute to Aaron.
That's-
But let's
that's
just
fine.
say it's a regressive statistic that is not an anomaly. It happens.
It does happen,
Often.
but not every back that it happens to is in the offensive ecosystem with the best offensive line in football. I mean, there are a lot of things still working. Like, I'm with you. I'm not drafting Saquon unless accidentally by auto pick in drafts early myself. I would rather have Bijan easily, but also look at these Bijan's usage down the stretch.
If Saquon dropped to the second or third round, I could see
Well, that's
taking
not going
it.
to happen.
But in the
That's not going to
sixth pick, you got to take him by the 6th pick because he's going before pick 6. And if you look at the ADP for Fantasy Pros and everybody else, Saquon is the number 1 RB in this year's drafts, according to ADP. You wouldn't take him as the number 1 back, would you, Bob?
No.
I rest my case.
I would
There's
take
a
him for
curse.
round 3. Though.
There's a
How about
curse.
that? He's not making it out around.
Bijan had 370 last year too, 365.
Right.
No, he didn't have 370. He had 365.
Oh, okay. So those 5
touches.
Yeah.
Hey,
there
I don't know why it's that way.
There
I
you
don't
have
know why it's that way. I just looked at the 370.
That's why.
I looked at the 370, and out of the last 15 backs that got 370 or more, 15 lost value. Only one was reasonable. Ezekiel Elliott only lost 5% of his fantasy points the next year, which to me is flat. 5% is flat. But the second best out of the last 15 backs was 25%, and the average was 46%. So you're taking a guy in the middle of the first round or earlier, and the chances are decent that he's going to lose half his points.
And the chances are also decent. You're going to get the volume. I'm chasing volume. Volume is where points come from, right? And like, even if I don't think he's going to live up to last year, I don't necessarily care. It was beyond fantastic for last year. But a player without the ball, certainty of having the ball in his hands, is not as useful to me as a player who I am sure is going to have the ball in his hands. And I'm going to take my
chances. And a player
chances
that misses 8 games is not going to get the ball.
I don't know that he's missing those games, Greg.
Well, we don't either, but all I'm saying is it happens a lot to people that get a lot of touches.
Greg, you must have an absurd amount of Will Shipley in your fantasy football drafts this year.
No, I actually don't. I just stay away from that whole situation.
Uh-huh.
I stay away from that whole situation.
I have a ton of 20th round Will Shipley. A ton.
Okay. Well, then you're hedging your bets on Barkley then.
Of course.
Okay.
Hold on.
You just won't call it a curse.
I will not. I will not call anything a curse. I'll you know what I call a curse because you've heard me curse plenty, sir.
Yeah. Well, mostly
I love it, Bob.
Rachel, where are we at?
Okay.
Let's break the tie here, Rachel. Go ahead.
Yes, please, Rachel.
I'm still drafting Saquon in the first round. I alternate between Bijan and Saquon because I need to diversify. And Jahmyr Gibbs.
Bob Long took him in the first round of the King's Classic. I think Bob's mistaken. That's all.
Who did? Saquon with
Bob
confidence.
Long.
Oh.
Hello, Frank Amarante.
Frank is here.
Hello. How
Hey,
you
Frank,
doing?
is there a
Doing?
curse of 370?
Oh, I heard you guys a bit when I was about to join on. You're talking about Barkley. Yeah. The way I'm looking at it is I don't want to overthink it this year. I'm not going to take him at 1, 2, or 3, but if he's there at 4, I take Barkley. I'm not going to go overboard with the heavy.
Talk to me at the beginning of next year.
But you definitely
Folks,
could be
I'm
right.
gonna have to tap out. I get very weary of arguing with Greg. No, I love arguing with Greg. There's nothing better. I love talking to all of you. I'm gonna go to make my donation now and get on with my busy day. But I appreciate you inviting me on. Next year, we will meet in human form, and I won't let you escape me. I will track you down.
I will give you the biggest bear hug on the planet if that's what you're into. I got you. All right.
All right.
Thank you so much for coming on, Bob.
Take care,
Appreciate you. Bye. So we're about to draft again. We're waiting on a fresh lobby, 11 out of 12. We're going to enter the next drafter's main lobby.
Can I join too?
Of course you can.
Oh, beauty.
Disco, will you allow me to draft with you at least the first 4 or 5 rounds?
You could draft the entire draft with me, Greg. I'll run it by you. We just queued up in the drafters.
I'll stick around for that then.
Perfect. We just queued up in the drafters main. If you want to queue up and jump in with us, please do so.
I don't have that. I'll just look.
No. You're going to help me, Greg. I'm just talking about everybody who's watching. We got 2,600 plus people, both on X and on YouTube. Sign up on Drafters using promo code DISCO if you guys want to get into our lobbies. If you guys want us to look at your drafts, if you guys use promo code DISCO to double your initial deposit dollar for dollar up to 100 from 25 to 100, Drafters will then donate $25 Canadian in your honor once you've entered a draft and drafted with us. It's an incredible promo, wonderful sponsors. And speaking of just wonderful and brilliant and some of the people who I respect the most in the industry, I'm going to take a moment to introduce Frank Amarante. Frank, I cannot do your introduction service, and I've been talking a heck of a lot and got to conserve my voice a little bit. So for the folks who are not familiar with your work and have been living on the rock, please introduce yourself. Let them know where they can support your work, find your work, and just please let them know how brilliant you actually are, because you've made some spectacular calls and they've all hit at a very high level.
Well, thank you for that lovely introduction. I don't think I deserve all that praise, but pleasure to be here. Those who don't know me could follow me on Twitter at FMRanteTFJ. I'm on several websites, Rotoballer, Fantasy Pros, just Pro Football Network, trying to put my content on as many sites as possible. And I'm going to have a Substack for free where I'll put my fantasy football rankings with True North Fantasy Football. And just happy to be here and talk football. It's almost right around the corner. Can't wait.
Good, glad to have you, Frank.
Real quick, everybody on Twitter or X for you youngins, get over to Disco's channel on YouTube, because that will help monetize his video, and that money is going to the cause. You don't even have to donate. We want you to donate, but you can just help him by switching from Twitter to YouTube.
Yes. Thank you for saying that, Greg. What's up, Hussein? Good to see you. So Rachel has to leave shortly, but she also has once again, guys, we're here because this is a fundraiser for hospice and palliative care. And Rachel jumped on board because she has a story that's near and dear to her heart that she would like to share with you guys right now. So Rachel, the floor is yours. Please let the folks know what's on your mind and what's in your heart.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about palliative care. I've been a member of the Six Dad Club for a while. My dad had significant health issues both in 2006, 2016, and then this past May, all different conditions. We've seen every specialist under the sun. But the one in 2016, he had a rare type of lymphoma, and they brought in a palliative nurse to assist us. And at that time, I didn't know what palliative care meant. And I thought, okay, these doctors are giving up on my dad. This is the end. And I was spiraling, being the daughter of a sick dad. And I'm like, am I losing him? Are they giving up? But what they explained was all of hospice is palliative care, but not every palliative care is hospice. So there is palliative care that is used in other situations where there is a significant illness, and there is someone that comes in that assists the family, assists the patient in making tough decisions, in navigating trying to understand all the medical jargon. So they brought in palliative care to assist us during that time. And so that was a game changer. She was there, a calming force when the doctors were explaining all these tough words and what we had to make decisions on. So I just wanted to do a quick plug about palliative care as well. That is an option that assists people with individuals going through some tough illnesses. May not mean that they're at the end of their life, but they're going through a tough time, and it's just an extra service to help.
Thank you so much. We appreciate everything that you do and you continue to do. You are an incredible inspiration and motivation and friend. Thank you again for all that you do, and thank you again for 2 years in a row being a very wonderful participant in this event. So from the bottom of my heart, thanks again. Please let the folks know, because you did mention you have to step out shortly. Please let the folks know where they could support you and your content and just the work that you do as well.
Yeah, you can find me at Tootsie Pop 6, both on Twitter and Instagram for fantasy football content and engagement, and also at Unwind FF on Twitter for the community of women who love fantasy football. So if you're a woman or girl that loves fantasy football, reach out and connect with us there. Yeah, and so just think, and I'll probably jump in a draft later today, Disco. So this is a lot of fun. Thank you for this opportunity, and have a good day, everyone.
Appreciate you, girl. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate it. Greg, unfortunately, I made our first pick.
Jamar Chase. I see that.
I made our first pick without consulting you. I didn't want to interrupt our good friend Tootsie.
No, that's fine.
So I think Jamar Chase is a good first round pick, and I'll continue to click him in with the first overall pick, because that's the only place you could get him, and he did so much for me in my content last year. Frank, how's your day going, man? What's up, buddy?
Oh, great. Same old. I was just did a little bit of content work, just chilling. How about you? Great to be here.
It's great to have you here. I'm trying to enjoy a little bit of some yogurt with fruit that my wife just made for me. I'm upset with myself because as much as I love this being like a charity event, I still want to draft good lineups, right? Because there's money invested, and I didn't like my last draft at all. But yeah, James, welcome in, buddy. I saw you coming back, and I know that you're the person who introduced me to Frank. So what's up? What's going on? Talk to us.
Just for you, James. Just for you.
I just wanted to mention, Sleaze, the #1 Javonte fan. Love it.
Oh my God, Javonte Williams jersey. Oh, it's terrible.
Hi, man. We got Frank. Like, he's almost my neighbor, so I had to come up and say hello, say what's up, Greg. So thought I'd just tag along and just see how the draft goes.
So far so good. Greg and I are going to be building this lineup together. Greg, can you see the screen, or do I need to zoom in?
I can. And
okay, so I'm going to pull up the draft board here. We're coming up. All right, so we got a couple options. We got Jamar Chase no matter what. Remember, it's PPR format, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, 1 quarterback, and 1 flex. Who are you eyeing here for our next 2 picks, because we are at the 101 and we're up?
Take Trey McBride right here, and then follow up with Josh Jacobs.
Get out of my head. Those are the exact picks I would have made.
I was going to go Jonathan Taylor, but he was sniped.
I love this start. This is good. I do like Jonathan Taylor as well. Sleaze says he has to leave shortly because he has a real draft. Yeah, this has been going really, really well. And you said you got a live board, Sleaze?
Yeah, and I'll pull it up back at like 5 p.m. We got to set it for the draft. But also, don't forget, we got the Christian McCaffrey signed by everyone at the expo, all the legends. I don't know how we're doing the giveaway for that. I don't know if you said anything about that. I missed the early part of the stream. What are we doing for that?
Give me 2 seconds. And honestly, what we could do is the highest donation we get between now and when do you think you're going to have your draft set up?
So we got to head over there like 2. It's like 1:15 right now. We got to head there 2:30. The draft starts at 5. So like I'll be back later tonight, probably like 8 or something.
Say 8 o'clock.
What?
Between now and 8.
You can do the total donation the whole time or something. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so let's say the highest, whoever donates the most amount by the time Sleaze gets back on the camera, just straight up wins that jersey that is signed by every major fantasy football content creator that attended this year's Fantasy Football Expo. Why don't you tell the did you sorry, I'm trying to navigate 10 million things. Did you mention who's on who signed it, Sleaze?
All right, we got Jesus. So the legend right here, Greg Kellogg, Bob Lung, Scott Fish, D-Bro, Wendy Early, Big Draft Energy, the Queen. Oh my God. Matt Harmon, Bob Lung, Andy Barons as well. Who else? Who am I missing, James? You got anyone else?
Don't forget
Jim Coventry. Yep. Because some of the signatures
Hutchinson.
I can't tell what they are, so I don't know.
You got Hutchinson Brown.
Hutchinson Brown's on here. And there's like 3 I can't read. It's just scribble. I don't know, but
don't forget Marcus and
Marcus Grant is on here, and
Fabiano
and Florio.
Yeah, Florio.
Okay, that's huge. That's huge. Sorry, thank you guys for listen. I've been up since 7:30. This is like an emotionally draining day. I'm literally the only person who's like making sure everything behind the scenes on the show is going well. Like navigating the contact information in case there's any issues. I have to make sure I'm paying attention to that. Got to make sure I'm paying attention to the drafts and navigating. So I'm a little bit flustered. So thank you guys for picking up where I'm slacking. I appreciate that. And Greg, I need you to pick up where I'm slacking here because we're coming up on the clock.
Go to running backs.
All right.
How about Iowa State beating Kansas State?
Alvin Kamara, DeAndre Swift, Chuba,
RJ Harvey.
Okay.
Just name starter and go to quarterbacks. Is Burrow there? Yeah, grab Burrow. Or Mahomes. Either one. Burrow or Mahomes.
Neither. It's too early.
They won't be here next time around. We're waiting 24 picks.
And if it's too early, we need
get one of them. You said I could draft with you, buddy. Get one of them.
I know you mean okay.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
This way, you're getting a top player at each position. We're getting one top player at each position. After that, we can go heavy wide receiver, heavy whatever you want, but we got to start each position.
I love you. I love you, Greg. I've done now 675 of these. Joe Burrow typically comes back to us. Just putting that out there.
All right. Well, we'll see if Mahomes comes back to us.
And if he doesn't come back, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
But
if Mahomes is drafted before our next pick, that tells you Burrow would have been drafted before our next pick.
Yeah, well, I just want to put it out there. As you can see, I collect signed jerseys. Wow. So I was going to wait till tomorrow to make my donation, but I might have to splash a little cash before tomorrow because I want that jersey next year at the expo.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Well, if you guys aren't aware, we just announced to almost 3,000 people, holy crap. We just announced that we are giving away a signed jersey, CMC, San Francisco 49ers authentic jersey, and it's signed by your favorite fantasy football content creators. Obviously, Frank Amarante couldn't make it there this year, but it's signed by all of them, and then I also signed it. I know I'm not your favorite, but
do you want to know how Disco signed it, guys? Do you want to see this?
Yeah.
I go, give me a signature.
Give me a full screen.
Give me a full screen. This is what he does. He writes BDE.
Hell yeah.
Everyone else signs it.
Hell yeah.
3 letters. I like
Hell
it.
yeah. I mean, like that's the most disco thing you could possibly do. That's the most big draft thing you could possibly do. I'm a modern day Neanderthal, and I'll continue to do modern day Neanderthal things. It's just how I live my life. Bob Harris says, thanks everybody. It was great visiting and appreciate all the comments. Bob, thank you so much for coming on. It was wonderful hearing your fantasy football insights, even though we disagree absolutely everywhere. I still respect you like no tomorrow. I just hate that we disagree everywhere, and you and Sleaze are like the same person. You're like you guys are the same guy, and it's annoying. I hate that.
Get
I hate
on
that.
Twitter, get on X, and follow at Football Diehards.
Hell yeah.
Follow it. You
Absolutely.
will not get better advice from anybody in the industry. Bob Harris is the best.
I just tagged him in a
And
post.
he's also a Hall of Famer. That wasn't mentioned, but he is an FSWA Hall of Famer.
Rightfully so. What's up, Pete? Good to see you, Pete. We got Pete on in the next hour. I think we got Hoff. I think we just got the full fantasy football face-off takeover coming up soon.
Nice.
Hey, Disco, wide receivers.
Of course. By the way, Patrick Mahomes still available. Shocker. So Jacoby Myers, Chris Olave, is that who you're thinking, Greg?
Olave or Judy? I think Olave's. They both have questionable quarterback situations.
Okay, we got Olave.
But you choose. Okay, you choose the next one.
Well, I mean,
but get a wide receiver.
Jacoby, Judy. I mean, I'm just gonna go with. I guess I'll take no.
He's gonna miss too many games. I wouldn't go Rice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for upside right now, and all I'm getting is like.
What about Addison or Jameson Williams?
Addison's missing time. Jameson Williams is long gone.
Just 3 games.
Yeah, but I want. This is our only third wide receiver, and we could potentially start 4. So it was either a glue guy or a risky guy. I'd rather get a glue guy and then just attack upside after this. I was hoping for Golden, but Golden doesn't fall to me anymore in these lobbies. And we got to shout out everybody who's with us here in this lobby. Obviously, Greg and I are drafting from the 101. Frank is at the 102. He's got the robust RB start. And this is the second time I've drafted with him, the second time he's done this. And it looks relatively the same as the first one. Did you have the 202 last time as well? Or the 102 last time?
I'm trying to think here. I got to go back and look. But I did start RB in that one as well, and then get JSN in the third. I do that so often.
Hey man, getting different combinations on starts you like is something that I absolutely love, especially from certain areas. We got Boner at the 103. It's the greatest name in fantasy football, if you ask me. We got Mikey Boy G, who was one of the most successful fantasy football drafters, especially last year in our community. He's at the 107. We got Just Josh, and that's NFL DFS picks at the 109. And we got Terry Rice. And Terry Rice, he's at the 110. He offered to donate entries into the drafters main. So here's what we're going to do. Next person who signs up, the next person who signs up on Drafters Fantasy using promo code DISCO to double their first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100, whether they make a deposit of $25 to $100. The next person who signs up and does that, but also, and this is your initial deposit, and also the next person who does that and then completes a drafters main will get a tickets to the drafters main from our guy Terry Rice, and that will show up in your drafters account within the next 48 hours. Just contact me with your information on Big Draft Energy on X, or just contact me on X and with your email address that you signed up here on Drafters, and we'll send you your ticket that way. So next person who signs up on Drafters using promo code DISCO to double the first deposit, completes a Drafters draft, will get a free entry within the next 48 hours. You could potentially win $500,000 for drafting a winning fantasy football lineup, and Drafters will also donate $25 Canadian to the cause as well for you signing up using promo code DISCO. So a lot going on here, a lot of ways to give. We also have our GoFundMe here for this hospice and palliative care situation and scenario. By the way, were you guys there from my opening pitch? Like, be real with me. Did you guys hear my opening speech? Was it corny? Was it too emotional? Talk to me. How did I do? I mean, we could be frank with each other.
It was good, man.
You did
what are you
great.
going to be corny about? It's nothing corny, man.
I felt like it was heartfelt, and Debra was like, "You don't need to do all that. Just speak from the heart." I'm like, "No, I need to write it out." That's what
I'm going to make a homer pick next, Disco.
Oh, is it Jared
and
Goff?
It's probably too early for
Vincent Marquis says, "Who is winning the trade? I received Jamar Chase, Kyron Williams, and Caleb, and giving Neighbors, Bucky, and Baker in that." Jamar Chase, Kyron, and Caleb, giving Neighbors, Bucky.
Jared.
Yeah, I think
you got cooked, bro.
Who do you want?
Jared Goff.
Oh, he's gonna hate that pick. Oh man,
I know he is. But
have fun with that
for
one.
best
Disco.
ball, Jared Goff has some huge games.
So just to put this in perspective,
I know it's early.
30 picks ahead of ADP. All right, we're done at quarterback.
I know it's early.
Okay.
No, we're not. We're going to get one on the last round. I told you I like three
Tony
quarterbacks
Pollard.
and 3 tight ends. Now let's go to wide receivers. We need another wide receiver or a running back.
I just took Jaden Reed.
Okay.
Okay. So right now we got Joe Burrow, Jared.
So you
Joe
want
Burrow,
Green Bay wide receiver?
Yeah. So Joe Burrow, Jared Goff is our current team. Josh Jacobs, RJ Harvey, Jamar Chase, no matter what. Chris Olave, Jacoby Myers, Jaden Reed, and Trey McBride. I mean, it's kind of good. We just need more receiver ups. I kind of like this team. Jared Goff is one of those guys who I'm not drafting.
If he falls to us next round or next swing, I would like to get Jameson. If not, I'd like to get
Jameson's long gone.
late.
Greg, Jameson.
Oh, he's gone already. Oh, I
he was
didn't
drafted
realize
with
that.
the 53rd overall pick. People are all over Jameson.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
All right.
Long gone. So there's no Jameson. So I mean Tesla's got to be late. So Sleaze, you think he got fleeced? He receives Jamar Chase, Kyron Williams, and Caleb, giving Neighbors, Bucky, and Baker.
Yeah, he got fleeced.
I mean, like the Chase versus Neighbors, you won that one. Bucky versus Kyron, you lost that one. Baker versus Caleb, I think, is negligible. So I don't think he got fleeced.
But we got Chase and Burrow, so we got that hookup, right?
Oh no, I'm talking about the Vincent Marquis
for about a first round pick.
We got a question. He said, "Who is winning the trade?" I received Jamar Chase, Kyron Williams, and Caleb, and giving Neighbors, Bucky, and Baker and redraft.
Bucky's an appreciating asset, though. Kyron is a steady asset.
But this is redraft, not dynasty.
It's dynasty, isn't it?
No,
but still, even in redraft, if he can grab Corum with his last pick, if it's got 18 or more roster spots, I think the left side of the trade wins.
I think redraft you win immediately.
I think it's a pretty fair trade.
I think it's even if it's redraft, but I think dynasty you would have been cooked if we're talking dynasty.
I think you win this. Dynasty is a different story, but it's redraft. That's why I like this. Who should I grab? Okay, another question. Who should I grab, Aaron Jones or Tony Pollard in full PPR league? Frank, why don't you answer this one, brother?
Yeah, I like Aaron Jones. I think he's a bit undervalued, but in between this question, I'd go Tony Pollard just because Tyjae Spears is hurt. You're going to see more of a workload early on. QB upgrade with Cam Ward. So give me Tony Pollard.
Okay.
I'd go the opposite way because of the offense. Only because I expect a lot more out of the offense in Minnesota.
Okay. What about you, James?
Hussein's question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going with Pollard.
I don't trust Aaron Jones to stay healthy, Ben.
Well, keep in mind, Mason's going to take bulk of the carries, right? I'm kind of seeing Aaron Jones as the third down back with a very small touches. I think they're going to use Mason heavily just to protect McCarthy, and I think Pollard is the main dude there. So for me, I take Pollard all day.
Yeah, me too.
So the way I'm looking,
Lel Mullins to eat into Pollard's touches.
I do like him, but do I think he's going to eat into? Unless there's like a significant injury to Tony Pollard, I don't think Mullins is going to be significant this year. But I have him as a dynasty stash. Okay. As for your question, Hussein, full PPR, Tony Pollard or Aaron Jones. The way we're gonna make these picks first. We're back on the clock. Let me pull this chat down. Go ahead, Greg.
Go ahead with Bateman right now because we got to be quick. And bring up the tight ends. I want to get a second tight end.
Right now? Okay. We got Dalton Kincaid, Kyle Pitts.
Let's get Pitts.
We could push Pitts.
We don't need week to week. We just need splash weeks. And I think Pitts can give us splash weeks.
Okay. Done. Pitts and Bateman. Okay. Done. All right. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue this. This is your draft. So when answering this question, Tony Pollard in a full PPR or Aaron Jones, the way I'm answering this question is based off of my projections. And if you're looking at my projections, which team do I have with the upside of finishing as a top 5 running game? If you look at the offseason the Minnesota Vikings had, they shored up that offensive line. They are protecting a young quarterback with a running game that's going to have to be involved early and often. I do think that everything that I'm saying for my argument for Minnesota is the same that could be said for Tennessee, but the names are different. The talent is different that Minnesota brought in to shore up that interior portion of their line. I love what they did in the draft with the first round pick of Donovan Jackson from the University of Ohio. He's a very versatile offensive lineman. They have one of the best, if not the best, left tackle in football. So yeah, I'm going to lean with Aaron Jones, especially PPR upside. The check down equity is going to be there. The volume and opportunity is going to be there. It's going to be a top 5 to top 10 rushing upside offensive performance because JJ McCarthy is essentially in his rookie year. So I love Aaron Jones. I love Jordan Mason. Give me as much as both of them as humanly possible. Whereas last year, Tony Pollard was volume dependent, and he's going to fall off of a cliff this year. And I think that team's going to throw more than not, and I don't think they're going to be a top 10 rushing offense.
He rushed for 1,000 yards behind the worst offensive line in football. You don't think it got better?
It was not the worst offensive line in football. That is the New England
Bengals. Worst line.
Bengals has a good, like a decent offensive line. They were just hurt.
Bengals, Texas,
Miami, the worst easily. Dallas was up there, but Dallas has improved substantially. Like you look at Miami, horrible. Houston, horrible.
While you're talking, click on running back.
Sir, yes, sir. We got all these names here. Oh.
Okay, let's get Cam with our next pick.
I don't think he falls that far, but I'll queue him up for you.
Okay.
We need a couple more contingency plan clicks.
Yeah.
Javonte Williams, baby, for the jersey. Come on.
Yeah,
for the jersey.
Javonte in there. Yeah. Scroll down a little more.
Hey Frank, have you seen?
Have
you seen Sleaze's jersey?
Oh yeah, the CMC one. Or no, you mean Javonte?
No, Javonte.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
What's up?
Oh, is Woody still there?
Woody Marks? Yeah. Woody Marks doesn't get drafted in these. He's like around 18, 19.
Well then put him in to highlight him. We'll have him later. We won't take him this early, but I do like the idea of getting Woody because I don't know that Mixon's going to play this year. So I like Chubb, but I also like Woody Marks, what I've seen with him.
I got one for the panel here. How many total touchdowns do you got for Aaron Jones this year?
Ooh.
6 to 8.
I haven't projected. Wow. I haven't projected for 7.
Okay. That's 6 to 8.
I would say under 5. I think Mason gets all the goal line work.
No cap. Matt Golden just caught a 39-yarder. By the way, Disco. There's a reason why he's my wide receiver 15 in my rankings. There's a reason. And Frank is going to say that is way too high.
Dave?
How many TDs you got him for, Frank? How many?
Sorry, say again. Aaron Jones touchdown.
Total TDs. Yep.
I like Greg's call of 6 to 8. I know you guys are high on Mason getting the red zone carries, and I think he will, but I don't think Aaron Jones will just get none of those. And he
was stuffed in the red zone all last year.
True. I think he's still good. And
go look at wide receivers, Disco.
I like the idea of Najee Harris and somebody else. Like Najee Harris and Ray Davis is nice based off of our build, but who do you want?
Who do you like of these top wide receivers? We can get that after our next pick.
I would say Trey Harris gives us a lot of upside.
Go ahead, take him.
Okay, and then Najee Harris.
Yeah, I love Najee.
All right, I'm with that. It's not bad. So far our roster is Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Josh Jacobs, RJ Harvey, Najee Harris. We need to watch out on week 12 buys for running backs.
Can you bring our roster up so we can see it by position?
Oh, yeah, my bad. My head's blocking it. Can you see that all right, Greg?
Okay. Yeah, it's small, but I can see it.
Hold on, I'll zoom in for you, buddy.
Jacobs, Harvey, Harris. So we still need another 2 running backs.
Yeah, and they can't have week 12 buys. Jamar Chase, Olave,
Okay.
Jacoby Myers, Jaden Reed, Bateman, Trey Harris, Trey McBride, comp hits.
Okay, I want to get one more quarterback and one more tight end. How many picks do we have left?
7.
Okay, so we can wait on the tight end because we got 2 good ones. But let's go ahead and look at the quarterbacks and grab the best upside quarterback that you've got. I kind of like Bryce Young if he lives, but I also like Cam Ward. I just tend not to focus on rookie quarterbacks, but Cam Ward's got the rushing capability, and he may have to run a lot this year.
I think,
and I did like the way he was reading defenses in the preseason, but I realize they're vanilla defenses.
They're both gone now.
Oh, okay. Well, let's bring up the quarterbacks. Let's see who we got.
Tua, Geno, Darnold, Stafford, Rodgers. So, like, since we have Goff, who's a week 8, and it's Mageddon, Geno, Darnold, and Stafford are all off. So it's Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones, or Tua Tagovailoa, and none of them give us any stacking.
I would say I would probably go with Rodgers here. I for game to game, I think he offers the most over Daniel Jones.
I'm not drafting Daniel Jones. I'll tell you that for free.
Okay, then let's go with Aaron Rodgers.
I will. All right.
We don't have to go with him now because he can go later, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So I'm going to break the seal. So how the hell am I going to? Guys, hurry up and pick because Disco's got to go pee. We've been live for almost 5 hours. This is part of. So let's go.
Well,
let's
there goes
go
Chubb.
Yeah. Brian Robinson's still available, and he's somebody I'm willing to take if he falls to us. But I know Frank and Bones are ahead of us here.
I won't take.
No, you can take him if you want.
Yeah. So
there you go.
why you do that?
There you go.
I got Aaron Jones scoring less than 5 TDs this year.
Same.
He's got 5 rushing touchdowns.
Go to running
last
backs
year.
alone. Just go.
4 touchdowns for Aaron Jones, baby. Remember the moment.
Yeah,
I love Rashad White in this spot, by the way.
I'm going to say he's going to score less than 5 touchdowns
well,
this year.
let's go with White so that you can get to the bathroom. And
Well,
then
we got 2
White,
picks,
let's
so
go wide receiver with a running back. Who's the next wide receiver?
Thielen, hooked on it. So we'll click Rashad White right now.
Yeah.
So Thielen, Thornton, Leggett, Darius Slayton. Those are our top 4 options.
Go to the rookies. Who are the top rookie wide receivers?
Thornton? Yeah.
Well, take him.
All right.
All right,
guys. Part of show business. Can you guys carry the show while I'm gone? I'll be right
we
back.
Can carry it.
Sure.
I got to head out, guys. Either way, I'll
Take
catch
care.
you at 5 p.m. I'll pull the draft board up.
All
Good to see you,
right.
Frank. Always good to see you,
Good to see
James.
you.
Greg,
Take
you're
care.
legends.
So, Frank, what do you think of the draft so far? Are you having fun with yours?
Yeah, so I ended up with Caleb Williams with DJ Moore and Odunze, so nice bear stack.
Nice.
I get
But what
JSN
happens
in
when
that
Caleb
draft.
throws for no touchdowns?
Well, that's why I like you. I like to get 3 quarterbacks in these best ball, especially with this one on drafters, which is 20 rounds instead of underdog, which is 18. So I got Stroud to go with Christian Kirk, and I got Darnold to go with JSN. So I'm happy with that. I tend to get Darnold a lot just because he's so free, and I like getting, like I said, 3 quarterbacks. And then since I'm always having JSN, I end up with Darnold as my QB3.
No, I don't blame that at all. James, how about you? Do you like 3 quarterbacks in these best balls?
Well, if I'm approaching it with elite quarterback, I'm just gonna draft like the guys in the back. I like McCarthy, and you know how you can always draft him later. So, but if I'm going, let's say, 3rd or 4th tier quarterback, depending on who's available, but I try to limit quarterbacks to just 2. Like I would honestly prefer to have higher upside wide receiver or running back. But that's just me.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially if you
See,
like to take.
I think I think with 10 wide receivers, you're just wasting picks. You're only going to play 4 of them at best. I would rather have the extra running back, tight end, and quarterback because I think on best ball, like we took Goff as our second quarterback and Burrow. Both Goff and Burrow are going to be top 12 quarterbacks, but week to week, they're both going to have some down weeks. So if you can get that one quarterback that JJ McCarthy, Cam Ward, whoever that explodes for 30 points one week, all of a sudden you pick up an extra 10 points in that week. So I like 3 quarterbacks. I like 3 tight ends. Tight ends, I think, are even flakier when it comes to week scoring.
Yeah, like with tight ends, I'll never reach for a tight end. I'll typically wait till like Warren's still very good value, but like I really, really love Mason Taylor. So typically he goes, doesn't get drafted until I draft him. So that's one little advantage that I have, being waiting for a tight end.
Yeah. So you're back, Disco. How close are? Okay, we've got 6 picks or so. What do we need? What do we got on the roster?
We need another running back.
We still need a quarterback. We still need a quarterback. We still need a tight end. So that's 2. And how many picks we have left?
So we're going to go with a 3-6-8-3, essentially, is what you're saying. So we have 5 more picks. We have 7 wide receivers. We have 2 of the single positions, 4 running backs. So we need 1 more wide receiver, 1 more quarterback, 1 more tight end, 2 more running backs. That's what we are looking for. So Daniel Jones is available here, or Stafford. We could go with either one. Which one would you prefer?
Well, I thought you said we couldn't go with week 8 bye.
We could, if you're betting on Joe Burrow to be elite, which is the bet we made. So we could go with Stafford.
Okay, yeah, go with Stafford. He's a former Detroit guy. I love that. Okay. I know that he goes later, but let's go ahead and grab Woody Marks here. I want to get that kid on my roster.
I believe he's gone.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, that sucks. You told me he would last till the end. Get Shipley. Get Shipley.
Also gone. So best available is DJ Giddens, Sean Tucker, or Jalen Wright.
Well, I don't want Wright. Go to wide receiver.
We just autoed.
Oh,
who did you pick?
I was gonna take Jonnu there.
John Smith.
Again.
Okay, well that's our tight end, so we don't need another tight end.
That's for sure.
So let's go. So what positions do we need?
2 more running backs, 1 more wide receiver.
Is
let's
Mitchell
go look at our running
drafted?
backs and get them.
Which Mitchell? Elijah Mitchell or Adonai Mitchell?
For the Ravens?
Oh, Keaton
Mitchell. Oh, fuck.
You said you needed a running back.
No, you're right. I accidentally clicked. What does F12 do? I just accidentally clicked that. I might just.
I mean, I don't want you to get sniped, but I mean,
Keaton's gone as well.
Oh, is he? Sorry.
Yeah. Typically, he would be up there.
Down so I can see. And bring up running backs.
Okay.
Well, it looks like you're gonna have to go with Giddens.
Yeah, I like Giddens. Your guy, my guy, Kalmanon guy. I don't mind Brashard Smith and Jarquez Hunter as well.
I need tight ends.
I kind of like Justice Hill. He's going to get some.
I like Justice Hill in these best balls because he has those games that he had a couple of them that can find your lineup last year when the Ravens blow out their opponent.
Yeah,
I loved Justice Hill last year. This year, my click's been on somebody different in that backfield. In the later rounds, it's been Keaton Mitchell. All right, we got a question in here. In Dynasty, would you rather trade Garrett Wilson in a 2027 third for 2026 second and a 2027 first? No, I'm not trading away that production because I think you're at a sell low window right now for Garrett Wilson. I know like a lot of people are high on him because of the volume there, but we are going to get a sell high window if he does meet those expectations, and now's not the time.
How many receivers get 140 targets every year?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't give that away.
Now, I will say this: Garrett Wilson's one of the only receivers who, like, the argument of volume has not paid off or paid dividends. It's kind of giving you like fair return on investment. but we've never seen him perform like any of the other wide receivers who've been getting that kind of volume.
There
So
goes
it'd be nice to
Justice
see-
Hill, Giddens, and Managai.
Yeah, so I mean, it is what it is. Giddens goes to a guy who's listening. Manangai goes to a guy who's listening, but they're also good values, so I can't say that we're getting sniped.
Yeah.
Knifey said, Greg, I saw how incredibly generous you were in the fundraiser. Kudos to you, sir, and great to see you in here. That's Knifey Spoony. Good people. Boner is hard to beat in fantasy football strategy and knowledge. Crazy. Good stuff, boys. Disco, can you send the link to my ex again for the draft? Thanks. Taking Nat's surface. Will do. I have hope Tua makes it to week 14. So what is Sleaze doing? He's going to a bar, correct? And he's doing his like in-person draft, and he's going to have the draft board up on his surface. Is that right, James?
I have no clue. Sorry, man.
All right, hey man. I'm here for
what do you think of Kareem Hunt?
I don't think of him.
Well, we got to get a running back. So Jalen Wright or Kareem Hunt. I don't like Miles Sanders.
I'll take Jalen Wright, and let's take Jarquez Hunter.
Okay.
So we're done at running back. So I got holy fuck.
And we need a wide receiver, right?
Yeah. So I have so many DMs of people who need to be on here. So give me a minute. I just got to catch up here. But in the meantime, just do.
We got 23 picks.
Sorry. Yeah, we're fine. Sleaze, we'll send him the link first.
Hey Frank, how was your trip this year, man? Like that was a long trip to the
to Italy. That was amazing. Yeah. We had
Where'd you go, Frank?
We had like a cousin's wedding. It's in the south, a region in the south called Puglia, and then we went around like Rome, Florence, Milan, Bologna to try something different. Just a bunch. Yeah, great times. Thanks for asking, James. It was a blast. How's your summer been?
Oh, can't complain, man.
Yeah, but you didn't go to Italy.
Yeah, we were in Kauai for a couple weeks. Not going to complain. It's
you go driving around a lot for like tournaments for like your daughter, right? Volleyball.
Frank, was that your first trip to Italy?
No, I've been previously, just because like the reason I've gone a couple times because like I'm Italian family there, you know, that's why. Yeah. But yeah, I always love going back for sure. But I was ready to come home by the end.
Italian food, real Italian food, is way different than Americans think of Italian food.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Way different.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some Italian food tonight. We got some tortellini and some pesto. Nice. And holy shit, I had 17 DMs for people who are coming up, like some from 32 beat writers. Like I had no idea that they messaged me. So my apologies, guys. I've been behind the 8 ball. I'm just trying to bounce. So thank you so much for the $30 donation. Congrats on year 2 of the big Heartfelt. Your shepherd. Well, Sieg, if you ever want to hop on, buddy, you just give me the word. I know you do those dark time hours. But if you want to hop on, you're more than welcome to hop on, brother. I know you haven't really responded.
And where's the link to donate? Just because I got to donate too.
You don't have to donate, but if
I want to. I mean,
yeah.
But do you have?
So I can.
Or you can tell the GoFundMe. Absolutely, go to the GoFundMe.
Here's the GoFundMe link in here, and then I'm going to DM it to you as well. Okay, buddy?
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And bring up the wide receivers while you're at it, because we're 2 picks away.
Sir, yes, sir. Okay, we got wide receivers. Bring them up. Raymond Cloud, Olamide Zacchaeus. This is our last pick, by the way.
Do Zacchaeus. I like him. He's a young kid. He might break out. You never know.
I'm just trying to see if Tesla's gone. Do you guys know if Tesla's gone? He's probably gone.
Yeah,
right?
He's gone.
Okay. Zacchaeus, you said.
Oh, you were picking my Detroit boy for me. I love you, man. I do.
Well, I'll tell you this for free, Greg. Tesla is somebody who I was drafting in February. I loved Tesla. I loved his profile. He's somebody I was in on. Frank, you know how like we had those back and forths with guys who I was in on early. Tesla is another one of those guys who I was just
I said he could get 40 catches and 10 touchdowns this year because of his high point ability and his hands. He could get 10 touchdowns.
10 touchdowns is really rich, but I love the RAS score. I love the size. I love the fact that he's a phenomenal blocker and he's going to give himself a little bit more options and opportunities to get on the field just based off of being a dominant blocker and a good football player. And we didn't even look at our draft. I'm selling left, right, and center. Let me look at my teams. I got to pull that up. I was just like so excited to crush
I do
this
love,
stuff.
James, I love your jersey in the background. Is it autographed?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I brought it out just for Disco, right? He's a New England fan.
Shit. Did you just bring that out, or has that been there the entire time?
You know, I was going to bring out his signed helmet as well, but I don't want to go too far.
Well, how long has that been there, though, for?
Well, because I had to switch because, like, when I go into my office, sometimes the Wi-Fi doesn't reach quite well. So that's why I think I was having little issues. So I just came to the kitchen, just brought the jersey, left the other stuff in
So
there.
I had to share this with you, James.
Yes, sir. I mean, as an Ohio State fan, I was actually a Brady fan when he was in Michigan.
Damn.
You know,
My daughter's got that for me.
Nice.
Well, allow me to introduce our new guest. This is Chev, and he comes highly recommended from everybody. He's pretty much your favorite fantasy football content creator's favorite fantasy football content creator. This guy is as sharp as it gets. He comes highly recommended and highly suggested. Welcome to the Big Heart Energy 24-hour draft-a-thon. We're going to look at some teams that we just drafted. Greg and I drafted together. And by me saying Greg and I drafted together, we went against all of my theories, and it's pretty much Greg's team. And the way we do things here, and shout out to Greg. He's once again first ballot Hall of Fame Writers Association. He's a plethora of knowledge and one of my mentors, and I love him to pieces. So let's look at the lineup we built. And Chev, have you had an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the scoring system here on Drafters?
I'm fairly familiar, but I was literally cramming from the moment that I sent you the message a couple days ago to make sure we were locked in. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll give this is a perfect opportunity to give a breakdown on how scoring and everything works. But here at Big Draft Energy, we always look at the drafts at the end of the draft, and we always give grades kind of like Yahoo does, like A+ to F. And if you didn't like it, then you just say D for donation. And we pull this up right here. D for donation. You just donate it to the Drafters Fantasy Fund. And then we'll keep it moving like that. Welcome to the panel. Before we do anything, honestly, please let the folks know who are not familiar with your work, who you are, what you do, how they could support you and your work and your content. And once again, man, thank you so much for blessing us with your presence and your fantasy football knowledge here on the Big Draft Energy 24-hour pod-a-thon. Floor is yours, brother.
Man, thank you. So first of all, thank you so much for having me. I think this is an incredible cause. As somebody who is intimately familiar with a scenario like this, like palliative care for my great grandmother, and like having to do all that, like in her last years, as somebody who raised me, you know, and I would be there every day after school. So this is an awesome cause. Absolutely love that you're doing this, and 24 hours is incredible. But as far as me myself personally, man, I just so we started making content in 2023. Porsche, paperclip to Porsche. Started working for Player Profiler, do stuff over on Player Profiler. Just recently launched the FFD Fantasy channel. It's at the FFD Fantasy. And I do a lot of work
on YouTube.
Yes, over on YouTube. And I do a little bit of writing for Player Profiler, as well as I co-host a show over on FSAN called the Dynasty Pulse. So I do a bunch of stuff. It's all on my Twitter X, on the link tree. If you want to go, see more.
Sorry, FFD what?
FFD Fantasy.
Okay, my bad. I'm so all over the place, man. Please
continue. You're fine.
I'm just trying to subscribe to you right now. Okay, I got you. Please carry on. I got
FFD
you.
Fantasy Football. Sorry.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, but I mean that's pretty much it, man. We're geared up for the draft. I'm super excited to be here and go over some teams. Hopefully I can get my feet wet and maybe draft a team before we get out of here.
Oh, we'll definitely be drafting. I mean, that's what we do here. It's a draft-a-thon, and we're going to be drafting. So let's look at what Frank did, and then we'll look at our lineup. And we'll just try to keep the grades quick and concise so we can make sure that we're good for the next hour, because I know Frank's got a jet within the hour as well. So he's got 10 minutes left with us. So Frank goes 3-6-8-3, the very vanilla gorilla standard missionary build. I respect it. Very traditional. Caleb Williams, CJ Stroud, Sam Darnold, Bijan Robinson, Bucky Irving. So he went with the robust RB start here. Ray Davis, Ollie Gordon, Taj Brooks, Brashard Smith. I love the late Brashard Smith click. Jackson Smith and Jigba correlated with Sam Darnold. DJ Moore correlated with Caleb Williams. Devonta Smith, Roma Dunze also correlated with Caleb Williams. I like that. Rashee Rice, Christian Kirk, Darnell Mooney. And then you got late Jalen Noel following with CJ Stroud. You got Dallas Goedert, Mike Gesicki, Jatavian Sanders. So for correlation, you got stacks across the board. For going robust RB, I love the shots you have here at wide receiver. Tight end, I think, is a little bit of a fall off, but Jatavian Sanders has top 15 upside, and it's not even close. I'm going to give this. Honestly, if your tight ends were a little bit better and you had a little bit more rushing upside from your quarterback room, this would be an A+. But I like this as like an A- B+ draft. What do you think, Greg?
I give it a B+. I think it's a solid draft, and
yeah,
I think it's hard to get an A+ draft when you're drafting with people that know what they're doing, because they're going to take the players you want.
Absolutely.
So I think this is a solid draft. I actually think his tight end room's fine for best ball, because he doesn't have to choose who to start each week. Whoever plays. So I think getting the extra running backs helps. So I like it. Now, I don't like his quarterback, and I don't particularly like his stack, because I think that's a tough division to expect Caleb Williams. You have to understand, Ben Johnson's offense is very structured, and you have to get the ball out on time, and you have to make the proper reads. They've already pulled Caleb Williams off the practice field twice in the preseason because he was screwing up. There's no better way to say it. They actually pulled the entire offense off the practice field one time. I think they're going to struggle, at least early, with this offense. And I think that I probably wouldn't have gone Caleb. But I think CJ is excellent. And I really wanted to grab Sam Darnold, but you sniped him the round I was going to take him. So I like this. I really do like this build. You have a solid shot at winning this thing.
Oh, thank you. Just want to add a couple things. One, like, I'm not huge on Odunze, but then when he fell, I just took him. And then at that point, I have more on Odunze. So I'm like, I have to get Caleb, just to complete the stack. I just really don't like getting two receivers on the same team if I don't get their quarterback. So that's what my thinking there. And then because I went RB to start off, again, another guy I'm not huge on, Rashee Rice, because he's going to get suspended. But if the fantasy community loves him, if they're right and he's as good as everyone thinks, that could really
help.
He may
miss 10 games.
I know. It's just a risk I was willing to take, especially because I waited till round 3 to take a receiver. So it was just really taking a shot in that way. But yeah, I totally get it. Like, tight ends are iffy, and I don't like how outside of my top 2 running backs, they're mostly just handcuffs that don't have much standalone value. But I just took a lot of shots there. Hopefully Bucky and Bijan can carry the load.
I mean, I like Ray Davis as a click for what it's worth, and I think Brashard Smith is going to play that Jared McKinnon role. But let's ask our new esteemed guest, who comes highly recommended by everybody you love in fantasy football, Mr. Chev. Break the team down, brother. What do you think of this squad? Can you see the screen, or do I need to zoom in a little bit?
I can see it. I can see it fine. So Bijan's my RB1 in all formats, and even though I got dunked on hilariously because I was so in on Rachaad White last year, I'm in on Bucky Irving. I think that's just starting off hero RB. And then, Brashard Smith, if you've seen anything on my Twitter X account for the last 6 months, I've been screaming to the high heavens. I said this right after the combine. Like, I wanted Brashard Smith to go to Kansas City or Denver to play the Joker role or to play the Jerick McKinnon role, which they've been missing. So I absolutely love that. And then I'm just kind of on an island with Caleb. I mean, it's cheap enough, and he gives you the rushing upside. He had almost 500 yards rushing last year. That if he can capitulate to the Ben Johnson offense, we do know that he is kind of a wild stallion style of quarterback. He's going to be all over the place. So for best ball, I'm fine because he's going to give you those weeks like he gave you in London against Jacksonville last year, where he's rushing for, 50 or 60 yards. He throws 2 touchdowns. He's going like you've got the stack with DJ Moore and Rome Odunze. I think that there's some skill set overlap and redundancy between DJ Moore and Luther Burden. But, there's one guy that has no skill set overlap, and he's going to be on the field in 12 personnel, and that's Rome Odunze. So I really like the stacks. And, Jalen Noel, one of the most underrated picks on the board, because I think we love Christian Kirk. We respect Christian Kirk as a professional, but he's had the luck of I don't know, like a terrible a series of unfortunate events is what we'll say about Christian Kirk's health the last couple of years. So I think Jalen Noel, the skill set overlap there, the minute that he's able to get onto the field, he's going to really impress people because he's an incredible athlete. And he's much more than just a slot receiver, even though that's the role that he's probably going to have success with in the Texans offense. And then last but not least, Rashee Rice. Why is that doing that right now? Okay, that's not what I wanted. I just started playing a video on my phone. My bad, guys. But then last but not least, Rashee Rice in the tight end room. If Rashee Rice gets suspended for 10 games, this is going to hurt. But if he only gets like 6 games and he gets to start off the season, you get a wide receiver 1 for super cheap for 4 weeks or whenever the hearing is. The hearing's on September 30th. So if they can't get it adjudicated by then, you've got a free wide receiver 1 for 4 weeks. And then Mike Gesicki is basically a slot receiver. So whenever T. Higgins decides, he's taking a week off, he played 12 games in back-to-back seasons, you're going to get a tight end 1 performance from Mike Gesicki. So overall, very well done. And I can't get out of here without talking about what Ollie Gordon could potentially be 2023 Raheem Mostert. Like let's not, it just makes too much, it makes a lot of sense, does it not? Yeah. Like they've been looking for that guy to take the carries out, like off of Devon Achane, which they may not take carries from him. They may just give Ollie Gordon the ball around the goal line. So
my man, did you just say adjudicated?
I did.
That holy, I don't even know what that means. Somebody's echoing really bad. Welcome to the stream, Pete Nova.
It's probably
love that description.
Let me grab headphones real quick. I'll be right back.
You're good. That was now I know why you're everybody's favorite fantasy, and it's not the word, it's the breakdown, the analysis. But I've never heard that word before in my entire life. I am looking it up in the dictionary right now.
You don't watch any lawyer shows, do you?
Not
on every lawyer show.
Greg, I grew up on the Heat of the Night and Law and Order SVU, man. I'm all over the random legalese.
That's jeez,
works with me, Chev. I thought it was well done. Yeah.
Wow. Hey man, what an introduction, what a breakdown. Honestly, amazing. Shout out to Bayou Bengal, great dude. He's also doing a 24-hour stream of NBA 2K at some point. I believe it's like this weekend or next weekend. Shout out to Bayou Bengals. Thanks for swinging out and swinging by, guys. And I love this comment here: $2,200 in donations and similar number of combined views on YouTube and X. They are crushing it. Hey man, we are doing what we can do here, and we're doing it with the best community on the planet. Everybody's coming here with the same idea and same goal, which is to talk ball and spread love and just do the right thing. But bring the fire, bring the hot takes, and nobody brings the fire and hot takes more than this guy, Michael Hoff. Welcome to the stream. You can't say anything mean because we haven't said anything about Patrick Mahomes being the best quarterback on the board this year. We haven't done that yet. So let's look at the lineup that Greg and I built together, and we'll just read it off the board. Frank, since you got a jet soon, we'll get you to grade this, and then we'll just hop on out after that and just talk ball for a little bit, because we're going to talk ball. We're going to queue up in a draft. We're going to try to do everything on the fly. So we go with another standard vanilla gorilla missionary build. Nothing wrong with missionary. Sometimes it gets the job done. All right. 3-6-8-3 roster construction: Joe Burrow, Jared Goffel, and Matthew Stafford. And yes, I said Jared Goffel. Josh Jacobs, RJ Harvey, Najee Harris, Rashad White, Jalen Wright, Jarquez Hunter. I'm going to be honest, Greg. Since you drafted this lineup, I was anticipating way more running backs and way more running back invested. That's shocking. We got correlation with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, Chris Olave, Jacoby Myers, Jaden Reed. We took the Bateman on Rashad Bateman. Hold on, we got to change this here. Oh, no, that's Frank. There we go. No, that doesn't work either. Hold on. We got enough camera slots here. Sweet. Are we missing anybody? Do we have? Chev, is everybody here? Am I missing anybody? Chev, James,
still here.
Everybody's in here. Okay. We almost did. Trey Harris, Donta Thornton, Olamide, Zacchaeus, Trey McBride, whom I love, Kyle Pitts, and Jono Smith. What do you think, Frank?
So I like how you got Burrow with Chase. I was cool with you taking Burrow at that pick 6 spots above ADP just to make sure you get him. He may not come all the way back. It was like 20 pick weight from 101. It's just I don't like taking Goff over 20 spots above ADP, especially because you didn't have Amon-Ra St. Brown or Jameson Williams or Laporta. So you don't really have a stack with Goff, pocket passer. I like to make sure I get at least one of their pass catchers. Same with Stafford. I didn't like you took him because of value pick, but you don't have a partner with him there to pair him with. But I love Chris Olave, one of my favorite targets. Jacobs and Harvey, good running backs. Scroll it down just to see the receivers real quick. A little more. Jacoby Myers, glue guy. Down a little more. There you go. It's upsetting Jaden Reed's hurt because I liked him previously, but now that he's fallen, still a good pick. I don't think you needed 3 tight ends with McBride and Pitts, but I know Greg likes that security. That's fine. I'll give you a B just because there's still, good players at each position group. It just I wish you maybe got a different quarterback than Goff or someone that had correlation in a stack.
Honestly, I enjoyed that draft way more than I thought I would. Greg is definitely a fantasy football Hall of Famer for a reason. He knows his fall. Even though I was moaning and groaning about the entire situation, I'm still we still did a good job and we still drafted a good team and we're about to draft another one. Guys, Drafters Maine, we're queuing up in another one, $20 NFL Best Ball Championship. Join the fast draft. Chev, you in?
Let's go.
Guys, I'm going to put you on the big screen in the front room. I got to get rest because I'm coming back in the wee hours of the night.
I appreciate you for doing that, Greg. Thank you for all that you've done and that you continue to do. I love you, buddy. Thank you so much.
And I got to head out. Thank
Bye,
you for
guys.
having me. It's been a pleasure. Always fun drafting. Always enjoy talking football with all you guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Love you, Frank.
God bless you, buddy.
See you guys.
buddy. See ya.
Night, Greg.
All
right, I'm gonna head out too. My wife's at a football game with her friends. I gotta get dinner ready first.
Wow, I had my gang. Now it's me against the fantasy face-off guys.
Hey, you can handle it. Hey,
gonna...
Pete. Hey, Huff. Good seeing you guys.
Up, James?
Chev, nice meeting you, man.
Nice to meet you too,
We'll be
James.
listening.
See you, James. I love that James guy. All right, and then there was 4. Pete, hold on. We're gonna change this up. Pete, do the honors of introducing yourself. Hoff will also get you to do the honors of introducing yourself. Chev, did you queue up?
Yeah, it says draft will start when 3 more people join.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on, man. Always a good time to hop on your channel, and of course for a good cause. Yeah, I mean, you can. Ironically, both of these guys, Chev and Hoff, I work with them in some sort of capacity. Chev works with me at Player Profiler. We've collaborated on a couple of videos for them, and as well as Chev's came on my show over here at Face Off. Hoff is my main right-hand man, partner in crime at the Face Off. And yeah, I mean, you can find all our content on Face Off Sports Network. You can find me on Player Profiler. But happy to be here. I won't be drafting with you guys because draft is not available, unfortunately, where I'm at, but I'll be happy to give my thoughts and weigh in. And I don't have my normal setup because I was on the road today, but I did want to make sure I stopped by.
Where the hell are you?
I'm at my family's house. So we had a home league draft, and then I have another home league draft tomorrow, and I'm going to drive down to Atlantic City with my dad tonight and gamble a little bit and then head back home for my draft tomorrow morning. So
I love it. Hoff, please introduce yourself to the folks here. Let them know who you are, where you're from, what you do, and as long as you fucking love me. How are you from? You're from New York, right?
Yes, sir.
How are you from New York, but you're a 49ers fan? That makes no sense.
Makes perfect sense. 49ers are a wonderful team. No, when I was a kid, my cousin was a big Joe Montana guy. He was a big 49er guy. So when Montana left to go to the Chiefs, he said, "All right, well, I'm out of here. Like I'm going to go be a Chiefs fan for a bit." And me and my brother just stuck around and hung out with the 49ers. So that's how that happened. But thank God I'm not a Jet fan because I'm a Met fan. So I don't know how I would be able to stomach that. And the Giants to me are just,
That'd be two mistakes in a row. The Mets are a mistake, but at least you didn't double up there.
Appreciate that very much. But yeah, you can check out all my stuff at FF Faceoff. Of course, I'm going to be doing some producing for Player Profiler, writing for Warren Sharp this year. So, but yeah, I wanted to make sure to get on here because it's a good cause. My dad was in palliative care. Ultimately, lost his battle with Parkinson's. Mercifully, because that was rough towards the end, but it's a great cause, so I wanted to get on here.
I appreciate you coming on here, and I appreciate you sharing your story. Obviously, everybody is going to be impacted by this kind of scenario and situation, or has been, but I don't think enough people spotlight it or highlight it. It was something that helped me during my time with obviously my father's circumstances, where he lost his battle with cancer, and the idea of using this platform to do the greater good and assist and help other people, it was just too good. Like, you cannot have a blessing of finally becoming monetized on YouTube and not spread that blessing and help people who need it in probably the most impossible circumstances, times, and situations. It's always weird to transition from like, I'm telling you guys, like, I struggle with this, to transition from like why we're here, why we're streaming for 24 hours, and why we've been live for 5 hours, and football talk, and just like having a straight up football tiff and football conversations. But it's always good to remind people that they could donate, and please donate on the GoFundMe. If you guys donate on YouTube and you guys make a super chat or anything like that, one, it takes 30 days for YouTube to send that payment. Two, YouTube is going to take 30% of your donation, whereas GoFundMe will 100% go straight to the cause, straight to donation. I need your help, fellas, on the panel. You gentlemen, and Chev, I see you drafting at the 109. You took Drake London with your first overall pick. I love that. I'm drafting at the 105. We got Terry Rice in here at the 102. So I need a favor, guys. When we hit $1,000, I was supposed to give away a copy of Madden 2026. Oh, wow. Shout out to the wonderful folks from Better Vision. So we are going to do the Better Vision Madden 2026 giveaway. I just don't know how I want to do this giveaway. Should I do another duck race for like donations? Because like that's ultimately who we're trying to cater to, is everybody who's donated. Should I do like highest donation of the hour? Should I do whoever donates X amount this hour gets in on it? Suggestions. I know I'm putting you guys on the spot, but
I do enjoy me a good duck race. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, there's nothing like a duck race sweat, right? For all the donors.
Yeah. Hoff experienced his first one recently.
Yes, and it was like cocaine. I'm in now.
I saw a duck race earlier, and I was all in. So my vote is duck race.
All right, so we got a bunch of quackheads on the panel. Noted.
Quack quack.
All the
quackheads. You got the Jalen Cokeheads. You got the quackheads.
I mean, and this Devon HN value, like this is going to feed families in fantasy football this year. I love getting him here, and I like this stack, and I like that I'm reaching on Brian Thomas Jr. and getting him whenever and wherever. So let's have this discussion, right? We all have these takes where we're a little bit higher than the rest of the consensus and the rest of the field. While we set up, we're going to set up a duck race for all the donors. So, babe, just shoot me a message here in the chat once you sent me the updated version of all the donors. We were going to do the duck race at 5:45 p.m. Eastern time. So that's when we're going to do the duck race with everybody who's donated. So you guys keep getting your names in there, and we'll get the Madden giveaway. So we are giving away a copy of Madden, and the only way you can enter is if you've donated. And please donate to the GoFundMe link directly. We'll also add the people who donated here on YouTube as well, babe. But yeah, donate directly on the GoFundMe. Here's the GoFundMe link. The GoFundMe link's also in the YouTube description. It's on the X description. You could also go to bigdraftenergy.com. So once again, we all have these stands, these players that we are like gonna die on that hill, and we don't care who dies with us as long as we're on that hill and we're first on that hill. Who is the player, and at what position are you just like, this is my guy and I'm gonna go get him no matter what, and it doesn't matter where I'm getting him, what the range is, like that's my guy, I'm gonna reach if I have to, but I'm gonna get that guy. We'll start with you, Huff. Who is your guy that you're just absolutely delusional about? The way I think Brian Thomas Jr. is the wide receiver one this year. Who's your delusional take of the year that's just higher on consensus?
Well, I wouldn't say he's going to be the RB1, but I find all offseason I've been defending Kyron Williams forever and a day. I was defending him before his contract. I'm defending him after his contract. You look at where he's finished the last 2 years. You look at his availability being on the field. You look at that offense. I mean, I just don't understand why some people are down on Kyron Williams. I don't like him. Some people say metrics or whatever. Like, I don't, listen, the guy's having a good fantasy finish every year. So that's a guy that I guess is a ride or die for me. I probably have the most shares of him in best ball among a bunch of players. But yeah, that's a guy that I would die on the hill for, which is odd because I'm a 49er fan. So, but yeah, Kyron Williams. Hell yeah, James.
Yeah, 3.9 yards per carry, second worst average in the NFL in 2024. You're going to die on that hill betting on the touchdown dependency.
Sure.
Pete, who you got?
Yeah, for me, it's Ricky Pearsall. I know Chev's high on him too. I'm sure Hoff is as the 49er guy. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people, after watching the Pearsall connection with Purdy last week, and maybe some people that weren't as deep into fantasy as we are early on, in the offseason, maybe didn't realize. And I think some more casual players, realized, Juwan Jennings is out, no Ayuk still, and, Pearsall looks like he's going to be that number one for Purdy. The connection looked good. I've been on him all offseason. He's my wide receiver, I think 25 or 26. I don't have my rankings in front of me, but I'm probably I think that's about 15 spots ahead of consensus at the wide receiver position, maybe even more. But I'm comfortable taking Ricky Pearsall even ahead of, a round or two ahead if I have to, just to make sure I get him on my team. I'd be comfortable with him as a wide receiver too, to be completely honest with you. I can't stop drafting him this year.
Now, I like the take. I'm going to apologize to everybody on the panel and everybody watching. I'm 6'8", 320 pounds. I say that to say this: if I don't get a certain amount of nourishment in my system, I tend to turn into like a very, very horrible person. So I will mute up and I will start eating my snacks.
Yeah,
that my beautiful wife has prepared for me. And yeah, it's been 5 hours and 13 minutes, and I need my nourishment. So I apologize in advance. Chev, who's that guy you're dying on a hill on that you're just above? Because I mean, a lot of people love.
I know who he's going to pick.
A lot of people love Ricky Pearsall. A lot of people love Ricky Pearsall. I don't think you're alone on that hill, and I don't think you're higher than consensus. But I mean, it's a good answer. But Chev, who you got?
Chase Brown. So for me,
wow, I just posted literally before this. Sorry to interrupt. I just posted a Chase Brown hater post.
I know. I replied to you.
That's funny.
I replied to you. So Chase Brown, last weekend I did like a 4-hour stream. At the end of it, I revealed like all my guys, or we call them bring home the bacon players at each position. And Chase Brown was my pick at running back. I just can't ignore what that role represents for an elite offense. Oh, don't do it. Don't you do it. All right, cool. Sweet. You didn't do it. Fantastic.
I was considering JMO, and then I looked at the week 8 conundrum I currently have. So my bad. Please keep going.
You're good. You are golden. So yeah, for me, Chase Brown just represents the cheapest workhorse that you can buy, and it excites me to no end to be able to get him at the end of the second round. From weeks 9 to 18, he was the RB4 in points a game. He's 20 points a game. I mean, he was oh wow. Okay, so I did get sniped on J-Mo. Cool, man. Great job. Great job there. All right, let's
go.
Ridley. Yeah, and yeah, that was a little much. Not gonna lie. Not thrilled about how that just went. We're gonna bounce back though. We're gonna be okay. Let's see. What do we want to do? Oh, 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. All right, fine.
At the buzzer, Emeka Egbuka. I love that. I love that pick.
Yeah. So got a little stuck there, getting quad sniped between Ridley, Swift, J-Mo. Triple sniped, whatever. So it's all good. But yeah, Chase Brown for me is that guy. 20 points a game. I mean, 5th at the position in receptions, despite not seeing 5 targets in the game until week 9. I'm fully in on the way that Zach Taylor uses his running backs. I mean, you looked at the way that he used Joe Mixon. You looked at year over year. That's the way that it's been. So basically, he's just like East Coast Kyron Williams, but he catches passes. So yeah, Chase Brown's my guy.
That's fine. I respect it. All right. So Brian Thomas Jr., obviously my wide receiver 1 this year. But not a lot of people have really been offended by that take. People are like, "Oh, there's a world where that's possible." He did it with garbage, and hopefully the situation's a little bit better with the coaching this year, and with the potential upgrade of Trevor Lawrence finally being healthy without terrible coaching. But my Xavier Worthy, that one's the one that's probably gotten a lot of people pissed off and fired up. I don't know if it's Xavier Worthy or Patrick Mahomes, but I said Xavier Worthy's floor is top 10. And people are like, do you know the difference between floor and ceiling? And I'm like, absolutely. I know. And I'm telling them we are not worthy because Xavier Worthy is going to be the guy. He's going to be spectacular. And I can't stop drafting him. And I'm in on him. Please don't take Matthew Golden, JKW 2020. Do not do it to me.
Do it.
Don't.
He's doing
it.
Don't.
He's got to do it now.
No. He mother.
Oh.
Yeah. That's it, man.
We having a good time?
Right. That's fun. I almost got in this draft, but I forgot. I thought I had funds in there, but I didn't have them deposited, and so I just missed it. But that's a bummer. But yeah, somebody in the chat said, what was it? Where is it? Something about maybe this 49er fan can explain the Brian Robinson trade. I mean, the only running back in their running back room that's healthy is Christian McCaffrey. They needed some depth. They needed something. And you gave away a 6th round pick. I mean, the 49ers churn out comp picks like they're churning butter, So I'm not sweating losing the 6th round pick to go get Brian Robinson. There's a need, and you can't rely on these running backs in the 49ers running back room to stay healthy. You can't really rely on anybody. I was actually listening to Pete and Chuck Bass on Risers and Fallers, and Pete, you kind of said something like, did they build their stadium on top of some kind of Indian burial ground?
Yeah,
that is hilarious.
Yeah,
That's
so
ridiculous.
there's a necessity to fill a void, and the 49ers did it. So
they gotta check out that. They gotta check out that medical staff. I mean, I know I'm not a doctor, and maybe Disco could talk about it more, but I just it's the same with a coaching staff. If you're having a situation where you're bottom of the league in injuries every single year, or I guess top of the league, whether it's truth or not, you got to make a change. I just don't it just doesn't feel like a coincidence anymore at this point. Maybe they're overworking them. I have no idea, but I don't know. It's insane.
Honestly, it sounds more like it's closer to a coincidence and usage in the kind of work that they're getting in there, just based off of what I've seen from there. But it's not like a MetLife situation where ACLs and MCLs go down there, right? I don't think it's a stadium or the field because it's so position specific. It's just wild because right now it's spread to their wide receiver room, where wide receivers are either dead in contract situations or overweight and in Washington. But nevertheless, so you're a diehard 49ers fan, right, Hoff?
Yes, sir.
Pete, you are a Broncos fan.
Broncos gonna win the West, baby.
Chev, who's your team?
I'm a Titans fan. You can see the
Corey. Are you from Tennessee?
Huh?
Are you from Tennessee?
Yeah, I'm from Memphis.
Okay,
Nice.
You're from Memphis. Okay, so I like the song Tennessee Whiskey, but that's where my affinity from Tennessee stops.
Good song.
I'm a Patriots fan through and through, and we got your coach, so thank you. Can't believe it's been 5
I hope
hours.
it works out well for you. We were just talking about injuries, and there were multiple years where Tennessee was one of the most injured teams in the league. And then last year, we were one of the most healthy. You do with that information what you will.
I mean, I'll do with that information that like he's learned his mistake and he's in those dog piles now, breaking up the fights, making sure that our players aren't getting killed. Can't believe it's been 5 hours, went pretty quick. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's like, you know, when Captain America, you know, his catchline is like, I could do this fantasy football shit all day. So thank you guys for being here and rocking with us. We got 3,200 people watching us both on YouTube and X. Thank you for everybody who continues to post this, repost this. Thank you for everybody who's come over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel, liked and subscribed. We are going to give a YouTube exclusive giveaway as our next giveaway, by the way, just a heads up. So if you are subscribed on the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel, we're going to do a keyword where we could do it. That's what we'll do for Madden. I think that's what we'll do for Madden. That's what we'll do for Madden. So if you guys could type, and I don't know if this shows up, but I mean, I like this hashtag. I know my wife is going to kill me, but if you guys could type this in the chat on the YouTube chat, when this draft is done, we'll do a duck race for everybody who's put fuck cancer in the YouTube chat, because fuck cancer. And we'll put all the names in there plus everybody who's donated. You guys will also be in the duck. It'll just be the world's largest duck race. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fine. It'll be a big duck race. So hashtag fuck cancer to enter. And this is for, once again, the Better Vision Madden giveaway. Just got to find my slide for that. Right here, the Better Vision. Shout out to Better Vision and Brett Lanier. This is for the Better Vision Madden giveaway.
Brett's a great guy.
Yeah, Brett's one of the best people. Just like he didn't even hesitate when I asked him to sponsor the event. He's like, just tell me what you need, dude. Just tell me what you need. I was like, you want to give away Madden? I think that would be cool. He's like, hell yeah. I'm like, all right, thanks, Brett.
He's a good dude, man. I met him at SFB in Philly. He's from Maryland, Baltimore. I don't know if they might not. I don't know if they had a draft that year, 2 years ago.
Not this year. Yeah,
I don't think the year before. I don't think they did. Yeah, so I met him down there. We chopped it up for 10, 15 minutes. Really, really good dude. So it doesn't surprise me, man. He's a great guy.
All right, how do you guys feel about the rise of Bill? Oh, hold on. I probably should have done it. How do you guys feel about the rise of Bill? Little Bill?
Little Bill? That's
how you guys feel about the rise of Little Bill?
That picture, I forgot about that.
I'll let somebody else go first.
Listen, I did a draft for a client today, and I just picked him up, but I got him late because in that kind of draft, it was more kind of like amateurs, like didn't really know, like didn't seem like anybody was on Twitter, to catch this wave. I mean, listen, I'll get a couple shares here and there, but I'm not going to break my back, spending a huge draft capital to get him. I like the potential. I said it this morning when we were on Spaces, that touchdown run he had. I mean, I could have gotten in my Jeep and I could have driven through that, so, it was cool, but, whatever. So I'll get some shares within reason in terms of ADP.
All right. Give me a minute. I just got to make a wardrobe change because when we're doing a sponsorship giveaway, you got to put on a sponsorship shirt, BRB. But Chev, please go. And Pete, whichever one wants.
Yeah, go for it, Chev.
And we got a Bang Bang Niner gang in here. Shocker. Bang Bang Niner gang.
Do it up.
Okay, cool. BRB.
I mean, it worked. So I thought that this is kind of the perfect run out that we wanted for a guy that's a 7th round pick. Now in Dynasty, I think people are getting a little over their skis. I've accepted like 3 different offers with players that I like more to tier up. You got to be shitting me. Players that I like more, or just enjoy. Oh wait, I got Caleb. All right, we're good. I can do this. That works. Okay. So with players that I like more, or just being able to get a more fluid asset in seconds. I've gotten 3 seconds for him, and I got Braylon Allen in a 3rd for him earlier. Jeez. So yeah, I am 100% on the hey, let's capitalize on this hype train. I think he's a fine player. I think he wouldn't have been a 7th round pick by any stretch of the imagination had he been able to play in 2024. But I mean, this is the world that we live in. The backfield's wide open. We got one piece out of the way, but people just writing off Austin Eckler like Austin Eckler's not going to matter for fantasy this year are absolutely crazy. So I can't bring myself to be as have the aggressive visions that I want. But I mean, him and Brashard Smith are two of my auto picks in any dynasty leagues because you're getting them either off the waiver wire or in the 4th round. So those are two of my most owned dynasty players along with Rondé Gadsden. So if the hype is something that you want to sell, you can definitely do it right now. But I think he's a good player. I think he's going to mean something. I just don't think he's going to get the ball and be handed the ball in the way that Bucky Irving is. We're always looking for the next Puka Nacua. We're always looking for the next Bucky Irving. It may not, like, if people are looking to capitalize on that, please help them, right? If they show up to your cash register, it's your job to check them out. So let's go ahead, let's go ahead and we can get some good returns. I saw a guy in a group chat I'm in get a 27 first for Jacory Cross-Camara today. These are like real things that are happening. So the hype has gotten a little out of control. Like I said, he's one of my most owned dynasty players. I've clicked the button in the redrafts that I've done in the last few rounds. I think he could mean something. I just don't think he's going to mean as much as people think that he's going to mean.
Yeah, I with Jacory Cross-Camara, I think I look at him similar to Tyrone Tracy last year. You found money in your pocket, right? You're profiting. If it's redraft, enjoy the ride. Anything that you get out of him, if you're, for the most part. I mean, now Tracy wasn't drafted as high as now Jacory Cross-Camara's getting drafted, but I'm not, there are a lot of people out there who are saying you should take him inside the top 100 where B-Rob was going. I did not have much exposure to B-Rob even before all this. I didn't like his cost. I just didn't like the situation. With Jacory Cross-Camara, you're looking at a running back who's going to be an early down player, who is paired up with a running quarterback who ran 180 times last year. And I don't know what the ceiling is for the receiving volume. Austin Eckler, as long as he's healthy, team really, really likes Austin Eckler. Now, I say that in spite, in the 2 redraft drafts that I've had so far in home leagues, I've taken him in both. So I say that to say I'm still drafting him, but I'm not drafting him inside the top 100. He's I think somewhere around running back 32 for me. So, you call it somewhere around pick 110 to pick 130. I'm okay, depending on the format. In both leagues that I did take him, they were 14-man leagues, and running backs matter so much. So even if the upside's not there, sometimes you just need bodies in those kinds of formats. And I'll take a player that's going to get early down work, which I do expect. I just don't know what the ceiling is. And I think in Dynasty too, majority of times in situations like this, I'd say 80% of the time you profit when you move them. And there's sometimes if you do, you might make the mistake, like a Bucky, like a Kyron, right? Where there's guys that have been outliers. I think he's a talented player, but if you don't need him in your lineup in Dynasty and you're competing, I'm totally okay with selling him for a 2. I think it's fine. Get out, get the profit. But that's just how I look at it. But I wouldn't fault anybody for having him either, even if you do get a 2, because you might sit here and say, I got no backs. I don't have depth in Dynasty, and it's hard to acquire depth unless you're trading picks. So that's kind of how I see the situation. I'm happy where I've gotten him so far. But I'm not getting over my skis drafting him inside the top 100. That's for sure.
Pete, what are you snacking on over there?
I'm snacking on Chex Mix. I had a long drive this morning, 2 hours. I had a live draft that went for 3 hours, had a few beers, then had to drive back down to my parents. Now I'm driving to Atlantic City after this. Then I got to drive back to my parents and then do another live draft in the afternoon with you. Yep. So I'm trying to get the nutrients in like Disco is, man. I feel like I'm gonna it's like a marathon. I'm halfway through it, so I'm trying to get something in the body.
We are definitely not halfway through. I'm mathing, but we're not halfway through. But I'm enjoying this football talk. I also love the fact that I'm getting texts right now saying this chef guy knows his shit. You got to bring him back just on a regular stream. So, Chef, you have an open invite, brother, whenever you want to come back. Obviously, you guys all have this is my first interaction with Chef. No, you have an open invite, brother, whenever you want to come back. Well, I would love to do that when I'm not disoriented and trying to do.
Hey, I did the introduction, man. So
you did. But yeah, I would love to have you back on when I'm not disoriented and trying to manage and juggle a gabillion things, and I can add a little bit more to this. So thank you so much. I love that the chat is rocking with your responses. Once again, where can they find you in your work, Chef?
Man, just go to the Twitter X and follow me at Chev90. It's in my little deal up here, I guess. With the I
love that. We got a super chat from Sir Brooks. for $1.99. He said trade Olave for 111 to get Johnson or Judkins. For the 111 to get both, to get what? The 111? Okay, trade Olave. So
Maybe
Olave
it's
would be
Caleb
what?
Johnson and Judkins plus the 111 for Olave.
No.
No, he's
He's
going
to
trade
use the
Olave.
111 to get either
Yes.
Johnson or Judkins. So this trade is straight up Olave for the 111. I was trying to understand that. I shouldn't have said it out loud. So I'm going to say 100%. You are selling Olave way too freaking low right now. That is not his sell high window. If you see what the slot back usage is like with Kellen Moore, and especially in the pre-snap motion, it's going to be very beneficial. We never sell low in Dynasty. We only sell high. I don't like this as a sell low window, and this is a sell low opportunity. I think you should just hold because Caleb Johnson is going to be very disappointing to start off the season. And I think Judkins, we don't know what the situation is like with that. Whereas Olave has the most upside off the rip than more of any of these guys. It's not the right window, but I'll let the rest of the panel answer this question as well.
I agree wholeheartedly with you. So yeah, I mean, I think you said it perfectly.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I mean, that's as cut and dried as it gets, man. If Chris Olave plays, 15 games this year, he's going to smash whatever production you're going to get from the 111. And I mean, just a year ago, he was in the 2-3 turn in startups. Like, this is the type of talent that he is. I mean, he's going to command. Like, we think that offense is going to be absolutely horrible, but like, the ball's got to go somewhere. So, selling a guy who's in essentially a contract year for the 111 does not feel good.
We got a request for Chef to put his handle in the chat, but I can only do that, so I got you. It's okay. I think this worked, hopefully.
Pete, what the hell are you doing over there, man?
Perfect. We got your handle here. It's at Chev90. Once again, man, a lot of people big fans of yourself, and so am I, man. This is great. I love all the answers. Pete, where the hell are you?
Yeah, I don't know. He's going through some shit right now.
He's dealing with it. All right.
Yeah, he's going through it. Maybe he dropped the checks mix. Who knows?
He's stuck in the matrix. Come back, baby. Come back. I love the idea of trading away the hype on JCM. Yeah, the hype is just egregious. Once again, I was one of the early stands on him saying like he's this year's version of Bucky Irving, like early May. But yeah, it's just gone to like a. How are you on two different? Okay, we'll kick this one out. I don't know how you're on like two different. This guy, what are those glasses?
He had them on before, didn't he?
Those are either blue light glasses or lawnmower glasses.
You look like Bubbles.
He's gonna do some landscaping after this,
You look like you're about to go to the gun range.
Dude, I'm trying to get you through my headphones, but I can't. Also, you keep kicking out.
What do the glasses do for that?
Yeah,
for
really. Yeah.
Ricky.
You look
Jesus
like you're
Christ,
about to go to the gun range and shoot silhouettes of Chase Brown.
He looks like he's going to shoot, but it ain't at the gun range. Broadster says, fuck cancer. James, fuck cancer. Liam's entered. Fuck cancer. Patrick Scott, fuck cancer. Knifey Spoonies entered. Bones has entered. Hoff has entered. Block has entered.
Am I echoing, by the way?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure we'll enter with the F.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you able to see it in the chat? No.
I saw them when I did it when I was checking on my mobile. I saw them.
Hold on. Scroll up. No, it's only me. It's only me that it shows up on. Okay, guys. Audible. What's a different keyword that we could do it? We'll just Hashtag 24 to enter the giveaway for Madden, guys. Hashtag 24 to enter the giveaway. That's on me. I apologize. It's not showing up. That's on me. I fucked up. That's on me. My bad. Hashtag 24 like this to enter the giveaway. I apologize. So sorry. My bad. So tell me, how are you enjoying your first experience here on Drafters, Chev? What are you noticing? What's happening with you in terms of this draft? Obviously, you're getting sniped left, right, and center because I hear you complaining about it. But welcome to my life. I've done 670 plus of these, and every one I've been sniped on. So tell me about your experience here on Drafters. What are you noticing? What are you enjoying?
No, I love it. This is, like I said, this is my first experience. More of a fast draft. Been more of a fast draft guy. I really enjoy just drafting. So me being able to click the button and get a bunch of the guys that I like, it feels bad to get sniped, but also to be in the presence and draft with like sharp people, I value that. So I've got 2 drafts tomorrow that I feel like I'm gonna be absolutely dialed in for and way less emotional about getting fucking sniped. So I feel great right now.
I tell everybody this, right? The best way for you to prepare for your fantasy football drafts, and I know you guys do mock drafts on your show, but the best way to do it is to compete with either people, like real life people in one of those drafts, or best ball, because everybody's invested in real money, and the likelihood of you running into somebody who is auto drafting is very minimal. Typically in mock drafts, especially if you're just going in one of the pubs, people are going on and they're making their first 2 picks saying like, oh, I got Ashton Genty and I got Amon-Ra St. Brown in rounds 1 and 2. I'm good. I'm ready for my draft. And then they just auto the rest and you're drafting against droids. Whereas here, there's real money on the line. We know that you're going to get 20 rounds of real ADP, real sort of opportunities to sort of adjust, just like Chev alluded to being sniped and have a better notion of what values are being pushed and what values aren't. Like best ball is the best way for you to keep a pulse on the off season to know what is the best and what isn't. So that's why I recommend doing best ball. That's why I've done so many best balls, because the moment I enter a redraft league, I'm just ready to dominate as long as it's PPR. But I don't do anything that's non PPR. I don't know about you guys. Do you
Standard scoring is the soft porn of fantasy football. I do not go that way. So
yeah, you use safe words on a regular basis if you're playing in standard leagues.
Yeah.
The league I drafted today is half point, but it's the only half point. It's my dad's league. It's been together for like 30 years, so it's hard to get a bunch of old boomers to change their ways. But Hoff is one of those boomers that was able to. He's a woke one, so that's why he doesn't PPR. Well, you're a boomer.
But please let me know if my chewing is obnoxious and it's too loud. Chat and please.
I think what's more obnoxious is probably Pete's production value over there. I think that's more obnoxious.
Yeah, it's not great over here.
It's not going well.
I realized I'm on my phone, and then I realized like half of my face wasn't in the camera for like.
Yeah, and then like your fingers were like front and center. You were like this. Like,
all right, we gotta highlight what the wife just brought. She brought a bunch of cut up veg. We got some radishes, some peppers, some cucumber, and my white wife made homemade hummus. Shout out to her. I love that. Shout out to her. So good.
It's a good woman.
Nice.
Good stuff.
She's a keeper as a Middle Eastern. I love that she loves my heritage. It's
But
great.
I was totally going to agree with you too about the whole best ball thing. Like that's my sales pitch to people who don't know best ball. Is like that's the best way to get ready for your drafts. It gives you the best indicator of who actually is buying into who and so on and so forth and trends. So yeah, 1000%. Yeah. I mean, I'll only do like if we ever record a mock draft, we'll only do it if we can fill it with actual bodies on X that know what they're doing. Because the whole auto draft thing, it gives you it's very misleading then in terms of value.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this about me, but reportedly, I am the anti-mock drafter. I shit on mock drafters, and I'm just I'm a bad person when it comes to people who mock draft. But that's neither there or here. I mean, I think there's advantages to doing it, and I think there's a lot of disadvantages to doing it.
Well, I think the other thing to keep in mind too is at the end of the day, we're also in content, right? And casual people, like they'd like to see a mock draft. Like I think that's the tough thing is like a lot of times people don't know what best ball is, and it's going to continue to grow. But the casual players that aren't sickos aren't drafting as much best ball as we are, and so they want to see a sleeper board. They want to see a real actual draft that they're comfortable with and they know. And so I think that's one of the things in the content game where sometimes it's tough. You got to bend the knee to what you think your viewers might want. Obviously your channel's a little different, Disco. I mean, you draft the best ball draft every night, so your viewers know what they're coming for. So
and that's just me being toxic sometimes. But I could be a good guy. I swear. This is a good guy thing to do. I promise. I don't hate mock drafters. I swear to God. I swear. I swear to God. Drama Queen, get some food in you. I might be hungry. I might be hungry. Shout out to Mrs. Disco for the mid-flight refuel. I love that. Shout out to Hot Take City. What a beautiful
This
person.
guy.
I know, right? Good to see Hot Take City. Long time no see. Joe Carlton says Pete is eating. Geez, there is a effing surprise. He's got a refuel too, man. First year I started watching BD and Sleaze. I won my home leagues. Just saying, hey man, you ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta come here and lie and do all that. But I appreciate that. He definitely did win his league. He's a very sharp drafter, though. I don't think he needed us. I got a great shirt on here, and there's a reason why I'm wearing this great shirt. And I think my twin here. What up, twin? My twin here. Good to see you, brother. This is Brett Lanier, guys. He's got on his shirt as well. And can you just explain the incredible concept behind this shirt? And this is the man who has sponsored the Madden giveaway. We're also giving away a couple of these shirts, but let them know what the shirt is. This is Brett Lanier from Better Vision, and we're going to definitely take an opportunity to show everybody what Better Vision is and how they can get on and take advantage of this incredible man, this incredible cause, and this incredible concept and company. So shout out to Brett. The spotlight's yours. The floor is yours. Hold on. Let's actually give you a spotlight on the floor. Oh, you baby. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks. I swear I do own other shirts. I know if I've seen you in the last 2 months, this is pretty much the only shirt I've been wearing. I've got a bunch of them, and I do have other shirts, but I've been wearing it because it's the shirt, one of the 2 shirts we made this fall that we're going to be giving away for some promotions, and they're basically sweat activated. So this one says, "My fantasy team makes me sweat." And as it gets wet, it says, "I need a Monday Night Miracle."
That's great.
That's cool.
Dude, a wet T-shirt contest live on the air. This is great.
Hey now.
So I don't know if you can see, but invisible ink comes out. It says, "I need a Monday Night Miracle." Kind of repeated over and over. And then we've got a gray version that's our betting version. It says, "Good teams win, great teams cover." And then when you get that one wet, it says, "Sweating my bets."
Listen, if we could receive dollar bills as donations, that almost just happened, and I appreciate you starting the wet t-shirt contest. And Sheb, you took the words out of my mouth. If I didn't have a cucumber in there, pause.
Hey. Taking a turn, boys.
Hey man, it's almost been 6 hours. It's time to get weird. That's our slogan. Let's get weird, and we're getting weird. So please talk to us about Better Vision and honestly why you decided to just sponsor this event and be part of this event. But the floor is yours. Talk to us about Better Vision and anybody and everybody who's watching. All 3,400 people on both X and YouTube. Please support this man because, I'm not just saying this because he supported the charity. And I get nothing out of this except for the fact that we are spreading love and raising funds. You guys got to realize to sponsor this event, all proceeds go towards the charity and the charity alone. So that's that. So please let the folks know how they can support you on Better Vision and what Better Vision is.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks. The Better Vision is an app that is free to use, and it's an aggregation app. So it allows you to connect all your daily fantasy and sports betting accounts and kind of track everything in one place. So we've got 23 partners on the platform. So if you do fantasy leagues in ESPN, Yahoo, Sleeper, Fantrax, Real Time Fantasy Sports, My Fantasy League, FFPC, and NFC. If you do daily fantasy, the Pick'ems on Sleeper, Underdog, Prize Picks, or Fliff. And then if you sports bet pretty much on any app in the U.S., we cover 97% of the U.S. sports betting. There's 15 of them. I'm not going to list them all, but pretty much anyone that you might use, you can connect the accounts, and then all that activity will be tracked in one place. Essentially, just to solve my own problem. I'm a bit of a degenerate. I'm in a lot of fantasy leagues, and I hated that I had 10 different apps that, when I'm sitting there on game day on Saturdays and Sundays, and especially, but then also Thursday nights and Friday nights and Monday nights, and sometimes with the Maction Tuesday and Wednesday nights.
Different sports.
Yeah. Or with other sports, NBA, NCAA basketball, NHL, MLB. I'm every day of the year. I'm sitting there and swiping through all these different apps instead of watching the game. And I'm like, I wish I just had one place I could like be watching the game. Big play happens. I glance down, I see how my score's updated or how my bets are doing, and then go back to watching the game. And so couldn't find anything out there that really did that across both fantasy and sports betting. And so we decided to build it and been working on it. It's free to download. It's on iOS and Android. Please check it out. If there's things that we can improve, there's features you want, please let us know. I'm just here to want to make people's experiences a little better.
I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate you sharing the word and whatnot with the folks. Thank you again for sponsoring the event. Thank you again for coming on here. And I'm assuming you're going to draft with us, right? Is that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. And you guys who are also up here on the panel, feel free to stick around because like I don't want to kick anybody off. I'm enjoying the football talk. I'm loving the football talk. And we're gonna finish off with Jarquez Hunter. I love this draft so much.
I might actually stick around for a draft because, again, I deposited my funds late. I couldn't get into this one with you guys, so I might actually stay for one more draft.
Absolutely. And if you guys are not aware, #24 will enter you into the Madden giveaway. We are going to do a duck race if you've entered the #24 right after we look at Chev's lineup and my lineup. So it's going to be a fun duck race, and this is all sponsored by Better Vision. This is the Better Vision Madden giveaway. So, babe, can you please add George into that as well? And if you guys are into Madden and you want to play it, doesn't matter what console, we're going to have it shipped off to you, or send you what are those little gift cards called where you can do like an Xbox or PlayStation?
They have the code. They have the codes and stuff. You can just give them a code and they just punch it into their console.
Hell yeah, let's do that too. George is entered. Okay, cool. So let's look at whose dogs are losing it. Jeez Louise, I love
Pete,
that.
of course.
Man,
That's a disaster right now.
I'm gonna drop. I'll let Brett get the spotlight. I'm not in the best spot here, but I appreciate you guys. Disco, I'll probably tune in. I might hop in a little bit tomorrow morning, checking on you.
You got the link whenever you want to hop in, brother. You're more than welcome to. All right.
All right, sounds good. Good to see you, Brett. See you guys.
See you
later. That's funny.
What a gentleman. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to find the best layout to show the drafts. All right, let's look at Chev's lineup. I'm very curious to see how you drafted. So Chev goes with a 3-8-7-2, and thank you, baby, for doing the giveaway stuff and for feeding me. I was hangry. I'm better now. Brock Purdy, slight reach on Brock Purdy. Caleb Williams at value, and then Anthony Richardson. Not a bad contingency plan. I don't hate the quarterback room. Chase Brown, you stood on business. You said that's your guy, and you drafted your guy. I respect the hell out of that. Alvin Kamara, Zach Charbonnet, Austin Eckler, Quinshon Judkins, Rashad White. You just kept drafting running backs. Miles Sanders, Marshawn Lloyd. I personally would have been done after Rashad White, but I understand why you kept going. That's not bad. Drake London, would have been nice to see you go with some correlation there.
Yeah,
Buka, Roma Dunze correlated with Caleb. That's good. You took the Bateman. Your wide receiver drop off is significant. I'm not going to lie.
Gross. Yeah.
Yeah. So Torrey Horton, Adonai Mitchell, and I do like Adonai Mitchell. Jalen Coker, George Kittle correlated with Brock Purdy, so that's good. Colson Loveland also correlated with Caleb Williams. So your quarterbacks are almost all of your quarterbacks are correlated. I love Egbuka. Standard procedure here is you want to go heavy on wide receivers because you could suit up 4, right? And I'm not ripping your lineup apart because this could be it. I don't know shit. I haven't won this contest. No. But if you do go with like an elite running back, you kind of can't go elite quarterback and then keep attacking running back because you're going to have a significant drop off at wide receiver. But this lineup could do something, right? Typically, I try to attack wide receiver early and often in this contest because there's no playoff correlation. It's total points format. So just whoever scores the most points at the end of the season wins. And historically, if you look at this contest, and you obviously couldn't have because this is your first draft here, teams that smash have more premium investment in wide receivers early on. So it's not a bad draft. I'm not saying your draft is bad. I'm not saying mine is good because I don't remember who I drafted. I go with a 2-6-10-2 draft here. We got Patrick Mahomes, who I have as my quarterback 1. That could be a mistake, but I think at his current value of 81, it's one of the best values in fantasy football history. Also got T-Law, who I think is going to bounce back in such a way. I got Devon Achane as the 20th overall pick. And when this guy was healthy and in the lineup with his quarterback too, I'm sure you guys heard the statistic before. He was the RB1 in PPR format. Jalen Warren, I think his value at the 112 is going to feed families for years to come. Jalen Warren, Javonte Williams, Ray Davis, Brian Robinson Jr., and Jarquez Hunter for all you Kyron stands. Brian Thomas Jr., Marvin Harrison Jr., Xavier Worthy, Devonta Smith, Rashid Shaheed, Luther Burden, Wandale Robinson, Isaac Tesla. I probably should have stopped at wide receiver there. De'Ami Brown, Jalen Noel. If you guys know me and follow my content, on Sam Laporta's first season when he got drafted, I said that he would finish as the tight end 1. We smashed that call. My community was known as the Laporta supporters, hashtag Laporta supporters. And I love Sam Laporta and Hunter Henry. So, guys, break me down. How do you guys think I did?
The running back room is spooky.
Yeah,
a little bit.
That's a little frightening. It's a little frightening, big dog.
Yeah.
I mean, you make up for it with the receiver depth. I mean, there's no real. I mean, Rashid Shaheed was definitely my target in the round that you took him. Was a little disappointed in that. I knew I should have gone a round early. But yeah, I love the wide receiver depth. I was gonna do the same thing that you did with Tesla in the round that you did it. So good for you, I guess, or bad for me. I don't really. I mean, but let me ask you this: if you've got Laporta and Tesla, like when you take that Laporta pick, are you just kind of planning on, like, are you planning on trying to get another piece of the Lions offense because we think it's elite, and then trying to get Jared Goff, or are you just punting and just going to roll with T-Law?
I love that you asked that question. Sam Laporta is one of my most targeted tight ends this year, and it's not because of what he did for me when I was a rookie fantasy football content creator and when he was a rookie. It's simply because when I look at that offensive line, they lose Frank Ragnow, their center. He's gone. They lose Kevin Zeitler to your Tennessee Titans. He's now blocking for Cam Ward. Taylor Decker is still potentially a PUP candidate, so that's their left tackle gone. If you look at the conversions last year, and how that offense was predicated and where it was run through, it was based off of the success rate between the center and the right guard. And it was a 93% success rate where they converted third and shorts and fourth and shorts between those two guys, something 90 to 93%, something along those lines. So with that being said, where Sam Laporta, where Amon-Ra St. Brown, where Jared Goff, where Jameson benefited, where they all benefited was off of the play action in those scenarios in cheat code red zone targets and opportunities and touchdown conversions. I don't think that's going to be there with the offensive line being in shambles. Like you can even see on PFF, and I don't think PFF is the holy grail, but I have similar offensive line rankings. I played offensive line at a very high level once upon a time in my life. And Willie's an original Laporta supporter. He gets it. He knows. So yeah, when you look at that situation, that scenario, I'm anticipating a similar sort of production in terms of what Jonnu Smith and Brock Bowers did in garbage times with high total implied point total situations and scenarios. You don't have a lot of indoor games like you did last year. I have the Detroit Lions falling off of a cliff, and I'm betting on the volume and volume alone in PPR format for Sam Laporta this year.
Interesting. I mean, I do like the guard that they brought in, Tate Ratledge, to replace Kevin Zeitler, and I think they've worked him in at center too. He was a target of mine on in the third round when we took Kevin Winston Jr. I thought for sure we were gonna go with Tate Ratledge. So I do like that, and Brad Holmes knows how to draft offensive line. He's the guy that's
what they say.
Yeah. He's the guy that stood on business and took Penei Sewell over Jamar Chase, right? So, like, we've got to consider that they know how to get good talent into the building. But I do like that point. But even still, I still don't think, from a real football perspective, I don't think that there's a way that I don't think their play action is going to be less effective because it's still Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery running the ball.
And it's going to be all Jahmyr Gibbs in the 3rd and shorts and the 4th and shorts. That was once a formality and an inevitability. With David Montgomery is no longer going to be there. That's why David Montgomery is a major fade candidate for me. And I don't think that they're going to convert those that were once, a formality. I don't think they're going to convert those. So I feel like the touchdown equity that we saw both Amon-Ra St. Brown with, 12 touchdowns last year. I think we're going to see that regress. And I don't like betting on touchdown production. I think we're going to see the touchdown equity for Sam Laporta also regress. The only people who I think have tremendous upside in that offense is people who are going to receive volume and people who could take anything to the house. So Jahmyr Gibbs can take anything to the house, and he's going to be a constant threat because he's one of the most physically talented players we've ever seen as an explosive player in football. I love Laporta as a volume option, especially in the unders and the check down situation, because he's just not going to have, Jared Goff is not going to have a lot of time to connect the way he did last year. That's the bet I'm making. I could be wrong. I have the humility to know that I could be very, very wrong, but that's just the bet I'm making.
No, I mean, I wanted to ask that because I wanted good discourse, and that's exactly what I got about the process behind the picks. Because I mean, that's how we get better, right? Like,
absolutely
refining the process.
Amen.
Absolutely, and I'm not saying that like your question offended me, because I actually love that you asked that question, because it gave me a chance to go through my process. So take me through your process through this build, through this draft. Tell me where your thoughts were, what were you thinking, and overall, how do you feel about your draft?
I don't love Emeka being my number two wide receiver, or Rome. Like I would love to have a little bit more depth there, but I think they'll be fine. I think they'll both be fine. We just talked about Rome on the previous draft with Frank's draft. I think that there's a guy who's just not going to leave the field, and I think that that's going to be Rome Odunze for the Chicago Bears. Like, they're actively trying to force feed him targets. The chemistry with Caleb, he was targeting him last year, even though the balls were going like out of bounds or over his head, or or Caleb was holding the ball too long. But like, they were making a concerted effort. I mean, he was 8th in the league in deep targets, like 3rd or 4th in red zone targets. I can pull that back up. But I just think, I mean, I was really high on him as a prospect. I had him, Neighbors. It was a hot take and people hated me for it, but it was I had him, Neighbors, and Marvin Harrison Jr. all in the same tier. I think he's an elite alpha level talent, so I'm willing to make that bet. And then from there, I was just kind of trying to feel my way through it. I was wanting to get a 3rd quarterback, but also be a little bit different because I saw a bunch of 3-6-6-3 builds. So I wanted to be a little bit unique, but also give myself a chance to do something. I loved Adonai Mitchell. He was my wide receiver 5 in the 2024 receiver class that I think is going to be legendary. So, counting on like a hope, hopefully they move on from either Alec Pierce or, Michael Pittman just decides to step to the side, because I'm not a big fan of Michael Pittman. So I loved that. And then taking shots on Torrey Horton. Torrey Horton might get the call from week 1 on. He's just got to beat out MVS for the X receiver role. Like I can't, like, if you can't beat out MVS, like let's go. I don't know. Like, Amazon's hiring, man. And there's nothing wrong with that. But just saying, like, we're talking about NFL jobs here. And, Adonai Mitchell, Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker's I've been screaming from the high heavens that Jalen Coker is the 2nd best receiver on that team. Just
Jeff's a cokehead. All right.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. You can go to my account and search Jalen Coker, and you will find a lot of Jalen Coker propaganda on my feed. So yeah, that's just kind of where it landed. I wanted to make sure, because with the rumors that the Vikings are trying to reunite with Adam Thielen due to all the wide receiver injuries, we can get him in a full-time role in the slot. He was awesome from the slot. He was awesome when he lined up, outside from the Z. He had one of his most productive games post Adam Thielen last year against the Dallas Cowboys, and then in week 18 against the Falcons. So I'm a big fan. I like Jalen Coker. I think the sooner that he gets on the field as a full-time player, the sooner that he will return value, because I refuse to believe that he's just what I saw last year after watching every single target, that he's not a good football player.
Hey, I respect it. I also have a lot of Coker, but I'm going to say this, right? And I want your honest opinion here, because I don't know how to feel about this. But Jimmy Horn, is it Jimmy Horn?
Jimmy Horn Jr.
Jimmy Horn Jr. In a situation where spike weeks are king, especially here on Drafters Fantasy, Does he have any potential, or is he a cut candidate?
Jimmy Horn Jr. or Jalen Coker?
No, Jimmy Horn Jr. I know Coker.
I think Jimmy Horn Jr. is going to make. That's the reason that they're considering making that move for Adam Thielen is because Jimmy Horn Jr. and Jalen Coker have emerged in the way that they have. Like, you're not moving on from Xavier Legette. He's a first-round pick.
No.
Tedderell McMillan, first-round pick. So you've got 2 spots locked up in the room, and then those other 4 spots are up for grabs.
I love that. So Jatavian Sanders, I have him as my tight end 13 in my rankings this year. I really bumped him up just because I love the potential. I love the upside. I love that the top's going to be taken off, and in the Canales system, we know that the unders are going to reign supreme. And we've seen glimpses of brilliance with the Jatavian Sanders last year prior to the injury. Where do you have Jatavian Sanders this year? Hoff, we'll go with you first, and then we'll go to Chev, and then we'll go with Brett.
I forget exactly where I have. Obviously, I have.
By the way, 6 hours in, and we're talking about Jatavian Sanders, so like, we got a lot of filling to do here.
No, I mean, I like him. I would like to rank him higher. Honestly, I should probably give that a better look. But I do like what you're saying. I think there is the potential for that. I actually too. I'm a big DFS guy, so I'll be looking for a little Jatavian Sanders in DFS. Because God knows he's going to be cheap, so I'd keep an eye on that. I'm a big Brenton Strange guy, which his name has gotten more and more circulation as the offseason's gone on. But I could see that happening with Sanders. I don't hate that call at all.
It's just a good athletic upside play.
Yeah.
What about you, Brett?
I've got him a little lower. Yeah, I've got him down in the 20s. No knock on the talent. There's a lot of good guys, So usually, if I'm looking for an upside guy late, in kind of that range, like Theo Johnson on the Giants, I like a little better. Chigakonkwo on the Titans, definitely better. And a guy that usually goes later than Sanders that I like a lot is Ben Sinnott for the Commanders. And I know he didn't do shit last year, but Zach Ertz is, I think, the second oldest tight end in the league, behind Martellus Bennett or, somebody that's only a blocking tight end.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of like guys that actually touch the football, I think he's the oldest player in the NFL, non-quarterback. And so he's, he was great last year. They drafted Sinnott in the second round. He was a great receiver in college. I think he's got a ton of potential, and especially with McLaurin holding out, I'm excited about Sinnott this year.
Ben Sinnott would have been the difference maker between $250 and $25,000 for me last year. So that name's kind of one that breaks
kind
my
of like
heart.
McCaffrey for some guys last year. Yeah, you're like, hey, you screwed me last year.
Well, I just had no tight end production in my 22nd placing roster last year, and Sinnott was that guy that was the difference between 22nd and first. So definitely heartbroken there. We got the duck race sorted. We got the duck race situated. But before we do that, Chef, are with the chaos that goes on in a duck race, are you comfortable in your ability to give your take while the duck race is going on in the background on JT Sanders?
I mean, sure.
All right, on your marks, get set, talk to us.
Yeah, so Jatavian Sanders is my tight end 22. I would have him, ahead of Mason Taylor, who's my tight end 23. So I think that he represents spike week upside. I think we were on the way. Like, he was figuring it out along with Bryce, figuring it out and turning back into Bama Bryce. So from a best ball perspective, yeah, that's a fine pick, because he's going to have those weeks where he gets a random 6 targets and a touchdown, and he's gonna end your lineup. He's gonna be a top 12 tight end. I think there's gonna be weeks where he has top 5 weeks, or he could spike like a full on, because he's one of the tight ends as a pass catcher that was I like seeing guys that were collegiately the focal point of their offense. So he's that. He can run, he can separate, he can get open, he's athletic. He's like a poor man's David Njoku. So I like his athletic ability, and I think he's going to take a step forward, because I think everyone in this offense takes a step forward in year 2. Knifey, let's go.
Knifey from behind. Like the Kentucky Derby.
All right, so just to clarify, Brett, there was also shirts that you wanted to give away?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
How many of those did you want to give away? So we'll just get to the other placements.
Yeah, let's do 2 each. So two fantasy, 2 betting.
Okay, so top 5 all get one. So Knifey Spoony gets the Madden copy. No Cap Mac gets one of the shirts. Rony Baloney gets one of the shirts. Hoff gets one of the shirts. Let's go, baby. And George Troyan also gets one of the shirts. If you guys can, contact me via with your addresses via X or text. I know some of you have my numbers, but Rony Baloney, I think you're the only one who doesn't have, who I don't know your contact information. So contact me on X with your address, and I'll be sure to share that information with Brett. You could also, Brett, where can they find you to contact you directly for the shipping as well? Because I'm probably going to be asleep tomorrow.
Yeah, they can find me on X. Yeah, yeah, they can. I'm at RBL_leader_01, or you can search Brett Lanier and I'll pop up.
Brett, thank you so much for your generosity, by the way, for that giveaway. Madden's not cheap. That's why I haven't bought it myself yet. So thank you so much for doing that. Generally appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, man. Your generosity just goes an incredibly long way. So who's down for another draft? 4 out of 12 is the lobby. I'm going to queue up right now. I'm in. If you guys want to queue up and draft with us, by all means, go for it. Nice. So fast
Main
draft.
event, right?
Sorry?
Main event, right?
Yes, sir. The $20. Yeah, so it's the top one right here, Brett. $20 NFL best ball main event.
Yep.
So get in there soon because the chat's filling in there. And if you guys are not familiar with what we're doing and where we're doing it and how you could do it too, and how you could do this and help. Oh shit, we're missing somebody on the panel. It's me. I'm the one who's missing. And how you could do it too and support this charity. Sign up on Drafters Fantasy. Use promo code DISCO to double your first deposit dollar for dollar from $25 to $100. Once you've completed your first draft, not only will you have an opportunity to win $500,000 and place within the $2.5 million in total prizes, but your entry, because you entered and used promo code DISCO, will also translate to a donation of $25 Canadian from Drafters Fantasy. So thank you so much for signing up and using promo code DISCO. A lot of people on the panel have done that today. And it's just been incredible to see that. And shout out to Drafters for that as well. The generosity from all of our sponsors has been tremendous. And Hoff, I love your fucking profile picture on here, buddy. What is that? Is that Superman? What's Superman doing?
That is Superman having a glass of whiskey. It's a tough day at the office, you know.
I hear you.
Stuff, you know.
I hear you. Hoff is at the 103. I'm at the 104. Mount Matumbo at the 105. Good to see you, sir. He and I have had a lot of back and forth. Let's just say it like that. Broadster, good to see you. Brought maxed out the Superflex tournament within like the first 5 days, which is absurd. Wow. But he took advantage of the incredible ADP. Like he knew what he was doing. Better vision, the Bretter vision. I like what you did there, Brett. At the 110, Terry Rice at the 111, and then we got our guy Chev at the 112 around the bend. For my friend, so we got close to a full lobby here. Mount Matumbo incoming snipes. No, Mount Matumbo stays in his lane. I'll give him that. He stays in his lane.
Let's see how this plays out.
I'm either going to be donating a lot of money or making a lot of money by pushing up.
Standing on business for Brian Thomas, man. I respect.
Amen. It's him, Golden. Xavier Worthy, my most owned wide receivers, and I'm going to continue to do it. I've been missing Kenneth Walker in round 4, by the way. That was one of my favorite values.
Yeah, we bickered about that when I was on late. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I could totally see where he's fine and everything's great, but I don't know. There's other. It's not even so much against him. It's just there's other players I'd rather have in that spot, really. Yeah, but I get it.
Yeah. So we'll get back to your point. We have a question here at Big Draft Energy. How many drafts do you have now in the main event? Out of curiosity, in the main, this is my 85th. No, I have 85. This is my 86th. You get to max out with 150, but yeah. This is number 86 for me. We've done 85.
EMC.
and we've maxed out the minis, and yeah, we got a lot of the early drafts in. So closer to 700 than we were at the start of the day. I'll tell you that for free. I can't keep count off the top of my head, but yeah. Chev, thank you for mentioning Mason Taylor. Love Mason Taylor. It's a good call. Mount Matumbo and Coming Snipes. RIP $20 main. My 100. Hey, congratulations on maxing out Blocka. That's
awesome.
huge.
Good for you.
I love that you said last time you mentioned it. Legend has it that Broadster maxed out the Superflex the day before it opened. Has a Chuck Norris flair. 100%. It's true. You know what else has it? You know what else has a Chuck Norris flair to it? And I'm going to need you guys to hold down the fort. So embarrassingly enough, I suffer from irritable bowel syndrome. So I'll be right back.
You could have just left. You had to tell
Yeah,
us.
you could have just said, "I'll be right back." Yeah, that would have been cool. That would have been fine.
Oh, I gotta go grab a coffee. Yeah,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go shit my pants. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Nice sales pitch. All right, we're good.
Oh man,
when you're doing a 24-hour pod, there's a couple times you got to take that break.
Yeah, 1000%.
Yeah,
especially when you're drinking a lot of coffee.
Oh wait, is he?
He's on the. Well, hopefully he's taking his mobile with him.
Hopefully he's doing this on the app too.
Yeah. Hopefully he's got the baby wipes. He's got the app.
Yeah. Like I don't know how emergent this situation was.
Yeah.
But he might just be fighting for his life in there right now.
Well, he's probably going to get auto drafted A-Chan, who he said he loved anyway. So
yeah, being able to get him in both drafts is just the keys to generational wealth.
There you go. All right, what am I doing here? Yeah. Screw it.
Do it.
Now we'll go over here.
Okay.
Go over there. I was debating Brock Bowers for a hot second, but it goes against everything I've been saying all off season. I would just rather have Kittle in the 4th instead of Bowers in the 2nd. But
that's kind of been my MO. I've been going. It's wild because early on you could grab him in the 4th, no problem. But then people started to get hip to it.
He's been shooting up.
Yeah. So now I probably don't leave the 3rd round with him.
Sure.
Oh, he won't make it to you in the 3rd. I'll let you know that.
That's fair. That's fair. I respect it. I can't do anything but respect.
He's there 34. Kittle's the pick. We'll see. I probably should have said that. There's 3 more picks ahead of me. But
somebody. Yeah, this is live. People are watching it. They're gonna do it just to spite you now.
Yeah.
That's
one of the guy I really want. So hopefully one of the 2 falls. We'll see.
A couple quarterbacks here in the 3rd.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this plays out. So, all right, Ken Walker off the board. There's your turn. Yep,
there is. There is. It's the beauty of being in so many best ball drafts is you can really just kind of some of these drafts you could just kind of say let's try this. Let's see how this goes. Yeah,
you got a range, and then you're like, all right, cool. Like this is gonna work in that range. Okay, so these guys are 1000% not gonna come back to me, so I've got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And
love Pickens.
Yeah.
Man, Trevion, damn man.
I always like being at the front end or back end of a draft. Like first 2 picks or last 2 picks is usually my my sweet spot. Because like you were just doing there, you could just plan it in your head. You'd be like these guys aren't coming back to me, so I'm gonna get these guys now and take care of it.
Yeah. I can't not do it. And I know that they're not coming back. So, do I want to feel like I'm going to shit my pants for the next 24 picks? Not really.
Not really. Nope. Poor guy.
JT or A-Chan? That's a good question.
Well, actually, by the way, I just realized he didn't time out his last pick. So he did take Josh Allen. I'm pretty sure he didn't time out.
Well, yeah. Is he on? I don't think he's on auto anymore.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Let's So what's well, never mind. Well, I can't ask you guys what your strategy is.
We'll talk about it later. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
No, this is fun though. I like that it's got the picks numbered out, so you kind of, for those of us who are mathematically challenged, you're like, oh, I've got this many picks until my next pick.
Yep.
No, I dig this. Yeah, no, it's cool.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Like I wish that I would have jumped on here before today because there's some good ADP going around here.
Yeah, this is always good for it. I think I got about 20 drafts on drafters right now, but I hadn't drafted on here a bit because I know you were talking about fast draft. I've been hitting up the fast draft a lot lately. Obviously underdog, but yeah, no, drafters ain't bad, man. And yeah, it's you don't get as many people in there, you know.
Right. Like I don't feel like enough people. Oh, do you think? Let's talk about this. Do you think he's going Xavier Worthy right here?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of hope he does, to be honest with you.
I could see him taking Jameson, but it's probably Worthy.
I mean,
oh man,
after that talk that we just had, there's no way that he could not take Xavier Worthy. Nobody knows what the word is over She Rice. Oh, he went with the big pineapple. He went with Tetaroa.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That was an auto pick though.
Oh yeah, it's an auto pick. It says auto pick.
So he's for sure gonna go. Let's see. Somebody else got Xavier Worthy?
He is not going to be happy with his team when he comes back.
Yeah, Homus just ran right through him.
Just like a water slide, you know. That's it. That's it. Right down left.
The fifth round is so weird to me, man. Like there's just so much. Like you can just kind of choose your own adventure with all this stuff.
Typically, the guys that are in the 5th and 6th, I usually don't like. So I try to get like 3 guys that usually ADP wise are in the 7th that I love.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I feel like I'm reaching, but disagree with ADP.
Got to get your guy. So me and Hoff, me and Pete were having a conversation, and he was like, "Yeah, I think Pearsall's my wide receiver 28," and I was like, well, "He's my wide receiver 27." Like I really like the idea of Ricky Pearsall this year.
Yeah, I like obviously I know everybody first thing they go to is the whole gunshot thing, but really he had soft tissue injuries before he got shot. He had some after. He had some where they kept him out of the first few days of training camp, but that was more precautionary thing. He was running at full speed. So you just, you pray with all the injuries going on in San Francisco, knock on wood, that, he can not get injured with any of these soft tissue. But yeah, I mean, in PPR formats, and I was telling Pete, there's the Niners do kind of like a Hard Knocks version that's on their own YouTube channel. And there was a point where Pearsall was on the sideline during practice with Purdy basically saying, dude, I'm going to be in your hip pocket. I want you to tell me where you want me and where you want this or what you want, So hopefully there's a connection brewing there. Because that'd be pretty damn cool. But yeah, no, I'm buying in more and more. And yeah, Pete is all about him for sure.
It took me a while to get there, but yeah, you look at the way that they use their primary target in the wide receiver.
Sure.
It's so good. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hi, folks.
Hey,
so one of the greatest blessings, and so I've learned one of the greatest curses is the Taco Bell hot sauce. You could buy that in a bottle now from the grocery store, and that shit's so good, but it's also probably not really good.
It's like lighting a match and throwing on the gasoline.
I was listening on my alt account, Big Disco Energy, shitting my pants. I heard that one, Chef. That one did not go over my head. And I had to change my better vision shirt because the sweats were really, really there. It would have been the perfect way to show that how the sweat shows the different logo, but I had to change my better version shirt. So let's catch up with the chat. And I don't hate this draft. Brian Thomas Jr., Devon Achane, Josh Allen, Tetaroa McMillan. I wish I took Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, James Williams. About that.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's important to be contrarian. I think we can land the plane and salvage this draft. Where did we leave off of the chat? I'm sorry, I just interrupted. Please keep going.
We've just been small talking in here. We haven't looked at the chat. So
okay, copy. We'll catch up with the chat. I would love RJ Harvey here, but I can't take RJ Harvey because I'll take him. Fuck it. We have 2 week 12 by RBs. Yes, he loves to announce it. Normalizes IBS. Hell yeah, normalize IBS. Laugh my ass off, man. I love disco. I love you too. No cap, Mac. I'm glad you guys found it. My suffering funny. Not the number one excuse I would have used. Maybe number two. Hey, man. People say a lot of things about me, but one thing that they can't say is that I don't lie. Like, I tell the truth, nothing but the truth. And if I gotta go, I gotta go. It happens 6 hours in. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. Broadster, he sure does. JT or HN? That is the question on Twitter. I'll answer this question if you come over to the YouTube channel. No, I'm kidding. We'll answer this question for you right now. JT or HN? I think HN's values something that's going to feed families. I love HN more than I like Ashton Genty. I like him more than I like a lot of the running backs in that range. I'm going there, and I'm going to stay there, and I'm going to stick in that range. We're going to take Sam Laporta again. What about you guys, JT or HN?
Jonathan Taylor or HN?
Yeah.
Shit. I have Jonathan Taylor ranked higher, but I love both players. I also don't think that injury is a huge concern. Chuck Bass was talking about that on Risers and Fallers with Pete. So, I mean, I love both players. To me, you're winning either way, but I'll slightly take Jonathan Taylor. Although, I think in PPR leagues, I think HN can be more consistent than JT. So
I respect that. There's definitely a clear avenue. What about you, Brett? And what about you, Chef?
The soft tissue injury worried me. I did have HM much higher. Like end of the first round, kind of RB6, I think, range for me. And JT like 2 later, RB8. So they were close, and now I might kind of put HM back at like 8 or 9 and move JT up to 7.
Scared money don't make no money. What about you, Chef?
HN's my RB5.
HN?
Yeah.
HN's
my RB12.
Okay.
So
I love that. I love that. So 2 HN, 2 JTs. Bones is laughing. Shout out to Derek Brown. This guy just can't leave me alone. Jesus Christ. Shout out to D-Bro from Fantasy Pros. We love him, man. And thank you so much for kicking off the show and sharing your story with the folks and how, this particular charity and cause is so near and dear to your heart. Thank you for opening up and being man enough to share that with everybody. Really do appreciate that, buddy. He says, look at these studs, milk the clock for him. I appreciate you, BK. Disco, have to leave to drop a doof. Yeah, I had to drop the kids off at the pool. Sure did. Still time to draft teams, Chev. Debro, FaceTime him. Disco was trying to reach you. I definitely wasn't. He should have FaceTime. I can't FaceTime. I'm on Android.
Hey, Android gang or don't bang. Let's go.
I mean, like Android is just superior, man. Just because I can't FaceTime you doesn't mean there's not ways around it. Android is just so superior. You get it, Chev. I was at the gym. Nice. What's the word on Rashee Rice? So as far as I know, there is a situation where the NFL said they wanted to suspend him for 10 games. The date for the case or whatever, I don't have the legalese like Chev. I still I forgot the word he used earlier, but God, it was fucking impressive. Louise. Man, that's a good one. So yeah, carrying on. All I know is the NFL took to his camp saying we want to suspend him for 10 games. They have until the 30th to have the court hearing where they'll come down with the final conclusion, but they could settle on a different, potentially shorter suspension time frame. But right now, the most he'd face is 10 games. We know that, and they haven't fluctuated on what's in between. So if they meet him halfway, it's 5 games, but I don't think that the NFL is going to budge much for what it's worth, but that's just my opinion. James is laughing. Pull up the guys you love and just say fuck ADP. Pearsall is my wide receiver 28. Nice. Well, my wide receiver 21 is Emeka Egbuka. My wide receiver 15 is Matthew Golden. I've been doing that. He's going to crush. Somebody who I'm not in on is Mike Evans this year. Sorry, I know you love him.
I saw on the stream earlier somebody took him in the second.
Yeah, Gina Noble.
Wow.
Noble.
I was like, oh, that's real belief right there. I like that.
Well, it's not real belief. I kind of fucked that one up for her because she's like, so what works here in this best ball format? I was like, wide receivers usually go heavy, so you want to leave with a couple elite wide receivers. She's typically wouldn't go with Justin Jefferson and Mike Evans, but like that was the best based off of her tier rankings that was available at that range, so she just pulled them up, and that's on me. That's on me. But there's a world where it could smash because she's a very sharp drafter. Gina's the queen of fantasy football.
She is. Yeah, she really is.
Hoff, who's the best route runner in San Francisco? Hoff, who's the best route runner in San Francisco? I kind of like Demarcus Robinson as a sneaky upside play, but even he's got a situation where he's.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I would still go Pearsall. I like Pearsall's route running, but I think Demarcus Robinson's a good call. I just I don't think we'll see it.
Are we talking about if everybody's healthy?
I mean, Ayuk is,
Ayuk is one of my favorite players.
Just like who's available right now.
Yeah.
I mean, if Ayuk is healthy, but it's. I hate the whole Ayuk thing, man, because it's like we don't know when he's coming back, and how many times have we seen a player come back and it doesn't automatically click for them, which is understandable. So I hate that for him, but. Yeah, I mean, in terms of guys right now, I would probably go Pearsall. But again, I do like the Robinson call. I think that's smart.
Well, I think here's the thing. Demarcus Robinson doesn't stand out as like a standout like route runner, but we've seen him be successful in the NFL before. So route runner and how that translates into fantasy production, I don't think it's very relevant. HN over Jonathan Taylor, I agree. Debro agrees. Shout out to Fantasy Dog. One of my favorites. It's just a good boy, man. Shout out to Fantasy Dog. Great logo, brother. Great logo. And I don't feel comfortable saying good boy to another grown ass man. I'm just gonna put that out there. Like I really don't, but like he enjoys it, and he's a good supportive friend.
Hey, we're not here.
He enjoys it.
He enjoys it. And I'm going to be a good supportive friend. But that's what I'm going to do.
Not get a kink shame, man. It's whatever.
Hey, man, whatever gets your rocks off. One catches passes and one doesn't. Hey, man, one has decent quarterback, one doesn't. Oh, man, we're calling Tua a decent quarterback. Shit has definitely gotten weird. Isn't HN fucked up? He's not fucked up.
He's not fucked up. He's going to be fine.
He's going to be okay.
Tissue. I mean, this is the experience you live in with Devon HN, though. It's like living in constant panic that every time he gets up off the turf, like something's going to be wrong.
Yeah.
That's what you sign up for. But also you sign up for 22.7 points a game with Tua in the lineup. So.
Wow, Bones, this is crazy. Bones, I thought I liked you, brother. He said, can't get an iPhone in Canada. I don't want an iPhone in Canada, brother. Leave me alone.
I don't want an iPhone in any country.
God damn. Chev, man, that's the worst thing about you, man.
I think I'm so grateful that I've met you, Chev.
I'm glad that we linked up too, man. Shout out to Pete for putting this together.
Hell yeah. And
good old Pete.
Debro, the first thing Debro said when he saw that we announced you, he's like, this guy's legit. I'm like, all right. And you know
by the
what?
Way, I mean, I hate to interrupt, but Chev's follower account is stupid. That doesn't make any sense. We need the people to go follow that guy right now. So
we've tried to plug it already.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Chev is too legit. Yeah, and I'm not going to do the MC Hammer too legit to quit. I'm not going to do it.
I always mess it up, and I end up like
too legit.
Yeah.
Well, what's that movie called? Where like I thought it was too legit, but then I realized I was unlegit. What's that movie called? Oh man,
I forget, but I know what you're talking about.
It's so good. It's so good. And like I think an underrated scene is when the guy just like kept yelling at his girlfriend to like come back, and he just kept yelling at her name. I forgot what the act. Oh man, such an underrated movie. Somebody help me in the chat. Somebody in the chat help me. If you know the answer in the chat, you get a $3 mini. I genuinely, I love that they give me shit to give away for free, and I'm just going to give it away for free. Same judge as Deshaun Watson. Yikes. All right, so there's going to be a happy ending if Rice's team.
Hey, that's solid. That's solid work right there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, I got to poop and now I get to have fun. If Rice's team didn't think they had a case for less than he would have already settled.
So there's a really good account as far as this goes. A guy named Drew Davenport, FF.
Yep.
He is super sharp when it comes to this stuff. I'm on the clock. Let me do what I can to do. There we go. And also,
delicious.
let's go. I don't feel like I need to reach right there. So we're just gonna keep it. We're just gonna keep it simple. We're gonna keep it simple. Nothing. Nobody needs to do anything. Oh, did I get sniped on Trey? I did fucking get sniped on Trey Benson.
Who?
Love that for myself. All right, fine.
Benson?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I like Davenport, but even he admitted that initially he was one of the guys who said that there will be no sort of repercussions or circumstances for Rashee Rice.
No. So he's changed the stance and just kind of illuminated what it could possibly mean now, because like with this going back to Sue Robinson, who was responsible for the Deshaun Watson case, and she came in light with the punishment. It's gonna go, it's gonna be, they're gonna arbitrage or do whatever it is that they need to do to get this done. And he was saying that like what they'll probably do is, since the hearing's not until September 30th, like he'll play, but they could settle on a number before the season starts, which we all would appreciate a ton. But even if it doesn't, like you get a free wide receiver one, like I was saying on Frank's team, and now he's on my team, you get a free wide receiver one for like 5 weeks or 4 weeks. Because they're going to play 4 games before that September 30th hearing. So if it doesn't get figured out, you got him for a month, and you just know to draft extra wide receivers.
Or just draft Xavier Worthy to the moon. JC with the don't forget to donate. It was a damn good pick. What pick are we talking about? I'm so lost in the sauce right now. I need to catch up with the chat. Ayuk is the best route runner. I tried to donate a couple times already. For some reason, my bank is denying it. May have to just use credit. Yeah, I don't know how American banks work for real. Might have to do it with being transaction outside the country. That makes sense. Disco has been my number one supporter since day one. Can say whatever he wants to me. No kinks, no pause. I love you, Dynasty Dog. Ayuk got paid, which he wanted. Is his head into the game. I feel like I get the feeling he doesn't care about football. I beg to differ. I think football. He just got hurt, and he wants to make sure that he's back and healthy and ready to go. It was a pretty bad injury.
Ayuk?
Yeah,
he's saying Ayuk. I don't. That's not true at all. Listen. You're talking about a compound of a bunch of things. I mean, the contract whole thing did not go smooth. Clearly, then he got hurt, and then he was upset about the trade rumors. Like it's just sandwiched. So it's a lot at once. Doesn't mean the guy doesn't care about football. The guy, he's a human being,
Right.
We would all want to get paid in that spot.
Like, let's be
oh, thank God. I was going to say, don't do it to me. This is the value I would take Jared Goffel at. And I also have a really good correlation.
I was debating that. It's a good pick.
I got him, 26 picks past ADP? Hell yeah. That's the value I'd take him at. And I got JMO and I got Sam Laporta. So this.
Chef, what were you going to say about
top notch?
It's wild notion, because like we're actively rooting for billionaires over like regular people who just so happen to have a wild skill set. Like that blows my fucking mind when people say stuff like that. Like he has a chance to secure generational wealth for his family. So he's going to do. Everybody in San Francisco had to go through this except for George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. Debo had to go through it. They were tossing out the idea of Brock Purdy.
I mean, Brock Purdy had to go through it too.
That's what I'm saying. So
let's care of Fred Warner. Fred Warner they took care of.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Fred Warner.
Yeah.
But he's a first ballot Hall of Fame type of talent. So like, why wouldn't you lock up one of the best middle linebackers in the game, if not the best middle linebacker in the game? So like, you just had to go through the paces, and it just so happened that he sucked last year. Like that happens from time to time. We don't know, what happened in his personal life, if he actually wasn't up to speed with the way that they wanted to run the offense because they changed it. Like, I would not say that he doesn't care about football by any stretch of the imagination. I would I don't know.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah. All right. So Arturo Flores says, in a 10-team league, if I'm at the 7th pick, getting Josh Allen in the 2nd round is a bad idea. I would prioritize Trey McBride, sir. I would prioritize Trey McBride and get whatever's BPA at the quarterback position on the way back. Like, I think Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, they're going to have close production this year. I think you're better off getting somebody who's going to be an outlier at his position and probably a top 15 overall player in Trey McBride in round 2 if you're going to go to one of the onesies positions that's not a running back or a wide receiver. What about you guys? How do you guys feel about this?
I wouldn't say it's a bad idea, but I wouldn't do it. I mean, you just got to be careful about your roster construction beyond that point. I mean,
but it's 10 team. It's 10
yeah,
team.
no, I get it, but still, you're still concerned about roster construction. But yeah, and I guess 10 team, yeah, you could really wait on quarterback. I mean, yeah, it's not terrible, but I wouldn't do it. It's probably the best way I'd put it. I would rather prioritize other things, kind of like what you were saying, in those early rounds, set up the foundation of my team, and then attack quarterback.
So if I am doing a 10 team and I never do, my goal and my advice is always attack the ones who you think in betting is going to be like the one at that position or has the floor to be the one at that position. That's kind of my strategy, and I've been consistent in giving that with 10 teams. But what about you, Chef?
I don't feel good about taking Josh Allen in the second round. There's just too much. There's way too much value. Even if you go here, like this is a 12 team, 10 team. Like, so it's just, there's way more. You're taking 2 picks around off the board. So you're just reaching even further than you would be to take Josh Allen in the second round of a 12 team. So I can't get on board with this.
Brett?
Yeah, I actually love going elite onesies relatively early, but not in the first 2 rounds. Unless it's a super flex, obviously. So 3rd round is where I like to try to start targeting those guys, which is why I usually try to go Kittle in the 3rd. Unless I'm picking early in the 3rd, then maybe Lamar or Josh. And then like in this one, Kittle and Hurts with 3rd and 4th. So 2nd round is just, there's so many elite guys this year.
Yeah.
That I think you're giving away more taking that onesie where a round or 2 later you could get a guy that's almost the same, right? Like the difference between Josh Allen in the 2nd or Jalen Hurts in the 4th or Brock Bowers in the 2nd versus George Kittle in the 4th, like it's going to be very small. And so I think what you're giving up in the running back or wide receiver between that 2nd round and the 4th round is much bigger.
Brett, I'll say this: your fucking ball, man. Like you got a lot of these CEO types. I'm not saying we had that today, but you got a lot of these CEO types who are just not invested in the ball. And then here you are, you just talking roster construction, flipping people in your own personal rankings, knowing your rankings off that. I like this. Good for you, man.
Thanks.
Debro says, was this a Canada only release to DVD? What were we talking about? Do you guys remember what we were talking about?
Maybe when you were talking about the movie scene.
The movie scene where they did the 2 unlegit.
Yeah.
Good one.
Was unlegit. I can even hear the quote and I can't picture it.
I'm gonna figure it out. Adam, what's his name? Adam. Actors named Adam. Well, this is a long list. Adam Sandler.
Is it Andy Samberg?
Andy, yes, Andy Samberg.
Yeah, it sounds like an Andy Samberg thing. Oh, is that? Yeah, that's the movie with Adam Sandler and Andy Samberg. Where
no Adam Sandler.
Unlimited?
No. Hold on.
Oh, never mind. I'll shut my mouth.
Being 6'8" and having offensive lineman fucking fingers really sucks for typing. I don't know if you guys ever tried that. Don't.
I'm not 6'8", so I don't gotta worry about that.
Hot Rod. It's fucking Hot Rod.
Hot Rod. Yes.
Hot Rod is the name of the movie. Say anything. Davenport had few articles on Rice's situation. Here's a link to the GoFundMe, by the way, guys, because much as we're having fun and chopping it up and enjoying football and just having a grand old time, we are here to raise funds for a very important cause. It's hospice and palliative care. All proceeds go towards helping families during impossible circumstances and situations and times. It's never easy to say goodbye to a loved one, but together, guys, we can make it easier. So donate as much as you can. If you can only donate a couple bucks, that's still better than not donating. Help as much as you can. God bless you guys. Hot Rod really got it. Really, you got a mini entry.
It's absolutely, by the way, the whole palliative care and hospice. It's an incredibly tough spot for obviously the person going through it, but the family as well. It's just,
Yeah.
And I mean, God bless the workers that do it, that put the effort in, that make the bond, make the connections. So definitely something that's worth donating. And that's why I came on here today. So yeah, definitely we're having fun. We're drafting. This is awesome, but definitely get in there and donate. I donated earlier. Any bit helps. And if you can't donate, just share it, because you're doing just as good by sharing it. So
Amen.
Spread that message for sure.
Amen. And like at the end of the day, guys, dignifying people on their way out is probably one of the greatest blessings you can give them. And like the discomfort of having to go to the hospital to get the care that you need, or the discomfort of having to fork it out, it's tough. It's not a convenient price. So we could help a family out, or a couple families out for sure. It would really mean the world to them, to the families. Because once again, guys, it's never okay. It's never easy to say goodbye to a loved one, especially somebody who's on their way out and they're being stolen away from you by something crazy like ALS or cancer or anything like that. So the fact that we could be a light in a very, very dark situation, let's do that, and let's continue to do that. Remember why we're here. But it doesn't mean that we can't be awesome together and do awesome shit together, and we are being awesome together.
That's the beautiful thing about this community is, we're all very good at coming together for a good cause.
Amen. And there's no better community than fantasy football community.
Yeah, it's awesome. It really is.
Jalen Milrow, Dart, Jared Goffel. I love that. Yeah, man, it's Jared Goffel for me. Yeah. Greg pushed for Disco to draft him rounds earlier today. Yeah. So Greg had me draft Jared Goff like pick 80 without correlation, thinking that we could get what's his face, JMO on the way back, but JMO went pick 50. I'm okay with this. I know I've done enough of these to know the values, but hey, man, Greg's my greatest mentor. He's our greatest donor thus far. So yeah, I'll let him draft a team for me. People are dumb, bro. Teams, players, billionaires, players. You'll never catch me on that side ever. Okay, so there's one time I'm on the side of a billionaire, but it was when it was a billionaire versus other billionaires. Have you guys watched the Dallas Cowboys Jerry Jones series on Netflix?
I have not yet, because I hate the Cowboys and I don't want a reason to like them, but I'll probably watch it.
There's some real good anti-San Fran propaganda in there. I think you would
Son of a bitch. Nope, not watching.
Honestly, Hoff, I hate the Cowboys. I can't stand the Cowboys, but it was a really, really good watch. Like they did an excellent job. The way they delivered the story, it was seamless. Like I was able to put my phone down, just watch and enjoy. I told my daughter real quick before you do that. Really quick story. I told my daughter when she was very young, like 4 maybe, the Dallas Cowboys hate Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and she cried her eyes out, and she hates the Cowboys now. Job done. Felt good. I love you. I love you so much. 10 team, always elite tight end in later rounds for a premium quarterback for 2 or 3, and enjoy the championship. Great sound advice. Frosty says, gun to your head, CD or JJ. How about not gun to my head? How about we say, like, if you get this answer right, all of your fantasy football calls and takes will hit. So I'm gonna go with CD. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty locked.
Because in Canada we don't have guns. Go ahead. Sorry, my bad, Chef.
There's so many. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. My man was mid drink, and I almost made him finish.
Yeah, I'm going CD Lamb here.
Okay.
I think they're be my wide receiver 1 all year. I think the Cowboys are going to be this year's Bengals. Dak might throw for 5,000 yards, and CD and Pickens are going to blow up.
Keep cooking, Brett. Keep cooking. I love the takes. I love the fire. What you got, Hoff? What you got for me?
I just want to know, how the hell do I get sniped on Joe Flacco of all people? Son of a bitch. I am starting to lean more and more towards CD over JJ as the offseason has gone on. So That's where I'm leaning right now. Right now, I'm pretty much tilting now.
Well, certainly to start the season, you feel more comfortable with CD, and then we've got some flux in terms of, hey, they went out and they drafted. I mean, they've signed two offensive linemen, Ryan Kelly and Will Fries, two of the top. Will Fries is one of the top right guards in the entire NFL. So they're beefing up that offensive line to support JJ McCarthy. That means that they could come out and protect him and not just be all willy-nilly throwing the ball all over the yard. They could be one of the most efficient teams throwing it. But Justin Jefferson's also dealing with a hamstring. Plus, there's no Jordan Addison. Plus, they signed Jordan Mason and gave him starter level money. So they could throw the ball a lot more than they did last year. And run the ball, more than they did last year. And it just couldn't. It could be great from a team success perspective. But the reason that I'm not in on JJ McCarthy is because what if they have to bring him along with training wheels?
And I think that's
it's not just guns blazing. He's the next Patrick Mahomes. What if it's not that? What if he's a normal rookie?
I think you nailed that on the head, because if you look at Will Fries, if you look at Ryan Kelly, if you look at Donovan Jackson, these guys are all formidable run blockers. They're not there for pass set situations. They still have Christian Darrisaw, who's an excellent pass protector for the blindside situation, but they fortified the run game. They've done that so much so that they've also brought in Jordan Mason to make sure that this is a top 10, top 5 running game. That means that we are going to be betting on Justin Jefferson, not in volume, in terms of volume, but in terms of touchdown equity and touchdown production. And that's just a bet that I don't like to make on wide receivers on a yearly basis. Hence why I have CeeDee Lamb bumped ahead of JJ. It has nothing to, against Jettas, not JJ McCarthy. It has nothing to do with hate for JJ McCarthy, but the constant thing that programs are saying this is the best thing about your quarterback is, he's won everywhere he's gone. Just tell me he's a really, really good quarterback that's going to absolutely dominate this year for my fantasy football lineups and be a great player. Not that, he's won games in the past. Tell me he's the guy that's going to lead you guys to the Super Bowl. I feel like he's the quarterback that's set up for success the most. And because there was no expectations last year and Sam Darnold did so good, the expectations are an all-time high for him right now. And I'm just saying, temper your expectations in your fantasy football drafts and your fantasy football rosters. Some content creators have them bumped all the way up there, and they're content creators I respect to the moon and back. But yeah, Andy Samberg, Hot Rod. Adam Sandler is in Hot Rod, actually. Do we have verification?
Man, taking Tyler Stroud. God damn it, man. You guys don't want me to have a third quarterback. That's all this is.
You could take
it's a propaganda machine against you, brother. That's all.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Hot Rod was hilarious. D-Bro's laughing. Folks, skip a few Starbucks to donate. It's a great cause. God bless you, Rick. And shout out to Rick Brusalis, guys. There's not a lot of people in fantasy football who spotlight philanthropy in fantasy football. You have to be a special kind of human being to do that. So Rick Brusalis is one of the greatest humans in the industry in fantasy.
Rick is one of my favorite people for sure. Absolutely.
It was great meeting him at the expo this year too. The best comedian. Hell yeah. I can tell you that palliative care, that pain management for the end of life is incredibly improved. Good. CD could be the wide receiver 1 this year. He has that upside. Lafmassa, Flacco, snipe. Well, when he was younger, he was Flacco. Now that he's older, it's Flaccid. JJ McCarthy.
Oh, come on now.
Sorry, bad joke. I apologize.
Good joke.
And, Dallas will be passing more. It's what people come here for. It's for the comedy. So much gun talk. I know, right? And for what it is, what is he good? KOC isn't a run-heavy guy, even with horrible QBs previously. This is true. This is very true. I'm a big fan of Lamb, Pickens, Ferguson. We're just going to catch up with the chat because these guys have been with us for almost 7 hours, and they're just still here supporting. So we need to give them all the attention they deserve. I've been a paramedic for almost 15 years, seen the worst of the worst in Toronto, now transitioning to facility job to ease the stress and workload. Love what you're doing. Seen so many tough times. God bless you, and thank you for the work that you do, and please continue to do what you're doing. And thank you so much for your words, man. Honestly, I have told you that, but here we are. But JJ McCarthy is wiry, says the fantasy football mad scientist. He's wiry. Good luck, my friend. Thank you, Carla. We're almost on hour 7 and it's going great. These guys have been amazing, even during a stomach situation. Drafters, don't mess around. That $150 bonus after you max out hits early. Let's go, baby. I feel like changing it up for the next draft, maybe doing a super flex. What do you guys think? I don't know if you guys are going to continue stick on and draft.
It's a super flex. That's like teasing me.
But super flex is a hell of a good time. Big dog, what's up, Angie? Good to see you, buddy. On my way back, driving back from Canton. He's one of our guys on our Patreon. And part of our Patreon services is that like we'll answer your call and we'll draft with you. And boy, the lineup the lineup we drafted with him was sick. Rank these 3. Okay, Travis Hunter, Calvin Ridley, Waddle. Ridley, Hunter, Waddle for me, Frosty. What about you guys?
Same.
Ridley, Waddle, Hunter. Yeah.
Yep. I'm with the Huff.
Yep.
Okay, so Waddle over Hunter. I'm the anti-Hunter, but I like his upside a lot, especially in the scheme.
To me, it's more Ridley in front of those guys, and then that to me is kind of it's kind of like an either or sort of thing.
I feel like the difference between Travis Hunter and Jalen Waddle is negligible for what it's worth. Woohoo! I will be sure. I appreciate you, girl. Thank you so much. And that was a really fun interview that I did with you. Your intro was like 2 minutes long, and it was 99% lies. And I appreciate all the nice things you said about me. God bless you. Please do so.
Amazing.
Carla is one of the greatest, man. Is this the Drafters $20 big tournament going to fill, you think? No. And that's another reason why you guys should join in on Drafters and sign up on Drafters, because the overlay opportunity is going to be obnoxious, right? No matter what, Drafters has to pay out the $2.5 million. If there's less entrants, that just means there's less lineups you have to face and the higher probability of you placing in the money. So maxing out is very important on Drafters. And you guys should probably take advantage of this if you have the capabilities and the financial abilities, because once again, man, I'm anticipating at least a 30% overlay in this tournament. Donation made. I won't clog your draft rooms till later. Now, hey, man, you can do whatever you want, brother. I love you, Melt Matumbo. No says Broadster. Woohoo, I will be sharing. Let's go. I am so happy that you like it, bro. I appreciate you, girl. All right, let's look at everybody's draft. We'll start with Chef since he was at the 112. 4 quarterbacks. Let's look at this. 4, 6, 7, 3. This is definitely a unique roster construction for your second draft here. So, Chef, before we look at your lineup, what do you feel like the biggest difference between your strategy with your draft prior, because obviously you're a little bit more comfortable with, the ADPs and the draft structure here, to this draft is? What do you think your biggest difference in adjustment has been? What was your halftime adjustment? Is my question.
Yeah, we're gonna come out in 11 personnel and throw the ball a bunch more this time. Like no more of that establishing it. We're gonna get out there and get after it. So I wanted to go a little bit more, firepower in the wide receiver room. I feel like I accomplished that, and then I just needed guys that I feel like are going to get touches, and then guys that I feel like nobody's talking about that could do something if an injury or something occurred, in front of them in the running back room.
You're a football guy through and through, and I love that you took the opportunity to respond the way you did. God bless you 2 times. You go with a 4-6-7-3 build. Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford, Jackson Dart. If you guys follow the SPS projections, our guy Brainy Ballers, he's the founder and the sole proprietor of the SPS Star Predictor Score that went viral with Pat McAfee and Barstool Sports and all those guys. I found him first. That's my guy, Brainy Ballers. So Jackson Dart is to the moon. And we'll ask a question about Jackson Dart later. Somebody please remember to parking lot this. Tyler Shuck. All right. Christian McCaffrey, Travion Henderson. I said Travion Henderson because he is him, the guy. Travis Etienne, Austin Eckler, Damian Pierce, Marshawn Lloyd. Your first 4 names here are all PPR gold. So this is like an excellent strategy for running back tactics. I like your quarterback room. I just wish you didn't draft a 4th one. You didn't need it. Puka Nacua correlated with Matthew Stafford. Excellent correlation here with George Pickens and Dak Prescott. Rasheed Rice, Roma Dunze. You are a Roma Dunze stand through and through, eh? I just dropped the Canadian A. God bless the United States of America. Rashid Shaheed, I love the upside. It's there. Alec Pierce, Isaac Tesla. I was looking for him. Tucker Kraft, Jake Ferguson, another correlation piece with a high-powered Dallas offense with a lot of implied point totals. And then Oronde Godson for shits and giggles. I like this. So based off of roster construction, I feel like even though you got a correlation piece, just pick one between Dart and Shuck. There's too much capital spent here on the quarterback position. Just one less, maybe an extra wide receiver for 8 wide receivers deep. I love your running back room, 8+ there. Love your wide receiver room, 8+ there. Your tight end room is phenomenal. I would have liked to see, just based off of roster construction alone, just your standard 3-6-8-3 would have been sufficient, and that's what took you from an A+ to just a standard A. But all in all, phenomenal work. This is your second draft, so great work. What do you guys think?
I love it. I keep teasing him because he kept taking quarterbacks, and I am not pleased with the back end of my quarterback room. But no, I like the roster a lot, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I love that you kept getting your guys. I hated that you kept picking the ones that I wanted right before me.
Man, I just look, you got Kittle. That was I was like,
true.
okay, all right. I'm gonna have to reach on every single guy that I want from here on out.
And like the one thing I love, because Dak Prescott I think Brett, I think you talked about it being like this year's Cincinnati Bengals. I love Dak Prescott this year, and he was falling in drafts, but people are starting to smarten up as we get closer. So when I started to look at quarterback, I was like, wait a minute, where's Dak? And I saw Chev took him. So yeah, but I love Dak. He's my QB7 right now. Same bid as everybody. If he stays healthy, he's going to be great, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't have him in my top 12. Maybe I'm just a little bit more hesitant to draft him off of that terrible injury that he suffered last year. I think you're going to get positive return on investment, but I think it's still a year too soon off of that devastating injury last year. So once again, guys, we always give those like corny Yahoo grades at the end. So what do you grade this, Hoff?
I give it an A. I dig it. I like
Brett?
it.
Yeah, B+, A-, somewhere right there.
Chev, if you had to grade yourself, let's hear that self-love come through, because this was a phenomenal draft.
B. I don't.
God bless. All right. He gave himself a B. All right, we got our guy Terry Rice. Terry Rice donated 5 tickets to this event for the next 24 hours in the drafters meeting. He didn't have to, but he did. And we have to celebrate the fact that he was so committed that he maxed out this lineup with 150 lineups, and he saved his lineups for this 24-hour draft-a-thon. He's been a tremendous supporter and a tremendous friend. So we are going to take a moment to highlight and commemorate his 150th draft here in the main. He went 3-6-9-2. He inserted the Penix, Cam Ward, and Daniel Jones. Derrick Henry, and by inserting the Penix, if you're listening audibly, it's Michael Penix. Derrick Henry, Breece Hall, Tony Pollard, Jordan Mason, and I love that you double tapped this 1A, 1B situation with Breece Hall and Braylon Allen. We know they're going to run the ball a heck of a lot, play solid defense, and just try to control the time of possession with Aaron Glenn going there.
Henry and Mitchell.
I love that. I think Henry and Mitchell is a completely different scenario, though, because they're going to be up a heck of a lot, and Mitchell's more of like a fourth quarter, like hit a couple of 80-yard run situations kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I do like both of them as well. Like their defense went from a bottom 5 defense to a top 5 juggernaut within an offseason. They had a really, really good offseason. So the game script is going to be way different in the fourth this year for Baltimore. Drake London correlated with Michael Penix. Love that for you. Marvin Harrison Jr. is a wide receiver too. Is not a bad deal. People were all in on him as a rookie without seeing what he was capable of. Drafting him at the beginning of the first round, somewhere in the middle of the first round, or the end of the first round. Now they're not comfortable taking him at the end of the third, early fourth. Make it make sense. Your math ain't math. And Zay Flowers, Christian Kirk, Wan'Dale Robinson, Xavier Legette, Torrey Horton, Adonai Mitchell, Lambert Smith, TJ Hawkinson, Kyle Pitts. This is a wonderful draft. I like it. It's very solid top to bottom. There is a significant drop-off at wide receiver between Zay Flowers and Christian Kirk. I do love Christian Kirk a lot this year, but not enough as like a flex option. So I feel like you left a little bit on the table here at the wide receiver position. Everywhere else, though, check solid. Great work. Good draft. B.
Yeah.
All right. Brett.
Yeah.
Greg goes 4-6-6-4. I'll give you
Thanks,
this.
everybody, for going 4 quarterbacks.
I'll give it to you. It's a very unique roster construction, but like if you're looking at it from like an equitable standpoint based off of draft capital spent and just using your draft capital as, equity in general, this is way too much equity spent on a quarterback position that you can only start one on a weekly basis. If it was a super flex, spectacular, but this is going to bump you down to a B territory.
Oh no, it's easily a C at best. The first 9 rounds, I had a strategy, and then my brain changed in rounds 10 through 20. I was doing something else, and like I got almost no correlation because I had Hurts. It didn't make sense to take Milroe and Richardson. Like it just, I screwed it up.
All right, so he joined and then he left. Call him back, Grindberg. All right, Ashton Janty, Chuba Bubba. All right, he's back. Chuba Hubbard. What did I do? All right, Chuba Hubbard. What's up, Grindberg?
What's up, guys? Sorry, I had to get y'all on mute, and I was like, "Is my headset all screwed up?" But no, we're good now.
Okay, well, welcome in. We'll give you a chance to introduce yourself after we look at these lineups. But welcome in. Thank you for being part of this. Ashton Janty, Chuba, Jaden Blue, Bayshell Tootin, Dylan Sampson, Will Shipley, Malik Neighbors, Matthew Golden. Significant drop off of wide receiver here.
Mm-hmm.
Too much capital spent at the onesies. Not enough. Okay. Let's look at what Hoff did. Hoff goes 3-5-9-3. Justin Herbert, Sam Darnold, Russell Wilson. Yeah, I mean Russell Wilson's painful, but I mean it's not a bad third option, especially for the first 4 weeks, because after that he's going to be benched. Kyron Williams, Alvin Kamara, Zach Charbonnet, Quinshon Judkins, Najee Harris. I would have gone with one more just because you got 2 guys you're depending on with week 8, but not bad so far. CeeDee Lamb, love that pick for you. Ladd McConkey correlated with Justin Herbert. I'm okay drafting Ladd in the second. A lot of people think it's a major faux pas. That's French for don't do it. Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, Michael Pittman, Darnell Mooney, Alec Ayo Manor, Adam Thielen, De'Ami Brown, Colson Loveland, Hunter Henry, and Cole Kmet. This is good. Balance across. And I love that you double top that tight end room, because when they go to 12 personnel, you're going to get that ceiling there.
I did it in a best ball draft on Underdog, and just kind of randomly, I had Loveland and Kmet was just sitting there at the end, and I was like, screw it, because if there's points there at tight end, I'm getting it either way. So yeah, that was kind of a low key goal when I got into this. But by doing that, by taking 3 tight ends, I felt like that took away from me taking like a 6th running back, which you mentioned. Could have done another one there. So sometimes strategy takes you away from what you overall, should do, I guess. But I'll take it. It's like a B for me. I'm all right.
Greg, did you already get your 2? Has it been 2 hours since you've left the stream, Greg? It hasn't been that long. You got a 2 hour nap
I've
already.
been on for two hours at this point. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, time has flown by. I don't know if you guys are like chomping at the bit to leave me, but I've enjoyed my time with you guys. Grindberg, my guy, says Derek Brown, and Rick is saying hello, Greg. All right, great draft. All right, guys, they don't call me Big Draft Energy because we draft poo-poo lineups. They call me Big Draft Energy because we literally poo-poo in the middle of drafting our lineups. We had an IBS situation that came up.
You did. Well, you did. You did, to be clear. Not all of us, just you.
What's up, Coach? Good to see you, Mr. Retzlaff. We go 2-8-8-2. We got Josh Allen, Jared Goffel, but we got Jared Goffel, 26 picks past ADP. Devon Achane, RJ Harvey, Tyrone Tracy, Ramondre Stevenson, Tyler Algier, Rashad White, Brashard Smith, Jarquez Hunter. I like this draft, man. I need to have an IBS situation in the middle of drafts more often. Brian Thomas Jr., Terrell McMillan, Jameson Williams, Keon Coleman, Luther Burden. We took the bait man. Oh no. Kyle Williams. And then just for funds, we took Curtis Samuel just for funsies. Sam Laporta. I'm a Laporta supporter. And then Cade Otton. What do you guys think of this draft?
Love it. So we got the correlation with the Laporta supporter this time. Right. And then, there's nobody throws the ball to the running backs more than the Denver Broncos and the Miami Dolphins. I mean, Achane's going to lead the position at catches in receptions and or targets. I mean, he was second. He would have been second to Alvin Kamara, but he led last year because Alvin Kamara got hurt. So, yeah, I love the direction it's going. And anytime we get to talk about Rashard Smith on Al Gore's internet, I feel great about it. So yeah.
Al Gore's as a
talk to me.
Canadian, please tell me what the hell that means.
Well, he referred to the internet as a series of tubes, and he also said at one point or another he invented the internet. So
oh, all right. That's normal.
Yeah. Totally rational behavior from one of
not
our
worried about that at
politicians
all.
on the south side here.
That's not a red flag.
Awesome. All right, Grindberg, please introduce yourself to the people who are watching. We have 3,700 people watching us, both on X and YouTube. Thank you guys so much who's watching us on X. Please come over to the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel, as this is a 24-hour fundraiser, and all proceeds based off of the watch time hours as well will go towards hospice and palliative care. It's a great cause. Grindberg, you're Canadian, right?
I am, yeah. Absolutely.
I've been getting ripped left, right, and center for being Canadian, sir. I'm so glad you're here. One of us. Please introduce yourself to the folks. Let them know who you are, where you're from, what you do, how they could come and support you. And yes, that is the Backstreet Boys quote.
Yeah, well, name's Grindberg. I do work for a couple platforms, mainly for the Fantasy Sports Advice Network, or FSAN. I do tons of work for them. I'm the content director for the brand, so I help get new shows up and going. Two of the guys on the panel right now are on the show, the Dynasty Pulse, with me, and a couple others, Biggs and Schultze as well. So Chev and Coach Retzlaff are part of the Dynasty Pulse, so you could catch that show on FSAN, but also on the Undroppables network as well, and it's on radio in Tennessee as well. So it's a decent show. We also have the Fantasy Forecast as well, myself with Biggs. That's a redraft show, and you can find all my stuff on the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. I'm Canadian, just like yourself there, Disco. So cold up here in Canada in the wintertime. It's already below 60 degrees here right now. So it was a football.
What part of Canada are
day.
you in?
I'm in Winnipeg, so I'm right in the prairies, like right in the heart of Canada. So find my stuff on FSAN and Undroppables, and thanks for having me on, man. It's been I've been watching you for years, and finally meeting you at the expo a couple weekends ago was awesome. You're not as big as everybody says you are. You weren't easy to spot in a crowd like I thought you would be, but it was an awesome time.
My purple LeBrons didn't stand out. That honestly, man. Okay, guys. So the common misconception for all of us Canadians is that we all sound like we're from the prairies, like Grindberg. That's like, some of my words may come across like a prairie guy, but he is Canadian. Like he's got the Coors Light, or the Molson Canadian. He's got the Molson Canadian. All right, and we're joined here by Coach Retzlaff. Please introduce yourself to the folks. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the 24-hour draft-a-thon. It has been 7 hours and 7 minutes, and we've already pooped once. Please let the folks know who you are, where you're from, what you do, and how they can all support you and your content. And thank you for coming on and supporting this 24-hour draft-a-thon. Thank you.
Absolutely. You got to stay regular. And hey, man, all bangers all the time. We are here for this. Coach Retzlaff, I'm over at Player Profiler with Chev. We do Trade Gods. We have a streamer show that we're going to have for kickers and defense in season. And then also FSAN with Grindberg. We have the Dynasty Pulse. And then I have Best Ball Night School. That was my first podcast with DB Fantasy Football. Shout out to Ray and Jay, Scott Connor, Shane Manila, the whole crew. It is just a great time. And I love being here. Thank you for the invitation. And just love fantasy football, man. Been drafting today, had a redraft, had an IDP, 2-quarterback league, super deep, tons of fun. I saw in that last draft you had Tedero and McMillan, JMO, BTJ. Let's go, man. And PPR format, absolutely, man. Wheels up. And of course, you have Rashard Smith there. You love to see it. Jarquez Hunter as well. A lot of upside in that lineup. So caught the tail end of that. So thanks for having me, everybody.
What about Devon Achane? Are you pro Devon Achane? Are you okay?
I'm pro Achane. I'm level 8% across my portfolio, about 400 drafts for me. But the Ollie Gordon season is coming, and I've been smashing the button, breaking the laptop, breaking the phone for some Ollie Gordon. I'm all about it. He's been just crushing Jalen Wright in preseason. If you're locked in, tuning in, paying attention, you're seeing the Ollie bags should be built up. So I'm very excited. And in the Raheem Mostert role with the same number, hell, let's go, man. Sign me up. Brick up.
I love that. I love that. Bones is saying this guy's more Canadian than Disco. That's amazing. That's amazing. Rick says, I love the FSAN. Let's go. That's the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. Got it. Greg says, you got a boner. I love that we've normalized saying the word boner in here. This is great. Yeah, says Derek Brown, coach, holy F, all my faves are in here. And I'm trying not to curse.
The faves are here, but I unfortunately got to bounce out of here. I got to get some Chinese, and I got to get to bed. I got to be up at 7 in the morning to get out to Jersey to draft with Pete Nova and his extraordinary production quality earlier. Got to give him
You
a
could have
shout
said
out for that.
you could have said all that minus the bet part, man. Now I'm just peanut butter and jelly because we're gonna be here for another.
Well, I
will
be watching on YouTube, and as my parting note, I will tell everybody, because I know I know Big Draft Energy has been preaching this. If you're watching on Twitter, go ahead and watch it on YouTube instead. It's going to help with the monetization, which is going towards this great cause that we're doing here. So, if you are watching on the Twitter, stop it, or X, stop it. Go over to YouTube and watch it there. For those watching on YouTube, the GoFundMe link is in the chat. Click it. I donated earlier. If you could donate anything, it's great. If you can't donate, just share it, because if it gets in the hands of somebody who can donate, then you've done your part. But Big Draft, I'd love to come back on sometime and argue about Pat Mahomes and Kenneth Walker and all. By the way, total hypocrite warning, because I drafted Kenneth Walker. You didn't call me out on that, but I totally drafted him there. But but
did
I appreciate.
He fall?
What's that?
Did he fall, or did you reach?
I think I kind of reached. I think.
All I'm going to say is I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, and you have an open invite here. You're welcome to come on any and every time. Kenneth Walker is the gift that keeps on giving in this year's fantasy football leagues and formats. Love you, buddy. Thank you so much for all that you've done.
As soon as I come back with the pan-fried dumplings, I will be watching. So
okay, love you, buddy. Thank you, buddy.
Later,
appreciate you. What a beautiful human. My words are not wording. What a beautiful human, spectacular person. Thank you guys for coming on. So my question is, do you guys want to draft, or do you guys want to talk ball? We could do either or. Up to you guys. You guys pick. We'll go vote basis. You guys want to draft, talk ball? We could do a mixture of both. But I got a couple of hot topics that I want to discuss and that I want to address. And since we got a bunch of really, really sharp analysts here, we got almost 4,000 people watching on X and on YouTube. You guys choose. Coach, what do you think?
But it sounds like you got something you want to talk about, so tell us, man.
I just want to hear your thoughts, because I have my feelings. I just want to hear other people's thoughts. So what about you, Grindberg? You want to draft, or you want to talk?
Let's talk, man. I mean, we're here to talk. I got a question for you, though, Disco, being up in Canada. Do they have something called Skip the Dishes there?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. I get reamed out from my Pulse crew all the time about, skip the dishes. So I'll order you some Skip. Get you some Chinese yourself, because I know you've been pretty busy the last 8 hours. So I'll have to get an address from you, and I'll send you some grub.
God bless you. My wife has been going above and beyond to make sure that I'm I've mentioned this before. I'm 6'8", 320 pounds. So I need to be fed, and my wife is making sure that I am fed and not getting hungry. And I have my blinds open and my blue lights up, so it means the sun's going down. But nevertheless, that is very generous, very kind of you. If you want to use your money in any way possible, we got food here. Just donate, like I'm sure you have, and chat. Please continue to donate. Please continue to give the way you guys want to give. So yeah, we'll talk ball. We'll have a football discussion, and I'm going to tee us up for a football discussion. But I do want to get back to drafting eventually. But we'll call this hour the ball talk hour, and I'm here for it. I'm excited. Let's talk ball. All right. Topic number one, because Hoff alluded to it. I have this theory, and I know a lot of people in the fantasy industry, including all of you sharp people, are very privy to this, that in years where running backs are in contract situations, they tend to outperform their current ADP and be league winners because of all the variable circumstances that they have to play through to make sure that they have their livelihood taken care of, right? So there's a couple running backs who are on the fringe here, and I want to know everybody's opinions on these running backs. And we're going to go through one running back at a time, and I'm just going to tee it up and get your opinion based off of their fantasy football projections and upside this year, if you guys are in or you're out. We have 3 terms that we use here at Big Draft Energy based off of our return on investment theory. That return on investment theory and those terms are we're going to get a fair return on investment where they're going to pay off where they're currently being drafted. So you're going to get that fair return. They're going to be a push. So your return on investment is not going to come back. You are drafting them at their ceiling, whereas we want to draft people who are not there. And then the buy, the guys who we are drafting at their floor, and we know that their ceiling's somewhere to come. So we'll start with you, Coach, since you just came on. Breece Hall, contract situation. He's been elite and a league winner historically. He was elite his last year in college. He was elite his first year in the NFL prior to his injury. He was elite his second year coming off of the injury. Last year was a bit of a down year because he was dealing with injuries and the Aaron Rodgers situation and circumstances. In 2025, what kind of return on investment are we expecting from Breece Hall at his current ADP and the draft capital that we're spending on? And how do you feel about Breece Hall projecting moving forward?
Hey, with Breece Hall, I'm going to go with push at his ceiling if he stays on the Jets. I'm going to go with a buy if he gets traded. My big prediction is that Breece Hall will get traded in season because Braylon Allen is one of my bring home the bacon players. Braylon Allen goes in round 12 on underdog. And then, of course, you have Breece Hall. Sometimes he's falling into round 5. You love to see it. You're starting to squeeze out more toothpaste out of the tube with Breece Hall there. There's cavernous, Grand Canyon size openings and gaps for the offensive line that the Jets are providing for their running back. So Breece Hall can absolutely eat. He will feast. I love him in the passing game. So in PPR leagues, maybe on a format like Drafters, he's going to pay off a lot more. But I think it's a push right now. You want to get requisite exposure. You want to be flat and even with all the players in his ADP range. So you don't need to go out over your skis and get overexposed on Breece Hall. But I'm coming away with something on him. I have him in FFPC, a 125 league that's out there. I got him in round 3, Omarion Hampton in round 4, and now they seem to be flipping. So it's a net even neutral for me on that team that I have out there. But I'm push towards and then buy on a trade, and I actually see that happening this year. That is a bold prediction. So I'm glad you asked that question.
I love that, and I love that you threw in the word skis because that means that like you were talking about me being Canadian, the fact that there's snow here. Speaking of Canadians and snow, they're going to get snow sooner than anybody. People in the prairies, talk to us. And thank you so much for using the lingo we use here about the push, the buy, and the fair. Thank you so much for using that lingo. It means a lot, Coach. And great take, Greinberg. How do you feel about Breece?
I'm kind of on the same boat as Coach. I mean, we were talking up Breece Hall all offseason, a lot of us, especially on the pulse. We were steaming him up. I think he's got quite a bit of upside here with the passing game. Maybe not so much in the run game. I think that's where Breece is going to maybe get some value here, recoup some of that value that he's going to lose from some of that rushing upside that we see with a big guy like Braylon Allen, who a lot of us last year thought he was, going to be a tank until he got, drafted by the Jets. If he would have had a different home, things would have looked a little bit different for Braylon Allen. So yeah, I'm on the cautious train with Breece Hall. I still have quite a bit of shares of him. I'm not giving up. I like, him in a new situation, a better offense. But at this stage, he's likely to be the number 2 target in that offense, is a bit, behind Garrett Wilson. So I think they're going to be using that. Justin Fields is pretty known for attacking and dumping off to his running back. So I'm not losing faith. I think he could still return some value here, especially now that he's sliding in drafts because of the steam that Braylon Allen's getting right now. So I think this could be a perfect time to be buying him because of some of the fade that is happening around him. And I still think he's an elite talent. He's got that explosiveness. We've seen it time and again. It's just a matter of him staying healthy and being in the right scheme. And like the contract year says, some of these guys will play harder, and I'm all on board for this. So I'm hoping to see this bounce back. I'm not so reluctant to draft him, but I'm going to proceed with caution. But right now, I think the value is getting to where he's, more of a buy than a sell for me.
Love the analysis. Great breakdown, Chev. Honestly, man, you've been on here for a really long time, and you've been bringing the fire, and you've been carrying the show for me for the most part, because I've been lacking. I'm fading. You are a fan favorite, and you were quickly becoming one of my favorites. Please say something good about Breece Hall.
Listen, I named him as a cornerstone asset going into the draft season, and then he gets Mark safe from them doing the unthinkable and adding Ashton Genty. But now we're looking at him like he's going to be, locked into a timeshare with, Braylon David Montgomery III or whatever we're going to call it. So Braylon Allen is really, really good. And I think that he's going to have a role because they're going to run the ball so much that he can eat and be a, weekly RB2. And Breece is going to function off of maximum efficiency like he has the previous years in his career. So I think they're going to go back to more of a gap scheme where he had more success than he did last year as a runner. And he's an elite pass catcher. I mean, in 2023, he led the position in receptions. So you have a guy who led the position in routes run. You had Aaron Glenn come in and say, hey, man, you're going to really give us a mismatch, like a true opportunity to have a mismatch, because I'll take you against a linebacker or a safety any day of the week. And he led the position in routes run last year. Now they're going to be one of the most run-heavy teams after being the least run-heavy team in the NFL. So there's more to love in terms of his rushing upside. So I think he goes over 1,000 yards for the first time this year on, efficiency close to what his rookie year was. Justin Fields is going to open up lanes for him and make him, be able to allow him to have freedom in terms of his rushing lanes, because there's a defensive end that has to play the threat of Justin Fields on the read option. Now, does the pass catching potentially go down a little bit? Maybe we don't get 57 receptions. Maybe we don't get 76 receptions. Maybe it's around like 40, but that's still really, really good. And Justin Fields is going to be able to get him the ball. So I think that Breece Hall could return, but we're just 1 year removed from him being in the same conversation for RB1 overall and being drafted as such. He didn't get not talented. I mean, people say he was terrible last year and he's 15 points per game. So if that's the floor, I think that he has an 18, 19 to 20 point a game ceiling if things go right. And this isn't a bottom 5 offense.
I love that breakdown, that analysis. I just got him in one of my best ball drafts a couple nights ago at the 66th ADP value.
That's crazy.
And I was fist pumping. I was celebrating like it was the 1st of July, because that's when we celebrate Canada Day, not the 4th of July, the 1st of July. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there. Brett, take us home with actually tell us how you feel about Breece Hall, and then I'll obviously try to land the plane and go after all of you guys, because you guys
Gotcha. Yeah. When you first asked the question, my gut, I was a push. Very, very similar to Coach, and feeling the same way. But listening to Chev and Grind talk about the pass catching and the talent, and remembering that he was the number 2 overall player drafted last year, right? Like, wide receiver 2 for the Jets is, I think, Josh Reynolds or
Alan Lazard.
Nobody, right? Like, it's Garrett Wilson and then nobody. They've got Mason Taylor as a tight end rookie. Who knows? So I think they made great points that he could be the number 2 pass catcher. And that's why he was being drafted as the number 2 running back last year, right? Like, he finished that season when Aaron Rodgers went down, week 1, catching like, I can't even remember what it was, like 10 balls a game or something like that down the last eight games of that season. And if he's going back to that, then, he's definitely more in the fair territory. You're going to get some ROI getting him in the late 4th, early 5th. So I think I still would prefer a guy like Trevion Henderson or Omarion Hampton over him, who are going in that same range, but he's moving into that fair territory.
Mm-hmm. I love that break. I love that analysis. So based off of, I'm just going to pull up my rankings here on Drafters, because that's the ranking systems I use. His current ADP is in the 45 to 50 range. And I'm telling you right now, there's not 45 to 50 better players than Breece Hall. And here's why. If you look at defensive coordinators turning into head coaches historically, which Aaron Glenn is, the defensive coordinators like to do, and I alluded to this earlier, but I love that I'm getting the opportunity to talk about it a little bit more in depth right now. These defensive coordinators like to do a few things. They like to pound the rock. The reason why they like to do that is because they want to play solid defense. Shocker, it's going to be a top 10 defense, and that's like below their floor, right? They're going to be a really, really good defense there. They want to play the time of possession. They have the 2 running backs, and they brought in the offensive line pieces to do so, and they have the coaching staff to also do so. And they want to make sure they're playing the game of field position where they're taking care of the rock and they're going to protect the football. They brought a rushing quarterback. A lot of people are fearful of Justin Fields as a runner taking away touches and taking away opportunities, especially in the goal line from either Breece or Braylon Allen. The way you got to look at it this way is no matter how you do it in a read option offense, you are always going to be wrong as a defense because you can never, ever equate and account for the quarterback running or passing in a keep situation or the handoff. They're going to attack the stack, and no matter what you do as a defense, you're going to be wrong. So the balances of, him taking away touches just means that there's going to be more upside for explosive plays because of the distraction that Justin Fields actually carries in that offense. To land the plane, you look at the 1A, 1B situation we saw, like Chev alluded to earlier, with the Jahmyr Gibbs situation, with the David Montgomery situation, where we saw this 2-headed monster where the run was still prolific and they were using it heavily. Unlike the Detroit Lions, they don't have the air attack to rely on. So we know that the volume is going to be up there. The volume last year was second worst in the NFL in terms of rushing attempts. So, yeah, obviously he's going to regress. Obviously he's not going to have a good season. I anticipate with everything that I just laid out today, we're going to see an increase between like minimum 30% of rush attempts, not just for Breece, but for both. Like last year, we saw that 1A, 1B room with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs be a top 10 running back room for what was it, the first 10 weeks of the season. I anticipate that sorry?
Oh, no. I was just going to say, David Montgomery had 6 top 10 weeks before he got hurt.
Exactly. So, we know that this system is going to be rinse and repeat, and we know that both running backs are going to get their work. Breece Hall's receiving upside is something that I'm invested in. I don't think Justin Fields is a check down king, but there's going to be a world where both running backs have to be on the field at the same time because there's just not that much surrounding talent. So the receiving upside is going to be there regardless. I think Breece Hall is a smash pick where he's currently being picked. And when he was a league winner, he was at the exact same value in ADP. Bet on him, bet on guys in contract situations and circumstances. Another guy who I'm betting on in a contract situation and circumstance is Kenneth Walker. Once again, that falls in that contract situation dispute and deal. Chev, I see you pumping your fist. Brett, you went last time, so I'm going to let you go first. Kenneth Walker, obviously the fade on Kenneth Walker is, yeah, he's good in the offense, but the offensive line sucks. But he's always hurt. He's constantly hurt. Well, like we alluded to earlier, players are likely to outperform their ADP when they are in contract situations. His ADP has skyrocketed. I was enjoying getting him for free in the 5th rounds. I think that was one of the better values in fantasy football. I'm a big Kenneth Walker truther. I know this guy is also a big Kenneth Walker truther. Shout out to Derek Brown saying, I don't hate Breece, but hate his ADP. I love both. So with that being said, Brett, how do we feel about Kenneth Walker, K9? Are you in on him? And this isn't like dynasty or anything. Just what are you projecting for Kenneth Walker this upcoming season?
Yeah, this year I'd say fair. I think you go to fair ROI where he's going, which I think is right around probably middle of the 4th round, a little before Breece. I think is what I've been seeing. Right, I think him, James Cook, and Breece kind of go right in that range. I think he's a great fit for Kubiak. I love bringing in Kubiak. And that wide zone running scheme, I think is a great fit for his skill set. My biggest concern for him is really the injury history, and he's dealing with something again. Every year to start it, he's got some ankle or something, that just makes you worry. And Zach Charbonnet is a amazing talent. It's a little bit of the Braylon Allen situation with Breece Hall that he's sitting there. And if he gets an opportunity and Kenneth Walker's out for a couple of weeks because of some ankle issue or whatever, and Zach blows it up like he typically does when he gets the opportunity, maybe now they split the shares a little more. So That's my biggest concern with him. But I think the price is fair, and I'll take him when he falls to me.
I love these comments. Debro says Walker has been and remains a smash. He was the RB2 in fantasy points per game last year. RB2 price never made sense and still doesn't. I love that analysis. Who wants to go next?
Me.
Grindberg. Oh, Grindberg's chomping.
Let me get in on this. Some Kenneth Walker.
I just tagged you in. Go.
Sorry, yeah, I'm excited about Kenneth Walker this year. He's a clear buy. He's battled injuries, we know, throughout his career, but proven time and again when healthy, he's a top tier producer, averaging over 19 points per game in stretches. In his first 3 seasons, he's got elite tackle breaking ability. I love Kenneth Walker. And now we bring in Clint Kubiak, that zone heavy RB focused offensive scheme. It's going to create so many holes for him. Kubiak has consistently produced top 12 running backs, including names like McCaffrey and Kamara. And he's already publicly committed to getting Walker the ball in all phases. So obviously, you're going to hear some of the, Zach Charbonnet steam coming up, but I think he's a great complementary piece to Kenneth Walker, who's going to get the keys. And obviously with that elite explosiveness, I'm really, really buying into him. And if he can stay on the field.
I love that. Okay. I'm just going to speak real quick. Kevin on X says, hey, how are y'all? Did I miss the Madden 26 giveaway? You did. I'm sorry. Congratulations to Knifey Spoony. He did win that. But speaking of giveaways, since we're doing a 24-hour charity stream, the next person who donates $24, let's make it the next 2 people who donate $24 to our GoFundMe will get a complimentary entry from Drafters Fantasy into the Drafters main. Let's keep the donations going, guys. Here's the link in the description right here, and here's a link in the chat. The next 2 donations of $24 will guarantee you an entry into the Drafters main. So it's essentially the same amount. So yeah, you got a chance to win $2.5 million right there. Chev, talk to me how you feel about K9, brother.
I'm really excited about Kenneth Walker. I was able to pull him in my home league auction draft, and I was really excited about it. I've been a Kenneth Walker guy, but the injuries just frustrate me. That's the only question about whether or not, if we get the full Monty, the full version of Kenneth Walker, where we get, let's not even assume, because he's never played more than 15 games in his career. Let's just assume he plays 15 games. Well, I mean, he finished 12th at the position in receptions, in just 11 games. He was number 1 in missed tackles forced per attempt. Now you got Clint Kubiak coming in. They draft Gray Zabel, one of my favorite players from the Senior Bowl, to shore up that offensive line. That zone scheme is worth its weight in gold in terms of what it can do for a running back. We had people saying that Alvin Kamara was washed going into 2024. Now, I wasn't one of them. I'm not gonna accept that on my resume. But you have him going from, you saw Alvin Kamara look great on the ground, up until the groin injury last year, and that was a putrid offensive line. So now they get their tackles back, they get back Charles Cross, and then they draft Gray Zabel. Like, they're bringing in Clint Kubiak. I think, and to the point about it being potentially a timeshare, when Kenneth Walker's healthy, he averages 17 touches a game with Zach Charbonnet in the lineup. Charbonnet averages about 10, like 9.5. So there's going to be a pecking order 1A, 1B. If you're concerned about the way that this works, just look at the way that it worked with Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta, because I think both of these guys are, kind of Devontae Freeman, Tevin Coleman. You can draw the parallels there and get yourself to where they're both very relevant for fantasy. But Kenneth Walker's ceiling is top 5, if not top 1, if he's healthy. And if this just their offensive line isn't putrid and Sam Darnold doesn't turn back into a pumpkin and start seeing apparitions, this could be, an opportunity, a generational buying opportunity for all parties involved in the Seattle offense.
I mean, the best solution for a bad offensive line is an outside zone rail blocking scheme. No coach runs that at a higher rate than Clint Kubiak in that Texas T outside zone scheme. So yeah, it's once again, I always start my analysis with the offensive line, and it just makes sense. Derek Brown says that backfield has always been Kenneth Walker's when healthy. Tell me this: if health was not an issue, tell me where you would rank him. Hell yeah. And I love that. And I never bet based off of health. I always bet based off of merit and ability. Coach, take us home on Kenneth Walker. Talk to us. How do you feel about Kenneth Walker? Because clearly I'm a Kenneth Walker standing. You guys have hit every point and then some.
Well, right now in ADP, players who are near Travion Henderson, Jameson Williams, DK Metcalf, you have to make a decision. George Pickens. To D-Burrow's question, Kenneth Walker, I would definitely put him above somebody like James Cook. Give me that. I would put him above somebody like Kyron Williams. Give me that. So if it weren't an issue, absolutely. Kenneth Walker is Nick Chubb who can catch passes. 5th in route participation last year. D-Burrow talked about 12th in fantasy points per game. 6th in expected fantasy points per game was Ken Walker at 17.7. Essentially, we talk about not wanting to limit upside by handcuffing in redraft and in best ball, but I contend that there's an exception here. At the 9-10 turn, you pull the ripcord, you get Zach Charbonnet when you have Ken Walker. When you don't have Ken Walker, you go and get Zach Charbonnet. It's as simple as that. Zach Charbonnet, he had a RB1 overall week, 193 total yards, 7 receptions in that game where he went off against the Arizona Cardinals. It's a great setup for everybody. Hell, bring Olandis Gary back at however old he is, and he could put up 1,000 yards rushing. So absolutely, I love Ken Walker. I don't love the price for the injury, but price without injury, I already spoke to how high I would have. I'd have him above Kyron Williams, above James Cook, and it's a great setup. I've got 13% bags to 8% bags, Charbonnet to Walker, but you have to understand that's a 4-round arbitrage essentially where I'm getting that cheaper price on somebody like Charbonnet. So what I'm saying is you need to come away with something. And in your drafts, in these redrafts that you have coming up with the closing in the next 2 weeks in your best ball tournaments, you want all of this backfield. And Ken Walker, so long as he's healthy, is going to return his value. So beyond fair is what he's going to do. And was that it's a buy, right? He's going to hit his ceiling should he be healthy.
Yeah.
And that's really the only ticket that you have to worry about is whether or not he's healthy.
I mean, if you draft properly, and great take, Coach, if you draft properly at the end of the day where you're getting him, I think that is the last person in the last tier where you can actually start hero running back, and you can also add on his handcuff later on with that. He's got a very safe floor and a very high ceiling. I don't like to be worried about injury and injury scenarios, but when you look at the outside zone scheme, he was tops in the NFL on a per touch basis, and no coach in the NFL ran the outside zone scheme more than Clint Kubiak, their current offensive coordinator. It's a match made in heaven. It's a skill set. It's personnel. It's a situation. I love the Gray's Able addition. Once again, if you're a bad offensive line, what's up, Coach?
And just one more thing. What you have to be able to stomach in a managed league, when we're making the case to click, is the Tuesday alert or the Wednesday alert where it's something with the oblique, it's something with lower abdomen, and you're doing the DMP, and you're praying to God on Friday that you're getting that LP at least. Yeah. And what spot you're going to be in when you're in your managed leagues is the 4 p.m. slot, because it's Seattle. They're far away. They're farther than Canada, right? and sometimes they're on Sunday night and Monday Night Football. So you just have to prepare that way. That's why I would even say normally you don't hedge. But I don't think this is a hedge because you're going to hit such a home run by having both backs. Why not lock up when you get Ken Walker, Zach Charbonnet, and then come Sunday, Monday, you don't even care. You're set and forget. You are locked and loaded for your running back position. It might be your RB2 position that's filling with a stud. We might have an anchor like somebody like Ashton Jeanty, right? Christian McCaffrey. And then you have the entirety of the backfield for Seattle. You are printing money. And as Chev said, or would say, that's generational wealth opportunity.
I love that you guys are taking the ROI theory and running with it. It makes me so happy. I want to say this last thing, right? Based off of the BDE, the Big Draft Energy algorithms and projections tool, I have Seattle with the second most advantageous schedule this upcoming season for running backs. You look at the NFC West, that is a dumpster fire of run defenses, including the San Francisco 49ers. It is a wealth of riches, and we know that he's going to at least have 6 tremendously advantageous matchups in his schedule. You throw in a couple of those NFC South dumpster fires, you throw in a couple of their AFC matchups. We're looking at over 11 games of implied point totals over 45, and all of them have atrocious run defenses. Kenneth Walker's a smash pick. I know a lot of people like to play it safe, but I mean, once again, man, rip the condom off. Let's get weird. So, guys, I saw your eyes go up there, Chev. It's Disco After Dark. This is how we do it here. Once again, this show is not possible without this chat and this audience, so we are going to address the chat right now. Walker's only competition is health. No concern about his usage because he has the chance to take any touch to the house. Guy has elite tackle breaking ability, sometimes breaks 3 before the line of scrimmage. 100% bang on. Great analysis, Knifey. I like to imagine Debro is typing in all caps when he's debating Sleaze. Shout out to Sleaze, by the way. All right. Hey, brother says, I have a question. I have a trade proposal given to me. I'd be trading Jamar Chase for CeeDee Lamb and Davante Adams. Right now, my wide receivers are Chase and BTJ with T-Mac in the flex. RBs are weak. Is this trade worth doing? You would get... I don't think you need to do it. Like, you're kind of hearing...
a ton of sense.
Yeah.
I think he's worried about his flex and T-Mac not working out for him. But I mean, in my opinion, I think T-Mac is a smash this year, and he's going to return value for sure there. I mean, getting Chase, BTJ, and T-Mac, I'm very happy with that. And then you don't have to worry about, some like, hey, I'm pretty high on CeeDee Lamb this year, but Jamar Chase is coming off of the Triple Crown, and T. Higgins is already banged up. We're looking at another year where, he's going to come out of the gate strong too, because you look at Joe Burrow, he's already playing in the preseason, hasn't done that in a couple of years. I think the Bengals really need to come out of the gate swinging in 2025. So, I mean, I got high aspirations for CeeDee Lamb. He could finish not easily, but he could finish in 2025 as the wide receiver 1. But are you really, willing to give up Jamar Chase just to field that? If you're worried about that flex, I would not be with T-Mac there. You've got a really solid receiving core there.
I love that, and that leads to my next question. Because we could continue with this like running backs in a contract situation. But this will lead to my next question. Historically, you guys are all historians of the game. You guys all love the game. You guys all appreciate the game of football. And you guys know that there's only been 3 wide receivers to ever repeat as a wide receiver 1 in fantasy. You got Megatron, you got Antonio Brown with his CTE that actually did it 3 years in a row, and you got Davante Adams. With the defense not getting much better this offseason, actually potentially getting worse by losing their sack leader and Trey Hendrickson, if Jamar Chase does not repeat as the wide receiver 1, if that's within the range of outcomes, not outcomes that is a possibility, who is your bet for the surefire wide receiver 1 this year? And will they be a Triple Crown winner? Will we see another Triple Crown winner if it's not Jamar Chase? Chev, I'll have you go first, and then we'll go Coach Retzlaff, and then we'll go Brett, and then we'll finish off with Greinberg.
I've said it time and time again. I think Jamar Chase is going to be, if you had to place if you had to place 10 bets, I'd place 6 of them on Jamar Chase finishing as the wide receiver 1. I don't think he's going to win the Triple Crown again, but I think he could lead the league in receptions. He's going to lead the league most likely in targets again, which means he's probably going to be close to the top in receptions because Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks. I like CeeDee Lamb a lot. It doesn't, we don't have to pretend. We don't have to ask questions about what the target distribution is between T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Like, they're both going to be really good. And Jamar Chase's ceiling is Triple Crown, wide receiver 1 overall. Even if he doesn't do that, he's probably still going to be around 20 points a game, which is going to be good for wide receiver 1, unless somebody does something outlandish. And 22 points a game is what he was at last year. So I think in full PPR, I'm going with Jamar Chase to finish as a wide receiver 1 again. But I will accept one other argument for CeeDee Lamb doing it, just because that's going to be, those offenses are very similar with very little to do in the way of defense. So those are my 2 picks of guys that can finish as wide receiver 1 if we're not going like dark horse off the beaten path a little bit.
Okay, so before we go to the next point, I'm going to play this because it's one of my favorite flexes and I have all these eyes on me. Last year on, I want to say May 7th, 2024, I said this live on stream. All right, Jamar Chase at the 107. Yes, please. If it was the 101, I would take Jamar Chase. So thank you. You guys can all, just turn off the stream now. I just won $500,000. And I kept that energy throughout the entire offseason, saying Jamar Chase no matter what. That's why people support me and some people rock with me, because I was one of the biggest Jamar Chase's stands. So for what it's worth, Jamar Chase did a lot for me and my family. He did a lot for my content. He did a lot for my channel. So when I ask this question, it's coming from a hurt place because I have to consider the history of football. So Chev, thank you so much for your answer. Coach Retzlaff, talk to me.
Hey, I'm going to go with Malik Neighbors. He's a guy who can do it. CeeDee Lamb, back to that last trade. Devontae Adams, 32 and a half years old, and he's tied to Matthew Stafford's back. If this is a dynasty league, you have to consider that in just a couple months' time, it may not even be 1 year's time, that'll end up being a Chase 1-for-1 Lamb deal. So don't go off of Jamar Chase. And I see the conversation about what's going on with the depth. Just keep it simple and stay there with Jamar Chase. Malik Neighbors, I took him 104 overall in FFPC tournament, and that was a couple months ago. 170 targets, 11 per game, 15 games played last year. So you get 2 more games. Assume health. Assume that toe is good, right? We played the Kenneth Walker game. So let's play that game with Malik Neighbors and his toe being all right. We're with a guy who could get 190 targets and vast improvement at the quarterback position, even with Russell Wilson right now as is. So you're telling me, and the situation didn't necessarily improve around him either. So it should be a one-man ticket, one-man show, and you're going to have Russell Wilson throwing the moon balls to Malik Neighbors. Jackson Dart is lighting it up on fire. He could come in probably by week 5. There'll be a dumpster fire 0-4 with that schedule. Week 5 for the Saints. Give me Jackson Dart there throwing to Malik Neighbors, and then there. I used to sell insurance. You get Jameis Winston. Hey, this is going to work beautifully for Malik Neighbors. You got 3 opportunities to strike out before you get to Tommy DeVito, and it's just going to be all good. It's all improvement from here, believe it or not, for Malik Neighbors. And the thing about him, what happened last year, recall it was week 2, 2, 3, and 4. Wide receiver finishes of 3, 4, and 6. He gets the concussion, Malik Neighbors, in week 4 at the end of that Dallas game on a Thursday night. And then he missed those 2 games. When he came back, he had finishes week 7 through 10. I'm reading off now. 42, 29, 24, 27, 25. It took a little bit for Malik Neighbors to get back on track. Maybe he went to too many concerts during that concussion while he was recovering. But it's a path that I absolutely see. Honorable mention, and I know Debro will love this in the chat, absolutely Drake London. The beauty is you can start Malik Neighbors and Drake London in your drafts everywhere you go, or most places that you frequent. So, yeah, that's my take. I'm going to go with Malik Neighbors. I don't see a repeat, and I don't see the triple crown for Malik Neighbors there. But
we've been so blessed with the triple crown, how we've gotten it a couple of times the last few seasons. So blessed with the triple crown. I appreciate that breakdown and that analysis, Coach. Brett, talk to us, brother.
Yeah, I kind of already gave my take earlier on CeeDee Lamb and where I feel he's going to be the RB1 or wide receiver 1. So I don't think that Jamar is repeating, but if I was going to take Chev's analogy, if I had 10 bets to make, I would probably put 4 of them on Jamar, and I'd put 5 on CD and 1 on the field, or maybe it's Malik Neighbors. But I can definitely see a lot of scenarios where he is the wide receiver 1. Most of the others, I would see CD is the wide receiver 1, and then there's a chance that it's the field. And if he's the wide receiver 1, I think there's a good chance that he might not lead in either touchdowns or receptions. So I don't think, regardless, that he will repeat as a triple crown winner, but maybe as wide receiver 1.
Appreciate you, brother. Grindberg, talk to us, buddy.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go off the beaten path because that's what we want to hear here. I was kind of on the same page as coach with Malik Neighbors. I was on Malik last year. I had him ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. But this year, for me, the dark horse, and I don't think he's a dark horse now. He is rising up draft boards, and people are buying into him. And coach mentioned him earlier. Debro mentioned him earlier, and I've got a lot of stock. He was one of my bold predictions headed into this year, and I think that Drake London is that breakout star, and I'm confidently buying into his potential as the wide receiver 1 overall this year. He had 2 underwhelming years plagued by obviously really bad quarterback play, a run-heavy scheme, and London, finally, he flourished in 2024. He ended the season with a 27% target share, 4th among wide receivers, but the stretch that I was looking at was when Michael Penix Jr., who locked in on London in his 3 starts, targeted him 37% of his routes. That's a monster, 23.1 fantasy points per game. That's elite wide receiver 1 production. And we think about it, that chemistry has toppled over into the preseason here. That target share is still high. The Falcons didn't add any significant pass catching competition this offseason, so his role as a top option is secure. Zach Robinson's offense continued to emphasize on route timing and leverage mismatches. So I like this, particularly from the slot, and London should once again command elite volume. Penix's ability to push the ball downfield and throw with anticipation, I think it fits perfectly with London's big body, contested catch skill set. If Penix maintains the form he showed late last year, then London has a really good chance finishing inside the top 5, and he could be the wide receiver 1 overall. So if we're looking at guys that we're looking at here, Drake London is a guy for me.
I keep liking to I enjoy bringing up my receipts from last year. I was one of the few who had Drake London as a top 10 wide receiver. I got laughed at. I'm glad that we smashed that. I had this other guy as a top 10 wide receiver, and this guy's my surefire wide receiver 1 this upcoming season because, like everybody says in fantasy football, volume is king. Despite that, this guy did it without it, right? He was 14th in terms of targets. That is my guy, Mr. Brian Thomas Jr. He had 133 targets last year, so not top 10 numbers. 14th in targets. He was 14th, 12th in receptions, so he obviously didn't have a lot of volume. He didn't have a lot of opportunity, but he still finished as the wide receiver 4 because he was explosive in every he was top 5 in every sort of statistical explosive category, whether it be yards run before catch, yards after the catch. His quality of explosive plays translates into, once we see a little bit more volume, we're going to get insane production, insane upside, and we're going to get a wide receiver 1. Will this guy be a triple crown? No, not at all, but he has improved coaching. He finally has adults in the room. Let's just be real. Brian Thomas Jr. finally has adults in the room. If you look at the coaches he had before, yes, Doug Peterson was a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but if you guys recall, not too long ago, he was run. He was run out of Philadelphia. They had the pitchforks, they had the torches, they were ready to get him out of house. And obviously the whole situation with the first head coach, we're just not going to mention that at all because he finally has adults in the room. Liam Cohen, pre-snap motions, the way he used both Mike Evans and Chris Godwin when Chris Godwin was putting up elite numbers based off the pre-snap motions, the slot usage, the scheme just makes sense. The fit makes sense. Travis Hunter is not going to take opportunities or targets away. He's just going to give it more one-on-one honest coverages, one-on-one targets and opportunities for Brian Thomas Jr. to continue to be elite. That's my bet for wide receiver 1, and that'll continue to be my bet for wide receiver 1. Every explosive metric, he's off the charts. He just missed the volume, and the volume is going to be there with an adult in the room. And obviously, Mac Jones is not going to be throwing the football. Do we have any pushback on the Brian Thomas Jr. movement, or can we keep it moving on the next? This has been fun. You guys have been freaking cooking. You guys have been cooking. Any pushback on Brian Thomas Jr. here?
Hey, can we get more love? More love. Let's see him run out of the slot some more too.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Oh, baby, you are so good to me. I don't.
Where's
just
the narrative there of some Travis Hunter steam? Where are we figuring that out? Are they coexisting, or are we pushing some of because earlier there was a lot of takes happening around in the fantasy circles that Travis Hunter could potentially steam down Brian Thomas Jr. a little bit. Anybody on that train, or we're solidly on the BTJ train?
Okay, can I ask you, did T. Higgins take away from Jamar Chase?
No.
Did Brandon Cooks take away from CeeDee Lamb? Like the narrative, like if we're talking about a wide receiver who's getting all the number one opportunities and not doing anything, that conversation, which is our next talking point, is Garrett Wilson. This guy's always got all the volume in the world, but he's never translated it into giving you that buy return on investment. So with that being said, is this finally the year with wide receiver one opportunity and wide receiver one volume that Garrett Wilson breaks the trend and finally outperforms his ADP significantly and gets into that conversation of not just a top 10 wide receiver based off of volume, but he's going to be elite and efficient with that production? Chev, we'll let you go first, brother.
I don't think so. Just legitimately looking at it, I don't think this is the year, this is the time. Like, I just can't see him breaking through in a manner in which he's going to, be a top 10 or top 5 wide receiver. Put it like that. He was on pace to be like the wide receiver 5 before Devontae Adams showed up. And so that was, that was fun to see. It's like we're actually getting him with competent quarterback play. I don't think that Justin Fields won't be able to get him the ball. I just don't think that we're going to get the same insane hyper targeted targets per route run and or the same volume that he was getting last year, because they're going to run the ball a ton. Yeah, they're going to throw it some, but and they're going to throw it to Garrett Wilson when they throw it, but I just don't think that he's going to return on investment this year.
I love that take so much because everybody's using that volume discussion. Greinberg, let's go with you next, please.
I'm on the train where I think that he's going to have a season that's going to be better than the last couple. I think he's going to have his breakout season just based off of the connection with his former college quarterback, Justin Fields, who likes to hyper target at his wide receivers. Look what he did to DJ Moore. I'm not saying that, Garrett Wilson's coming in and he's going to be a top 12 wide receiver, but I think he's going to have a decent year. I think they're going to need to throw to somebody. Obviously, they're going to condense those targets. We talked about Breece Hall obviously being, a value here. I could see Garrett Wilson being a value near the end of the season when we look back on things based off of his target percentage that he's going to garner. I think they are going to probably be in a little bit more scoring opportunities than they were last year. I know that's not saying much, but a couple more scoring drives here and there, I think is going to be really prosperous for Garrett Wilson, who's not going to have Devontae Adams this year, sucking his targets out near the end there. So there is some optimism from me. I'm not buying into the hype where he's going to be an elite wide receiver breaking in, but I still see a solid wide receiver 2 numbers coming out of Garrett Wilson, and he's going to probably hit or surpass his ADP slightly, but he's definitely not a smash play for me, like some analysts have him going back to, him and Justin Fields, that connection there.
I just dropped my fork. just dropped my fork. I was digging in. I just dropped my fork. Great analysis. Brett?
I mean, Greinberg already made it, like all of my points. I've been a big buy on Garrett Wilson for the last probably month and a half for those same reasons. It's his college quarterback who he had a good connection with. Justin Fields, when he was in Chicago, hyper targeted his number 1 with DJ Moore. And I think he's just going to have a ton of targets. I'm a little concerned after watching the last couple preseason games at the accuracy of those targets and how well that passing game has looked or how terrible it's looked. So I'm a little worried there, but overall I've been a big buy guy for most of the same reasons Greinberg was just talking about.
Gotcha. Coach?
Hey, here's the thing. I think the term is fair, right? Where he's not going to hit his ADP.
Correct.
And here's one for you. Last year, 101 targets, 1,100 receiving yards for Garrett Wilson. Cool, fine, fair, fun, excellent. But 10 picks later, I can get George Pickens, who already has 106 target season with over 1,100 yards receiving himself. And I'm going to get a better situation from Dak Prescott. You talk about run back city. The Cincinnati Bengals are run back city. Hey, as soon as they score a touchdown, they're giving it back, and they're just going to run it back, run back city. Same thing for the Dallas Cowboys, especially if Micah Parsons is gone or starting off slow. Even with Micah Parsons, Dallas Cowboys is going to be run back city. Two touchdown passing a game prop. I feel like Dak Prescott is going to feast. Dak Prescott for passing touchdowns, a great candidate to lead the league in passing touchdowns or place top 5. To me, Garrett Wilson, I see him not returning because just George Pickens alone stands out to me. You can get 10 picks later. We got some Canadians on here. In The Simpsons, they talk about, going to Canada, and it's like, why go to America Junior when you're already in America? So for me, Garrett Wilson is a little bit like America Junior to George Pickens. So give me George Pickens and just ADP arbitrage.
Canada catching strays.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get this. They roll off me at this stage with coming from him and Chev. I don't even quim anymore. I don't even acknowledge.
And I have maple syrup downstairs. I wish I knew I had you on here.
I actually bathed in maple syrup before I came on, just to make sure that I was pure enough to be on the stream.
Well, you know what? I actually collected some of the finest of maple leaves, and I brought them to Canton for the expo for some of my American buddies that were, without toilet paper in our Airbnb, and they'd be surprised how smooth it came out and how clean their butts were. Because a lot of us, when we go down to the Americas, we don't have our trusted bidets to clean our undercarriage, so we have to use an abnormal amount of toilet paper. And
you don't have dude wipes in Canada?
No crust in Canada. There's no
crust. It's the upper crust. We wash it right down the drain, unless they're frozen.
So like,
interesting.
I would say my feelings are really, really hurt right now with all this Canada hate. So I'm going to use my free healthcare when this 24-hour stream is over, and I'm going to go get that checked. So Grindberg, I know you got to leave soon. Are you good to stick around for a little bit more? Or do you
I got about 10 minutes or so. I just wanted to, keep you in the loop there.
Perfect. I want to introduce this next member to the panel. Thank you for coming on. This man shared a very empowering, wonderful story last year when he joined us on the panel, and we will give you an opportunity to share your story again if you are comfortable. But since we got you here and we're doing ball talk only, and we're going to get to back to drafting shortly, but I'm enjoying this ball talk. I'm enjoying all of this. And if any of you got to leave, please just feel free to just put your hand up and be like, I got a jet. I understand. I'm the only one obligated to stay here. You guys have zero obligations, and I'm very grateful for all of that you guys have done. Nick Wilcox, please introduce yourself to the folks, and then I'm going to ask you the next panel question. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
What's good, everybody? Nick Wilcox in the building. So grateful and so thankful to be a part of this once again. As you know, some of you know my story, most of you don't. So I look forward to sharing that with y'all again. But shout out to Disco, shout out to Sleaze, shout out to everyone that's coming on to this overall, great community that we have. If you guys don't really know about the fantasy football community enough, like, this community is the best on the planet. Like, I tell you, like, when it comes to just interacting with some of us, like, offline, whether it be at the expo that we were just at, whether it be just like on, DMs or, just mock draft with one another, I'd say 98% of us are very respectful. Always want to see everyone do their best. And, that's community I've just been in love with, literally. So again, like, shout out to Disco, shout out everybody here. Some of y'all I know, some of y'all I don't know, and I look forward to getting to know everybody here. So, Brett, shout out to you, bro. What up?
So, man,
Mike, I saw you. We had a couple conversations.
Can I pipe in here?
Yeah,
Nick was like one of my highlights of going to the Fantasy Football Expo this year. He was all over the place, talking to everybody. He pretty much consumed what it's all about. And he brought people together that never met each other. All of a sudden there's people around Nick, and more people started flocking around him because he's just such a personable guy, and he was there having an awesome time. And I'm glad I got to meet you at draft night out. We exchanged some DMs and stuff like that throughout the weekend, and yeah, man, that guy was all over the place, and really showing what the community is all about, and he's just an ambassador for it. So I just wanted to shout out you, Nick. You were an incredible meet for me this weekend, and I DM'd you that afterwards. So I just wanted you to, just know that.
I was shocked. We really did have a nice Discord and conversation. But it did mean the world that you said that. Because I always try to leave people better off to where they were found when they're having encounters. Because again, life is always lifing. And as long as we can just make it better, than when we, found it, that's all we can ask for at times. So
amen. And this brings me to my next point. Our next giveaway is going to be 2 tickets to next year's 2026 Fantasy Football Expo. Shout out to Bob Lung, and shout out to the Fantasy Football Expo. It is an incredible place because this event would not be possible. I would not have been recognized by all these people and known from all these people based off of my hot takes and my football takes. It is 100% because I went there to network. And once again, shout out to the folks from Bull Rush who sponsored my trip there to network for this charity event. None of this is possible without you guys sending me to Canton on your dime. I appreciate you guys. God bless you guys. So let's get back to football. Let's get back to talking ball. Let's get back to getting. I want. So everybody's in agreement, right? I want spikes. I want pushback. I kind of want violence. As the Canadian, I want blood. I want sweat. I want tears.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Who is this year's tight end one? Is it Brock Bowers? Is it Trey McBride? Who is it? Tell me why. We had this debate earlier with Jim Coventry, and it was great, but we had it 8 hours ago. So let's hit it. Let's hit it with fire. Let's hit it with passion. And I'm gonna hit this pesto pasta because it's really, really good. But Nick, floor is yours. Talk to us. Who's the tight end one?
Tight end one is going to be one of those situations where for me, my draft process right now has not been getting Brock Bowers or McBride, really. Just because draft cost is just a bit too high. We're talking about tight ends that, for the most part, the position changes every year. Who's at the top of it? So my tight end one is definitely Trey McBride, if I'm picking one. There's just a ton of opportunities still for Trey McBride. We're talking about a tight end that is a guy that I feel that he lived up to expectations, but honestly, he left so much on the table. When it comes to this Arizona Cardinals offense, when you look at it, it's Marvin Harrison Jr., it's Trey McBride, it's James Conner sprinkled in, and that's it. So I just feel Arizona's offense really is an opportunity for McBride to hopefully score more touchdowns. Obviously, touchdowns are a sticky stat, year by year, changes all the time. But honestly, if McBride literally just had 4, 5 more touchdowns, he would have blew it out the water. I like Brock Bowers, love him as a talent coming out. I wish he was with the Jets. Shout out to all my Jets fans. But in terms of, yeah, that's right. Let me hear it. But that being said, again, Brock Bowers was everything that most people thought he was, and he was going 8th round last year. So I'm going to get spicy with it as far as not my just tight end one, my tight end two, Tyler Warren, the Colts.
Oh,
hear me out.
3 years in a row for rookies.
Let's make it happen. I think it's starting to become something that's could get over and over in terms of rookie tight ends. This is the last position in overall fantasy football that we're waiting on this position to kind of do that on a regular basis. And year by year, we're starting to get better talent out of the position over and over again. And coaches are really starting to realize that. Why did Tyler Warren go this high in the draft? Well, he was a do-it-all tight end at Penn State. Literally, if you watch the tape, he was used all around the formation. Literally, he was used as a quarterback at one time. So, again, this guy is going, late 7th, early 8th round, most part. I just like grabbing Tyler Warren. I like grabbing him. I like Njoku. I like this tier where I don't have to spend a first 7 round tight end, I could just grab one, maybe two, especially in a best ball situation. I kind of just fill out my tight end tier positions on how I kind of want to do it. And then that's where I'll go with it. Because honestly, I just don't want to spend a second, early third round pick on a tight end. Even people starting to spend a mid third round pick on Kittle in some of these best ball drafts. Don't get me wrong, I like Kittle as well. It's just more of, I do believe in some of the other pieces in the Niners offense as well. So we'll just have to see how it goes. But again, tight end for me, if I'm going to pick a tight end one overall, I think McBride, because again, there was touchdowns left on the board for him. And I do think that could get corrected this year. And if I'm going later on, again, like could sneakily finish as a top three. It's definitely Tyler Warren. It's definitely David Njoku. And then, very sleepers. We're talking about guys that are going after them that next year, that Dallas Goedert, Jake Ferguson area. I like Jake Ferguson. Jake Ferguson is a guy that everybody's forgetting about. For this Dallas offense that we know Dallas is going to be throwing the ball constantly. We just had a Jaden Blue injury. Their defense is not going to be on point. And again, people forget about Jake Ferguson, how smooth he was with Dak Prescott when he was the QB4 a couple of years ago.
May I ask, how do you project Jake Ferguson's floor with him being the third target in a pass-heavy offense? How do you project his floor?
Sure. I would say Jake Ferguson has opportunity to have 1,000 yards receiving on 80 catches with 8 touchdowns.
So how many
potentially get 10?
This is an off tangent question, but if you're going to project 1,000 yards for Jake Ferguson, how many passing yards are you projecting for Dak Prescott, and where do you have Dak Prescott currently ranked in your overall quarterback rankings this upcoming season?
Dak Prescott literally is a quarterback that, for my tier, he literally goes like in that same tier as Brock Purdy, but he's easily one of those guys that we look back later on in the year based on the setup. And Dak Prescott can potentially finish as your QB5 or better consistently on a regular basis. I think his floor is QB7, QB8. His ceiling is QB3. I know he's not going to have the rushing, whatever, stuff like that. But I do think that Dallas is going to have to throw the football. I'm telling you this. Go ahead.
How many passing yards?
Projection offhand, I would say he could go 48, 50. Getting close to that 5,000 mark. Because again, unless they make a trade. Now, I'm speaking on information that I have as of August the 23rd, right? If there's some reason where Dallas trades for a running back late or whatever, then this offense becomes a little bit more balanced, then my take will sound a little crazy at year's end. But I will say the setup as Dallas is formulated right now, there's Lamb, Pickens, Ferguson, right? Passing attack. And there's not else. And the running game, Javonte Williams, unless he shocks everybody, returns back to the form that we saw him with the first year he was in Denver. Then again, I'm, overall say you're a betting guy or whatever. But I think in terms of how this has to work out for Dallas to be competitive this year, this is what projection wise, this is what it feels good for.
I respect it, and I mean, like Javonte should.
And by the way, I'm not a Dallas, supporter or anything of that matter. By the way, it's just something that I'm just seeing in terms of I think the market right now is not exactly reflecting that in enough. I know George Pickens is starting to go. He was going late 5th early in the summer. Now he's starting to go late 4th, mid 4th, early 4th for some of these best balls now. But outside of that, like the prices for Dallas are still very cheap.
Copy. All right. So Derek Brown says, happy to have met you this year, Nick. Derek Brown, that's sauerkraut in my salad, just a FYI. I know how much you love sauerkraut. I know how much you love sauerkraut in your salad, Derek Brown. Derek Brown is the guy who introduced me to sauerkraut in my salad. This is a fact. This is a factual statement in a factual situation. Debro from Fantasy Pros introduced me to sauerkraut in my salad. Who's got to go sooner? Is it Coach Retzlaff or is it Grindberg? Grindberg, you got to go sooner.
Go first, and then I'll go.
All right, brother. Go ahead, Grindberg. Floor is yours. Your tight end one this year between Brock Bowers, or is it Trey McBride, or is it somebody else?
It's somebody else. And I do think that Trey McBride has got that potential with the touchdown regression coming his way and all that kind of stuff. But I'm looking at a bit of a hole here, and I'm still looking at George Kittle being that guy, and I'm confidently buying him wherever I can. He's the cheaper out of all three of those elite tight ends. So I'm finding myself in a lot of redraft and best ball, clicking on George Kittle because there's a lot that is still there for him. He's dominating coverage types. F you, coach. Despite playing in a run-heavy offense, he still finished 5th in fantasy points with running fewer routes last year. Now he just got Deebo Samuel gone. Brandon Ayuk also, his first couple games are in doubt. We got Juwan Jennings, who is nursing an injury or a contract, and we still don't know what's going to happen with Ricky Pearsall. He's being steamed up, that first-round draft capital. But what it all comes down to is,
you're not a Ricky Pearsall guy?
I am. I mean, I don't mind Ricky Pearsall, but he's still, showing some unprovenness. He doesn't, necessarily separate on tape as well as I like him to do. Obviously in a Shanahan offense, they're going to scheme plays for him. They obviously like him being that first round draft capital, but they got CMC coming back, and there's some question marks behind that, and they're going to have a safety blanket. Purdy is, a great quarterback. His drop back percentage is great for fantasy points. So I'm looking at him having a bounce back year. The 49ers have got a way easier schedule than they did in the past last year. They're going to be a little bit healthier. I'm saying as well. Their defense is going to be keeping them in games. And I just think that George Kittle has got all the makings of really hitting it on all cylinders this year if he can finish, healthy. And he's got to have the opportunity there to be the number one target in that offense, which is what we say all the time is an important factor here. Brock Bowers is coming in. He's got all those things working for him, a new coaching staff, a better quarterback, but I think they're going to be run focused with Genty there. Pete Carroll has been nonstop run his whole career, so I don't see that being too much of a change. And with Trey McBride, there's some question marks there as well. Can Kyler, take that step forward with Marvin Harrison Jr.? I'm looking for his target share to go up, and I'm hoping that Trey McBride can score some more touchdowns. I've got a lot of shares of him, but I just see like this is a situation where George Kittle could come in and be that number one guy with all the variables in that offense, and there isn't as many variables elsewhere from what I see.
I just want to say shout out to Brian Dudek for the almost $300 Canadian donation 3 minutes ago. God bless you, Brian Dudek. You are and have always been one of the most supportive human beings, and thank you for doing that. That's very, very, very generous. Very generous. Thank you. Kudos to you. So the two drafters main tickets that we were going to donate to two people, both of them are going to you, sir.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for your generosity and that incredibly generous contribution. Grindberg, it's been a privilege. It's been an honor. It's been a blessing. Thank you so much for popping on and sharing your knowledge and just your time in general for this entire thing. I just want to say his name is not Cam Scatabo. It's Scam Scatabo. It's a fucking trap. Please let the folks know where they could find you, how they could find you, how they could support you. And folks, when we say like go follow this person, we're not saying like do it later because it's going to be in 16 plus hours. We're saying do it immediately because these are very important, knowledgeable, wonderful people who have great hearts, wonderful hearts, but they'll also help you dominate your fantasy football leagues and take you to the next level. So how can we as a people support you in the contact and the work that you do?
Well, you can support me by supporting this cause here, the Big Draft Energy cause here. Disco, you've been nonstop, getting this thing ready to go, getting us all on the same page. It's not easy getting a bunch of people from all over, the world in one space, and you've done an excellent job promoting things. And I just put a deposit in on your GoFundMe myself. So, let's get those donations in here. It's a great cause, and thanks, Disco. Where you can find my work is at the Fantasy Sports Advice Network and also on the Indroppables Network as well. Look at there. Go find the YouTube channels. Follow me on X at FFCanuck99, and also follow these great, brilliant guys beside me who I have a privilege of working with, a couple of them hand in hand here, Chev and Coach being one of them. It's great meeting you, Brett and Nick. It's been an awesome time connecting with you again. And Disco, man, keep it up, buddy. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you once again for all the kind words. You were a gem, and you were a good sport today, man. Appreciate everything that you've done.
Peace out, everybody. Have a
See
good
you,
night.
Later, Grindberg.
Later.
See you, Mikey.
All right, sir. Oh man, coming to the stage, we got one of my favorites on the planet. One of the most wonderful, one of the most incredible, one of the most spiciest people that you could possibly ask for. Shout out to my guy,
Real in here.
the man, the myth, the legend, Michael Rippey. Please introduce yourself to the folks. Let them know who you are, and then we'll go to Coach Jeremy Retzlaff because he has to go. But Mike, please introduce yourself to the folks. Let them know who you are and how they can support you and your content.
This is me right here.
Yeah,
that's me. I'm here. I didn't know you were gonna let me on. It's a charity event. I wanted to be here. It's great to see you guys. Thanks for having me, and shout out to you, man. Disco's always doing the most. You guys for joining him. I know 24 hours. I support the biggest man in all of drafting forever, and just a pleasure to be here with you guys. And I had to drop in. I just got home. I was like, I gotta get on this. So please let me in. Thank you for having me.
You listen, man. This is an open forum for fantasy football minds, and you're one of the best ones on the planet. The moment you knock, I'll fucking come answer. My house is yours, all right? Coach Retzlaff, talk to us, brother. Who is your tight end one? Take us home on this. I know you got a jet, so thank you for being such a good sport.
Hey, man, Nick was cooking. He was spitting, man.
Yeah.
Because Tyler Warren, you can scaffold your entire team and then come away with some Tyler Warren. And it's funny, with the redraft streets, you do best ball all off season, and you have Dynasty going since January. It's year round. And then your redraft, you have however many you have. I think I've got like 5 or 6. I've got 3, so I got 2 left. I got 5 redraft right now. And the baseball looks like a beach ball because you've been drafting and preparing so well. And the clarity that's there, I've been clicking in all 3 drafts that I've had for redraft. And there's some kind of this real test that happens. And I just firmly love Tyler Warren this year. So that's a great call on him. 216 rushing yards last season with Penn State. And, you know, how often do you get a dynamism out of the tight end position where you're getting carries? And as you alluded to, he even had some quarterback play. So that's a great call there. But between McBride and Brock Bowers, it's the battle of 1s and 2s. Look at the stat sheets for Trey McBride. Number 1 in target share for tight ends, 2nd in targets, 2nd in air yard share, 1st in air yard share, 2nd in receiving yards, 2nd in receptions. Go over to Brock Bowers, 1st in receptions, 1st in receiving yards, 1st in targets, 2nd in target share. So they're flip-flopping all over the place. It's really a race to touchdowns. It's 5 touchdowns for Brock Bowers because people talk about just the 2 touchdowns that McBride had, depending on how you want to count falling on the football, what it counted for Trey McBride. But it's a 5-2 discrepancy. You only have 5 touchdowns for Brock Bowers. So Brock Bowers, we got to talk about the regression for him that he can hit 10 touchdowns. I'm going to say that Trey McBride gets to the double-digit touchdown mark and is he tight end 1. But if we want to go contrarian, let's go to somebody else. Nick was talking about David Njoku, and I really love David Njoku. He is a bring home the bacon player for me. Chev, we have talked about it on some shows. David Njoku, dark horse, tight end 1 overall, averaged 8.8 targets per game. Add that to a 17-game schedule because it's 11 games for David Njoku. We talked about Ken Walker and T. Higgins, 11 games each. So all 3 players have 11 games in common last year. All 3 players are absolute ballers. You extrapolate the targets out there, and that would be 149 targets for David Njoku. He's going to have Joe Flacco. We don't know what the entirety of the season could be. 6 in tight end targets last season for David Njoku. Top 5 target earners right at the top. You had Brock Bowers had 148 in 17 games. Trey McBride had 139 in 16 games. So give me David Njoku in that target range. It's going to be the Njoku show. It's going to be the Jerry Jeudy show. David Njoku will get fed. So if you want a contrarian play on who will be the tight end 1 overall, and tight ends age like fine wine, okay, beyond 25, it's the anti-Leonardo DiCaprio. They get better and they're more desirable. So give me David Njoku as a contrarian play. If I got to go Bowers versus McBride, give me McBride hitting the touchdown regression, winning the touchdown regression boat race.
I love that. And I just want to take a special moment to shout out Taysom Hill, because if it wasn't for Taysom Hill, we wouldn't be looking at Tyler Warren as the best quarterback and tight end for the Indianapolis Colts. And we would not be looking at David Njoku as the best wide receiver for the Cleveland Browns. So shout out to Taysom Hill. Without you, man, these tweeners at the tight end position would not be possible. We're very grateful for you, Taysom Hill, and we're very grateful for you, Coach Retzlaff. I know you got a jet, brother. Thank you for the take. Thank you for the knowledge. Thank you for your time. Please let the folks know how they can support you, your content, your work. And did you have anything that you wanted to show here right now? Because the floor is yours, and there's an opportunity for you to share your screen via StreamYard if you'd like.
Oh, absolutely. Support this. I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, we need to do this more. This is so much fun, just gripping and ripping and talking ball. DD Fantasy Football, Best Ball Night School, Ray and Scott Connor, that's where I am for podcasts. FSAN Network, Greinberg was talking about it before. Great group, Chev's there as well. And then Player Profiler, the News Desk, Trade Gods on the main channel. We got a whole lot going on. So I'm in a lot of places. But one of the coolest things I would say, it is never lost on me when a stranger picks up their phone or puts on their YouTube and they listen to what I have to say and they're entertained by it. That's something that I just don't take lightly. It is so cool. Even if it's just one, every stranger that listens to my content, that's who I work hard for the most. We're sitting in a bar, we're having a conversation all the time about fantasy football. We're friends, right? That's cool. But there's something about the prep that goes into doing all these shows and the work that we do. Every time that I'm doing a show, such as we are here, it's that stranger who is tuning in, because that is the coolest thing. They're not doing it because they're my friend. They're not doing it for any kind of bias towards me. They're doing it because they love to listen to fantasy football and they want to hear what I have to say. So that to me is one of the biggest honors. So any strangers who are watching and tuning in and like what I had to say, by all means, please follow those other platforms that I had spoken to and follow these fine gentlemen here.
Thank you so much for your time. That was very well said. And we are all incredibly honored and privileged. And what a blessing to have this platform to just talk ball and to just have one of the most supportive, incredible communities. Very well spoken, very well said, Coach Retzlaff. I have not been familiar with your work before, but I am definitely one of those strangers who has heard your work for the first time, and I'm hooked. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
See you, buddy. Good peoples. All right, let's keep like he said. I love that saying. Keep gripping and ripping. Chev, you've been on forever, brother. You must be exhausted, but you look like you don't know how to tap. You got that Captain America in you. I could do this all night. So talk to us, man. Tight end one. Break it down. Who is it? Is it McBride? Is it Bowers? Is it somebody else?
Well, I'm gonna take a huge huff of my smelling salts here, and then I'm gonna go in.
Shout out to Anthony Servino. May you rest in paradise, brother.
Okay, so my man Nick gave me permission to go off the beaten path and then Jeremiah came through with the David Njoku love. So D-Bro tried to steal my thunder in the comments with this Tucker Kraft business.
I saw it.
I'm about to talk real nice about Tucker Kraft. So I've gotten irrationally excited about Tucker Kraft over the course of this offseason. I was a big Luke Musgrave guy when they both came out, but the Packers have a history of drafting two people at a position and then just letting them fight to the death over who's going to be good. Tucker Kraft has won that battle, and now we're starting to get some of that steam. And I feel like the breakout is right there screaming in our face, and nobody seems to care. So Tucker Kraft last year, 21st at the position in targets, finishes 7th in yards, 4th in touchdowns, leads in yards after the catch per attempt, then leads in yards after contact per attempt. And then at the end of the year, when they were trying to struggling to try to figure out where the passing game is going to run through, some bright reporter asked Matt LaFleur the question, said, hey, do you see Tucker Kraft turning into his role, growing into a George Kittle or Travis Kelce-esque role? And he, with no equivocations, was like, absolutely, we have to find a way to get the ball in his hands. And then they draft Matthew Golden, which kept my discount on Tucker Kraft in startups and best ball. It kept it in place because everybody assumed the Packers drafted the first receiver in the first round for the first time since Javon Walker in 2002 or whatever it was. And so now we got a generational opportunity with Tucker Kraft, who's an elite run after the catch option, who is like, if you follow Andrew Cooper at all in his yin and yang tight end theory, you want a tight end that could be the second option in the offense. I would contend that Tucker Kraft can be the number one in the offense. So I'm more excited about Tucker Kraft than any other tight end. D-Bro, it's fine. I like having the same brain. When I saw it, I was like, I couldn't hide it. I couldn't hide it. I was like, damn, somebody's gonna talk about, like, he's gonna talk about Tucker Kraft. But yeah, Tucker Kraft's been my guy all off season. If you search my Twitter X profile, you'll find a bunch of Tucker Kraft propaganda as well. So yeah, that's my guy.
I love that you refer to your content as propaganda. It's absolutely phenomenal, and it's super cool little nuance that you just got this cool swagger about you, man. Like, I'm a big fan of your work. I'm sorry that I haven't been privy to your work before, but I'm definitely locked and loaded. It's been an honor getting to know you. You've been bringing the fire early and often. Brett, you're muted, but land the plane on this one, brother. Who's your tight end? Oh, sorry, we still got to get Ripper. Who's your tight end one on this season?
Yeah, I don't have a great hot take. I think McBride's going to be tight end one. I think Kittle has a chance, and that's why I kind of he's the guy I'm always targeting. If I had to pick someone outside that top three, I do love the Warren take. Watching him in the preseason, he's been unguardable. And with Daniel Jones starting, I like him better, obviously. He may be the best quarterback on that team, actually. I'm not sure. But I would love for them to roll out a set with Richardson, Daniels, and Warren. Gives you lots of flexibility. Anybody can throw, anybody can run. But if I had to pick someone outside that group for a hot take, it's probably Mark Andrews. And I know that's going to sound like a homer, being a Ravens fan, but like, he is still Lamar's favorite target. That is going to be the best offense in the NFL this year. He had 10 touchdowns last year, or 11 touchdowns last year, and didn't basically play the first 4 games of the season, right? Like, people forget he was in a car wreck in August, and he played, but he was not 100%. So if you remove those first 4 games, like, his pace the last 13 games was a top 3 tight end. And I think he finished as tight end 5, mostly because he scored a touchdown in almost every single game at the end of the season.
Down the stretch.
Yeah. And what sucks is everybody remembers the way the season ended. Everybody remembers him fumbling in the Buffalo game, and then dropping the 2-point conversion, and then all the talk about the trades. And so everybody's like, Andrews is washed. He's terrible. Likely he's the future, all that. But like, Mark Andrews is still Lamar's favorite target. And he is my favorite kind of sleeper target. Late. I don't think he'll probably be tight end 1, but if I had to pick somebody outside that top 3, maybe him.
I mean, if I'm talking about return on investment, he's definitely one of my most owned tight ends. Him and Kyle Pitts, but like, Kyle Pitts is just free in fantasy football drafts. I don't have any expectations. He's just a good tight end 3 when you go in tight end 3 territory. I absolutely love those takes. You guys were all cooking. My take is I am just anti-Brock Bowers. But before we give our take on why I'm anti-Brock Bowers, we got Michael Rippey. So guys, let me caveat this a little bit. Michael Rippey last year, and I'm saying this last year because this year apparently he's no longer a Miami Dolphins fan. But last year he was one of those guys who was saying, like, just draft Jonnu Smith at the end of your drafts. It's going to be one of the best picks you could possibly make. That has stuck and resonated with me the same way he said the Denver Broncos are not just going to be, they're not going to crush their over under for, what was it, 6.5 wins, Rip?
5.5.
5.5. He said that's one of the best bets you can make in early season. 5.5. He said they're going to make the playoffs and be really good at football. When Rip speaks, guys, we listen. Sometimes there's a little bit of spice, but this guy's always filling us with incredible amount of knowledge. And I'm so blessed that you just decided to pop on here. I love this, man. Let's go.
Dude, I'm so pumped to be here. What can I give away? I got to give something. What can I do for charity for you? Big
Knowledge. Just a donation.
Oh, all right, I'm donating.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you tell me what I'm donating.
Yeah, and you're donating your time is great. If you can donate funds, that's even better. Thank you so
All right.
much.
I'm making a donation. I'm doing
God bless you. God bless you. So talk to us. Tight end 1, who you got this year, and who's your dark horse Jonnu Smith situation this year, if there is one?
Yeah, no, look, The truth is, you're right. Jonnu was amazing last year. He worked out. I mean, he was free. No one was talking about it. But anyways, we're talking about this year, right? Because the past. We're looking at the present. You guys had a great conversation as I jumped in here to listen to your thoughts on around tight end. It's interesting. I think tight end this year is very deep, right? Like there's a lot of tight ends I like. I think you can go a lot of ways, and so kind of ultimately depends how you build your roster. I think if we're talking who's going to finish tight end one for me, I'd probably say Trey McBride, because you just got to think that he's going to score more touchdowns, right? Just by chance. And then you kind of paying what we saw from Brock last year again this year, but now you have these other weapons in Vegas. I expect Vegas to be a much better team this year. And when you add Ashton Genty, you add a real quarterback in Geno that is going to be able to get his other players the ball. And just that offense, I wonder if Brock is going to have the exact same season. So I'd probably say Trey McBride number one there. But I love Kittle. He's in a great opportunity. And more importantly, I love the Tyler Warren thing. Like, to be honest, I want my teams in redraft to be stacked at running back, wide receiver, and quarterback, let's say, because I know I can probably get Tyler Warren a little later. And I think Tyler Warren has the outside shot at number one. He could be Brock Bowers of this season. So if you're asking me who's the number one guy, it probably is McBride, but I'm probably just trying to add Tyler Warren across redraft teams a little bit later because his upside is insane. He's probably the best quarterback on that team. You said it yourself. That's all I'm saying. Now, if we're talking one like late sleeper, it's not the same. I don't see a Jonnu Smith this season, but I would say two guys that maybe could come out of sort of left field at the tight end market. I know you talked about Mark Andrews. If there's the issue with Mark Andrews, you could go to Isaiah Likely. Obviously, I'm a big Likely guy. I think next year is for sure the year he accelerates into a top 10 conversation. But if Andrews is hurt, I love Likely. If you're looking deep and just guys that you maybe put on the watch list during the season, I would say you look at, obviously you could go to Jacksonville with Brenton Strange, but even deeper, and this is going to be out of left field, you could look to New York and you could go to Stone Smart. This is crazy, but there's the chance that if something was there, Stone Smart has shown some ability when he was with the Chargers last year. I just kind of like him. He does this thing. I'm not going to say that he's going to do anything like the way Jonnu did, but those are my late. But just go get Tyler Warren and call it a day.
I love it. I love it. Way to bring the fire. Comes in here, drops knowledge, drops dimes. All right. So, like, I like Trey McBride as my tight end one, but I feel like the best tight end this season has a week 8 bye, and not a lot of people are talking about him. I know we don't like to bring up the past, like Rip alluded to, but I have been deemed the tight end whisperer, and I don't know what that means at all. It just means that I've projected far out tight end one breakouts long before anybody has. On a weekly basis, on a yearly basis, we called Sam Laporta the May he got drafted as the tight end one. People laughed at me, said it was Travis Kelce no matter what. Kelce fell off a cliff. Sam Laporta was a tight end one. I'm the original Laporta supporter. I'm going to continue to be the original Laporta supporter. I feel like Sam Laporta is the greatest return on investment pick at tight end this year in fantasy football, based off of the volume and volume alone that he's going to get in similar situations where the Detroit Lions are going to be playing for their lives in a lot of shootout scenarios. The run game is not going to be as reliable with David Montgomery. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is still going to be spectacular. The volume is going to be there. I don't think the touchdown equity is something that you can really depend on, but you can definitely guarantee and bet on the volume and the volume alone. So for that, Laporta supporter, I love Sam Laporta. I love everything that he has to say. But yeah, let's go to the next topic. What the hell did I just do? Okay, I just scared the shit out of myself. I clicked too much, apparently. StreamYard is terrifying after 8.5 hours. All right, next topic. Everybody good to stay, or does anybody have to bounce?
What you got? I got another 30 minutes for you, boss.
I love this. All right, Patrick Mahomes revenge tour. I haven't projected as my QB1 this year because the timing was not there. The protection was atrocious. He was hit and hurried at a high rate last year. He was actually pressured at the most out of any quarterback in the NFL last year, despite only being blitzed 16 times. He only connected on 13 explosive plays between 15 to 25 yards, which is an all-time career low, actually 20 less than any of his career lows prior. I'm betting on Patrick Mahomes as like an outside the top 5 projected quarterback to finish as the QB1. I know you talked about a couple quarterbacks, but who is the best quarterback value in fantasy football this year that could potentially finish as the quarterback one this upcoming season? Chev, you're up.
Drake May.
Oh,
it's Drake May for me.
Talk nice. I'm a Patriots fan, so I love to hear this. Please cook.
So he's got all the passing tools, all the passing chops that you could possibly imagine. Like he's got the draft profile, he got the draft capital. Last year he succeeded. If regardless of what the team, like he performed at an unreal level based on what they afforded him in the way of weapons. So now he gets a competent offensive system. He goes from, I believe, Alex Van Pelt to Josh McDaniels. You can think what you want about Josh McDaniels as a head coach, but as a play caller, man, he is nails. And you could say, oh, well, what about, and it's like, yeah, but they're going, like, he manufactured a way for Derek Carr, as long as he could stomach it, to, function as a fantasy relevant quarterback. Now you got Drake May, who's got elite rushing upside, not just like good rushing upside. He was 7.7 yards a carry last year. He had basically the same amount of rushing yards as Bo Nix. He played 4 less games. And now they're going to be designing runs. They asked him not to run last year. He had the second highest scramble rate in the entire NFL. So if we're adding designed runs and we're adding in him using his legs and playing off schedule, playing off script, he has that combination of rushing upside and, passing volume that I think he's going to take that step forward. He got Diggs, and if you remember when Diggs went to Buffalo, Diggs from 5 years ago, but when Diggs went to Buffalo, he went, like, Josh Allen went from QB6, QB5 to like QB1 for like 4 straight years. So if they're going to hyper target Diggs, he's an easy button because he's an elite separator in the offense. Beyond that, they've added Kyle Williams. Hunter Henry's still there. They added Travion Henderson. Who does Josh McDaniels like to throw the ball to? He loves to throw the ball to running backs. So we have a situation where there's a bunch of easy answers built into the offense, and Drake May is an extremely talented quarterback. That quarterback class of 2024 is going to go down as one of the best in history, in my opinion. So Drake May is a guy way, way off the beaten path that I feel like is going to be a household name and probably in that top 5 to 8 picks in a super flex startup going into 2025. And probably a top 5 quarterback at the end of 2025.
All right, so this next one's kind of a pushback and a just a counter question. Pushback would be Stephon Diggs also went to Houston last year, and we saw
he was 15 points a game last year.
Yeah, but we also saw CJ Stroud's performance fall off of a cliff. So your argument for Drake May being, improving based off of what happened with Josh Allen, despite the performances that he put up as a fantasy football wide receiver, Stephon Diggs, CJ Stroud's performance still fell off of a cliff, and he was one of the most inflated values. We cannot deny and disagree with that. Outside of Stephon Diggs, who do you have as an emerging wide receiver in that wide receivers Patriots room that you're highly invested in and you're correlating with Drake May?
You can go with Kyle Williams. You can go with Pop Douglas. Hunter Henry's the cheapest tight end one that's going to get tight end one volume that you could buy. So I would split my distribution between the 3. I'm the highest on Kyle Williams. I actually on an episode with Matt Kelly, owner player profiler, he was roasting me for saying that Kyle Williams is going to be like a day 2 pick. And then we had to have a full circle moment during the draft when he went to the Patriots. So I would say Kyle Williams, then Hunter Henry, then Demario Douglas.
Wow. So I'm a big Demario Douglas stan. So that pains me to hear. But once again, great analysis, great breakdown. I love to hear what you just said. Brett, talk to us, brother.
Yeah, love the Pop Douglas slot wide receiver in Josh McDaniels' offense. It's always
right. It makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it's a year too early for Chisholm to be Hism, but I still like it. I still like Chisholm to be Hism eventually. Just not this year.
Yeah, he follows the pattern of previous Patriots wide receivers.
Patriots slot wide receiver.
Lack of melanin, but
I wrote about it in late April, man. I'm the original Chisholm is Chisholm. He is the archetype of the white, undrafted, shifty slot back wide receiver that benefits and produces highly in that New England Patriots Josh McDaniels offense. So I wrote about it. I just got interviewed about being like the original Efton Chisholm stan, but I absolutely love it, man. And Rip, we'll get you on next. So go ahead, Brett. Talk to us. Who's your outside quarterback that you believe is going to be?
First, I gotta push back on your pushback on Chev's talk about Drake May and the fall off from CJ Stroud. Like, so much of that was the offensive line. Like he had I think 57 pressures that were like on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Some of those were on the quarterback, but that's just absolutely ridiculous.
Well, I will give a little bit of credence to that argument as well. When you look at the archetype of CJ Stroud, he's definitely not like a dual threat quarterback on paper. He's a pass first quarterback, and Drake May kind of like, obviously there's nobody who fits the mold as the archetype of Josh Allen, but Drake May is as close as it gets, especially that, and Herbert being his player comps for me. So I will give a little bit of credence where credence is due. I just don't think Stephon Diggs is what you guys are saying he is for quarterbacks, but I also believe he's a cancer, and I'm just anti Stephon Diggs and very, very pro Demario Douglas. So this could be my personal Patriots bias. And rule number 1 of the 10 draft commandments is don't be a homer. So I'm going to shut up and stop being a homer. Please go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, for me, the late guys that I love is probably Trevor Lawrence. I believe in the talent. I believe like he was a generational quarterback coming out of college, right? Like he would have been the number 1 overall pick after his freshman year of college, and after his sophomore year, and after his junior year, right? Like, and he was ruined by those coaches there in Jacksonville. And I think Liam Cohen, like we saw what he did to Baker, and Trevor is a much better talent than Baker. They've got the skill positions there, and I think he's going to really come into his own. I think this is going to be Baker in Tampa Bay, Sam Darnold in Minnesota, but with more underlying talent, right? So I think Trevor could absolutely be a like top 6 quarterback, which for a guy that's not a huge dual threat guy, and he can run. If you don't remember, he is mobile.
Hell yeah! And I mean, we saw Liam Cohen unlock Baker Mayfield's rushing upside, so it's only a matter of time before we see Trevor Lawrence's rushing upside get unlocked. And no, Derek Brown, the answer is not JJ McCarthy. Rip, I know you got a jet again soon, so Rip will let you go next, and then Greg, it's good to see you back on here. Welcome back, Greg. We love you.
Hey, Greg is on vacation like Hawaii. What are you doing right now?
Yeah,
Love
he's
that.
the fedora Hall of Famer.
It's a look, Michael. It's just a look.
It's a great look. I love it. It's great to see your mug too. All right. Is this like a quarterback that's going to finish number 1 or just in the top 5? What are we talking here?
Just QB1 upside. Somebody who's being like a Jordan Love being drafted as the QB 18, really being slept on, faded, like a Tua Tagovailoa. Somebody who's just going to outperform their ADP significantly and give you quarterback 1 upside and potentially be quarterback 1, because Patrick Mahomes is my quarterback 1.
That is wild talk from you. Did you make that decision after 7 hours of being on the stream?
I made this decision after the Kansas City Chiefs drafted Josh Simmons at left tackle.
Oh man, yo.
All right. Well, I can see how this stream is going. Love you, BD. So here's the thing. It is Drake May is the guy, right? Like here's the thing. Drake May is completely undervalued at his draft position right now. He's going to be a top 12 guy because of that rushing ability and because of he does have that sort of Josh Allen setup for him. But he's not going to finish number 1 overall because of TreVeyon Henderson, because he has a competent coach who's going to run that offense in a way where they're going to win more than they lose, and they're going to be smart about it. But he's got huge upside, so he's a incredible draft choice. If there's a guy that's sort of like also late, I think Justin Fields. He's at that end of the he's QB 12. That's a guy that maybe can get to the top 3 or 4 only because of his rushing ability. He's not a great quarterback, but for fantasy, he really is a great quarterback. So if he plays the full season, he's going to get you a ton of cheap rushing. And so that's a guy there. But I think Drake May is the right answer. So there's nothing more to add. The last thing I want to know, what's your favorite jersey number for your favorite Pats player, BD? Who's your favorite Patriot ever?
Favorite Patriots player of all time?
Yeah.
I mean, like, outside from Tom Brady, and I know the common answer is Tom Brady.
Okay, outside of Brady.
I'm gonna say Devin McCourty.
What number was Devin McCourty?
32.
32. All right, so we got 32, and there's one, including myself. There's 3. There's 5. All right, I'm gonna donate 6 Devin McCourty. So 6 times 32. That's $192. I'm sending it in now. Thank you for having me. It's great to see everyone, especially you, Big Drafter. You're the man. I don't get to see you enough, but I appreciate that all that you're doing and everybody here. From Nick, Chev, Greg, Brett. If I don't know you, I hope to know you in the future, and I wish you guys much success the rest of the fantasy football season. I hope I get to get on with you guys at some point during the year. But keep it up, and I appreciate you always.
See you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Great donation, buddy.
I wish I would have said Richard Seymour had I known you were going to multiply.
Games you play, baby. It's the games you play.
I appreciate you, brother. Take care. Thank you. God bless you. That's very generous. Very cool. Greg, welcome on. You hop back in. Talk to us. What's going on, buddy?
Well, I had to hop back in because I saw Brett, and I spent the whole time at the expo this year doing 2 things: taking pictures and looking for people that were there for the first time to introduce them to people like me that have been around the hobby for forever. Now, I do that because so many of them walk around with stars in their eyes. They're afraid to approach the big names. And I want people to know something. I'm just like those guys. I met Brett. If you guys don't know who Rick Wolf is, he helped build this industry. Rick built CBS Sportsline. He hired Scotty Engel first before
he hired Matthew Berry.
Well, Matthew and I, we were in Vegas together when we went into the Hall of Fame. So I got to meet Matthew. So I'm not as starstruck with Matthew or Scotty because these guys I consider peers. They're guys that make content like I did. But Rick built an industry. You built an industry, Brett. I was like a kid in a candy store. But I want to tell everybody, so especially Nick, if I didn't meet you, if I did, I'm sorry because I don't remember. I met so many people. But if I didn't meet you, Chev, if you're there next year, come up to me.
Greg, I ruined your car. How disrespectful.
What's that?
I ruined your car. That's disrespectful.
Oh, okay. You wrote my book?
Like you guys went to the airport together, didn't you?
Didn't
you guys go to the airport from Canton to Cleveland together?
See that? I had a lot of people sign my book. I did.
Oh, Greg,
I love the fact that the only reason I remember Disco is because he towers over me. He's huge. And I remember Dennis Mickelson because he's small. So I'm guessing, Nick, that you're around 6 foot. Am I close?
5'10".
5'10", 6 foot. Yeah, you're
he's
in
a little
that
bit
range.
taller
So,
than Tip.
sorry, buddy. You're going to have to do something to stand out.
I know.
Maybe-
I know what you mean. I hear you. Don't
There's
worry.
so many people.
Don't worry.
there.
Next year.
Okay.
He
well,
wrote-
hey,
he
I
wrote
don't
the
mind,
book.
Nick.
For real.
Nick, let's have dinner together next year. Let's have dinner together.
Hey, man,
Let's
breaking
break
bread's the
bread.
best way.
Greg, we had dinner with each other.
Thursday night? Were you there Thursday night or Friday night?
Sunday or Saturday.
Saturday. Who did I eat with Saturday? Oh
We
God.
had lunch together on Saturday. I believe.
I've got pictures.
Apparently
I've
not
got
me.
pictures of the meal. All right, Nick. Where were you sitting at the table?
I was sitting next to Tip and Iggy.
Okay.
We had a Mexican.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Nick. Hey, wait a minute. When we meet again next year, you have my
Yeah.
permission to smack me with a wet noodle. You absolutely have my permission to smack me with a wet noodle. But
You all heard that, right? You all.
Oh,
all
yeah.
witnesses.
but I'm telling you, there's so many people that you meet there. I met James. I absolutely remember meeting James. But I don't know if I did not go bowling. I went and watched you guys bowl, James. You know that. I don't bowl because of my knees. But I did go to the bowling alley with them. There's so much to do there that's not just, I mean, breaking bread, it is such a great time. I can't emphasize it enough. You got to go. You just got to go. And it's, I've got a neighbor that's in a fantasy league with me. Now, I showed you guys my ring, but what I didn't show you is I've got 2 leagues that I'm running. One's a local league that I didn't get enough local members for, so I went out to the internet to fill it up. And the other's a league I call Beat a Hall of Famer. Now, I've run that league for 3 years. I've made the playoffs every year. I have yet to win that league. So somebody is beating a Hall of Famer every year in my league. This year, they're getting this ring.
Nice.
So
That's pretty nice.
There's, I wanted to meet the Trophy Smack people, but they weren't there. So I met the people, Crowned Champs, Marcus Howard. I'm giving him a shout out. CrownChamps.com. They have unique things that you guys should try, but they're the ones that put Gina on the throne with the scepter, the belt, and the crown. They gave Gina her crown.
Oh, nice.
So check out Crown Champs. And I'm sorry to do that to you, Disco. I know. But I like Marcus. Marcus Howard is the CEO, and it's a brand new business. And I like supporting brand new businesses.
Listen,
Now,
Greg, you are first ballot fantasy sports writer, Hall of Famer. You are my mentor. You are somebody who I admire and somebody who I respect. And you are somebody who has taken me under his wing and supported this cause greater than anybody else has. You can come in here and do whatever you want, whenever you want. Like, I don't care.
Another thing I want to do is I met Brett, and Brett was so great. I don't gamble. Anybody that knows me, the only league I pay to play in is Scott Fishbowl, and that's because I know that money's going to a charity. It goes to fantasycares.org. So, first of all, everybody that's listening to this, I don't care if it's $5, $10, $100, $500. Go out to the GoFundMe site and donate. I didn't tell you this, Disco. My mom, I had to call my sister to make sure because she handled it. My mom was in hospice care before she passed last year. So I donated my money to Disco's cause just because I think it's a great cause. But and I mentioned this on another league. Brett, I want to work something where I can be in one of your leagues. I will pay to get into it, but if I win any money, you have to send it to Disco's charity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the money to enter isn't the key. I like the competition. I love the competition, but I absolutely don't want the headaches of the taxes. So what was that? What did we just see? I missed it.
So Sleaze is at a bar right now doing an actual real life draft. He wanted to be part of the stream and also go partake in his, this is his big money draft. I forgot how much money is involved, but it's something stupid that I would never pay for a redraft league. Let me get into 600 best ball drafts with the amount of money that's in this for what it's worth. So he wants to show you his draft board while he's at the bar live. We got him muted, but what we're going to do, because we have people asking us how much money we've raised so far on the GoFundMe, and here's the link to the GoFundMe as well here in the chat, and you can find the link in the description and go to bigdraftenergy.com to see what we're about, to see all of our sponsor shout outs and all that good jazz. But I don't know if you guys could tell. I might need to zoom in a little bit. We're at $2,957 raised, and we're not even halfway through this thing. So thank you guys once again for all of your continued generosity, your continued donations. I mean, we still have Scott Fish, and we still have a lot of really, really big talents yet to come, and you guys can catch us in the morning with those guys as well. I'll be there. I don't know if the words are going to be coming out of my mouth are going to be the language of English, but we will be there, and we'll be talking about that. I do want to start drafting again within the next hour, so we're going to get Nick to wrap up this quarterback topic and cook, so to speak. But I don't know if you want to finish the quarterback topic,
totally, yeah,
or if you want to tell us your story, because last year your story made me fucking cry. And it was a very powerful story as to, why you are who you are and why I made sure to bring you back here again. Please share your story with the folks if you're willing to share your story, because it is it really is a very powerful and remarkable story, and you are a beautiful human. And your story is what resonated with me the most out of last year. Very, 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 very good stuff.
Wow. Well, again, couldn't be more thankful and grateful for that. When it comes to myself, no, when I share my story, it's not like me really. It's, I'm not sure what people believe in or whatever. That's not my business. I know the Lord Jesus Christ, gave me, life and this life. So that being said, that's where I stand with it. So again, like, apologies to anybody that's not that or whatever.
Don't apologize.
Anyhow,
Never
my
apologize
story
for that, Nick.
Listen,
please
we sometimes live in a world where people, they hate
That's
for no
on
reason.
them. That's on them.
Exactly.
Big problem.
Totally. Oh, I'm definitely am. But my story goes back to when it comes to this cause, when it comes to raising these funds. This goes back to 2015 for me. 2015, I was getting ready to finish college, right around the corner from finishing, getting my degree, until life happened, right? It was spring of that year, literally 2 months from getting my diploma and graduating college and stuff like that, to where I had a very, very fatiguing episode that I've never had experienced before. I was in my dorm room, just hanging out, having fun. But then the next moment is I'm feeling very fatigued. I don't know what's going on. That went away. A couple of days later, went to go play some basketball. Felt that same heavy fatigue again. So that was a little concerning. I went down to my local hospital and I was like, all right, what's going on? It's like, well, we don't see anything here. We're going to take some x-rays for you and stuff like that, whatever. And, make sure you're not in school and work for the next week. But other than that, you seem very healthy. I'm like, okay, then. But I'm telling you, this is something weird, you think, but okay, you're going to be fine. Just keep on checking on things and whatever. Go back to my dorm room and just go out and hang. I go to sleep. The next time I wake up, I'm even more fatigued than I thought I was. And my aunt calls me. She's like, hey, just haven't heard from you, this, that, and the third. Are you feeling all right? Now, granted, I don't remember this conversation. But what I told her, because she was maybe coming around the corner and stuff like that. She usually travels back and forth. We live, so I want to say Willimantic, Connecticut is 45 minutes away from where I live, and that was Hartford. So she goes in between there and also passes there at times. So she's like, hey, you want to come and grab lunch, whatever? It's like, oh, no. I told her, I was like, I got some things I got to work on for finishing up my classes and stuff like that, whatever. The funny thing is, she found out it was very odd. She was like, what? You've never told me that before. So that's why I got concerned. And the next moment is that, I just started feeling, again, more of that fatigue. So she was just, again, I don't remember this conversation and I don't remember what's happening next. But when she told me that I was very delusional and I was looking like I had 10 pictures at the bar when I finally came out my dorm room. She was like, you were looking drunk, you're looking staggery and everything. And I was like, what? No way. She's like, yes way. But then so we overall go home and I'm hanging out on the couch and just, again, feeling really off. I was like, something's up. Can we go to the hospital? And she just what? I was like, yeah, I don't feel the best at all. So we get there to the hospital. And that is where I almost got wheeled in, literally, was that fatigued. And, they're telling my uncle about, what's going on with him, with me, stuff like that. And the next moment was they were like, well, we took, charts from him and stuff like that. And his white blood cell count is in the 10,000s. We need to get him in stat and find out what's really happening. So the next moment that was happening again, I don't remember any of this. The next moment I remember is that I wake up in the hospital around where I live, and it's like 5:30 in the morning. I don't remember being in that room, or remember getting there, I should say. And the first thing I do is look at my wrist. You know, you get one of those little nice wrists, and you're like, okay, this is your actual name. This is your date of birth. This is the time you checked in, da-da-da. And I look at it, I'm like, okay, so it's a day from where I was like normally at. Okay, cool. I look at my wristband. I look at the calendar. Look at my wristband. Look at the calendar. There's a 10-day difference between my wristband and the calendar. So I was like, this seems really odd. I'm kind of trying to play detective, you know, literally. It's like, if you guys ever played that game, Thank God You're Here, it's like a theater acting type of play where we drop a person into a random scenario and they have to figure out like what's happening, what role they're playing, stuff like that. That's what it felt like. So to get down to the seriousness, right? I knew that if the person that walked in first that door, I knew if it was my father, because we didn't have the best relationship, I knew if it was him walking in, something terrible has happened. So does anyone want to guess who walked through that door?
Daddy.
It was my father. Yeah. And I was like, oh boy. All right. What's really happening now? Because he's a morning person. I'm definitely not at times. So when he walked in, I was like, oh boy. And he's like, how you doing, son? I was like, I've been better. How are you? Trying to feel him out. He's like, yeah, you know, hanging. I'm like, oh boy. All right. I need to get down to the bottom of it, like I said. So, you know, a couple more hours went by. People start coming in, stuff like that. And they're like, you know, like, oh my, you know, people are kind of keeping it together. And remember, 10 days between, like, you know, so had a lot going on. I don't remember anything that happened and people saying this, that, and the third. And I was like, yeah, it's great to see you. It's great to see you. It's great to see. And like more of my, the church members and, my pastor at the time and just so many people, just coming to check in on me, but no one is giving it up. No one's giving up like the true thing that's happening or, how you feeling? I'm like, I'm feeling all right. How are you? Like, it was like an anxiousness happening for me because I'm like, why is it no one saying, anything? So, long story short, the doctor finally walks in after like 4 hours or whatever. He's, oh my gosh, like, wait, you're good. Like, you're good, right? I'm like, what do you mean I'm good? What is that? Doc, what's going on? Like, oh my gosh, no one's said anything to you yet? I'm like, no. Can you tell me what's happening, please? He was like, everybody pretty much leave the room, descend the third, whatever, give him, some rest, whatever. And he was like, look, like, I'm going to shoot you straight. You have leukemia. And I was like, what's that? And he's like, well, it's a form of cancer that is taking over your body, affecting your white blood cell counts. So your charts were, off through the roof of what white blood cell counts. And, we have to see what else is happening because you were basically kind of out. Like, do you remember anything? Like, you remember, this, that, and third. Like, I told him the last thing I remembered. And he was like, yeah, like, that's somewhat part of it. Like, your body kind of went through a whole shocking phase. So I was like, whoa, okay, that's a little weird. Like, well, first of all, thank God I'm here. Second of all, like, what's the next steps forward here? He told me it was going to be like a rigorous process of chemotherapy, radiation, and you'll have to eventually do like a transplant. So I was like, okay, so the transplant is what? Like, well, it'll be a more of a in-depth process of if someone can match for you in the family, or if we have to do outside, transplant for you from a donor. And I was like, okay, so all this happens, and then what? He's like, well, we'll have to see at that point because I'm not going to try to guarantee you anything in terms of like what's going to happen for you. And I was like, all right, well, that's fine, like because life's not guaranteed anyway. So going through this process of chemo, radiation, stuff like that for the next like 4 or 5 months, and clearing the slate from my body. Because what happens is when you have a situation like I had happen, we obviously have to get rid of, you have to wipe the whole system clean. And then from there, we have to see how you can match again from a transplant perspective. So it's what they call Be the Match Foundation. Luckily, I had a friend of mine also in college that dealt with something similar to that. So he was, I want to say a guiding light, but someone around my age that had dealt with the realm that, you know, I was in and that what he has experienced. I'll never forget John DeCasanova. It's my guy. So he was someone that I was like, you know, like asking all these questions about and stuff and everything. He's like, yeah, man, like you're going to be fine. Like the Lord's blessed you. Like if the Lord didn't bless you, you probably wouldn't be here right now in general. I wouldn't be here right now. Is what you're saying. So luckily I got a match that was 90% match after my poor mother was the one who tried at first, because we were going to go with just like what we call 50% match, where it's like, all right, well, you know, we'll go with the 50% because we have nothing else more concrete at the moment in the system. So we tried doing that transplant around. So the time that I was in the hospital was like April going into May. And then, like I said, the next like 4 or so months. So we're going into the start of football season 10 years ago. And you know, people joke about it all the time because I'm in Dana-Farber in Boston. And the first thing people, you know, because a few people came to see me and stuff, and there was like, you know, when I came to see you, Nick, I expected you to be in more of a hospital and this, that, and the third. The room you took over, you have a whole big screen, flat TV. You got the video games. You got this and that and the third. And I was like, I can't help it that they set me up well. Like, he's like, but I just, you know, it's crazy. Like, I was like, I know. Like, anyhow, but I'm in that system in Dana-Farber in Boston, and they overall phenomenal place to be in terms of knowledge, in terms of care, in terms of, you know, all of that. So in terms of how we would go through the next phase, we tried to do the 50% match the first time. It took a couple of weeks to see if it was going to hold. It didn't. And then from there, we were like, well, either that or we just have to keep keeping you in the hospital. So there was a time where they were like, look, like we may have to keep you in the hospital for another 6 or 7 months if we can't find something, you know, from a match perspective, whatever. We're going to keep looking, we're going to keep trying. But hopefully the database is going to come and, you know, show us something where we can definitely give you a correct match. There was a couple ways it could have went. So the one or two pathway, the first would have been a totally different, like a new transplant. So that would be from, you know, like basically babies. They call it from like, what is it? They call it like, you know, basically an umbilical cord from a baby. You could potentially take that DNA in a way and then put that together. Or we could look to see if, again, the Be the Match Foundation was the one where, you know, transplants were in and that have already been exposed to the outside world. So the infant way would have been, I would have had to literally been on almost lockdown for 1.5 years if we had went that route, because of obviously the shots you have to give me, you know, you have to do, it's like literally being a whole new baby in the world, literally, with that process, if we had to go that route. Luckily, in my opinion, we didn't have to go that route because there was a Be the Match Foundation, a 90% match. And then from there, all it had to do was we had to do this transplant process. And then it would be like, all right, it would still have to, for precautionary purposes, about 1 year or whatever, to be like, you know, while doing checkups and stuff like that, whatever, protecting the immune system, stuff like that. Because again, I have no white blood cell count. If something were as, you know, as little as a cold, like that could have jeopardized my life. A simple cold, by the way. So in that regard, we had to transplant the match. Now it's like around October, going close to Thanksgiving. So I spent that Thanksgiving in the hospital, few friends, few family members to see, stuff like that. I think the biggest thing that was, or at least one of the drivers for me to get through all that, was because like I knew that the Lord was telling me that, in a subtle way, that it was going to be fine, and that once this happens for you, you're going to be able to share this with people that most may not understand, because most have not been in this realm, right? Also, you're going to be able to share this with people around your age, people that are younger than you, way older than you. You're going to be able to inspire other people because of the stuff you've been through. And you're going to be able to help people that were either in that realm before, like you, or secondary, where you'll be able to help people that have known of people that have experienced cancer. You'll still be able to help them, guide them, give them some overall inspiration. And when I understood that assignment, I not only could have been more happy about it, I could have been more grateful and blessed about it, because look where I am now, 10 years later. So I guess to wrap everything around, because again, that process from going from the hospital bed to, getting out of that hospital and eventually dealing with what I had to deal with, everything else was like, all right, cool, no problem. Because again, life is not guaranteed. And the best thing we can do is take day by day, live it for moment, and live it to the best that we can. So in terms of, just cancer in general, if someone's dealing with cancer or whatever, I always tell people, hey, look, like I'm a DM away, my email, phone number, whatever. Need me to talk to somebody about, potentially what they're going through. Like that's what it's all about too. So again, it's been about, so I'm a little, we're in year 10 of my remission, and couldn't be more happier about that, obviously, but also really it's the power of not only just our Lord Jesus Christ, but also just literally how when everybody's going through something, whether it's, an illness, disease, whether it's, issues in their lives in general. I always try to be kind, be respectful of people, because again, you don't know what people are dealing with when it comes to the underneath. Because again, like I'm always a high energy, happy, always laughing type of guy. So for some, they may not know like that the story I just shared with you. But it's also so important, again, to remember that, again, everyone's always dealing with something, and that you may not always be, the person, sometimes you're going to be the person that's dealing with the most at the times. And then sometimes you're going to be the person that isn't dealing with that. And sometimes you meet right in the middle. So that's where, again, like just humbled and blessed and grateful to have life, to be sharing it with everybody. And again, like, life ain't guaranteed. So, if there's people that you overall haven't talked to in a while or whatever, a college buddy or someone from high school, whatever you respected, or you've had friendships before, whatever, if you really care about them, check in on people, see how they're doing. Yep. You never know what's going on. Literally I had a friend of mine that reached out to me like maybe about a month and a half ago, and they're dealing with also cancer. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. She's like, no. And, I would love, to talk with you about more of your story and everything. I'm like, of course, whatever you want. Yeah. Whatever you want, whatever you need. You know what I'm saying?
Nick,
like
your shirt says arrow, but you ought to just cut that very top of the A off because you're my hero.
Yeah.
You've got the right attitude. That attitude after going through what you went through, thumbs up, buddy. Thumbs up.
And I mean, the importance of you being strong enough to share your story and be in a state of delicacy, so to speak, where you are delicate in front of everybody right now and sharing your story during your moment of weakness, where inevitably it came into triumph, is just the way it goes hand in hand. Is like you had that care, you had that. Those nurses, those hospitals, you had that care. And it's not just for people on their way out. It's for people like your family who they don't have the definitive situations of knowing, is he going to be all right? Is he going to be okay? But you still had that care, you still had that love. And, you know, at the end of the day, to put it all together, it's like that story is empowering because, like, it's not just all about people who are dying and on their way out, right? Obviously, this is based off of and inspired by my late father who passed away due to cancer. But there's many other ways that you could help and donate. And you guys have been helping and donating. We are, I believe, last I checked, we are holy shit. I said we are $16 away from $3,000. And James SEO said, tag me in, and he just donated $300 Canadian. So we are now almost $300 over 3,000. So shout out to you, James, for that very generous contribution. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, guys. Thank you so much for everything. Nick, thank you so much for sharing your story with us and empowering us. We did get 2 people who joined us. So I'm going to introduce them and take the moment to introduce them. We got my good friend Dennis here, and I got to unmute because hey Dennis, good to see you. So Dennis is like, he stands out like a sore thumb at the Fantasy Football Expo. Dude is like 6'8", 300 pounds of just like pure fantasy football knowledge. When I say this guy is the smartest person in fantasy football, I generally mean that this guy's the smartest person in fantasy football. So please introduce yourself to the folks. Let them know why I say you are literally the smartest person in fantasy football.
Well, that's one hell of an intro, man. I'm really flattered, and I'm coming to you live tonight from just outside Danville Stadium, where we're having a charity softball game. The police are playing the fire department, and it's a game apiece, but I would not miss this incredible event. And Nick, thank you so much for sharing that story. That was incredible. I'm glad I've gotten to meet you at the Fantasy Football Expo, and now I understand why you're just filled with so much love and joy for everybody you deal with. Because going through a story, an event like that in your life really has to change you. For some people, it can change them in the worst ways. But in your case, it's obviously just accentuated the wonderful, beautiful person you are. But I was touched by listening to your story. That's incredible, man. I'm glad we're here to celebrate this 10 years with you, and I'm looking forward. Hell, I hope I live long enough to celebrate another 20 with you.
God bless. And James hit this on the head. He said Dennis is at 2 charity events at once. Absolute legend. He said this is incredible. Shout out to not shout out to me, man. I'm just blessed to have been able to meet the right people, because like without you guys this ain't possible. And we're going to introduce the next guy here. This is my young gun. This is Jeremy, aka OTL Football. Not a lot of people know this guy, but they should, because he's very knowledgeable. He's very young. He's up and coming. He's one of those guys I discovered. His page continues to grow. I can't say enough great things about this young man. He continues to wow me and shock me on a daily basis. And here I am being a young man myself, but like I wish I had this guy's head on his shoulders at his young age, because like Hutchinson Brown, he's going to be the next big thing in fantasy football. OTL, I call you OTL. I didn't even know your fucking name was Jeremy. Let's be real. But OTL, please introduce yourself to the folks. Let them know where they can find you and how they can support your work, brother.
Yeah, what's up? I just started watching about 15 minutes ago. I've been busy all day, but like that was a crazy touching story from Nick over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess, I mean, the reason I fell in love with fantasy football, just playing with like my friends and family and trying to get ahead of them. And then I started writing my own stuff on Twitter last year. And then Disco asked me to join his group chat. And then since there, just been trying to grow. But yeah, I mean, the only reason Dennis is the first or the most knowledgeable is because I'm second. But yeah, me and Disco have our back and forth with players we like. So I think he keeps me around just to humble me when he's right. on stuff.
See, if you were smart, you would tell people where they could follow you, because there are 4,082 people watching right now, and they'll go follow you and they'll go support you. And this is both on Twitter and YouTube. So let the folks know where they could follow you, both on X and where they could follow. I call it X. I should call it Twitter, but on X and on YouTube, please and thank you.
On X, it's my name in the bottom left, OTLF Football. And then I'm on TikTok as well at OTLFF and YouTube at On the League FF.
All right. Well, we got a question here. This guy says, James says, Jeremy's part of our community, always dropping knowledge, and one smart dude. Hey, don't inflate his head. The charity matrix, you got to keep these young guns humble. You got to keep them humble. You got to keep them hungry. Don't let it get to their head. Any sleeper picks, Jeremy? I have drafts tomorrow. Peanut butter jelly.
That's a pretty broad question.
Yeah.
I mean, what platform are you on?
Just who are your sleepers this year? Just give them one good sleeper. Somebody.
I posted them earlier this week for each position. I got Dak at QB, Travion Henderson. He's not really a sleeper anymore at running back.
No,
he's
definitely not
he's like a running back 12 now, but on sleeper he's still like a 5th or 6th round pick somehow. But
it's crazy.
And then tight end I got Evan Ingram.
Nice. All right, so Dennis, you alluded to the question as to why you're the smartest person in fantasy football. Can you please tell people why I said you're the smartest person in fantasy? Because there is a narrative behind why you're the smartest person in fantasy football, and if you don't say it, I know Greg will.
Well, I think I might be sharing that title. If you're going to give me that title, the Professor John Butt, partner in crime, my fellow scientist, gets the nod because everything we do together over at the scienceoffantasyfootball.com. We're refugees from fake pigskin. You know, when the pig died and we had wonderful pulled pork sandwiches to celebrate, we ended up doing our own thing. And we're excited to announce that we're sort of, I guess in a way, combining forces because we're teaming up with Greg and the guys over at Sports Affiliation. I'm going to be on Greg's show, and we're going to have our Data Lab show, which covers matchups. That's coming to the Sports Affiliation, so we're really excited about that. It's a great bunch of guys, as you know, and we couldn't be more thrilled. But I think the reason that you kind of gave me that title is because we just look at fantasy football in a different way. We use the scientific method to look at the statistics. I'm a meteorologist by trade, and my partner in crime, the professor, is a real professor, folks. He's a retired professor of biology from the University of Arkansas, Little Rock. And was one of the smartest guys in a field called slime mold. You can Google it, and if you can understand it, then you're probably smarter than me. But what we do over at scienceoffantasyfootball.com is we let the statistics guide us to an answer. So I am big on opportunity. I can't tell you who the best players are going to be in the NFL. I think anybody who makes an NFL roster is an incredible athletic talent, okay? I can't tell you whether this guy is better than that guy. If I did, I'd be an NFL scout or I'd be an NFL GM. I'm just a fantasy football nut. That's what I am. But I can tell by using my MVP index which players are most likely to lose their jobs. And of the last 65 running backs that have lost their starting gig in fantasy football, in real football, every single one of them had a season preceding their loss of job where their MVP index was less than 100. What's an MVP index? I just look at the 3 things your player can do for you every week on a weekly basis. He can either do what? Score a lot of points, make you win. Score very few points and cause you to lose. Or he can just keep you in the match by being around or just a little over the median amount of points. And I've put a little formula together that takes all of those 3 possible outcomes, mixes them all up in a nice little formula, and gives me a number that I can use. 100 is great. 200 would be perfect. Nobody hit 200 last year. If you got a player that hits an MVP of 145, that's Bijan Robinson. That's Jamar Gibbs. That's Jamar Chase type talent. And if you got a guy that's under 80, he's likely to lose your job for you as far as the running back for the next season. So every year, using that knowledge, I come up with 5 really cheap rookie running backs. And unfortunately, 2 of them are actually stopping to be big values because my magic 5 from the 11th round on this year included JCM, who now wants to be called Bill, of course, Woody Marks, Brashard Smith, and the kid in Miami, Ollie
Gordon.
Ollie Gordon. He was on that list too. And then, I throw a long shot in there as well. So Monanjay from the Bears, Mullings from Tennessee. Both of those are in a situation where the running back who has the job, in Tennessee's case, Pollard, was only in the 80s as far as his career best on MVP. So I'm not saying that those 5 guys are all going to take over a job, but starting in the 11th round, those are the guys that I draft. And now, if you want to get JCM, we've been saying that since late May, early June. And now, if you want JCM, you gotta draft him almost in the 7th or 8th round. Now it's getting ridiculous. But he was on our target because Brian Robinson has not proven that he's got a capability of having an MVP high enough to hold the job.
I love that you and I were in cahoots on that Ja'Cory Krosky merit. I'm not calling him Bill. I refuse. On that Ja'Cory Krosky merit post, I love that you supported it, and now I understand why. Now, these 2 gentlemen, they've been on here forever, so we're going to give Chev the floor because Chev's been cooking since 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. You've been here for almost as long as I have, brother. I know you got to step out. Honestly, I'm not just saying this because we've never met. I don't think we ever said more than 2 words together to each other than scheduling you on this show. You've gone above and beyond with your presence, sharing your fantasy football knowledge, with your energy. I am a fan of you as a content creator, but more importantly, I'm a fan of you as a man because you came here, you shared your story, but you also brought the fire with A+ knowledge. Please, everybody who is watching, all 4,103 people, it is absolutely criminal that this man's freaking work and his knowledge has the following that it currently has. So if all 4,103 people who are tuning in and watching right now could come and support Chev, and I don't care if you guys take a moment to step away from here, please go support Chev where he says to go support him. So Chev, where and how can people support you? And if you have any final words for the people before you got to step out and obviously go spend time with your family and enjoy the rest of your evening, please let them know now.
First and foremost, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be on here. It's been incredible. Just all in unison as a community. That's been one of the coolest things about becoming a content creator and getting involved in the community, is coming together for a cause like palliative care and being able to, ease that burden on people's families. So shout out to you for doing that. I can't thank you enough for having me on. If you want to see all my work, there's a link tree with literally everything that I'm working on. If you want to go, so you can follow me on Twitter X, at Chev90. There's my handle right there. But if you want to subscribe, we just launched a YouTube channel. I do a lot of work with the FF Dynasty. We've launched the FFD Fantasy Football over on the YouTubes. And, there's, like I said, there's a link tree with everything else that I'm working on in there. And I just, Nick, I appreciate you sharing that story. It's incredible. Anytime Mike speaks highly of somebody, I stand up and take notice. So look forward to interacting with you. I'm gonna probably put my earbud in and be listening until I fall asleep, just because this is so awesome. So I can't thank you guys enough, and I really appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you. And if you guys are here watching us on YouTube, here is the link to his link tree. Take a moment, go support him on all platforms. This guy is a wealth of knowledge. Let's get his following up because he's as sharp and as knowledgeable as humanly possible, but he's just a better person in general, which says a lot because he is a wealth of knowledge and just a really good dude. Chef, thank you so much. Thank you for the shift you put in. And if you ever need anything from me, brother, don't you fucking hesitate. Just let me sleep tomorrow and I got you. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
I got you.
Thank you, man.
See you, buddy. Brett, you sticking around or you got to go too, brother?
Yeah, I probably got to go put the kids to bed and that kind of stuff. But it's been awesome. Appreciate it. You asked a question when I first came on, and I didn't answer it, but you asked why I came on the show and why I'm supporting and sponsoring, and it's one because of you, right? Like met you at the expo 2 years ago, and amazing guy. You told me about what you're trying to do here. You told me the story about your father, and it's a great cause. So want to support you, want to support the cause, and happy to do it. I know we gave away some t-shirts in the Madden game, but I'll make another deal with you that we got 4,103 viewers right now, and I know it fluctuates throughout the whole time, but for the next 48 hours, every sign up to Better Vision, anybody that goes and downloads Better Vision and signs up, I'll donate $1 to the Palliative Care charity. So let's go get him another $4,100. Everybody, if you want to go download it, it's a free app, so it costs you nothing. It'll cost me hopefully $4,100, but we'll see. So would be happy to do that.
Could be more, Brett. There's gonna be rewatches.
Yeah, let's see. That's what next 48 hours. Let's do it. Let's get 10,000 new Better Vision users, and let's get $10,000 more to Palliative Care. That'd be amazing. I'd be happy to do that.
Brett, afterwards,
afterwards,
reach out to me, Brett. You got my number. Give me a call.
I got it, Greg.
Well, we got a couple downloads coming right now, Brett. Thank you so much for that offer. Thank you for your unconditional support, man. Honestly, you, Trent, the way I spoke to you guys, you're like, okay, so this is the event. You're like, just tell me what you need. I'm like, well, I don't want to. Just tell me what you need. That literally what I got from you, what I got from Trent. And I cannot express how happy I am to have gotten to know you even better. I feel like I got to know you really well last year, but this year, I really understand the man you are, and I absolutely love and admire the human you are. Thank you once again for what you do. Better Vision doesn't cost you anything, guys. It is a free download, and just for downloading something for free, you guys could help support an incredible cause, and Brett's going to be the one who's paying the check. So shout out to you, Brett. I genuinely appreciate you. I'm trying to figure out a way on how I could post this on X and make it go viral simultaneously, but I don't want to cost you too much, brother.
I will say that if we get over like 15 or 20,000 downloads, we're gonna have to do a payment plan.
Okay.
I am bootstrapping, and that would wipe out my savings currently. So let's make it go viral. Let's get 100,000 downloads.
Oh, we just got a download right there. We got 3 downloads so far. So, guys, keep it up. Hey, man, I appreciate you so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You beautiful human, you beautiful man. And thank you for donating that copy of Madden, man. So I'll connect. So I have Knifey's number and I have your number. So I'll connect both of you. Okay, brother?
Okay. Yeah, and the 4 t-shirt people too. Give me
Yes.
your when you get it, and I'll get those sent out.
Yes, I don't remember them whatsoever, and here's the thing with you.
They were going to DM you or me, so we'll keep an eye out for them. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Brett.
Cool. All right, guys. See you.
Later, Brett.
And just so you guys know, chat, if you want to watch this back on YouTube, it's gonna take a little bit, because once you pass the 4-hour threshold here on YouTube, they don't let you rewatch it. So I'm gonna have to go back and post different recordings of every single guest on 2-hour increments. So keep your eyes peeled for that on the Big Draft Energy YouTube channel. We will be able to revisit this. We have to cap it, says Kobe and the Cattle Dogs. And Kobe and the Cattle Dogs, if you guys are not familiar, that's my wife. She said, I got the names. Holy shit, he's still going. Can't stop, won't stop, Rabona. Good people. Shout out to you, Bengal. Appreciate you guys. I will share the link one more time, and then we're gonna get back to drafting because I need that fantasy football fix in my life. We are at $3,384. So we got another $100 plus donation from the Handcuff God NFL DFS pick. God bless you, Dan. I love you, Dan Neely. You are a great man. You are a wonderful human, and I appreciate you. I want to change it up from the main. I want to go maybe super flex. Are you guys down for a super flex?
Yeah. Hey, Jeremy. I've been doing this a long time. You are going to make lifelong friends in this hobby. There are people
that's the goal.
I was on with Bob Harris earlier. I've known Bob since 1990, and I would die for the man. And I'm telling you, you will make lifelong friends in this hobby. It is that cool.
Yeah.
It is pretty great. Hold on, I should probably share my screen. We are queued up in the Drafter Superflex. So if you guys want to get into a Superflex, please get in there. Superflex, Pineapples, queue up if you guys want to draft. It is a $10 entry.
I'm going to dash, Disco.
Greg, go get some rest, and please don't feel obliged to come back on.
I had to see Brett.
Yeah, Brett, for sure. But don't feel like you're obliged to come back for 5 a.m. is what I'm saying.
Oh no, I'm definitely coming back for 5 a.m.
All right, I mean, you could come back with Scott Fish at 9 a.m. Like, just get some rest, please.
Take care, buddy.
Love you, buddy. Thank you for everything.
Well, and Disco, the fireworks are about to start here, so I don't want to make everybody deaf on the stream, but I'm going to check in with you in a little while, too, when I get back home.
All right, buddy. Love you. Thank you for checking in, and thank you for coming in with us, boss.
All right. You keep up the strength, man. You're sounding good. You sounded good.
I could go all night, buddy. I could go all night. I have no choice.
We'll check in with you shortly. Be good.
All right. See you, buddy. See ya. All right. And then who are our next guests? Just going to look at the schedule. It's
how do we get in again?
Superflex.
Yep. Just
$10.
Just go to
fast draft, Superflex. Click join, and then click join again, and you should be in. So we got tip major at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So you better stick around for that, Nick, because I know you two are type. We got Rick Brusalis also joining us at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and Wendy Early was supposed to join us at 10 p.m. Eastern time, but she has her real money draft, so she'll just be hopping on whenever she hops on, and that's okay as well.
Wonder how Slee's doing right now. His big money redraft league.
Yeah, great question. We'll
Can we hear from Slee's?
Yeah, I'm trying to see the draft board.
Slee's.
There we go. We got the draft board right here.
It's not as visible.
I don't know if there's a
glossy.
Okay, hold on. Let's hear the sleazeball. Bark twice if you're in California, sleazeball.
Jesus, bro. Jamison Williams is off. George Pickens? Jorge's off. All right. Well, let's go with.
Hold on. This is called an audible. This is how showbiz works. We are giving sleaze.
We got a lot of options to start now. All right, fuck it. Let's go, Calvin Ridley.
Updog will be on at 2 or 3.
Hey, Cam Ward's gonna have relationships with this one.
Yo, give us a rundown on what's going on with the draft right now. All eyes are on you.
Literally.
Okay, so give us a rundown. You're on the stream. There's 4,130 people watching. So give us a rundown in front of the screen, right? Bye.
You don't seem like that ethnicity.
No. You have to go in front of the screen where the draft photo. Go there. Yes.
I can't read anything on that draft.
Like, say there's a tornado or like a weather event. You are a weather forecaster. Show us in front of the camera what's going on. All right.
I'll break it down for you.
Oh my goodness, I love this live television, folks. So this is a big money draft with big money sleeves. Let's see what's going on. Our Superflex draft has started. In the meantime, But I want to see this. We got Rabona King in our lobby. We got Willie in our lobby. Willie, when are you hopping on? Willie, did I send you the link? Willie, I'm sending you the link now if I haven't already. Hop on whenever, Willie. I'm sorry if I haven't.
Travis Hunter.
Somebody just sold. Somebody just sold with that pick.
He's a puppet trainer.
Isn't that Sleaze's guy?
Travis Hunter? Hell yeah. All right. I don't think he got the gist of the point, so we're going to go back to muting this. Where is it? We're going to mute his mic, and then we're going to pull up our actual draft that we got going on right now. And then if we see a Sleaze sighting, just wave us down. But yeah, has Updog got on? No, can't even see the board. Damn it. Up all night drafting Superflex sounds fun. We're going to be drafting all of it, but I figured I'd change paces and switch up to this. Too early for Updog. I wonder if Updog probably one of the just secretly the world's coolest human beings on the planet. Last year I had no idea where he'd be joining us from. I assumed that he'd be joining us from here, but if you guys are not familiar with Updog and the story of Updog and the hero that is Updog, he finished second in the drafters tournament twice, so he won a lot of money playing fantasy football. He's as sharp and as knowledgeable as humanly possible, and we've become friends along the time because before he won, the big second place prize, he became a member of my community, and we just got to know each other, and we got to bond, and we just got to grow as friends. And last year he did probably the most gangster thing anybody in fantasy football could do. He took a vacation to Florida from Canada so he could draft. He had a fantasy football draft vacation so he could cram his best ball lineups in Underdog and drafters. So he was there literally to draft, and he's like, I'll do your charity event because all I'm going to do is freaking draft. I might as well talk football with you while I'm drafting. So it was one of the coolest things. I'm definitely very envious of that, and I hope to be in Florida next year doing this 24-hour draft-a-thon in therapy. So this is Superflex. This is a completely different gear, but let's talk to the folks and tell them what we're doing and where we're doing it and how they could do it too. This is a live fantasy football draft. It is a real money draft with real money implications, and by doing one of these real money drafts with real money implications with us, you could potentially be donating as well. And by potentially, I mean if you have not signed up on Drafters yet. If you do sign up on Drafters tonight, you will be donating, and I'll tell you how. So this is a $10 entry. $25,000 goes to first place in this tournament. It's best ball format. $125,000 gets redistributed to all other placements. It's total points format. Most points when it's best ball weekly scoring from weeks 1 to 17. 12 teams draft. There's a fast and slow. How it works is it is best ball format, which in my humble opinion is the most convenient way for you to draft and also the most effective way for you to prepare for your real money drafts, especially if it's super flex. You got 20 rounds to build your rosters for depth. Each week you start the following positions: 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and 1 super flex. Obviously, there's a bunch of single quarterback situations as well. We're just changing gears for one draft here for super flex. At the end of the week, the best overall performances will be applied to your weekly totals. So no more leaving points on the bench, no more waiver wires, no more trades, none of that garbage. We get that garbage out of here. You literally just draft it and forget it unless you're winning a life-changing amount of money. So sign up today on Drafters Fantasy Sports. Use promo code DISCO to double your first deposit from $25 to $100 after you complete either a Superflex or a Drafters main, which is the $20 entry. 500,000 USD goes to first, $2.5 million in total prizes, $20 entry. After you complete one of those and you've signed up today using promo code DISCO, whether you put the 25 and turn it into 50 with a double deposit, Drafters, after you complete or enter your draft, Drafters has offered to donate $25 Canadian to the GoFundMe based off of you signing up and drafting during the draft-a-thon. That's how this draft-a-thon is also a fundraiser. Shout out to Drafters for doing that. Big ups to them. They're absolutely incredible. Is he on a draft vacation again? I don't know, man. he might show up from like Texas. He might show up. Well, hopefully it's not like outside of North America because then he can't draft with us. But like last year, man, I'm telling you right now, up dog during like the most strenuous hours, and I'm starting to stress about it, but I'll be all right. But during the like hours of like 3 a.m. to like 7 a.m., up dog was in there just giving like it was some of the best fantasy football conversations I ever had. And I want to say him and Jack Luce, and they definitely got me through those horrible hours. They're just like, man, you've already come so far. Don't quit. I wanted to quit so many times last night. I want a Red Bull. I need a Red Bull. I'm gonna go get a Red Bull.
Go get a Red Bull, bro.
Maybe text him. He couldn't hear. Well, he maybe had. No. I told him the same. Like, here's the issue with Sleaze, right? Sleaze is like squirrel. Like he is so like
he is
focused and honed in on what he's currently doing that he'll disregard and ignore all sort of specifics and details. Like he heard every word I fucking said. I'm allowed to curse about this because it's so frustrating. But he heard every word I said, and
it literally went out right out the window.
Literally in like the in one ear, out the other. Respectfully, you can't have one until you drink that bottle. I haven't even sipped it. All right, guys, we are going to be chug-a-lugging.
Just don't take my people at the turn. Just for context, I'm the sixth team right now. So
you're Platinum Jet?
I am.
Good to know. And then OT, so you're at the 106. Willie's at the 105. Rabona King's at the 101. I'm at the 112. And OTL, Mount Matumbo's at the 108. Good to see you, Mount Matumbo. It's good to change.
Just punting quarterback in a super flex. It's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea. It's
what's
probably
terrible
the worst idea you could probably have. You need to attack quarterback now.
Yeah.
I know. That's okay.
You're both punting quarterback. I mean, like, listen, I didn't want to take Drake May as a New England.
I was hoping. I knew you were gonna take him. I just knew it, but
I thought you were gonna take T-Law.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, no. Like, here's the thing. I'm a new correlation in stacks is not as important in Superflex as it is in single quarterback situations.
That's true.
But
yeah, but you like him over May and Herbert, don't you?
I do. But like when you have a discussion with a guy like Chev for 5 hours straight, and I want to say his most passionate take, and he had a lot of passionate takes, and hit the way he delivered it, like it was super digestible. And that's what I like about him. It's digestible, relatable. It wasn't dialysis by analysis. It was a great, spectacular delivery. And that's why I'm going to continue to say you guys should go support this guy. And I feel fucking terrible for not knowing who he was, but he is like, I would not be shocked if he is the biggest content creator in fantasy football because of how knowledgeable and how good he is by this time next year. Like, honestly, generally, it's a disservice to humanity that this guy is more famous. I'm out on Drake May personally, based off of my analysis and my assessment and my breakdowns on him. But his delivery and his assessment and the way he delivered that information, I'm willing to give that narrative the way he delivered it its credence and draft him here. So I'm putting my money where his mouth is because he had a very convincing argument. And like, I can say I could talk ball with the best of them, but that guy is just on a different planet. He's one of the sharpest fantasy football minds I've ever had the pleasure of having a conversation with. And it was like, you could tell there's levels to this shit. And this guy, like, some people will have a fixed response based off of their research. But like when you know ball and when you lived ball, and I don't know if he's played ball, I don't know his history, but like I could tell that he has. This guy, like, it's not a fixed response. He just knows it as second nature, and he has the statistics and the analytics to divulge that information and share it and once again break it down in such a digestible way. So yeah, all that to say that, and I'm done kissing ass because I'm still him, the fucking guy. But all that to say, like, he convinced me to draft Drake May, and Justin Herbert I don't have a lot of exposure to, even though I'm very high on Justin Herbert. So yeah, I'm done at quarterback. I got my QB1, Patrick Mahomes. I got his dark horse quarterback, Drake May, who has a lot of upside, an obscene amount of upside, and Justin Herbert. So yeah, we're gonna do it. That's Chev. Yeah, that's definitely Chev, man. Chev for sure. In Superflex last year's, okay, we got hold on. 3 QBs in 4 picks, Disco. I know. We might do another Superflex after this.
I love it.
I have to.
Aerosay Dennis. I love it.
I have to. But hear me out. There's a strategy, and it's going to plan as long as this Candid guy doesn't screw it up.
Oh, I know. But does he know?
All right, Candid, lock in. Pick another quarterback. Let's go. Give me my values. Give me my players. I want them right now.
He blew it. He blew it. He blew it.
I got my guys. Kenneth Walker, Xavier Worthy.
He blew it. He blew it. He blew it.
We are doing so good. Nick is on now. They let anyone in the stream, I guess. He was on here the entire what? You were here for the
I don't think he was here last year, but it's all good. Gotta give grace to the peasants of the world named Aaron Dennis. So
Willie says my boy Stat ATL totally changed my vision on Superflex. He'll be on it to it. I'm gonna have Billy Gableman and fucking like 2 of the greatest best ball minds. Billy Gableman and freaking Updog to get me through like the dark hours from 2 a.m. on. I can't express to you, like, even though it's terrifying to go through those dark hours, the fact that these guys are like my shining bright lights with their wealth of knowledge, like I want to be able to be as like observant and soak in as much knowledge from these guys because they got best ball down to a science. A little too early for Unhinged Disco. Dude, I've been live for almost 10 hours. We are, holy shit.
that's what I'm about to say. It's been gone.
9 hours and
I'm letting you loose, bro.
I mean, when it gets to more, like I'm telling you, last year at this time we were having like straight up arguments. So yeah, we got a few more people joining us. Who did I say is coming in at 10? We got Tip, Rick Brusalis, and then at 11 we got Tyler Bradley and Joe Frick. Midnight, nobody wanted to do the midnight hour, so I'll be solo dolo in midnight.
Wow.
I doubt I'll be solo dolo. You guys will probably still be here.
Someone gonna pop in and be like, "Oh, hey, what up?"
I mean, you say somebody's going to pop in and say, "Oh, hey, what up?" and this beautiful man pops in and says, "Oh, hey, what up?" So we're going to take a step away from here, and we're going to give you the spotlight. This beautiful human, honestly, man. One of my favorite memories from this year at the expo is you stopping what you were doing and recognizing that I was there outside of the bar when I first arrived and just giving me the biggest fucking hug. I told my wife, like, I was like, I didn't know Tip Major liked me like that. And you gave me the biggest, most welcoming, wonderful hug. And it was very wholesome. And you are such a beautiful man and such a beautiful human. Thank you so much for jumping on the stream and being part of this stream tonight. Please let the folks, we have 4,176 people watching us right now, both on X and on YouTube. Please let the folks know how they can come support you, come watch you, come subscribe to you, and where they can support all of your work. And I see the football guys on your chest, and I love it.
Yeah, you know, I'm a company man. So yeah, I mean, football guys, I mean, Disco, you know how I feel about you, man. Like you were like a day one, bro. It's been a couple years now that we've known each other.
Yes,
and when you did this last year, when I was great, like greeted by you, and you said you got to come on, and I just said that this is going to be something that I have to do every single year that I'm on this earth, is to come support my guy, man. And that's what it's about. I mean, I see Nick here. We saw each other at the expo. Jeremy, what's up? Sleaze, I don't know where you are. I see your draft board. Looks like you might need some help. But but no, man. Look, dude. I got some stuff with football guys working, stuff with the TSA, working with them as well. I'm actually in the middle of doing it's a reality show based off of fantasy football. It's called Fantasy Football, a reality competition. And there's me and a bunch of other content creators, some that you may really know really well, and they're in there, and yeah, we're in the middle of doing an auction draft right now. It's a 12-hour auction draft to determine which players we're going to be getting. It's crazy. We're going to be going through a whole gauntlet of different challenges, and each week we have to give a confessional. And so I have to give a confessional every week. It's on Discord. I'll be sharing it once I get the okay to do it. But
Jeff,
it's
can you
been
do me
like
a
really
favor?
fun. Yo.
Can you get me on season 2 of that? Come on, yo.
This is like season. This is season 4, and no, like the guy Mark came up to me at the expo, and we started chopping it up, and then he was like, "Hey, I think you'd be good for it." I was like, "Heck yeah!" I mean,
well,
I'll talk to him about both of you guys. Like, all three of you guys.
Listen. I'm too unhinged for reality TV. I know my limits, and I know what I'm capable of and not capable of. I'm not capable of keeping it coy anywhere. I'm the guy who will laugh and curse at a funeral. I'm the guy who will literally almost shit himself live on stream in front of 4,000 people. That is me. I had an irritable bowel syndrome earlier. I'm not ashamed of it. That's me. I know who I am. I know my abilities. But you let your your fellow famous castmates know where this live charity event is going down, where it's fantasy football oriented, where all proceeds go to Hospice and Palliative Care. Let them come on here, man. I'd love to meet them and chop it up with them. And this is a absolutely phenomenal thing that you're doing, Tip, and it's at Tip Major on X, and it's a great follow. I miss you doing spaces. You need to go back to
I'm going back to it. I'm going back to it. 2 Wednesdays from now, me and Natter are going to be on there for spaces. I would love to see you guys on there. Please come on. We're going to do it the Wednesday before the first game and every Wednesday after that during the season. And then I'll be doing spaces on Sundays as well with Scott the King Angle doing the sit start stuff. We just confirmed that today. And so I'm gonna be on there. I'm back. I'm back on the spaces.
Oh shit, Rick, my bad. All right, so
shit, Rick,
house.
Hey,
like Rick in the house. Good to see you, brother. Hold on,
Slick
the
Rick
chat
the
is
ruler.
talking. Rick, my apologies.
No
Give
worries,
me
no
a
worries at
minute.
all.
I gotta navigate all this, and boom, we're good. Everybody's got a camera. We got the draft board up. We got Sleaze and his draft. He thought this would be a good idea. He's like, I'm going to a bar, right? During your 24-hour stream, let me channel my inner Sleaze bum voice. I don't know if I'm inhaling or exhaling when I speak, but I'm going to channel my inner Sleaze bum voice. Now I know why he's coughing so much. He's like, listen, great idea. During your 24-hour stream, I'm going to go play pickleball. And then I'm going to come back an hour in. All right, during your 24-hour stream, we're business partners, right? And then here's what I'm gonna do. All right. I'm gonna go do a draft. I'm gonna book a draft, even though this event has been booked for like 3 months solid, right? I'm gonna go schedule a real money draft, and it's like my big money draft. And here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bring my wife's Surface, her tablet.